Chapter 44. How to Respond to Faith. 1. As all the muscles in his body throbbed, his canines were sharpened by a surge of fighting spirit. The aftershocks from the fighting fissured upheaving the street, and with his feet firmly plunked down onto it, the vitality flowing in from his soles overflowed in his soul. Looking straight ahead to the skies above, he glared at the majestic figure spreading its wings head-on. The sound of his blood flowing got faster, the beating of his heart grew louder and more intense, as it were a large drum invigorating his very existence. That was to say, "S the best I ever fucking felt." Gnashing his fangs, Garfield roared as he smashed through the road with his foot and advanced forth. As the sky intercepted him, he saw himself reflected by the glint in the eyes of the dignified figure of White Cloud Dragon, Garfield's blood flesh, and even his very soul could not bear the applause. As an arrow of the rebel army, he traded fists with one strong individual after the other in the decisive battle for the imperial capital. A man who approached the 9 divine generals and an individual ranked among the 9 divine generals through battle against those who were undoubtedly strong. Garfield truly felt the duty levied on him as a member of his faction. Being able to clash with the extolled generals of the Valachian Empire was truly an honor as a warrior. However, having recognized that as a valuable experience, this was something he had been waiting for, Garfield finally got the chance to throw down against a dragon. For a citizen of the dragon kingdom of Lagunica, for any being who lived in this world, it was known just how mighty and how far beyond the realm of human knowledge the beings known as dragons were. Of course, that went for Garfield. As well, he knew that dragons were not beings that could be measured by the logic of the world of men. However, both the Pleiades watchtower and at the decisive battle for the imperial capital, Amelia, had gained the opportunity to clash with a dragon and had magnificently survived both of those encounters. Amelia dragons, Volcanica and Mesorea, were both really strong. Their bodies are big, and their breath is also dangerous. They kept on surprising me. Such was Amelia's remark when talking about the threat of dragons. Combined with hand gestures, Amelia spoke of how dragons were monumental beings, but regardless of the issue of her ability to express things, the full extent of that had not been conveyed. The difference between that and the words Amelia had left unspoken was now something he experienced firsthand here. Mesorea, splitting the ground beneath his feet, Garfield ferociously closed a distance. Facing him, the cloud dragon gaped its maw. Garfield stood on the ready, anticipating that another equivalent to the breath that had scorched the imperial capital just prior would be fired again with aim locked onto Mesorea, unleashed a breath in accordance with his premonition. However, Garfield Goa, struck by an impact accompanied by peculiar heat different to that of scorching heat or extreme cold, Garfield let out a cry of pain. It was right after he had leapt to the side in order to evade the firing trajectory of Mesorea's breath. Having escaped to the side of the trajectory, Garfield was assailed by a second firing of the breath. Without doing anything to obscure its actions, it was obvious what his opponent was doing. It was not that it had emitted a single breath to mow down the entirety of this block of the imperial capital in one go. Rather, it had split it up into short bursts. Instead of letting out one long breath, it had released 2 breaths in quick succession. No, not 2 if it was dividing one breath. It could do the same thing for a 3rd and 4th time. Garfield TSH. While scorching his left arm as it basked in the breath, Garfield used his momentum from jumping to the side to smash through the wall of a private residence on the side of the road, and was hidden from the cloud dragon's vision. But in the face of the cloud dragon's breath, even a stone-built structure would not endure. It was different to the pig's house that would not be blown down by the wolf's breath, which Subaru had told him about in the past. Struck with impacts from the succession of breaths, the walls very quickly flayed off the house. As the furniture and belongings were being destroyed, the damage reached Garfield, who had plunged inside the house. At least that was what should have happened. Garfield, then before the house exposed to the breath could be demolished to rubble, the roaring Garfield had used both his hands to tear out the house from the very ground and heartily hurled it through the air. A house cannonball that furiously gyrated as it scattered through the street. Oddly enough, Garfield was making full use of the same tactic that Natsuki Subaru had employed when evacuating the imperial capital with a ball of mass hurl from those hands approaching at Mesorea. Took an especially large breath. Mesorea, you're in my friggin' way. Roaring with a childish expression that ran contrary to its colossal and dignified appearance, the cloud dragon blew the house to smithereens before it could reach its destination. However, it would be naive of Mesorea to think it could catch its breath as a result of that. Garfield, ora. Since it had defended against the first house cannonball, Garfield grabbed them up from the systematically laid out townscape of the Imperial capital one by one and hurled them towards a cloud dragon in the sky with tremendous strength. With a combination of Garfield's physical strength and the fact that the ground of the imperial capital had softened through repeated impacts, the aberrant balls of mass were fired in quick succession. Witnessing this, Mesorea widened its golden eyes. Mesorea, friggin' Ari. As the house cannonballs flew towards it, Mesorea flapped its wings and intercepted them. Its arms furnished with sharp claws rampaged in the air, blowing away 2 houses, and swinging its tail straight upwards from below, it destroyed 3 buildings altogether in one intense strike. And then, Mesorea friggin' die already. Garfield HK, using the wreckage of the destroyed houses as a foothold, Garfield dashed up into the air. Seeing to surprise attack, Mesorea seized him heating and slammed its dragon claws into him from both left and right. Being pinched in a trajectory akin to striking one's fist together before their chest, the midair Garfield swung his shield-clad arms in order to parry, taking the dragon's left arm with his right and the dragon's right arm with his left. He received the blows. An intense impact ran through Garfield's entire body, his clenched teeth fissured and his nose bled. But if this were anyone other than Garfield, they would be smashed into a lump of meat. Without lasting even a second, Mesorea's whiskers also quivered at that outcome its shock at the existence of a human that was not crushed lay bare. At that shock of Mesorea, Garfield's cheeks began to contort into a smile. Garfield, how die-alike, that before he could display his vigor with those words, his body, still held by the 2 arms, received a direct blow from the tail that slammed into him from straight above Garfield, was blown away with force, such that his body left behind all notions of sound, and while altering the structure of the townscape with each impact, he tumbled over and over and over again until he crashed into the bulwark of the imperial capital and came to a stop. Ooey oibrat. Amidst the dense plume of smoke hanging over the scene, the man who had witnessed the marks left on the street of Garfield bouncing, scraping, and smashing against ground, Heinkel's voice quavered. The man who had been unable to do anything but dumbfoundedly watch as Garfield and the Cloud Dragon clashed against each other rushed over to Garfield's side, the latter having received a direct blow that seemed to have enough might to turn 100 ordinary people into ground meat. Heinkel dead. Are you dead? You gotta be dead, that sort of thing. Garfield, I ain't gonna let it kill me so easily. Before the mountain of rubble, a voice reached Heinkel, who had imagined that the fickle life had been lost in Heinkel's vision as he was taken back. The mountain of rubble collapsed, and there was a figure of Garfield with both his legs stretched out. Garfield turned his back on the ramparts and languidly hung his head without showing his face. Then his mouth made a chewing motion, and he spat out his shattered fangs together with blood. And then, Garfield, oh shit, they really are fucking outrageous, these dragon things. Finally get why Emiliasima spoke about him so softly. Shaking his head, he slowly stood up, feeling around with his tongue. He found that a tooth which had been fractured in twain was failing to try and replace itself with new growth. So he thrust his finger inside and ripped it out from its roots. Right away he knew that the tip of a new tooth had turned up below where the removed one was, and he loudly cracked the joints in his neck with a twist. Heinkel, did that really do nothing to you? Garfield, ain't no way that it did nothing to me. I got hit with a blow from a dragon. Not even got hit with a second and third blow. Seems like it's a case of the miraculous survival of Manfroy. Heinkel, Garfield, but you know my amazing self can keep going. Glad that my amazing self's still able to keep going. As his entire body grated with appeals of pain, both blunt and sharp, Garfield clenched both his fists, and with shaky breath, he voiced his pride as such. Even having taken the onslaught of a dragon that surpassed human knowledge heeding, he still stood back up. He was truly glad that he was able to do so. Heinkel, what the hell is wrong with you? Hearing Garfield mutter, Heinkel involuntarily cried out. With Garfield reflected in his wide-open blue eyes, a man violently and messily scratched his head with a hand that was empty and... Heinkel, why the hell did you come back? I don't understand. It's a dragon. It's a fucking dragon. There's no way you can, when you're an idiot, to come here and yet. Garfield, well, we're in the same boat. There, Pops Heinkel. Garfield, am saying that if the act of being here and the act of fasten off against a dragon is what an idiot would do, then doesn't that go for Pops as well? Left speechless by those words, Heinkel stopped the hand that was scratching his head and gazed in wonder. His demeanor was entirely as if to say not to lump them together. But if that were truly the case, he was hopeless. That was because in Heinkel's hand opposite to the one that had been scratching his head. Garfield, you're still holding onto your sword, ain't ya, Heinkel? Garfield believed that was proof that Heinkel had a faint wish which he had not thrown away. He might have just become unable to open his fingers out of fear, no. Try to understand. He might have just forgotten about himself and was just carrying it, no, try to understand. He might have just been about to sheath it and run away at this moment, no, try to understand. The weak thoughts, the crushed spirit, the reasons for being seized with fear. He would try to understand all of it. After having thought through absolutely all of it, he continued to try to understand, because he believed that the face of a man was only complete if he gritted his teeth through the pain and stood up to fight for the wishes of others. Garfield, Captain, and Otterbroer, also the same, that also goes for my amazing self. Heinkel, I am. Trembling, Heinkel looked down at his hand, still gripping the sword. As it quivered with Heinkel in the side of his vision, Garfield vigorously slammed his back against the bulwark and straightened his posture. Then to Heinkel, who had not straightened himself. "Garfield, you asked why my amazing self came back, didn't you, Heinkel?" "Ah." Garfield's quiet voice caused Heinkel to widen his eyes. As Heinkel waited for the words that followed, Garfield delivered not a continuation of his words, but instead a fist to Heinkel's chest, sending the latter flying. Heinkel was thrust away, and the street was upheaved on a massive scale. The next instant, the breath of the cloud dragon was unleashed from the midst of the city's air, and it rapidly closed on Garfield's back to the rampart sleeping up. Garfield managed to evade it. Garfield, oh-h-h-h-h-h-h. With the wall to his back, Garfield flew directly up, and pursuing the heated ray of white breath, inclined its firing trajectory upwards, scorching the townscape while reducing the bulwark to dust. The breath went higher and higher as it pursued Garfield as he escaped into the skies above, hot on Garfield's toes before it could burn his body entirely Garfield-esque, because Captain told me this. As the breath of the dragon trying to scorch the world grazed the soles of his feet, there was not a hint of irritation that could be heard in his voice. What was present, however, was pride in the act of responding to faith. Curling himself up midair, Garfield planted his feet on part of the wall that still retained its original form immediately after he kicked off the wall with strength that caused a crater to fissure within it, and flew forwards. Forward towards the cloud dragon that soared in the skies of the imperial capital, and with his mouth wide open closing in, as the sharp, newly grown fong basked in the wind. "Garfield," he told my amazing self, "is to go and bring down the loud-ass dragon that's flying in the sky. Mezaria Ra." Having flown above the breath and approached the cloud dragon, Garfield let blows loose from both his wounded back arms, and the destructive power of a cannonball seized Mezaria's nose. A sound as loud as a warehouse that was stuffed with magic stones, exploding, reverberated through the sky. The cloud dragon was knocked back, having received a direct hit, and the next moment blood spurted forth. The dragon spilled a nosebleed through its broken snout, and having been slammed back in the ground from the recoil of his own fist, Garfield basked in the greatness of his action. As he basked in it, Garfield laughed. "Garfield, I went in and gave a dragon a nosebleed. Mezaria, you little." Mezaria raged at the impossible humiliation, and Garfield laughed even more upon seeing that state. Seeing that from afar, having been thrust away and saved from the breath, Heinkel sat with his buttocks on the ground, gazing in dumbfoundment. Heinkel, that's not sane. As Heinkel weakly muttered, a battlefield was created by the face-off between Garfield and the dragon, and that happened at roughly the same time as when changes in atmosphere of a similar scale were yielded in various other places within the imperial capital. As if not paying any mind that the fight between tiger and dragon unfolded, and with that scene before him, Heinkel did not move an inch. Unable to flee, unable to even stand, he did not move an inch. But upon his sword his right hand still remained, continuing to hold on. 2. Turning back the clock to a slight bit before the conclusion of the battle between the dragon and the tiger, the feeling of cold water hitting his cheeks and forehead caused Subaru's consciousness to become fully alert. It was neither drowsiness nor bodily fatigue that he was experiencing, and yet, as if with a click, he felt something within him switch and exhale deeply. Before him on the surface of the water that rippled within the trough, his own shaken and distorted visage could be seen was a face with sharp eyes that retained its youthfulness, or rather that could only be described as childish. He was already accustomed to seeing it, and he did not want to think that he could let his face remain this way while thinking, so as he delicately squished his face with his fingers. "Subaru, are you okay? By any chance is there something wrong with you?" Abruptly, as a voice called out to him from beside him, Subaru looked up from the water trough in front of his raised face. He saw Emilia looking at him with her beautiful amethyst eyes. As Subaru's heart fluttered upon unexpectedly seeing Emilia's face so close to his own. "Subaru, I'm alrighty. Emilia, then just need to loosen up my cheeks a little. You see, I always want to show Emilia Tan my best smile." "Emilia, I'm not picky, though as long as it's not a forced smile, I'm happy with any kind of smile Subaru shows me." "Subaru, oh, my heart is pounding bum," said with a finger held to her lips. Emilia's words that held no hint of pretense left Subaru flustered as he tried to wipe his face with his sleeve in an attempt to hide his reddened cheeks. A hand towel was offered to him from the side. 2 hand towels were offered from his left and right by Beatrice and Tanza. The two were shocked at the fact that their own action was performed by the other, and their usually round eyes became even more round and instantly narrowed upon becoming aware of each other. "Beatrice, dear girl, Subaru wants Betty's towel. In fact, you can take that back, I suppose." Tanza Schwartzama did not say anything of the sort to speak of your own thoughts, as if they were Schwartzama's. Are you not going too far? Beatrice Agg, such an infuriating girl, in fact. Subaru, wait, why are you fighting? See, I'm using both. I'm wiping the left and the right sides of my face with a towel from both of you. Intervening in the quarrel that had suddenly broken out for some reason, Subaru attempted to defuse the situation by using both of the hand towels he had received from the pair. However, the two in question simply sighed at his response. He failed to settle the dispute. At the sight of Subaru, who slumped his shoulders, placing her hands on her hips, Emilia said seriously, Emilia, Beatrice, and Tans can stop causing trouble for Subaru, as it is with the hardships he's continuously facing. Subaru is about to collapse. Subaru, Emilia Tan's thoughtfulness is so touching it said, I'm not implying that the two of you don't care about me. Okay, in fact, the two of you are always helping me. The more I say it out loud, the more it feels like you're making excuses, doesn't it? Beatrice, good grief. I suppose Tanza has expected a Schwarzama. Seeing that Subaru was at his wits' end, Beatrice and Tanza had no choice but to soften their attitudes in response. Unexpectedly being cast as a villain, Subaru tilted his head in protest, but upon receiving Emilia's gentle pats on Subaru's head, he decided to accept his predicament. Anyhow, Subaru, but am not putting on a brave front. I really am all right, Emilia. Then I was able to take a proper rest at the fortress before we set off. Besides, if I were to carelessly collapse from a lack of sleep, the entire Pleiades battalion would also fall apart. Held together by strong bonds, the strengths and weaknesses of the Pleiades battalion were clear. The United Battalion was a group with unstoppable enthusiasm, but what held them together was Subaru's precedency was nothing that could be boasted about Subaru's Cor Leonis. And this effect would be cut off if Subaru were to fall asleep or faint, and so from this point onward, he could not allow himself to carelessly doze off. Subaru, I know that so. It's all right, trust me, Emilia Dan. Emilia, is that so? In that case, it's fine, but can you truly promise not to overdo yourself? Subaru, Emilia Tan really doesn't trust me at all. Emilia, if you're wondering why that is, try properly asking your own conscience. Trust is the accumulation of past actions. That was the implication of Emilia's remark, and it left Subaru at a loss for words. However, it was a fact that Subaru's body and mind were in such good shape that he himself was surprised in all likelihood, as the excessive tension seemed to be the reason for his mind being so alert once the present conflict was solved in its entirety that debt would gush forth all at once and topple everything. However, if he could make it through on borrowed energy, he was more than willing to take on the debt that followed. Presently, having departed from the fortified city of Garkland, heading toward the imperial capital of Lupagana, the rescue of the Valachian Empire from Destruction Squad was in the process of exchanging dragon carriages in order to ensure their arrival at their destination. On the route from Garkland to Lupagana, having stopped at one of the many camps scattered along the route, while Abel and the other strategists were reviewing the war situation, the exhausted ground dragons were being exchanged with those in perfect condition as a part of the preparations for the decisive battle. Subaru, of course, Patrash will always be with us, though. Reaching out his hand, Subaru touched his beloved jet-black dragon, who was harnessed to the dragon carriage Patrash, whose neck he caressed. Patrash, upon safely reuniting with him in the Empire, without any consideration of holding back despite Subaru's shrinking, delivered a powerful blow to him with her tail in retaliation for causing her to worry. That one blow that sent him crashing into the wall with a loud thud, it was reminiscent of the injuries he had sustained while fighting the Giltalad during Sparka at the Gladiator Island, and he was glad that it ended with just one. Since then, after having accepted Subaru's sincere apology, she had been giving her all to accompany them. Headless ground dragon young gun. She's one of y'all's, ain't she? And then arriving where Patrash and Subaru were frolicking with Halibel, the tall wolfman shinobi holding his Kizaru between his large teeth while bobbing it up and down with his lips. Halibel, when I was fighting with that dragon zombie, she was doing a splendid job, and I thought she was real admirable. Subaru, Halibelson also gets at our Patrash is amazing. Halibel, ain't that the truth? You're a lucky fellow, Lil Anna, and the others everyone's worried about ya. Subaru was overjoyed to receive open approval from the strongest and most renowned person from the city-states. Halibel, his eyes opened wide at the words that followed, then he earnestly nodded. He did not need to be told, but having it mentioned made him think about it again. He was truly blessed. Those in the Emilia camp, along with Julius and Anastasia, not only did they break through various unfavorable obstacles to enter the Empire, but they also went along with Subaru's selfish request to see this through to the end. Just how reliable and reassuring that was, he could not thank them enough. Subaru, that's why I need to do everything I can to help. Emilia, Subaru, the promise you made to me earlier, do you remember it? Subaru, I remember no being reckless, but if push comes to shove. Emilia, see, doing that again would be too much to bear. With her lips curled into a frown, Emilia pouted at Subaru while he scratched his own cheek. Chuckling at the sight of that, Halibel seemed to be really enjoying himself, even though what awaited him might be a battle for the empires. or perhaps the world's very existence, he steeled his resolve. Halibel dono im suyer, you don't want Subbarukin to hear that. Beatrice, there he is, in fact. Of course, since we're together, why would I not be here? Though I do wish that the Empire would recognize me as an ally already. Shrugging his shoulders in disbelief, Roswell chuckled at Beatrice's attitude. As he appeared at the edge of the camp where the dragon carriage was parked, Emilia tilted her head at him while asking, "Are you sure?" Since Roswell was currently more or less in charge of intelligence in the Emilia camp, he was supposed to be accompanying Abel as he was speaking with the representatives of the camps. Emilia, even though I do consider Roswell a proper ally, I wonder if other people like Abel share that sentiment. Roswell, if that's the case, then I'm in quite the bind since I don't seem to belong in the kingdom nor the Empire. Don't fret, His Excellency Vincent is currently addressing the soldiers in the vicinity, and they've entered the phase of boosting their morale. If anything, I would only be in the way away. Emilia, yes, that's good to hear, and don't worry, Roswell's rightful place is at our side, just so long as Roswell doesn't try any tricks. With parted lips, Emilia gave an angelic answer to Roswell's self-deprecation. However, Roswell could only put on a wry smile at those words, not answering whether or not he would be up to any trouble, which was extremely telling. Subaru but him pissed that things are working out so perfectly for Abel's triumphant return. As he said so, Subaru glanced toward the center of the camp, where he could hear the cheers of a multitude of Imperial soldiers coming from that direction. Instead of a morale-boosting shout to prepare for battle, the cheers were those of joy coming from men who were so moved to be addressed directly by the Emperor whom they served. It was not surprising that Abel's sour look, which Subaru was not only familiar with, but even tired of seeing, was something that most of the citizens of the Empire were not allowed to see up close. Subaru, if I was in the same position as those people, and I knew nothing but Emilia Dan's face and name, how would I feel? Oh no, I'm going to cry just thinking about that. Emilia, what's wrong? Subaru, aren't you supposed to be my knight? Get a hold of yourself. Subaru, I know you're right, this isn't a dream after all, man. That was a close call, all because of Abel. With a quiet remark that would have made Abel frown if he could hear it, Subaru welcomed the fact that the Emperor-like idea was having the desired effect in itself. Then again, in an effort to raise the morale of the Imperial soldiers after the war ended, Medium was also being shown off as a potential empress, without any consideration for her feelings, so one could not help but hold off with the praise. Subaru, with Spica constantly staying by her side, Medium-san, can hopefully get her mind off it all a bit. That bastard, what the hell does he think marriage is? Emilia, that's right, I think Abel is really smart, but that part of his views is not that good, I think. Subaru, he should get kicked off the throne for doing this. Subaru and Emilia nodded in unison, agreeing that Abel was hopeless in that regard at the sight of the two of them, as Halibel chuckled again. Halibel fastened off against a Valachian emperor. Them kids sure don't know fear. Beatrice, no matter who the opponent is, as long as Betty is with Subaru, there's no reason for him to be afraid, I suppose. Tanza having rejected your anathema, it is a well-known fact that His Excellency the Emperor is heartless. Roswell, truly, we wouldn't want the people of the Empire to hear this conversation. Within the camp, roused with excitement regarding the Emperor's triumphant return, where speaking ill of the Emperor would inevitably lead to bloodshed, Roswell chuckled amidst the sharp comments being made towards Abel. With a wry smile, Roswell closed one eye and said so. Roswell, since he hasn't shown up despite all this talk, Garfield seems to be quite focused after having been selected by Subbarukin for a grand task. It seems like he's sufficiently motivated. Subaru, right. With the yellow eye that remained open, Roswell turned his gaze towards Subaru, who nodded in response to his words. Garfield, who was not participating in the conversation with Subaru and the others at the moment, was currently inside the dragon carriage that was tethered to Patrash, quietly meditating and sharpening his concentration. It was evidence that he was doing his utmost to meet Subaru's expectations, with all of his might to meet the expectations of Subaru, who had requested him to match up against the cloud dragon Mezaria. Subaru has got agility, and his destructive power is overwhelming. So I want to do something to contain Mezaria's movements. Currently, Garfield is the one most suited to being entrusted with that duty. Halibel, can I ask why? That is, Lil Anna told me to follow y'all's instructions for the time being, but I'm stronger than that tiger cub and no. In response to Subaru's judgment, Halibel tilted his head as he puffed out smoke. If he felt anger by the notion that his abilities were being underestimated, there might have been a need for Subaru to come up with an excuse, but Halibel's manner of speech remained flat. He had purely voiced a question regarding their fighting potential, and as Subaru automatically pulled back his chin. Subaru, there's no doubt that Halibelson is the strongest among our current members, but it's a matter of putting the right person in the right place. Rather, there's someone else ID like Halibelson to subdue. Halibel, golly, what a frightening story putting off a dragon. Ta focus somewhere else, are you saying there's something even more troublesome than the dragon? Subaru, in a sense, yeah. Knowing that there was no use in beating around the bush, Subaru clearly affirmed this. Upon hearing Subaru's assertion, Halibel momentarily closed his mouth, but his large mouth, characteristic of wolf people, immediately twisted into a smile. Halibel, I see, well then I gotta get myself pumped up too. With that, he accepted Subaru's instructions, showing a willingness to comply. Amelia, Garfield, and Halibelson in addition. There's also places you want to rest us to go, and things you want us to do. Once Subaru and Halibel's exchange came to a close, Amelia, with a serious expression, looked at Subaru as she touched a magic crystal at her chest with her fingers. Her amethyst eyes pierced through him. Amelia was not the only one. Beatrice, Tanza, and Roswell were also looking in his direction. Subaru, that's right for everyone here, including Abel's group on the other side, ITLL be an all-out war. Beatrice, fortunately Subaru has a general idea of the enemy's whereabouts in fact. Amelia, indeed, he also used at the Pleiades watchtower that special power called an authority. Subaru, yeah, it's thanks to that. In response to Amelia and Beatrice's words, Subaru pounded his chest with his fist. The achievements of Cor Leonis that were displayed at the Pleiades watchtower, grasping the whereabouts of separated companions, which helped him deal with problems inside the tower, was what Subaru had made Amelia and the others believe in. The enemies waiting in the imperial capital of Lapuganane. In order to oppose those formidable foes, Subaru had made them believe in a lie of how he had acquired the knowledge of the best choices regarding where to send each person. Subaru, I will do what I can. Amelia, Beatrice, Spica, Tanza, Garfield, Roswell, Halibel, Abel, Medium, Jamal, Albert, he would direct them all, making use of every card available in his hand in order to emerge victorious in this battle for the imperial capital. Subaru, of course, I'm counting on you too, Patrash. Reaching out, Subaru once again stroked Patrash's neck, who neighed in response. As everyone's spirits were being heightened at that sound of Patrash's voice, Roswell Subarukin, this is the best course of action, correct? Firmly, Roswell trained his gaze on Subaru's face. To Roswell's inquiry, Subaru gave a deep nod and answered, Subaru, yeah, this should be the best I've gone, and made sure of. This was merely Natsuki Subaru doing what he was capable of thus. This should not be a breach of his promise, with Amelia to not overdo himself, so he thought. Chapter 45. How to Fell the Stars. 1. Thus, once again, time returned to the same time as when a battlefield was formed by the fray between tiger and dragon. Having stormed the southern gate of the imperial capital of Lupagana, the first bastion of the star-shaped fortress Garfield clashed against the one who ruled the heavenly skies, the cloud dragon Mesoria. In the distance, the oddly thick collection of clouds in the sky was either proof that the cloud dragon was rampaging, or perhaps that it was preparing to exhibit its maximum performance. Either way, the die had been cast, and the battle for it to roll onto the desired side had begun. Entrusting Garfield to spearhead the raid, having him suppress Mesoria at the onset, was because the mobility and aggression of the cloud dragon served as the greatest obstacle in the battle to capture the imperial capital. A single blow from the dragon, capable of fleeing to high altitudes and attacking over extremely long distances by way of its breath, would be impossible to endure for those who did not possess extraordinary fighting strength. For that to be fired at them recklessly, being unable to do a single thing about it, would be the worst possible outcome for the rescue the Valachian Empire from destruction. Squad Garfield had been able to crush that possibility. However, even if Mesoria was subdued, by no means would the rest be smooth sailing. If there was a mistake in their response, there were other formidable enemies that could unleash catastrophic damage in a single move. Therefore, contrary to that vulgar war cry, twin swords carve out an elegant trajectory. With swordsmanship that covered his front and rear with nimble movement and a dexterous stance, he forcefully parried the tip of the halberd the opponent had thrust forth and caused their posture to break. That instant, a fluttering drawn blade cut through the wind to fatally sever the opponent's neck. You idiot, don't kill them. You, as the interjecting voice tried to restrain him, the trajectory of his sword immediately shifted. The blade that ought to have beheaded the opponent bisected their left arm from their shoulder. Instead, having suffered the attack, the enemies swiftly jumped back, and handling their halberd with just their right hand, they tried to start their next attack. But that halberd would not reach any of his allies. The White Cloud Lord Gowran Pashat Gowran. The quiet yet clearly audible voice of a man spoke both the name and alias of the undead. At that moment, the movement of this large, white-bearded undead that ought to have thrust the halberd forward was stopped without overlooking that opportunity. A row of 3 small figures got right up close to the undead. Then they locked eyes with the undead as he looked down at them. They stared into the eyes detached from those of the living, with the white part stained black and golden irises looming within. And then, Gowran Pashat, stripping that off that of a being who was once alive as if to ascertain it as proof of the time they had been alive. The star known as Spica ate the role that exploited them as an undead, passing by him with speed that seemed to whittle the street down behind Spica, who had just touched it with her small hand, having had his. Roll eating the undead Gowran patient's body was reduced to dust. Gowran, in the end, thrusting his halberd into the ground. As he crumbled, he bowed to the man who had called his name, though it was unclear just what sort of emotions had caused the fading undead to do so. Atlum Nevi Diphone Trevo Again Talfo, Lescar Brain Neolf Trad Yarin Swoker Velum Joido. The same voice that called out Jorn's name called out other names one after another. The speed made it feel like they were just listing every single name that came to mind, but that was not the case. Those were the names of people who had each certainly had their own individual life. Those were the names of the undead appearing one after the other in order to intercept the rescue from Destruction Squad moving to the Imperial capital. They who stayed in appearance had completely changed in the time they were alive. The black-haired Emperor Vincent Valakia would say their names without mistaking even a single person and light the path for Star eating to devour. And what was especially aggravating about that was, isn't that a little too cool, damn it? In that case, Betty can't let her Subaru lose, I suppose. As Subaru's cheeks contorted upon seeing Abel imposingly fulfill his duty, Beatrice pulled his hand. In the midst of the Imperial capital were the undead Roa Medno. In the midst of Lupagana, now transformed into the undead capital, she guided Subaru with her unchanged appearance and unchanged love, waving the hem of her splendid dress. Beatrice truly was reliable. Pointing a hand opposite to the one firmly fastened to Subaru's towards the street, she weaved magic with her cute lips and lovely voice towards the deceased individuals blocking the way. Beatrice Elminia. At the same time as the incantation amethyst crystals were yielded from Beatrice's palm and glided through the air, dispossessing the undead of their arms, legs, and weapons that reduced their fighting strength. Beatrice's magic could attack the undead in a unique way, but fully shattering their opponents when against the goal of their strategy. That was why they intentionally tuned it down, borrowing the power of his lovely partner. Subaru leaped forward, then, on the opposite side of the right hand linked to Beatricia's, he pulled up the left hand linked to Spica with all his might. Subaru, here we go, Atlum Nevi Diphone Trevo Again Talfo, Lescar Brain Neolf Trad Yarin Swoker. Spica, you. The names Abel had called out accurately, listing them in the correct order, while matching them to the faces of each undead who were turning hostility towards him. He made sure Spica reached them without fail. Spica also understood her own role, and with her outstretched hands, as the undead approached, sometimes she touched, sometimes she pierced, sometimes she firmly struck, and sometimes she pushed, but in all cases she activated the authority of Star Eating. Subaru last won Velum Joido Spica, EA. From the floor came a sword slash that aimed to split Subaru's forehead open, and exchanging glances with the pale, wrinkly face of the undead who had unleashed at Velum Joido, Subaru clenched his molars. Just before it could reach his forehead, the opponent's blade was stopped by crystallization, which extended from their shoulders to their hips, making them unable to move at will. Grateful to Beatrice for providing covering fire, Subaru urged Spica, and her hand touched Velum's chest. Then slowly the undead turned to dust with a look of satisfaction on its face. Subaru, but ascertaining that they had neutralized all the undead in the surroundings, including Velum, Subaru deeply sighed. This close combat, similar to crossing a bridge, gave Subaru a vivid reminder of the violent days he had spent on the Gladiator Island. With a deep inhale, Subaru was patted on the back by Spica, who looked at him with an AAU, and then he exhaled. Contrary to Spica, Beatrice placed her hands on her hips and glared at Subaru. Beatrice, you're blindly charging in too much. In fact, Betty told you she wants to see you look cool while making great efforts. I suppose even if you die in a cool manner, Betty doesn't want to see it in fact. Subaru, I know, just now was a move that presumed Biko would follow up. I'm sorry I did such a thing. Beatrice, if you understand, that's fine, I suppose. As Subaru apologized up front, Beatrice, who was in scolding mode, pouted her lips. Though they could not hold a long evaluation meeting on the battlefield, her expression was nevertheless that of disappointment. However, it was not as though he had half-mindedly let it in one ear and out the other. Beatrice's scolding was advice he ought to firmly take. Even now, he was just about to have his forehead split open and die if he had taken just one step further. The thought made him shudder. Such a death would have been useless. Vincent, you nearly died by rushing out as soon as the battle had commenced. Do not act rashly. Subaru, you, scolded by Beatrice and appreciated by Spica, Subaru grimaced as he turned around at that statement, which lacked any consideration. Standing there with arms folded, Abel did not even pretend to help Subaru and the other two with their hard fighting. Subaru was rather impressed to see the refreshing sight of the Emperor relying on others. Subaru, all sorts of things have happened up until now, but I've never thought of you as emperor-like as I do now. Vincent, we have just settled a bit of work for the sake of the two by your side. I shall overlook that comment. Subaru, you know it's best if you properly understand that from an outsider's point of view, you look like the horrible nobility role that merely folds his arms and watches as children go to battle. An emperor spectating a battle between children and undead was a sight akin to the unsightly amusement of a post-apocalyptic world after a zombie pandemic. There were limits to how bad one's reputation could get. But considering Abel's position, role, and fighting strength, as someone traveling alongside him, Subaru had to be grateful that he did not imprudently go to the front lines. So this was quite the dilemma. And thereupon, TCH, we dealt with the lookout right after entering the Imperial capital, but with this method, there's no helping that it's going to take a while. Speaking thus, it was Jamal, who provokingly spat onto the ground. Having taken on many undead, he had contributed greatly to the triumphs at the outbreak of the battle. Holding onto his twin sword, he adjusted his eye patch while surveying the surroundings. Jamal, even though this would be much faster, if we just cut down every undead that appeared, why ain't we doing that? Beatrice, a man who persistently doesn't listen, in fact. If we did, that we wouldn't be able to use Spica's authority to give the undead Jibutsu. Jamal, how the hell is Jibutsu? Beatrice, is the way of making sure the undead don't keep getting back up after being defeated repeatedly. In fact, this should have been explained to you so many times by now, I suppose. Beatrice stomped her short legs on the ground in frustration, and Jamal made a confused face at her appeal. That reaction only made Beatrice's face get more red, but unfortunately, it was not worth the effort, as Jamal's head rejected any slightly complicated reasoning no matter how many times it was explained to him. For that reason, Vince and Jamal orally obey these individuals. That is the best course of action, for I have judged it myself. Jamal, if your excellency says so, it'll do whatever you want, Beatrice growling, in fact. In the end, Abel had butted in presenting a tasty treat, and Jamal responded with money, at the ready, seeing that Beatrice ground. Her teeth in frustration, how cute. As that exchange had put Subaru at ease, a little Spica stopped, pat his back, and gazed at him. Spica, you. Subaru, I'm fine. How about you, Spica? Is there anywhere that feels weird or anything? Spica, you. When asked, Spica made a face that conveyed her crisp feelings, and in order to give Subaru peace of mind, she puffed out her chest with an appeal of how well she was doing, since it seemed like there was no lie in her appearance. Subaru tightened his fist at the fact that start eating was not causing any harm to Spica, and at the fact that their operation was progressing. Seeing Subaru's side profile, Abel narrowed his sable eyes and, Vincent, though it is resentful, it seems your judgment was right on the mark. Subaru, I don't get why that would make you resentful, but about what exactly? Vincent, need I even say the main force of the enemy's army is headed for the fortified city, where the majority of our military assets remain. What lingers in the Imperial capital is a portion of the undead and soldiers unfit for war. Subaru, right, they left behind the guys who can't act cooperatively. I hate how each and every one of them is strong, but that poor Imperial way thing is advantageous for us. Surveying the state of the Imperial capital, Abel made such a judgment, and Subaru nodded in agreement. As Abel had said, the main forces of the undead were laying siege to the fortified city of Garkla as a large army. Those who stayed behind were confined to the strong city fort and were drawing the attention of the opponent. If they put in as much effort as they could, there was hope that the numerical disadvantage at the Imperial capital would be mitigated. The nature of this strategy was a blitzkrieg to defeat the ringleader in the Imperial capital while the enemy was distracted by the fortified city. However, if the enemies at the fortified city had an emphasis on quantity, then the emphasis in the Imperial capital was that of quality. Starting with the cloud dragon Mesoria, which covered the skies of the Imperial capital, the rest of the fighters left behind for the city's defense were each a match for 1,000, all of them transcendent beings possessing stupendous power. That was precisely why Subaru, by attacking each bastion at the same time, we have a second stage diversion. As Subaru spoke those words, Abel, Beatrice, and Spica tightened their expressions. Currently, Subaru and his group were in the northwest of the Imperial capital in the vicinity of the 5th Bastion. He had heard that it was through Garfield's achievements in the battle for the Imperial capital that the star-shaped wall had been greatly destroyed here. He could not fathom just how reliable Garfield had become in such a short period of time, but entering to the gigantic landmark he had made was a combination of Subaru Beatrice with Spica, along with the rugged lord and retainer duo of Abel and Jamal generally. It appeared as if their division was unreliable in terms of fighting strength, but this was actually the best possible configuration. With anything other than this combination, the operation of the rescue from Destruction Squad would certainly fail. However, even if they went with this formation, it amounted to nothing more than them simply standing at the starting line. Subaru with the arrow of the main objective, and there's no doubt that our target is that massive crystal palace. Even if someone other than us were cool with Sphinx, she could just run away. So there'd be no point. Spending many long months and years, this was a being who had rampaged both the kingdom and the empire. If they failed to catch the one behind the great disaster Sphinx, what kind of disaster she would plan next was not something they knew. In order to defeat Sphinx, who would turn into an undead Spica star, eating was the only method. But Jamal, then, before more needless nuisances get in our way, let's make a mad dash for the Crystal Palace and fucking kill the boss of the enemy. Then, with His Excellency's declaration, we'll have retaken the imperial capital. Spica, you. Subaru, while that would be ideal, it's not that simple. Jamal on. Spica, you. Pointing his sword to the Crystal Palace, considered to be the base of the enemy. Jamal's enthusiasm earned Spica's agreement. Having their vigor discouraged, they turned to the one who had discouraged them, Subaru. However, Subaru slowly shook his head sideways. Subaru, there's not a chance we can head straight for the Crystal Palace. We actually shouldn't even heedlessly get close to it. Jamal, bastard, don't tell me you're chickening out. Beatrice, there is also no chance that weak-heartedness is his reason. I suppose what awaits there, in fact. Subaru, a curse because of that merely approaching the palace will make us unable to move. Interrupting Jamal as he ground his teeth in anger, Beatrice looked at Subaru and received that response. He firmly placed his hand on his chest, as if he was remembering an unavoidable, unbearable pain. As long as that obstruction remained, they could not approach the palace. If anything, nobody in this imperial capital would be able to operate in a proper manner. Jamal, why do you say so much about something you haven't even done yourself? Of course, there were also some who could not swallow Subaru's explanations so easily. Jamal was at the top of that list, different from Amelia and Beatrice. There was no such trust between them, so that he could believe Subaru without asking anything like where Subaru's ideas came from. And the same thing could be said about Abel. Between Subaru and Abel, too, there was no trust similar to that which he had with Amelia and the others. Therefore, Abel would. Vincent, within this conduct which seems reckless and roundabout, at first glance your intentions are present. Jamal, your excellency. Vincent, restrain yourself, Jamal, orally. There shall not be a third time obey these individuals, this individual. Emperor Vincent Wallachia did not have trust in Subaru, but he had judged Subaru's actions and intentions by his own ingenuity. At the repeated order from Emperor, Jamal widened his single eye and fell silent. Then he struck the hilts of his twin swords into his forehead, striking so much that blood spilled from his forehead. Jamal, understood. I will absolutely not cause you to say it a third time. With all hesitation having vanished from his face, he gave a deep bow. At Jamal's answer, Vincent nodded, and as Beatrice's eyes became angered, Beatrice, why would you injure yourself? I suppose it needs to be healed right away, in fact. Jamal, shit, don't do anything unnecessary, pipsqueak. This is par my oath. Beatrice, even though you only have a single, what would you do if blood got into that? I suppose there's nothing but people who don't think about the consequences of their actions, so it's tough on Betty, in fact. As they loudly argued, Beatrice quickly healed a wound on Jamal's forehead. To the side of that exchange, Abel glanced at Subaru once again with a well then. Vincent, if we cannot enter the palace like this, are we to silently wait for the others to deal with their matters and create a path for us? That is not what you have in mind, is it? Subaru, you're speaking like you're asking me to show you what I got. There's an important purpose in our fighting as well. Responding to the inquisitive gaze, Subaru placed his hand on the head of Spike at his side, as Spike, at the keystone of the strategy, stared at him with an UU, and Subaru gave her a nod. To thoughtlessly charge into the Crystal Palace was suicide, but having said that, there was no way for Subaru to work against the curse. Currently, nobody could get inside the palace. Even so, if they wanted to square off against Sphinx, who was inside the palace, there was only one thing they could do. Subaru, and therefore. Indeed, as Subaru was about to speak, a sound of destruction suddenly jolted everyone's eardrums. Several buildings collapsed, and as smoke and rubble were scattered about, the structure of the street was being altered as Subaru's group all quickly turned to where the sound had come from. Beatrice and Jamal, who had been quarreling, stood to protect Subaru and Abel as they could not fight, and scowled at the eruption of smoke. Then at the tip of all their vigilant gazes, appearing from behind the smoke, was Jamal, as expected. Being His Excellency's guard ain't gonna be easy. Seeing the being that had emerged from within the smoke, Jamal's cheeks contorted as he spilled out that comment. Subaru and the rest held no objection to Jamal's words. After all, his feelings were more or less the same as what everyone else was also feeling. Oh. As a sound akin to wind escaping from a deep, eerie cavern was produced, a grotesque figure dragged its body along. As it proceeded to the imperial capital, it might have originally had the form of a person, but both the number and form of its limbs were far removed from its original state. It was a figure akin to how a young child would paint by freely moving the brush as they pleased to depict their parent for the very first time, an embodiment of innocence and chaos. It swung its oddly long right arm, branching at its joints like a beast's tail, and it used its large but short left arm to grip the ground and drag its torso forward. On the contrary, it seemed to have 4 meager legs, but they did not function well, so it languidly continued by dragging itself with its arms. The thickness of the grotesque being's body completely varied at the chest, abdomen, and shoulders, but only the part which seemed to be the head had a single large golden eye in its center. Beatrice Subaru, yeah, I know. His name having been called out by Beatrice, Subaru nodded to signal she need not speak any further. The strange grotesque being this was not the first time Subaru and his friends had encountered a reunion with that which he had thought had surely been Finn ISH head off with a dust explosion. Oh, without even the time to wipe his cold sweat, as that fact was fully conveyed to him, the defective undead opened its mouth, which seemed to have been torn open, and gave a loud bellow. 2. Then at the same time Subaru and Abel's team squared off against the grotesque being. Shortly after the battle for the imperial capital of Lupagana was transformed into a battlefield once again. For the battle concerning the Empire, while the ones casting their moves upon the board may have changed the essence of the conflict, remained ever the same, to take the head of the one who ruled over the beautiful palace towering in the innermost core of the imperial capital, the Crystal Palace, was the aim of this decisive battle. That was not just in the case of the victory condition. Even the way the battle must progress remained the same. That was to say, the star-shaped fortress that enclosed the imperial capital fighting for control of its 5 bastions would determine victory and defeat. Ergo, I ain't done yet, no winning chance in Hellflus is only just getting started, you nose-bleeding dragon. Neglecting the pain with his fighting spirit and morale, trying to respond to an unyielding faith, the boy set his very body and soul light and challenged a legend. Bear witness, observers of the heavens, above witness, the choices the world shall make. Reciting the verse with pretensions, guising himself with a smile as he danced on the boundary of what was both characteristic and uncharacteristic of himself, the lightning of childish form cut towards the overflowing second sun together with a personification of refusing to give up. At long last, I was able to meet you again. With a voice unable to conceal her delight, the kimono-clad girl with antlers on her head, accompanied by Snow, arrived at the predicament of the treasured person whom she had eagerly awaited a reunion with. Geez, I won't let you go off wherever you please any more. Come and talk to me properly, Belibro. Straining the expression that was typically as bright as the sun, the girl, who had settled her resolve for this cruel reunion, receiving help from A. Magician locked eyes with the dragon rider soaring across the heavenly skies. And then, golly, guess there really are some casters who got nasty personalities. There ain't an ounce of love in this. Clad in a black kimono and black fur, the repulsive beast, presented with a curse far more repulsive than his own existence, laid bare irises of golden hue that had previously been concealed by the thread-like thinness at which he usually kept the opening of his eyes. And thus, on the decisive battle for the imperial capital, on the siege of the 5 bastions, on the battle to fell the very stars the curtain now truly rose. Chapter 46. The Taste of the Wind. 1. Projected within a shimmering blue jewel was a scene of glimmering flames that seemed like the end of the world. Locked and confined in a dungeon before the eyes of the hanging Priscilla, being projected by the deathly pale-skinned Sphinx, was the fierce battle that was happening in one of the vertices of the imperial capital. On the one hand, taking the very core of the empire for oneself, while on the other fighting against a formidable foe and standing one's ground. The reality of these 2 extraordinary circumstances coming together was already for the verses of legends. As such, the many songs and stories that had been passed down from long ago were themselves thought to have been born in this way. However, that is only if there remains someone to pass along what they saw and heard. Do not force your desires on others, much less upon myself. When boorishness reaches its zenith, even getting angry is irksome, while witnessing the same scene within the jewel. Such was Priscilla's response to her addressee's weak in enthusiasm words. Weak, yes, it was a voice that was weak in passion, not completely lacking passion, just weak feeling. So, with her shapely eyebrows drawn into a frown, Priscilla observed the person beyond the jewel. The undead confronting her Sphinx, who had introduced herself as the ringleader of the great disaster, had expressly come down to meet Priscilla as if to flaunt the tragic situation in which Arakia, with whom Priscilla held deep ties, was presently in. Priscilla did not know what exactly Sphinx imparted to Arakia while she was captured and isolated, but the result was reflected in the jewel, and the purpose of doing so was before her eyes. Arakia was on the verge of exploding while trying to hold on to an existence that was too great for her, and Sphinx was observing Priscilla as she witnessed Arakia's suffering. By those golden pupils the black was vanquished, as they hinted at a curiosity that failed to be fully concealed, as well as a tinge of expectation. Sphinx had an expectation that Arakia's suffering would cause Priscilla's heart to waver. Without a doubt, Priscilla, you are obsessed with mind self. Locking eyes with Priscilla, who had spun it that way, Sphinx parted her lips without saying a word. It was a confirmation and expression of delight, thus being that the very impetus behind the great disaster, Sphinx's obsession with Priscilla, was unquestionable. Although how that originated was still unclear, any deed motivated by obsession was something to be despised. Sphinx have something that was bestowed, forcibly taken away. It is an extremely heart-rending feeling. Such as my learning from observation, how will affect you, confirmation required. Priscilla, your wishes are being fulfilled. Are you in high spirits? Sphinx, it is true, I affirm it. As you said, I feel a sense of elation. I used to take for granted that everything would proceed according to the plans made in advance, but my past self should have understood this sense of accomplishment. In that case, the outcome of the demi-human war would have been different. Priscilla. Sphinx, but that would mean that I could neither give nor could I earn anything. Taking a glance at Priscilla, Sphinx, who had been speaking with great eloquence, placed a hand over her own chest and cast her gaze downward as if reflecting upon something. There, noticing an emotion that was different from both joy and wrath directed towards Priscilla, understood. It was a figure that invoked a sense of mournful sorrow, and it was also what drove Sphinx to instigate the great disaster. Priscilla, setting aside her thoughts about Sphinx's motivations, Priscilla once again directed her attention to the scene projected in the jewel. Regardless, the battle that unfolded on the battlefield was one that could completely change the very state of the world. A clash between what could be said was an embodiment of the empire itself against ineluctable lightning. However, in the midst of it all, Priscilla had not failed to notice the weakness which seemed to vanish into thin air. Priscilla, weak, fragile, timid, born with nothing, and resisting the notion of becoming anything, can such a one leave traces in the verses of myths? Sphinx, what do? Priscilla, who averted her gaze, prompted Sphinx's consciousness to wonder what she saw in the jewel. However, she did not try to ascertain the true nature of what caught Priscilla's attention. The reason was that earlier tremors that could reach even the underground dungeons had erupted in various parts of the imperial capital. Priscilla, I presume that must be my elder brother, Sphinx Emperor Vincent Valakia. Puzzled by the situation, Sphinx furrowed her slender eyebrows at Priscilla's murmur. For her, that possibility was not particularly high. Priscilla, in the underground dungeon, had no way of knowing what was the total number of forces Sphinx had at her disposal. The emperor, who once abandoned the imperial capital, found a way to break through the hordes of the undead. Sphinx, the swordsman who ended my life, is in the midst of a one-unknown battle with General First-Class Erikia. Even if the Emperor Valakia is a wise man, there are situations where one cannot overturn a hopeless board no. With a finger running along her lips, Sphinx tried to dispel worrisome possibilities. However, in the midst of that contemplation, she narrowed her black eyes, and Sphinx, the foreign entity that prevented Valga's stratagem, was involved. Priscilla, ho, did something come to your mind? Sphinx blurted out, as if suddenly realizing. Putting her thoughts into words, she then immediately denied them by shaking her head. At that time, Priscilla deliberately interjected. The moment Sphinx glanced over Priscilla, smiling enchantingly. Priscilla, hastening, when it does not stand to reason. If that is the case, then mind self shall give you advice. Call it intuition, what you have taken hold of. Sphinx, intuition. Priscilla, think of it as the taste of the wind, sensed by your heart. It may be ironic for the dead. Snorting in response, Sphinx fell silent, pondering Priscilla's words. Neither dismissing with laughter nor dismissively rejecting was in line with her innate habit. Calling it innate was also ironic, but Sphinx continued to contemplate regardless of the concept of life and death. Eventually, she slowly looked up. Sphinx, let us acknowledge that there is a foreign entity that could disrupt my plan. Adjustment required. With Sphinx standing in front of her, admitting her own change, Priscilla also gazed upward. What was visible was a dimly lit dark ceiling of the underground dungeon, faintly illuminated by the light of the jewel, yet unable to conceal the weight of history. However, it only served as evidence of the narrowness of the view. Priscilla did not look up at the sky to inspect the dirty ceiling, for her heart would not miss the opportunity to sense the taste of the wind. 2. Having begun unexpectedly and concluded pragmatically, the battle started anew sacrilegiously. As innumerable swordsmen of the same face assailed her from all directions, Iris, after a moment of shock, shattered them heathen. Iris, strange, yet it is nothing more than a paper tiger. As the dress-clad Iris swung her arms, the approaching blue-haired swordsman group of Rowan segments had their heads, torsos, hips, and legs mowed down, being blown away like leaves off a tree. But there was also a Rowan who had slipped past her initial attack and made it to a distance at which his blade could reach her. As he threw himself at her with all his might, Iris easily intercepted the attack. With 2 fingers, inclined her body to evade the sword and swung down her upraised legs to shatter what remained of him. It was quite literally a total beatdown, for even if he had amassed more numbers, he was not worthy as an opponent. That was the difference in strength between Iris and the undead-turned Rowan. Only, Rowan next. As the opponent, who had been kicked senselessly, sprang up one after the other, her thoughts froze. Raising smiles of satisfaction, as if to say they had placed their hands upon their desire, the men, closing in on the group, made up entirely of the same Rowan, turned their blades toward Iris, reflexively fighting back against the berserking sword slashes. While she was countering all of them, what flashed through Iris' mind was the guilt that she had aired. By causing surrender through brute force and chasing people away without taking lives, she had tried to decrease the number of casualties, even if only by a few. Iris had ignored the fact that her arrogant ideals crushed the hearts of those who were died in the imperial way, likely causing them to suffer. As a result, as a victim Rowan state had become like this before her eyes. Iris I am. Evading the swung blades, she struck her Kizaru into several of the approaching faces, kicking one of them up with the inside of her long leg. She grabbed the leg of the airborne body and heartily slammed it toward the Rowans and surroundings, blowing away another 10 of them that were approaching. However, no matter how much she struck and whittled them down, she did not know if the vigor of the reviving Rowans could be stopped. Iris I am. Having suffered, Iris attacked the body of the undead Rowan, shattered, unable to endure. Rowan was shattered to pieces like a ceramic bowl. However, the next Rowan trampled over him with his Zori, without paying him any mind, and was also shattered upon jumping in. Repeating that so many times was the same as being placed in the position of an executioner with no end in sight. By nature, there were some people who thought nothing of destroying things that took the form of people. However, in most cases, the act of destroying the human form, the receptacle of life, was something that took great resolve and determination, or perhaps a customation or a resignation, in order to be possible. Iris could be said to be the extreme of the latter case. Now, still, even if it was an opponent that showed hostility against her, she could not kill them without feeling any anguish in her heart. For that reason, Iris had manifested the soul marriage technique of power that could not be mastered without compassion for others. That was what had propelled Iris to the apex of strength known as the 9 Divine Generals, though its origins lay in a malicious miracle that fettered her soul to the vast lands of the Empire. Either way, even if it was an aberrant existence like that of Rowan Segmont, even if that was a being that would continue to appear no matter how many times it was shattered, it grated Iris' heart each time she shattered them. Tormented by unbearable pain, as it intensely gnawed at her heart, Iris was laid bare. Each time she plucked a life, each time she destroyed something with form, each time she made the world lose the way it currently was, lose something from how it was Iris Old Fisher, and she was laid bare. Iris I am, and thus the final destination of her fissured soul. For Iris, who had unwillingly continued to live on for a long, long time for Sandra Benedict, who had tragically lost her life, giving birth to Priska for Yorna Mishiger, who was shaken by a beloved reunion after hundreds of years. This was an unknown state of mind. Iris saw a hoarse breath spilled from her red lips, and the next moment blood sprayed. As some of the splatter landed upon the cheek of the blades, wielder, he stretched out his tongue and licked up the blood. A smile escaped, the wicked smile of the swordsman escaped. Row in the steps of the heavenly sword, the tips of my toes are thus placed upon them. 3. The stretched out arm slipped through, and the naked blade brushed the bare shoulder of the woman. A beat later, the spray of blood dyed the gray street of vibrant hue, and the finest swordsmanship of Rowan's life, known now that he was an undead, he was no longer alive. So the finest swordsmanship of Rowan's existence was renewed. Rowan, not there yet, him still just getting started. However, as his heart had ceased to pulsate, that insatiable desire spurred his whole body forth in place of flowing blood, and the being known as Rowan evolved at an accelerated pace. The beautiful fox lady he faced off against was dreadfully powerful and unbelievably formidable enemy. The difference in strength that made it impossible for him to fight against her easily smashed through the piling up Rowans. By all rights, Rowan's attempt to challenge her should have ended back when he was defeated. However, these strange circumstances, threatening the imperial capital of the empire and the very world, had not put an end to Rowan. Fastening a blade to his own neck, he gave up on his futile worthless life, believing that there was a territory only reachable by casting away his life. He exerted his blade, knowing that he would rot away and fade to obscurity if he could not reach it, and when he did, Rowan's vision opened up in the truest sense. Rowan, what a plain world I've been seeing until now. Within his open vision, the domain that he had reached during his lifetime with bloodshot eyes was easily surpassed by Rowan. Life truly was useless. Life was not a good thing due to it being the first thing one is granted upon being born. Even recluses like Rowan harbored an unwise attachment to it. Only when he cast all of that away did Rowan obtain the freedom to head for the heavenly sword. Without a doubt, this lack of attachment was a precise qualification to ascend the steps to reach the heavenly sword. Rowan, will now take a gander, foolish son of mine. This be impossible for you. This was a state that those who had lost their lives could finally reach. That was to say, it was scenery that even Cecilus Segmont, unable to conquer death, would never lay his eyes upon. To think it could only be reached through dying, what a sadistic place for the sword god to have placed a heavenly sword. He had won his gamble, hence he would receive his inflated winnings. Rowan, ha ha! As Rowan roared with laughter, his swordsmanship began to reach heights that had once been so distant. No matter how much the approaching Rowan swung his sword, he was felled time after time by the opposing Iris, unable to reach her. As she kicked the ground, he had become unable to stand up just from a blow by her slender arm. Such an overwhelming disparity began to be closed at an unbelievable pace. Here the misfortune of the man known as Rowan Segmont shall be narrated once more. Rowan Segmont held a long-cherished desire, something he kept pursuing, a prayer he continued to long for. However, he had never come across an opportunity to fulfill it. He had never come across a worthy opponent. That had been the tragedy of Rowan Segmont, a man who had been plagued by misfortune until his life came to an end. Here the miracle of the man known as Rowan Segmont shall be narrated. Rowan Segmont held a long-cherished desire, something he kept pursuing, a prayer he continued to long for. And he had finally come across an opportunity necessary to fulfill it. He had finally come across a worthy opponent. Without having lost his deluded obsession toward the heavenly sword, even after death, Rowan Segmont was reborn as an undead. No matter how many times he was shattered or not, he produced beings that shared the same soul, one after the other, transforming him into a monster incomparable to man he was during his lifetime. There were cases when those who faced off against a formidable opponent bearing witness to abilities far and above those of their own, and using the battle on which their life was staked as a source of nourishment, would experience rapid growth. Rowan was trying to invoke that same phenomenon as a miracle within himself. Facing off against the formidable enemy Iris, bearing witness to abilities far and above those of his own multiple times, and using the battle as a source of nourishment, as he quite literally was shattered over and over. That was his current environment. If Natsuki Subaru were here, he might have even dubbed that act of learning through death as learn by death. The undead's unusual obsession combined with his desire to learn resulted in Rowan's sword being sharpened. Having left behind the sword his lifetime, the undead sword technique, designed for killing the work of the undead sword master Rowan Segmont, was hot on the heels of Iris' life. Iris, besieged from every conceivable direction, Iris could not deal with all the incoming sword attacks. Her arms and sides were sliced by the blades, and she gave a slight groan as her blood spilled. Hearing that frail breath, Rowan shook his head in disgust. He did not want to hear it. He did not want to hear it. He did not want to hear the weakness of the strong. Rowan was grateful to Iris. It was thanks to her that he had become strong. Dying itself was nothing more than an impetus. It was something that had been necessary for him, who was to eventually reach the heavenly sword. There was absolutely no need for Iris to worry over that. After all, he did not want to hear it. After all, it was grating on his ears. After all, even though the one who was inferior was surpassing the one who was superior, what he wanted to hear was not weeping but cheers. Therefore, Rowan will be crying now, young Lady, you're making a mess of your lovely visage. Iris promptly hoisted her Kizaru to block the sword being swung down from overhead, and with her opposite hand, she bore a hole right to the center of Rowan's torso. That was the end of this Rowan, but it mattered not. Another Rowan subsequently leaped out and approached Iris as her hand was still stuck in the pierced Rowan until he fully crumbled. Her leg sprang up and smashed that Rowan. She thus had one arm and one leg occupied. Then as a Rowan thrust his sword from behind her, she quickly slammed her tail into him, but blood spurted from the base of her tail. The slashing attack had connected Iris' expression, contorted in pain. Not good. This was truly not good. Rowan, won't you also die and resurrect to keep me company forever? That would truly be an exhilarating future. However, it was likely a future that would not come to pass. Iris. Rowan's gaze collided into Iris as he stepped forward, but her eyes were turned to another place irrelevant to life or death before her. Her perspective was not that of the victory or defeat, the life or death in front of her, but something different, as if she were looking at the past, so to speak. To those who looked not at the future, but at the past, glory would not come. That alone, from the very bottom of his empty, hollowed heart, Rowan regretted. Rowan, your life is mine. A silver flash was sprung at full speed, and as the finest swordsmanship of his existence was renewed, it bolted towards a woman's slender neck. Then an artistically brilliant beheading was enacted where it should have been. Rowan Wah, hindered by a firm, solid, stiff, and hard sensation, the sword technique reaping the life was stopped. The woman, who was a formidable enemy, who was a finest worthy opponent, who could even be called his teacher of sorts, as his brandishing of gratitude towards her was stopped, Rowan widened his black-stained golden eyes, and was struck with wonder. It was regrettable that his attack had been stopped, but the person who had stopped his attack was another matter. It was not Iris whom he had recognized as a tough, formidable, and worthy opponent. It was not a latent strength that she had shown while in the grips of death, but rather an undoubtable interference. Urnasima. Indeed, calling out the name of a nobody, the young voice had obstructed Rowan's sword. Through sheer force, a whole body wedged itself between them to stop the strong sword, but even so, from Rowan's perspective, that was something that should have been impossible. Even if the entirety of that slender body was used to try and get in the way of the slashing attack, ought to have had enough power put into it to completely bisect the body, and yet, you all have the same face, but everyone get out of the way. Subsequently, a voice akin to the sound of bells courageously resounded, and the sound of the atmosphere tensing rend the world. That instant flowers of ice blooming on the surface engulfed the surrounding scene in one fell swoop, getting caught up within that Rowan, and the rest of the Rowans were turned into nourishment for flowers. Seeing himself being frozen still in his peripheral vision, as Rowan jumped back and readied his katana, he gazed over what had occurred. And there, at long last, I was able to meet you again. In a quiet, yet deeply emotional voice, the antlered girl muttered as she held Iris in a tight embrace. Shedding blood and having fallen to her knees, Iris was embraced in the thin chest of the short girl, and while her blue eyes widened in surprise, she accepted the embrace. Then the young girl who had hugged Iris turned her dark eyes to Rowan and, "Scoundrel who turns a blade to Urnasima. Though I may be unworthy, I shall serve as your opponent." With that, the antlered girl had made a clear declaration. Chapter 47. Tanza. 1. This was a complex feeling, but just like Natsuki Schwartz Tanza hated the Valachian Empire, the people of the Empire must be strong. Such a way of thinking was given wondrous praise, and in accordance with it, those who lacked strength were oppressed, and even were they to lose their lives, it would be declared that their weakness was at fault. The weak were unqualified to be people of the Empire. If that were the case, she would like to be excused. None could choose where they were born. Therefore, neither Tanza nor anybody else had been born into the Valachian Empire of their own volition. Tanza hated the Valachian Empire. She hated the empire that had taken her mother and father, the empire that for some incomprehensible reason, such as the imperial way, had tortured her sister to death, the sister who had assiduously raised Tanza, the sister who had been relieved upon finally finding a place where they could live in peace, the sister whom Tanza should have been able to finally repay for everything she had done for her. She was sure that had been why. Do you happen to hate this country? When posed that question, her expression, which seldom showed emotion, became stiff, and she held her breath. Something which must not be noticed, a thought, which must not be known, an ideology, which one would naturally have from being ostracized, she thought it had been found out. However, upon seeing Tanza cast down her eyes as she trembled, the beautiful woman, who had seen through her heart, smiled, and tenderly stroked Tanza's stiffened cheek. The warmth of those fingers felt similar to that of her sister, whom she had already lost. It felt similar to that of her sister, who had devoted herself to Tanza, without consideration for herself, who had died, without knowing any happiness that seemed to be her own. Woman, I do too. For a moment, not understanding what exactly that meant, Tanza was perplexed. After that confusion, she comprehended what the woman's words were expressing feelings about, and she gulped. If a child like Tanza, unknowing of how things worked, were to say that it would merely end with them being scolded and punished, however, this person was unlike them. She was not merely an adult, for she was a person with status. Within this empire that believed in strength, she was one of the 9 people who were a symbol of strength. Woman, I too despise the ways of this country. Indeed, while giving a tender, affectionate smile, that person confided her true feelings in Tanza. 2. Tanza, please send me to Urnasima. I wish to be by her side. In the battle on which the survival of the empire was staked, she was aware that what she was asking was selfish. That was why she had been prepared to endure all sorts of verbal abuse, thinking that being spoken to in such a manner was unavoidable, that even if she were to be showered with cursing and scolding, she still needed to be honest with her feelings. And even though she had thought that, yeah, that's what I intend to do, let her see her face well, and properly go talk to her, despite always selfishly putting Tanza's feelings on the back burner. Only at a time like this did he speak to Tanza's feelings directly, almost like he was giving her an order. That was an aspect she disliked about this black-haired boy, Tanza Urnasima. And right after she called that out, Tanza stretched out her small body as much as she could, and receiving a flash of silver heating, she saved the precious woman, who was about to be decapitated. The shock ran through the entirety of her being, sending a tingling and numbing sensation to the tips of her limbs. But in order to hide the fact that she felt pain, she bit down on her molars, not for the opponent who had unleashed a sword attack, but in order to hide it from the precious woman she had protected. Tanza HK. firmly stifling her cries of pain and her expression she endured. She usually found it frustrating, but at this time she was grateful for her cold face. It must have appeared like she had withstood it with a face, as if to say that it was not a big deal, even though in truth, without the shield of ice concealed inside her kimono, she would have undoubtedly been split right in two. You all have the same face, but everyone get out of the way. Following Tanza's bluff, a courageous voice with a tone akin to silver bells could be heard. The reason why Tanza had not been cleaved in twain, the one who had hidden an ice shield for her, the silver-haired how Felfamilia gallantly swooped down on the imperial capital and pointed her hands at the rows of undead who bore the same face. Right after a high-pitched sound like that of cracking glass enveloped the area, clear ice had shot out of the ground, entrapping the undead one after another in glacial prisons. The undead immediately either tried to jump away and escape, or tried to evade by ducking low, or tried to cut off the freezing with their swords. But those who had selected the correct answer were few. Those who jumped, those who ducked, and those who drew their blades were made part of the blooming ice flowers in the sky on the ground, and with their drawn swords respectively, and were quite literally frozen in ice wherever they were. Engulfing nearly 20 of the undead in their entirety, there were merely a few who had escaped. She wished to exhaust her vocabulary in praise of that, but right now, Tanza, at long last, I was able to meet you again. The severed shield of ice fell from her kimono and diffused into mana before it could hit the ground. Then, with the chest from which the hard sensation had been removed, Tanza embraced the head of the woman, who had fallen to her knees. Even though Tanza had been held like this by her before since she was a tall woman, it was the first time Tanza was embracing her in such a manner. To be frank, she had thought it was embarrassing to have this kind of thing done to her. She had thought it would not set a good example, and it was frustrating being treated like a child, but she had never disliked it, and her thoughts on being treated like a child had also changed. Was it not the case that Schwartz and Cecilis could do as they pleased regardless of being small or being children? Even if being a child became an obstacle when trying to do something, it was by no means a reason to give up. Tanza tried to return that to this person with her whole body, shedding blood, the woman whose blue eyes were widened in surprise. While embracing Yorna, Tanza turned her dark eyes to the enemy, to the nuisance who was getting in the way. And then, Tanza, scoundrel who turns a blade to your Nasima, though I may be unworthy, I shall serve as your opponent. With that clear declaration, she asserted her own standpoint undead. Accepting Tanza's proclamation, neither the undead men nor Yorna, embraced in her chest, made a sound. Were they perhaps shocked by the foolish action, or was it Tanza's sudden arrival that was the reason for their shock? It mattered not either way, and Tanza readied herself while still holding Yorna. Thereupon Emilia Tarya, undead Yuyu. Emilia's sprinting attack was even faster than Tanza's movements. Stepping forth with her long legs, Emilia swung the ice mallets that she had created in both of her hands down on the motionless undead. Undead man who had been focused on Tanza was taken aback as he swept those aside, and he squared off against Emilia. Emilia in the opponent of all of you. Undead, though that last over there just said, should be my opponent. Emilia, right now, Tanzakin, has finally encountered Yornison, who she's been longing to meet you. You guys, you all have the same face, but I won't let you guys get in the way. Undead, it might be difficult to understand, but even if there's more Ami Rowan Segmont, the individual, ain't no need for you to get confused over that. Emilia, I won't let you get in the way. Emilia produced twin swords of ice in her hands as she corrected herself, and the callously smiling undead of the multiple Rowans took the same stance as they faced off against Emilia. From behind, as Tanza tried to back her up with an Emiliasima. Emilia, it's okay, you can talk to Yornison first. Subru requested this of me. Tanza. As Schwartz's name came up, Tanza hesitated to speak. During that time, Emilia left behind a smile as her expression shifted to a stiff one, and taking a step towards the Rowans, who were ready with their katanas in their sheaths. Emilia Icicle Line. After Emilia's lips spun, those words, the surrounding scene was dyed with even more white. Every color was mixed with silvery white, and trying to counter the twin swords of the snowclad, Emilia Rowan smiled in satisfaction. Thereupon an icicle storm assailed. Rowan OHHHH. Rowan OHHHH. Emilia, here I come. Rowan, who seemed to have thought that a contest of swordsmanship was starting, while stupefied at the bombardment of ice, fought against Emilia's incoming attacks. The light ice weapons clashed with the undead's katana, and the sword dance commenced. In the background of that sword dance, Tanza depended upon Emilia's consideration and looked to Yorna. Once again, still her expression appeared as if she had not caught up with the situation. Tanza, this is the first time I have witnessed your Nasima make such a face. Yorna, Tanza, is that you? Tanza slightly lowered the corners of her eyes in happiness, and while staring at that face, Yorna spoke words with meaning for the first time since their reunion. At that question, Tanza nodded. Since their parting at Chaos Flame, she had been separated from Yorna for nearly 2 months. Since there had been no correspondence, it would have been natural for Yorna to have assumed that Tanza was dead. Tanza, however, I have remained safe and sound for the sake of returning to Urnasima. Gazing back into Yorna's eyes, she reassuringly spoke those words. The words that had hit Yorna as her eyes quivered at this reality. For being something she had spoken herself, there was an unthinkable reassurance to it. Maybe this had been due to the influence of the people who could say things without any pretensions. It was proof that Tanza had been through all sorts of things in the 2 months she had been separated from Yorna, but Tanza was not the only one who had changed, as so had Yorna. Yorna was wearing a beautiful blue dress without the kimono that Tanza was used to seeing. She was wearing her hair down more. So then, giving excitement over the novelty, that appearance gave Tanza some misgivings. It was not that she was skeptical of the change in taste Yorna's ornaments or articles presented to her by the inhabitants of Chaos Flame. The fact that she was not wearing them was suspicious. The inhabitants who dwelled in the demon city of Chaos Flame, they all loved and respected Yorna very much. In order to convey their heart of hearts, they would take parts of their unique features as demi-humans, something that served as the primary reason for them being ostracized, put them to good use, and design them as ornaments to present to Yorna. Everything from hairpins to earrings to obodome to pins or threads for her kimono. Yorna clad herself in the affection of Chaos Flame's inhabitants, and had come to present herself in a majestic manner. Among those were combs carved out from a part of Tanza's, and of Tanza's sister's horns. Yorna Tanza. Her name called out by trembling lips, Tanza waited for Yorna's discomposure to subside. She also wanted to assist Amelia as she fought Rowan, but right now, before her eyes, she wanted to put all her energy towards sorting out Yorna's emotions. Nervously, Yorna's fingers reached out towards Tanza's cheek after ascertaining that feeling Tanza would exchange words with her. However, Yorna's fingers did not come into contact with Tanza's cheek. Tanza Urnasima, just as they were about to touch, Yorna held back her fingers and tightly shut her eyes. Instead, she pushed Tanza's chest, which had been embracing her, and sent her a step backwards. Tanza and Yorna, after having finally embraced the two of them, were separated once again, and Tanza blinked her eyes as Tanza could not decipher the intention behind that action. Yorna opened her mouth. Yorna, for what reason have you come to a place such as this, Tanza? Yorna, at present, this imperial capital is the capital of the undead, this place that was abandoned not just by the soldiers of the Empire, but even by the 9 divine generals and the Emperor. What business does a girl like you doing here? Getting up from her knees, Yorna glared at Tanza in a stern manner. Being stared down by those almond-shaped eyes, Tanza's slender shoulders slightly shrunk. For a moment she did not know what she had been told, but she immediately understood that those were words of rejection. Yorna, the compassionate woman who accepted all things, had rejected Tanza. Yorna, this place is far too harsh and savage for the living to be. It would be wise to leave at once. If you cannot, shall I send you off by my own hand? Tanza, if you are distinguishing between the living and the dead, then for Urnasima too that condition is. Yorna, the same you believe that you and I are the same, though she had been struck with shock. Tanza had tried to protest, and Yorna reached her hand toward her. However, that was not for the sake of stroking Tanza's cheek, but to seize her by the collar. 5 of Yorna's slender fingers grabbed the overlap of the kimono, and the legs of Tanza's small body were suspended. She had been held up before, but it had never been done to her in this kind of violent manner. Yorna, you and I do not stand on the same side. I have someone whose side I wish to remain by at long last. I can be with that person again, that is why. Tanza Urnasima HK. Yorna, I no longer have any need for you, or the other children, at a distance close enough that their breasts could reach each other. Yorna looked into Tanza's face. That which Yorna had spoken was a reason she had remained in the imperial capital filled with undead as it was. The reality was not that she had been held captive, but that she had remained here of her own volition. Tanza, just as Yorna was looking at her, Tanza had also been looking into Yorna's blue eyes. Deep within those irises, while Yorna was passing the days in the demon city, while she was gently attending to Tanza and the inhabitants of the city, fragments of a longing that never disappeared could be seen. Yorna, Miss Hager, had always been searching for something. That was certainly something that was unfathomably large and distant to Tanza, and even Yorna was unable to reach it. It seemed to her like searching for something akin to a star. Something that was known to be bright, shimmering, and have a dazzling gleam, but could not be reached. Yorna had always been searching for that. That she was someone who sought such a thing was known to Tanza, and to everybody else. She prayed that Yorna's wish would come true, and if it would not, then she desired to offer something in its place. It was not just Tanza, everybody had thought that way. And now she had finally found Yorna's, which had reached the stars. If that was the reason why she was grabbing Tanza's collar like this, Tanza, please be happier, as you reject me your anathema. Indeed, Tanza gripped the other's wrists and told that to the poor liar whom she treasured dearly. 3. I had become a bad child. Gripping the slender white wrist, Tanza deplored her utterly changed self in such a way. It was not supposed to be this way for Tanza's ideal self. That was the idealized image of wanting to be like her dead older sister Zoe. Zoe was a very strong-willed and kind-hearted woman. The reason Tanza's birthplace had been destroyed was because of the prevalence of superstition that boiling the antlers of the Deer People tribe would create a panacea, causing them to be attacked by bandits who aimed to sell the antlers at a high price. With both her mother and father killed, the still young Tanza was pulled by the hand of her sister, and they were able to barely escape with their lives. But the sufferings of the two sisters did not end there. The evil clutches of those hunting their antlers caught up to them many times, and even without that it was customary in the Valachian Empire to prey on the weak. Many a time their lives were in danger, and the extent to which her sister went through harsh experiences in order to obtain one plateful of soup was something Tanza could only conceive of after a few years had passed. At the same time, she detested that she was entirely dependent on her sister, unable to do anything so much so that she wanted to kill herself. Zoe, Tanza, you must not curse anyone. People who can easily curse others will also be easily cursed in a similar manner. While emaciated and clad in tattered clothes, Tanza's sister would tell this to her on nights when they shared a single plate of soup. Without anybody treating them kindly, everybody was cold towards Tanza, and Zoe, whenever she spoke ill of that world, Tanza's kind sister would without fail scold her by saying that. Not out of frustration, but out of parental love, Tanza's sister would scold her despite being her older sister, and at an age where one would still depend on their parents, it was far too early for her to become a parent. The superstition regarding the antlers of Deer People did not peter out, so the sisters never settled in one place. They were always fleeing, continuing to flee, and when they had become fatigued from all the fleeing, what caught the ears of the two sisters was a rumor of the demon city Chaos Flame. It was told that in that place many demi-human tribes lived together, and that it was a paradise for the ostracized. The mistress who ruled there was said to be strong, filled with compassion, and a wonderful person who did not tolerate the weak being oppressed. Such a prospect was ridiculous, Tanza thought with her childish heart. There was no way such a person existed. It was impossible for such a convenient person to exist. Even if such a person did exist, then why had her mother and father died? Why was her sister so emaciated and ragged as she was leading Tanza by the hand like this? Therefore, you have done well, Zoe, Tanza. Finally, having reached the paradise that should not have existed when the woman in the beautiful kimono brought the two ragged, dirty sisters up to the castle and embraced them as they clumsily introduced themselves, Tanza heard her sister raise her voice and cry for the first time. Even on the day their mother and father died, even on the days that a spectacle was made of her for a plate of soup, and even on the days when an unreasonable Tanza would curse at her with inconsiderate words, Zoe never cried. Seeing Zoe shed tears and sob as she clung to the woman's chest, Tanza also raised her voice and cried, and as she did so, she had a thought from the bottom of her heart. She thought that she would never lose the paradise created by this womano, that she would absolutely never lose this woman Yorna. Miss Higger, her childish heart, firmly believed so. They were provided with meals and a bedroom, and the kimono-clad Zoe was beautiful. She was Tanza's pride. There were many who adored Yorna and earnestly wished to serve her. Among them, Zoe was the most serious and hard-working, and Yorna came to appoint her to a responsible post. Tanza was proud that Zoe was serving the amazing Yorna and doing important work. She had thought that she would be like her sister, one day wholeheartedly serving Yorna and wanting the existence of the paradise known as Chaos Flame to be known to many more of the weak who suffered. Her sister had died 2 years after that life had begun. Outside of the demon city, there was a group of demi-human tribes that sought the protection of Chaos Flame. When they were passing by a fortress of Imperial soldiers conducting a military campaign, her sister was in contact with the group as Yorna's representative and was in the middle of guiding them to the demon city. The Imperial soldiers attacked a group of demi-humans under the guise that they were potential enemies, and her sister was abruptly killed, tortured to death for a reason unrelated to the antlers of Deer People. Her corpse was subjected to disgrace. Zoe, Tanza, you must not curse anyone. People who can easily curse others will also be easily cursed in a similar manner. The words of her older sister flashed through her mind, and in the midst of sorrow, Tanza's heart was ripped to shreds. Even after this, was it something she must not do? Even after this, was she not to curse anyone? After her older sister, who was finally supposed to be happy, was killed, was she still not to curse anyone? Yorna, do you happen to hate this country? Tormented by despair as Tanza suffered as if her own antlers had been broken, a voice called out to her. She had put on a kimono to imitate her sister, but with her scant knowledge of being an attendant, it was impossible for her to imitate her sister, and her weak, brittle heart could not hide what she truly felt. As Tanza lamented that those feelings of hers had been found out, the woman's hand stroked her cheek. Yorna, I do too. While stroking it, the woman affirmed Tanza's rage, affirmed her cursing. And in place of Tanza, who did not have the power or means to give that curse form, she took action, even if that meant she would need to face off against the mighty, mighty empire. She cared not. Yorna, I too despise the ways of this country. Whenever the flamboyant Yorna Mishigur rose in rebellion against the empire, it was always for the sake of another. Since Tanza knew she was a woman who would do so, she did not want to be the cause. She wanted to remain a child who did not cause Yorna to face danger. She wanted to remain a child who did not cause Yorna to face sorrow. Like her sister Zoe, she wanted to be a good attendant one who did not trouble Yorna. And yet Tanza had become a bad child. Tanza, your Nasima, saved my older sister. Tightly squeezing the wrist, grabbing her by the collar, Tanza's lips spoke. Perhaps because Tanza's reaction, conduct, and words had all been unexpected, Yorna's blue eyes widened and her lips faintly quivered. The fact that those trembling lips mouthed the name of her older sister, Zoe, would not go overlooked by Tanza. Tanza, your Nasima, acceded to my selfish request. After the rebellion that clashed directly against the imperial capital, when Zoe lost her life, Yorna had gotten revenge for Tanza's older sister, and Tanza had requested to serve in her sister's place. It was a request akin to the height of impudence, and she was extremely insufficient for the role, but Yorna accepted it with pleasure. And Tanza had served her wholeheartedly. She had been permitted to do so. Tanza, your Nasima, has brought about happiness for a great deal of people. Outside of herself and her sister, just how many people had Yorna supported? Just how many people had been saved and protected by their connection to Yorna? Tanza's words and actions were nothing more than a small fragment of that cluster of gratitude. If Yorna was leaving all of that behind and proceeding without reserve, that would be fine. If Yorna thought of them as a heavy burden and wanted to become light in order to fly up and reach the stars, that would be fine too. If Yorna was unhappy, they would not want to stay with them. If they were to say they wanted Yorna to stay with them, even if she was unhappy, that would be as selfish as a curse. That was why she was going to shake free from the hands holding on to her. Tanza wanted her to at least smile, wishing for happiness. If she could not do so, Tanza, your Nasima, you still love us, without letting go of those emotions which were not in the past tense, but were still present even now. Tanza clearly declared so. In front of her, Yorna's eyes were widened past their limit, and she fell into a state of astonishment. Her face was as if it were completely inconceivable that Tanza would ever talk back to her. In reality, that must have been so. Tanza had wanted to serve Yorna. Well, like Zoe, she had quietly obeyed Yorna's words and put in the utmost effort to make them come true. But a glimpse of her ineptitude for that should have become apparent when she was separated from Yorna. The Emperor and the fake Emperor who visited Chaos Flame in order to prevent them from dragging Yorna into their war, Tanza had acted independently from Yorna and ended up unnecessarily amplifying the disorder. As a result, Tanza was separated from Yorna during the events that followed, and she experienced many things. And now, having finally reunited, Tanza was directly objecting to Yorna. She was a bad child. She had become a bad child. The person she wanted to be happy, she did not want that person to compromise in the act of becoming happy. For that purpose, Tanza would even overcome that person's words and prayers. What a bad child she had become. Yorna, eyes wide open in astonishment, a feeble breath spilled from Yorna's lips. That was Yorna's reaction to the pain from her wrist being firmly gripped. As Tanza's collar was being held up by Yorna's wrist, she firmly gripped the wrist in return. Supposing it was as Yorna had said, that she did not care about Tanza or the others, and that she was freely doing what she desired, then this ought to have never happened. Yorna's sole marriage technique, distributed power to those she loved. The effects would also apply to Yorna herself due to the logic of self. Love, the feelings of affirmation towards oneself, which could even be called a manifestation of the belief that one's actions were right. As long as she sincerely believed that she was correct, extraordinary power would surge within Yorna Mishigur. But if she did not believe that was the case, what would happen? Then, though she was one of the 9 divine generals and apex of the Valachian Empire's military, if Yorna could not affirm her own deeds, she would rapidly lose strength. And unmistakably, that very phenomenon had occurred to the extent that the sword of the undead sword master, who had parted ways with life, had surpassed her in strength. Yorna could not support those whom she could not love, those whom she could not affirm. That was why she could not support her current self. That was why. Tanza, your Nasima, those feelings of love are the only thing you cannot feign. a blue flame of light in her left. Tanza believed in Yorna's love without a single shred of doubt. Yorna, as the suspended legs returned to ground, and Tanza looked at her, while her eye flamed. Yorna was at a loss for words. Pressing down on the wrist that had been gripped so tightly, Yorna looked at Tanza's face in front of her. There was no proof of love as great as the flame housed therein, and she stared at it as if it were unbelievable. It was as if she was under the impression that she could completely deceive her own heart. Tanza, you're anathema. You are not a very skilled person to tie up your hair and get dressed up in your kimono. Will you not always rely on the strength of me, my sister, or of everyone else who loves you? Saying that, Tanza stood up on her tiptoes and stretched out her back, and with her stretched out hand she stroked Yorna's cheek, just as it had once been done to her, and just as she would one day do to somebody she wanted to lovingly cherish. At the sensation of those fingers, Yorna's blue eyes greatly wavered. They wavered, just like when her older sister raised her voice and cried for the first time. It was as if a stout heart was fissuring. Thereupon, Emilia H.K., you can't Tanzakin. Behind Tanza, as she faced Yorna, the voice of a cornered Emilia and the sound of Zora firmly stepping on the ground seized her eardrums. At the same time the sound of blade was unsheathed, she could conceive that a single Rowan had slipped past Emilia's interference and was trying to approach in this direction. Rowan, out of the way, Missy, this over hay race the stage I've yearned for in my dreams. Along with a selfish remark, the enemy ran like a strong wind. Yorna had likely seen him from over her shoulder. Right away she reached her hand out to Tanza's shoulder and tried to push her body out of the way to protect her. As if to return the favor from earlier this time, she would try and serve as Tanza's shield. Tanza, however, I cannot allow that, Yorna Tanzik. Standing firm and enduring the hand that tried to push her out of the way, Tanza rejected that action. Instead, she turned around to protect Yorna behind her and faced off against the hideous golden irises heading in her direction. The unleashed sword aimed to slash through Tanza's neck and cut Yorna in half. Behind her, the stroke of the blade was enough to scorch the chilled atmosphere, and as it approached Tanza's neck, Rowan H.K., Tanza, the stage of your dreams, was it? Stifling the shock in the back of his throat, Rowan widened his golden eyes. That must have been so there was no doubt that he had not expected for the attack. He had unleashed with all his strength to be caught by such. A small child, with her raised hand, Tanza caught and intercepted the flash of silver that scorched the atmosphere. Yorna's soul marriage technique distributed power to those she loved. If one believed that they were correct, and there was no doubt that they were loved, if they selfishly believed that from the bottom of their heart, its effects would be tremendous. Tanza's also mine, so it's like she's basically on our side, right? Ah, how irritating. She was confident that she was loved. She had been infected as a bad child. That was far too irritating and unbearable. She was truly glad that it was in her nature not to show it on her face. Tanza, apologies. I am quite busy, so I do not have the time to be watching happy dreams unfold. Putting strength into her hand and crushing the katana, grasped within an astonished reaction to her front and rear, Tanza aimed at the face of the nuisance before her and drove the fist that had shattered the katana right into it. Giving a strike that went through his nose and caved it into the inside of his head, Tanza made a declaration. Her days of merely dreaming of paradise and continuing to pray for the sake of her precious person were over. Without taking action herself, she would never be able to grasp paradise or her precious wishes. Having been saved by her older sister, having been aided by Yorna, having met Natsuki Schwartz and other comrades in the Police Battalion, and having finally arrived here, Tanza's answer was Tanza, because there is a harsh, cruel, but lovely reality that awaits. After all, in order to reach the stars, she did not have time to stop in her tracks. Chapter 48. The Curse of Thorns. The name Ugur Valaquia, Emperor of the Briar, was known not just within the Valaquian Empire, but also far and wide across the rest of the world. The reason for that lay in the tale of tragic love, engraved into the history of the Empire Iris and the King of Thorns. The tale that depicted the meeting and parting of the kind-hearted girl named Iris and the Valaquian Emperor feared, as the King of Thorns, along with the tragic nature of its ending, struck a chord within the hearts of many readers. The fated meeting between the two and their first parting, thereafter betrayed by his vassals, the King of Thorns was ousted from the throne and reunited with Iris, and hand in hand the two of them began their rebellion. Since then a long, long time had passed, and though the way of reciting the tale may have deviated from historical fact, the most important core aspect, that of two people who were deeply in love with each other, remained completely unaltered as the story continued to be told. Such was the extent to which the story of immutable love known as Iris and the King of Thorns continued to be beloved. However, as a result, the story being told as a tragic love tale which lit a fire within the hearts of people ignored and concealed a part of the original historical truth. Iris and the King of Thorns, the two of them peacefully spending their time cultivating their love, had not been the case. During those tumultuous times in Empire where treachery and lamentation intertwined, they spent their days together, risking their lives, fighting day and night for the sake of their desired future as they engaged in a burning love. And indeed, Iris and the King of Thorns turned the entirety of the Valachian Empire upside down, and finally succeeded in taking back the Empire. Of course, the tragedy which followed need not be said. But before that tragedy occurred, the two had certainly achieved their goal. With her compassionate heart and her devoted way of being, Iris had won many allies over to their cause. With that Iris by his side, the King of Thorns achieved results in warfare befitting an emperor of Wallachia. Results in warfare befitting an emperor of Wallachia remaining unchanged from times of yore. That was the embodiment of the Wallachian Empire's law of iron and blood. In other words, that was proof of power. The Emperor of the Briar Ugard Wallachia was the strongest emperor in the history of the Empire. Go fuck yourself. As a bursting roar thunderously boomed out his throat, Groovy Gumlet leapt high into the air and discarded the Kuzarigama, which had its handle cut in half. A moment later, the Kuzarigama, which had left his hand, burst into deep red flames midair. Had he hesitated for even a moment, those flames would have likely consumed him. His fur instinctually stood on end as he realized he had nearly been burned to death, but he did not have time to feel relief. Ugard, thou doth dance. Well, pup, however, when it cometh to dancing, mine star, is far more of an impressive sight to behold. While speaking fondly of his lover in a detached, emotionless tone, his onslaught of red streaks was relentless, as if blooming in profusion. The weapon he wielded, which had received a blow from the Kuzarigama and had made it instantly burst into flame, without even permitting an exchange of blows, was truly the worst as one would expect from the treasured sword which bore the name of the Empire. It was not just its sharpness, but even its special characteristic, that was exceedingly troublesome. If it were possible, he would have very much liked to produce an article rivaling its excellent quality with his own hands. Groovy, if only his fucking excellency had let me get a nice close look at it. Given that no one apart from the rightful owner could possess the treasured sword, opportunities to see the genuine article were extremely few and far between. While expressing dissatisfaction at how he had been treated as a general, first-class Groovy made full use of his small stature, which had been made fun of by his opponent, and evading the crimson strikes with his nimble body, he dodged, and dodged once more. He evaded because getting hit was not an option. Though it was primitive, it was the optimal solution to use against such an enemy. If it had been Gaz or Maguro here, they would have received the blow without evading, meeting their ends in a fiery blaze. As the aftermath of the slashes incinerated the cityscape, Groovy's nose took in the burning smell as he successfully managed to dodge the gale of the crimson sword. However, he was still unable to catch his breath. Even if he dodged a Yong's sword, which scorched the world as it cut through the subsequent flash of blackness, would bisect the world. Groovy HK, not even his habitual cursing, was able to escape his mouth. As the barrage of powerful swings came from the Yong's sword, Ugard twisted his body and unleashed the brandish of the fiend's sword, causing Groovy's fur to stand on end as he ducked while the blade sighed just a centimeter above his head. The result of this slash did not end with just his relief at his head not flying off. Along the trajectory which the blade had traced a few dozen meters in front of where the stroke had cut the cityscape of the imperial capital, slanted diagonally, a series of severed buildings crumbling in its wake. Its cutting edge was so plainly absurd that even making a dedicated sheath of blade had been rife with difficulties. Such was the might of the blade, known as the fiend's sword Murasame. This fiend's sword, which manifested such impossible power, naturally required a suitable compensation. In order to be wielded, if the wielder were an ordinary person, it would be an untread area which could cost them their very life. Groovy going whoosh 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 with it. You have some nerve swinging it around so fucking casually. Ugard, dost thou hold concern for I whilst we face off against each other? If such is the case, thy fears art unwarranted, diminutive being such, as he need only worry over thyself in regards to worrying over mine star alone is sufficient. Groovy, you don't make any fucking sense. In his right hand the Yong sword Wallachia, and in his left hand the fiend's sword Murasame. Though the foe who dual-wielded the worst possible combination of two swords that Groovy could possibly imagine had not given his name. So long as he held the Yong sword without bursting into flames, it showed that he possessed the due qualifications to wield it. Additionally, green hair with a crown of thorns, a situation in which the dead were revived as the undead identity of the person dual-wielding the two worst blades, a terrible possibility rose to the surface in Groovy's mind as he spat out an endless string of curses. Hence, Groovy Ugard Wallachia. Ugard, even thou dost not call out to myself, I am aware of mine own personage. However, for recognizing myself, even though we art separated by time, I bestow mine praise under thy discernment. Bearing blades of instant death in both hands, he stated this in a crushing voice to his foe, who had opened up some distance between them. And then from the front, the undead standing atop the burning wreckage of the buildings drew back his chin solemnly at Groovy's call. Hearing the undead Sugurds reply, Groovy snorted his nose with a bad attitude, and Groovy even so am still somebody who actually reads books among the fucking generals of the first class, and I may as well just fucking say this while I'm at it in one of the 9 divine generals. Ugard 9 divine generals, also it yet remaineth in existence that position. Groovy though it seems like it completely fucking vanished in your era. In front of Ugard, whose inflectionless speech did not indicate whether he was interested or not, Groovy put his arms behind his waist, drawing 2 hatchets from it and holding them at the ready. He still had plenty of curse tools. The problem was not Groovy's remaining number of curse tools, but rather his remaining amount of life force. Groovy, while interlocking gazes with Ugard, he glanced down at his own chest at the edge of his vision, like before his chest in which his heart was stored was being stabbed by sharp transparent thorns as they writhed. It was good that he had hastily prepared to deal with the curse of thorns that gnawed at his heart by running poison through himself, but this daredevil strategy was not designed for the long haul. The curse of thorns was by how it looked a powerful curse that indiscriminately engulfed a wide area centered on the caster. Therefore, he had anticipated that the user would be the type to hide while focusing on operating and maintaining the curse. That had been naive, very naive. His guess was completely off the mark, and far from being in hiding the enemy, was imposingly wielding powerful weapon Snow. The weapons were indeed powerful, but the weapons alone were not the reason for this tough fight. It was because the wielder of the weapons was a person of extraordinary power. In the current Valachian Empire, the status of General First Class indicated the position of the 9 divine generals. That system had been restored by the current Emperor Vincent Wallachia, and though it had been repeatedly revived and erased several times throughout history, it was during the reign of none other than Ugard Wallachia that the system of the 9 divine generals was first lost. For what reason had the system of the 9 divine generals been eradicated during Ugard's reign? That was Ugard. Naught else could have been done, for those weaker-than-mind self had made an attempt on the life of Mind Star. That was the reason why the Emperor of the Briar himself had executed all the 9 divine generals of his time with his own hands, not sparing even a single one. Of course, Groovy had not been a part of the 9 divine generals at that time, nor were there transcendent figures such as Cecilus or Arakia, but even so, he did not think that the powerful individuals who bore the title 9 divine generals were so weak that they could not hold a candle to Groovy and the rest of the current divine generals. In short, Groovy gonna be a fucking short-term, decisive battle. Ugard ceased from piling on more impure utterances to irreverent. Kicking off the streets where slash marks had been etched, Groovy's body flew toward Ugard. Groovy was ready with 2 hatchets, and while pointing out his manner of speech rather than those weapons, Ugard was calmly poised to intercept with the Yang sword his opponent, who stood ready to intercept him. Groovy furiously bared his fangs, and he struck with his hatchets in a vertical attack. Naturally, the strike was blocked by the Yang sword which had been raised overhead, but that was just what he wanted. Ugard HM. At the moment the Yang sword collided with the hatchets, cracks formed in Ugard's face literally. The crack on the cheek of his pale, prim face was proof that Groovy's blow had permeated through his opponent. Groovy at work, but fuck off. At the puzzled Ugard, Groovy laughed with a sidelong glance as the hatchets were blown away in a blaze of flame. To avoid the spread of fire, he had let go of the hatchets the moment they hit the Yang sword, but the effect of those cursed tools not cutting them, but forcing an impact through them was activated. Originally, it was a cursed tool that had been made to kill opponents who wore thick armor and steel helmets. Even when they were still clad in that equipment, the blade of the hatchet vibrated immensely at such a minute scale that it could not be seen. Even the slightest contact would cause the vibrations to be sent throughout the opponent's body, pulverizing their bones and viscera. Though it would be lethal damage for a living person, he was not sure how effective it would be against an undead. Ugard enthralling, but if thou art incapable of continuing onward. Groovy, whoever said anything like that, I've got a fucked enough curse. Tools left. As if 1 or 2 axes were not enough, Groovy pulled out 2 more hatchets and readied them in both hands upon hearing Groovy's answer. Ugard slightly raised the eyebrows of his cracked face. A hatchet was thrown. Ugard gyrated his body to avoid being hit, and then fired off a slash. Groovy also avoided the slash by jumping, and continued to throw hatchets one after the other. Cruelty, ora, Ugard. Between the barking Groovy and the silent Ugard, a momentary combat between the two turned into a fierce struggle. As Groovy threw his cursed tools as he pleased, Ugard continued to fire blows from his combination of the Yang sword and the Fiend's sword in return. At a glance, the battle appeared to be evenly matched, with only one move from either side needed to tilt the odds in their favor. But in reality, Groovy was at a major disadvantage. His remaining strength, his number of remaining curse tools, and the lethality of each of their weapons were all unfavorable to him. The deadly poison that coursed through his veins was draining his life, and the curse tools that he kept using would eventually run out. While these curse tools might have caused great damage when they connected the opponents, swords would spell certain death if they were to hit. Even to an untrained eye, it was obvious which side had the advantage, and even more so for the two parties involved in the fight. That was why Groovy capitalized on being at a disadvantage. Groovy, it'll fucking show you something. Groovy did not consider himself to be particularly strong among the 9 divine generals. He once prided himself on being the strongest in Wallachia. However, after being recruited by Vincent and seeing others who had been given the same rank of general, those illusions vanished. He desired to be strong, but he did not want to step out of line, and he was not qualified to do so. He was no match for Cecilus with his strength Arakia, with her explosive power Albert, with his versatility Chisha, with his intellect Gaz, with his caliber, as a General Meguro with their survivability Yorna, with her unorthodoxy Madeline, with her anti-army capabilities, and Balaros with his anti-unit efficiency. That was Groovy's self-assessment, and the point had arrived at as a general. However, aside from that, Groovy had strengths that the other generals did not possess. Groovy excelled in his relentless dedication and method of killing his opponents. Groovy Chomp. During his throw, a large amount of blood poured out of Groovy's mouth, with a bloodshot look in his eyes. This was a result of the poison circulating throughout his body, causing blood vessels to break, which then overflowed as they broke all over his body. At the sight of Groovy vomiting blood, Yogurt's expression did not waver. He, too, was a master martial artist, and he must have known that Groovy was approaching him with some means of resisting the Curse of Thorns, but also that this was placing a burden on Groovy's body that he would not be able to endure for long. The blood he vomited only confirmed this belief. Even if Yogurt's blades did not reach him, Groovy would die of exhaustion on his own. Indeed, Yogurt must have discerned this with his insight. Because of this, he would not be able to fully avoid Groovy's mist of blood, as he spewed all of the accumulated blood from his mouth. Yogurt frowned, slightly evaporating the mist of blood with the flames of the Yang sword. The blood contained the poison that Groovy had taken in, but even if one were exposed to it, the damage would be negligible. The goal, however, was not to poison his opponent. It was applied Groovy's blood. It was successfully applied to his sleeve, which he could not shake off. Groovy like fish in a fucking barrel. Immediately after, Groovy smiled his bloody fangs, showing around Yogurt countless hatchets he had dodged so far, drew close to him as if pulled by a string. Using Groovy's blood as a medium to acquire its target, it was a guided tomahawk application of cursed tool known as blood hatchets. Yogurt dodged the incoming blood hatchet, but then his eyes widened as he saw it circle around and come back again. Yogurt, with his incredible physical prowess, dodged, and continued to dodge the storm of blood hatchets coming at him from all directions. But unless he knocked them down, they would eventually catch up to him, as they came flying at him endlessly. However, Groovy was not so well-behaved as to wait for that eventuality. Groovy, you're probably wondering when it's gonna fucking end, aren't you? It'll give you the answer. As he said, this Groovy was not holding an additional blood hatchet, but rather the severed weighted chain from the Kuzarigama that had been burned by the Yang sword in the initial attack. A specially engineered chain weight. It was briefly spun, and then was thrown with arrow-like speed at Yogurt's feet as he struggled to evade the blood hatchets. Yogurt turned his wrist to catch the chain weight with the middle of the Yang sword, immediately seeing the difference between it and the blood hatchets. It was a brilliant move on his part, deciding that it would be safe to defend against it. However, in the arsenal of the master of cursed tools, Groovy, Gumlet, there was nothing one could safely touch. At the moment of impact, the chain weight glowed red, and a tremendous explosion enveloped Yogurt. Yogurt, tossed by the blast and flames, Yogurt finally let out a distressed cry and was blown away. Nevertheless, Yogurt straightened up his limp body, and he immediately tried to prepare for a follow-up attack. Aiming toward Yogurt, the blood hatchet swarmed the motionless target. 1 blood hatchet could shatter bones, 2 could crush internal organs, and 3 or more could end a life. With 10 or 20 of them pouring down, not even Yogurt could withstand it. Therefore, Groovy felt sure that he had killed him. Yogurt, stand tall. Thou art stronger than all the 9 divine generals of mine era. A moment later, Yogurt's fearless face appeared before Groovy's eyes. A slash from the fiend's sword sliced off Groovy's right ear as he leaned forward, and a kick from his leaping opponent hit him in the midsection, sending his small body flying backward. But as he was being sent flying, Groovy undid his waistband, swung his snake whip, sword which was made from a series of snake people fangs, and began to cleave at the head of the pursuing Yogurt. Yogurt, if thou hadst been among the insurrectionists, the life of mine star may have even been in danger. As it unwinded the snake whip, sword unleashed a long, undulating blow akin to the body of a serpent. unsparingly dismantling it with the fiend's sword. As it approached him, Yugurt appraised Groovy's fighting strength by comparing it to his own experiences. And as proof of his honor at that evaluation from the strongest emperor in all history, Groovy aligned his feet and fired 2 grappling hooks from the cuffs of his trousers in an attempt to shatter both shoulders of his opponent. Yugurt, even under such circumstances, thou art as sumptuous as ever. As the heels of his feet were whittled down by those grappling hooks, Yugurt delivered a kick to Groovy, coughing up blood. As a result of that kick, Groovy ripped off the cloth, wrapped around his neck, and unfurled it into the air. For a moment, the line of sight between Groovy and Yugurt was obstructed. Groovy, go fuck yourself. From the one side of that unfurled cloth, Groovy flicked the magic crystal embedded in his throat and hit Yugurt with a surging roar that rumbled the very atmosphere. From an unseeable position with an onslaught equivalent to sound itself, it was a surprise attack that was impossible to dodge. But against that sound, Yugurt displayed the true ability of the fiend's sword. To get to the point, there existed such a saying. It meant to get down to the heart of a matter, but in all things there was an appropriate point no matter the object or phenomenon or even concept. There existed a point that signified its essence. The fiend's sword Murasame was an enchanted sword that bisected that perceived point. Murasame hated Groovy, who had melted it down and reforged in the past, so in order to prevent his outstanding sense of smell from sniffing it out, it cut the point of its scent. Since then it has become impossible for anybody to pursue the fiend's sword Murasame by scent. And here Murasame had cut the surging roar that Groovy had unleashed. Groovy's eardrums heard the sound of the magic crystal embedded in his throat shattering, and the moment he realized that the slash of the sword was about to cleave Groovy in twain. Groovy! A sudden gust of wind had saved a life that should have been severed. Dear me, that was a real close call. I was just taking a stroll and happened to save your life, fella. With the cursed tools he had sent forth for an emergency evacuation having all been made powerless, Groovy's life had been on the verge of eradication. Carrying the tall figure, who had unexpectedly appeared, spoke in a laid-back tone. Groovy was surprised by that sudden interloper, but Yugurt could not conceal his shock either. Not only had he interrupted this fierce battle, but his presence drawing closer had not even been felt until this moment. Groovy bastard. Pushing yourself ain't no good. It was a technique that got cut. But the effect is going all the way to your voice. If you try force yourself to speak, you'll never speak again. Responding to Groovy's voice, which sounded like it was clotted with blood, the person who had perfectly ascertained what had happened to Wolfman with black fur let Groovy down. Then, with his eyes that were as thin as threads, he looked over towards Yugurt, who was glaring at him. Wolfman, I see a curse tool that can chase you down to the ends of the world sure is useful, and yet it was made powerless with a single arm, however. Pausing his words there, the Wolfman watched as Yugurt's missing right arm grew back. As the Wolfman had said the moment the storm of blood hatchets exploded, Yugurt had pruned off the entirety of the right arm, which had blood on its sleeve, and had managed to avoid it. It was not as though that method of evasion had been outside of Groovy's consideration, but if one lost an arm, their actions would dull. Accordingly, even when keeping the fact that they were an undead in mind that should not have changed. Despite all that, Yugurt displayed immutable movements before and after losing his arm. That had been beyond Groovy's expectations, and if not for the Wolfman's interference, he would have connected with a fatal opening that caused him to lose his life. But the significance of that was, Groovy or fugger. Wolfman, just now, did you call me a fucker, Groovy? More importantly, HK. Wolfman, I know I'd be fully aware, even if you didn't tell me. Nodding at the appeal, the Wolfman put his golden kizru in his mouth and set the tip alight. Then, while puffing out smoke, he slightly lowered the pitch of his voice and continued. Wolfman, golly, guess there really are some casters who got nasty personalities. There ain't an ounce of love in this. Seeing the same thing as the Wolfman as he spoke, those words Groovy harbored a similar impression. Yugurt ascertained the feeling of his regrown right arm holding the fiend's sword in his left hand. The powerful emperor of Ur threw off the garment that had been singed by the explosion. Just like Groovy, the curse of thorns had also been planted upon Yugurt's chest. Chapter 49. The King of Thorns. 1. As the one known as the admirer, Halibel made full use of his title as the Kararaji city-state's strongest individual. Even if one surveyed the entirety of the 4 great countries, they would have no choice but to say that there were no shinobi who surpassed him. Even the Empire's strongest shinobi, Albert, would have to make a bitter expression and admit he was the most powerful, evaluated as an equal to the Sword Saint, the Mad Prince, and the Blue Lightning, alongside the strongest of each nation. He had a track record which one could not be ashamed of. There was only one difference between Halibel and the other 3. He did not belong to any nation, proclaiming himself a masterless Ronin. The Sword Saint, who was bound by treaty to the kingdom, the Mad Prince, who had been branded a national traitor and confined in the northernmost tower, even the Blue Lightning, whose selfishness was renowned around the world, held a position. Only the admirer Halibel was a free man who held no official position. Of course, Halibel himself held a sense of gratitude and belonging to his homeland, and would sometimes be asked to investigate and resolve serious problems in Kararaji, but as far as the idea of his existence being owned by someone else was concerned, being used as a bargaining chip in negotiations and transactions was something he was extremely averse to. He would side with those he wanted to help, and he would turn his nose up at those things which did not interest him. That was Halibel's motto. As one of the strongest, the owner of such a whimsical nature naturally caused the assessments of those who knew him to be divided into two extremes. On one hand, there were those who were rejected with, "Without me, y'all would be just fine, you're remarkable." On the other hand, there were others who were accepted with, "It's amazing that you're able to move someone like me, you're remarkable." Either way, he always relaxedly spoke of his praise for others, and so he was always called the admirer. Naturally, this was not the only reason for his nickname. No matter what opponent or action he was faced with, it was Halibel's way of being to give an objective evaluation. And so, Halibel, golly, guess there really are some casters who got nasty personalities. There ain't an ounce of love in this. Puffing smoke from his kizaru, there was no admiration in the words that escaped Halibel's mouth. The tone of his voice was slightly lower, making him sound irritated, something that those who knew him would be surprised by, as he was rarely ever displeased. Halibel did not have a favorable impression of the undead, but there had been a moment when the scope and result of the technique made him feel some admiration for the opponent caster. But for the state of the opponent, right in front of him, not a single shred of admiration could be found. Halibel, slightly opening his eyes, which were as thin as threads, Halibel looked at the opponent in question with his golden irises, throwing away his tattered garments, and wielding an incredibly famed sword was Yugurd. Just moments ago, one of the 9 divine generals, Groovy, had been facing off against this formidable enemy, but now he was unable to stand due to the burden of a technique that had become intertwined with his soul. Seeing that same thing, Groovy, who was beside him, wiped up the blood coming from his mouth. "Groovy Oidats. Halibel," I said, "don't force yourself to talk. I can see it too, that kid." He said that he wanted to leave this an expert on curses. Stroking his beard with one hand, Halibel recalled the boy that had assigned him to the 4th Bastion. Vincent had acknowledged the boy who had gathered immense trust for his judgment of his surroundings enough that even Anastasia held high hopes for him, and told Halibel to respect his opinion as much as possible. Due to his deep knowledge of curse techniques, that boy had assigned him to deal with his opponent, who was said to be a decisive factor in the battle for the imperial capital. With all of Anastasia's boasting, he was eager to fully display the true strength of Kararagi's strongest. Halibel really didn't see this coming. The unenthusiastic Halibel and Groovy, who was at his side, both looked at the same thing. They were both aware of the left side of Yugurt's chest, where the human heart would be, and where a semi-transparent venomous-looking thorn now appeared, the very same curse of thorns that had been indiscriminately disseminated across a large portion of the imperial capital was also eating into Yugurt. From this mysterious fact, 2 possibilities emerged. The first was that the curse of thorns had even engulfed the caster Yugurt and was an indiscriminate curse in the truest sense of the word. However, Halibel evaluated that the second possibility had a higher likelihood of being true. That was to say, Yugurt demi-human answer my inquiry. After he had finished ascertaining that his right hand had regenerated, Yugurt cast his voice towards him. Naturally, the one who was told this and was pierced through by his gaze was a sudden intruder. Halibel, to that statement, Halibel asked me and pointed himself with his finger, to which Yugurt nodded. "Yugurt, if mine judgment does not err, thou art a wolf-man, yes." "Halibel, I that be right, I'm a wolf-man, since Valakio went to the extremes. We're in a position where we gotta feel ashamed of ourselves throughout the world. Seems like we're gonna die out soon." "Yugurt, I see. The second part of his phrase was filled with an intent to eradicate him, but Yugurt nodded quietly, as if to confirm that Halibel was suspicious of the situation. Meanwhile, Groovy raised his hoarse voice to say, "Oi. Halibel, I told you don't force yourself. Groovy, that's not important if you da improver of Dubrayrish. Yugurt, I bear no grudge against thee personally." Before Groovy could finish speaking with blood running through his voice, that declaration was made along with physical form. The casually wielded fiend sword flashed with black, and disregarding Groovy's presence, it cleaved through Halibel, splitting him in 2 from his groin to the top of his head. In just a blink of an eye, Halibel had been split vertically in twain. Groovy HK. At the terrible scene, Groovy, who hadn't been able to speak in time, was at a loss for words, while Yugurt, the one who had cut through Halibel, remained in a posture with the fiend's sword raised overhead. "Yugurt, however, thy race was once complicit in causing the death of mine. Therefore akin to the mole people who bear the same sin, I shall eradicate all thy kind, as an example." Halibel, I finally managed to remember ancient emperors, and you were the original cause of us going extinct. Yugurt HM. After speaking words to the opponent, he had slain. Yugurt scowled when a response was given. In front of Yugurt, the person who answered was Halibel, whose body had been severed into left and right parts. Right down the middle, Yugurt blinked slowly at Halibel's body, as each half gradually parted from the other. Yugurt, that is a surprise that thou hast yet to perish even in that state. Is it perhaps beyond the final destination for those who train themselves to the extreme? Halibel, that's quite the amusing evaluation, but that ain't it just ain't my real body. Just as Halibel laughed playfully, the left and right parts of his body instantly collapsed, and a large amount of black fur fell on the spot, drawing attention to such an unrealistic scene behind Yugurt. Yugurt, do not heedlessly sneak upon mine back. It shall not be pardoned for any other than mine star. Halibel had now ain't that quite the big deal. On the opposite side of his collapsed clone, Halibel's body was cut in half by a slash from Yugurt's right arm be the yang sword that was held there once again. However, the bisected upper and lower body that immediately burst into flames was not the main body either. Having just dealt with a sudden attack to his back, Yugurt exclaimed NGH in surprise as his body abruptly sank down. The cause was a third Halibel who had grabbed him by both his legs and dragged him down into the street. Halibel slipped out of the ground and swapped positions with Yugurt, who was thus buried up to his waist. It would have been ideal to bury him up to his neck to restrict his movements, but Halibel, it ain't gonna go so swimmingly as expected. The third Halibel grumbled and was torn to shreds above the burning remains of the second Halibel. With vertical, horizontal, and diagonal slashes, he made cuts in a grid pattern and blew the pieces of the body apart. Having also cut the ground into pieces with those slashes, Yugurt jumped out. With the yang sword in his right hand and the fiend sword in his left, he had recovered his fighting stance. While dual-wielding two enchanted swords that surpassed human knowledge, Yugurt readied himself and was assailed by two new Halibels from left and right. It was a sort of revenge against the inexhaustible attack of the undead, but the increase in Halibels was something different to that of the common undead. Regarde-toi de vos têtes menaces. Accepting the fact of Halibel's clones with equanimity, Yugurt swung the two enchanted swords simultaneously. Against the Halibels as they came from the left and right, each enchanted sword was ready to unleash a deadly attack, but a third Halibel. Even so, there were times where he had no choice but to make contact. During each of those times, the people who got caught up in the Curse of Thorns naturally reported that Yugurt was the one who placed the curse, and Yugurt had never denied it. In reality, regarding the true form of the Curse of Thorns, Yugurt did not know whether it was something placed on him by somebody else, or if he was the one invoking it for some unknown reason. Furthermore, the curse arch user who had placed the curse, and would thus have the answer, never appeared in Yugurt's life afterwards, and the one who had ordered it remained unknown. Therefore, with the true form of the thorns that haunted his every step unbeknownst to him, the King of Thorns continued his walk for a long, long time. If the curse had never been placed upon him, then those steps would have been interrupted somewhere during the imperial selection ceremony, bringing them to a permanent halt. The thorns isolated Yugurt, and the goal of the one who had placed the curse upon him was fulfilled, albeit not in its original form. Would it not be more comforting to count the stars in the sky than to look out into the darkness? That was save for his encounter with the girl who had stepped into Yugurt's thorns and had approached him. For, Yugurt, I assumed thou hadst fled, Wolfman. Halibel, well, it ain't like I didn't think about it. Sorry, that's a lie. I didn't think about it in the slightest. Yugurt, for what reason hast thou made an attempt to deceive mineself? Halibel, a habit of mine to be rambling on with loose lips, I'd be delighted if you could forgive me without taking it too seriously. Yugurt, the act of deceit against the Emperor is irreverent, yet judging how thou hast confessed thy mistake, I shall disregard thy lie from a moment prior. Greeting Halibel as he returned to the stage, Yugurt drew back his chin in a composed manner. Without being disagreeable regarding Halibel, who had at one point left the battlefield, and then returned, Yugurt's imposing stance had the dignity of an emperor to it as he spoke. Even without his strength, his caliber was undoubtedly worthy of being called emperor. Halibel, to go and make such a person as angry as lava. Just what kind of things did you guys do, my ancestors? At his undetachable connection with Yugurt, Emperor of the Briar, Halibel scratched his cheek. From Halibel's perspective as a wolfman, Yugurt could be called the archenemy of his entire race. Needing to feel ashamed of their race throughout the entire world of the Lakian Empire was still to this day an environment in which wolf people and half-wolf people, mixed blood werewolves, would be unable to escape the death penalty if they were to be discovered. The one who had cemented that as law to last forevermore within the Empire was none other than this very Yugurt. The two races of wolf people and mole people were established as the sworn enemies who betrayed the Valachian Empire, and amidst a long history many of their brethren had lost their lives, and they were massacred to the verge of extinction. In the future, that trend was unlikely to be completely lost. Therefore, from Halibel's perspective, it was natural for him to harbor an equal amount of hatred towards his opponent, but Ugert turning such a gaze upon myself shan't be pardoned. Halibel, what kind of eyes does it look like I'm making? Ugert eyes mine star would make on occasion anyone, but mine star who turns such eyes upon myself, I shall not pardon, nay, 'tis not to mine fondness. Hearing Ugert's answer, in which there was likely no lie or falsehood, Halibel took a deep breath and placed his hand over his left breast. Thereupon the curse of thorns was not present upon him, who ought to have been an abominable, detestable wolf-man. To Ugert the curse was not being invoked. That was something that more so ruffled Halibel's feelings. Halibel supposing that kid went and sent me here predicting that I get these feelings, and Lil Anna, you really gotta watch out. On the back of his closed eyelids, envisioning the girl whom he had known since she was a young child, and who had not ended up growing to be very tall, Halibel held the kizru in his mouth as he said those words. Then, setting the tip alight, he got a good whiff of smoke before puffing it out. Breathing out, he made up his mind. Halibel, it's fine if you don't forgive me, Emperor Sen. That's the kind of relationship between us, ain't it? Ugert, that sort of relation would be. Halibel between wolf people and the Emperor of the Briar. They each had a reason to hate the other, and a reason to destroy the other. Pointing at himself and his opponent, Halibel spoke, thus to which Ugert's expression did not change. He did not know just how many things were locked on the other side of that invariant expression. And though he did not know, Halibel had made up his mind. By merely defeating Ugert, the duty he had been entrusted with, and his own determination, would not be fulfilled. Therefore, Halibel will set you free from that darn disgusting curse, and make you nothing more than just a king of thorns. Chapter 50. Ugert Valakia. 1. Ugert Valakia was a king who had been forced into solitude. Having been afflicted with the curse of thorns for as long as he could remember, he was forced to grow up in a terribly unbalanced environment, with even his family and servants unable to approach him. With his painless condition, Ugert did not have to experience the suffering of the curse of thorns of which he was the source, but understood from the expressions of pain and screams from those around him that his existence was a source of torment to people, and so he accepted his life of isolation. As for the imperial selection ceremony, his chances of winning it were doubtful as well. Common sense dictated that since he was afflicted with the curse of thorns, it would be very much inadvisable for him to assume the imperial throne and be in charge of the national government of the Valakian Empire. Even if he could become emperor, he thought that an emperor who could never appear in person to meet with important state officials or to negotiate with the leaders of other countries must not exist. Therefore, once he decided that he should not win the imperial selection ceremony, Ugert had settled that his life would end at the age when the ceremony begins. Until that age, Ugert would gather all the knowledge he could and serve the imperial family, namely for the improvement and peace of life of imperial citizens. With the curse of thorns gnawing at him, Ugert had been forced into solitude. However, despite his circumstances, Ugert did not consider himself unhappy. He did not feel that he was cursed, and as long as there was a rational answer to the why, he did not resent the person who had done it. Some people were born blind, some were crippled. He thought that his inability to live side by side with others was just one of those things. And in a world where people constantly lost their lives due to blindness or crippled limbs, he considered himself lucky to have survived thanks to his position as a member of the imperial family. Thanks to his origins from the imperial family, Ugert had been able to continue living without family or anyone close to him, as well as never knowing of starvation. Because of that, he would fulfill his duties as a member of the imperial family. While he was sorry for his mother and the people of his house, he would never be able to seize the throne of the emperor. Then, at the very least, he would use the not-so-long years of his remaining life for the sake of the world that encompassed him. Hence, meeting her had been the biggest mistake of Ugert's life. It was not because he came to wish for the imperial throne which he had ought to have given up on, nor had he abandoned the mission of the imperial family. Only he had ended up with the desire to live with Iris. He had ended up desiring so. 2. The curse of thorns was something that had been cast upon Ugert Valakia, and its effects had been designed to force Ugert into solitude. To achieve that objective, what might be the conditions under which it would manifest its maximum effectiveness? The opposite of isolation could be said to be love. That was to say, the curse of thorns was a curse that kept the people one loved at a distance. In other words, the thorns went ahead and disappeared from my chest, and the fact that they haven't disappeared for anyone else has got to be the answer. Biting lightly on the mouthpiece of his kizru, Halibel murmured while patting his own chest. Having betrayed the King of Thorns wolf people and mole people had ended up being labeled as traitors in even the fairy tales that had been passed down for a long time, being one of the former, himself the reason that the thorns had disappeared from his chest was that Ugert had recognized Halibel as a wolfman, and thus he had fallen outside of conditions for the curse of thorns. The curse of thorns would not be activated unless directed at something one loved. Halibel being someone with immense affection, I can't help but wonder who that was bad for. Mixing his frustration with the purple smoke, Halibel took a deep drag from his Kizaru. The special tobacco dropped onto bowl burned out in a single puff, filling Halibel's unusually large lungs with smoke, and the subsequent instant biting down on his teeth. And tossing the Kizaru upward, Halibel in his black kimono tilted his upper body, and the black hair on his back was slashed by the fiend's sword that was swung diagonally. Behind him, as the cityscape of the imperial capital tilted diagonally in the aftermath of that slash, Halibel's towering stature stepped forward, along with another 3 tall figures doing so simultaneously. Those tall figures were Halibel, each one an exact duplicate of the others. However, Yugurd, that acrobatics feat of thine I have witnessed erstwhile. The Yong sword wielded in his raised right hand descended, and flames covered the path of the 4 Halibels. The hue of the scorching flames was too intense, creating a curtain of flames on the street that even appeared white, forcing Halibel and his duplicates to make a choice, namely the options were to leap over flames or take a detour. However, Halibel took neither of these 2 choices, and instead went for a third. Halibel, it's a little bit different from the trick I showed you earlier. 2 of the 4 Halibels took the lead, thrusting their palms into the rising curtain of flames. Halibel's palms released in conjunction with a step that caused the cobblestones to explode, moved like battering rams that could blow away a poorly constructed castle gate in a single strike. However, these 2 strikes were stopped just short of the flames simultaneously, and the generated wind turned into a storm, blowing away the fire. Yugurd's expressionless brows moved slightly at the strike, but it was still too early to be surprised. The 2 who had lagged behind surpassed the 2 who had advanced earlier, forcefully slamming the same battering ram palms into Yugurd's torso. Yugurd, HK. Suppressing the groan in the depths of his throat, Yugurd was blown directly backwards by the impact. However, it was shallow. In an instant, Halibel's palms were caught by the flat side of the Yong sword, and he himself was propelled backwards. Even so, though Halibel's attack could not be completely nullified, Yugurd was forced to recognize his extraordinary martial skills despite his position as emperor. Without assuming the position of an emperor, he would have felt as if he had lost face, as his opponent was solely a shinobi. But it could not be helped. Given Yugurd's constitution, he could not rely on subordinates to protect himself. The emperor had no choice but to protect himself. Halibel, I ain't gonna hold back. Disregarding the circumstances of pursuit did not ease for Yugurd, who had been blown away. To kill the inertia flying backward, Yugurd slid his toes on the ground and turned toward the voice of Halibel that had sounded nearby, and he attempted to deliver a slash with a twist of his body. However, the Halibel who was there received the diagonal slash and promptly disappeared in a scattering of fur from directly below. Another Halibel kicked up, catching Yugurd with widened eyes. Yugurd mug. Kicked in the back, Yugurd floated in the air, and as he was pounded by Halibel from all directions, from all sides, there were mirror images of wolfmen who swung their hands in karate chops. Yugurd, however, was not about to let himself be defeated and used the Yong sword's pulverizing ability against them. In essence, an explosion of the atmosphere caused by super rapid heating their movement would be disrupted. The bright, red-hot Yong sword spun an explosion, and Yugurd's slash circled in the air as it cleaved all 4 Halibels in half. Instantly, the 4 Halibels erupted in flames, all of them turning into fur, instead from directly above an elbow strike as powerful as a battle. Axe smashed Yugurd in the head, and the emperor crashed into the streets of imperial capital as he spun vertically, creating a circular crater accompanied by the sound of an explosion. Landing beside the crater, Halibel quickly reached out, catching the Kizaru that he had tossed with his mouth just before the collision. And then, Halibel, that's something that'd usually kill you, but I'm guessing things won't go that easy. Yugurd indeed. Amidst the dispersing smoke, Halibel's voice, as he looked down into the center of the cavity, was met with a calm response. Though it was quite harsh to not have inflicted any damage despite everything he had done, the outcome was as expected. So the emotional toll was kept to a minimum with this current confrontation. Halibel revised his evaluation of the Yong sword, and the Fiend sword. He had initially considered the Fiend sword to be more dangerous, but the Yong sword was proving to be more than formidable. And more than that, Yugurd art, thou employing both clones with substance and clones that are hollow. While raising his body within the crater, Yugurd analyzed their combat from just moments prior. Neither confirming nor denying the observation as correct or incorrect, Halibel licked the blood dripping from the cut that had emerged on his left cheek, with his tongue offering silence as his response. Yugurd's such technique will require a blood-curdling ordeal to master. 'Tis worthy of commendation. Halibel, well, thanks for that. His responses were kept minimal to avoid giving up information unnecessarily, but Yugurd's observation was correct. Halibel's clones could be divided into two types: those that were merely illusions made of fur, and genuine clones with substance on par with Halibel's real body. With this combination, the essence of Halibel's fighting style evolved around toying with his opponents, and even just the illusory clones were equipped with the ability to completely subdue any average opponent. The problem was that Yugurt was not any average opponent, and furthermore, Halibel's signature tactic of Cursegraph would not work against him. Techniques designed to kill would not be effective against an opponent who was already dead. Not to mention that Yugurt's soul had already been inflicted with a curse so strong that no others could surpass it in that regard. However, Halibel, if I don't follow through on the things I've decided to do, he'll be in for a scolding by Lil Anna. Spinning the Kizaru around in his hand, he placed the next piece of tobacco into the bowl and lit it. Same as before, he filled his lungs with smoke in one go and deceived his brain with the illusion that his limbs were coursing with strength. Then towards Yugurt, who was in the center of the cavity, his next attack would. Yugurt, this shan't do, as thou art too formidable. I have no choice but to display mine true strength. In the next instant, Yugurt leapt out of the crater and raised the Yang sword before him. As the Yang sword descended, Halibel promptly intervened not with the sword, but by catching Yugurt's right arm, which held a weapon, to block the attack. Immediately after the released shockwave passed behind, Halibel, reducing the mangled and incinerated remains of the imperial capital's buildings to scattered embers. At this moment, Yugurt only held the lone Yang sword in his hand. The fiend's sword he had wielded in his left hand until then had been thrust into the cavity abandoned. That was not a decision to relinquish a powerful weapon. Yugurt, rather than dual wielding a combination of twain swords, I have yet to grow accustomed to. I shall face you with a single blade in which mine mastery doth reside. Halibel, really now you're a darn unpleasant person, your excellency the emperor. In all cases, choosing the opponent's least favorite option was originally the style of a shinobi. Against Yugurt, who implemented that with insight and determination, Halibel kept Yugurt's arm restrained and had his clone step forward from three other directions. A palm blow and a kick together, with one of them delivering a scatter shot of flying debris. By striking a stone they had scooped out from the ground, Yugurt, with his arm held, deflected them away with his overwhelming swordsmanship. The Yang sword in his right hand had instantly vanished, then had reappeared in his left hand, and through that he was able to blow the three approaching Halibels away while scorching them. Two among them were clones made of fur, but the one who had performed the scatter shot was a genuine body. Sensing the burnt smell of his own fur being scorched, Halibel delivered a karate chop, boring into the cheek of the Yugurt as it grazed past, and a few seconds of ultra-high-grade combat had begun. 3. Herein there lay an irony that ought to be called a twist of fate. The curse of thorns had forced Yugurt into solitude, but the curse itself brought no pain whatsoever to Yugurt, who had congenital analgesia. However, even if Yugurt was divorced from pain, it was a fact that the curse still ate into his body, and that he continued to receive its effects. In truth, though the young Yugurt had not felt pain, either he did experience a suffocating sensation due to the oppressive nature of the curse, and his actions had thus been limited, but that influence had determined the amount of time he had left, and was rather inconvenient for Yugurt, who had already made up his mind concerning the things he wanted to do. The level of concord between his body and mind was uncertain. But at some point the effects of the curse of thorns had stopped having any disturbance whatsoever on Yugurt's body, and Yugurt became fully capable of taking action for the sake of fulfilling his own objectives. That was to say, Yugurt's body had grown to be able to deal with the danger that constantly threatened his life. The details of how the strongest emperor in the history of the empire had been born lay within that irony. Having optimized itself in order to simply live, Yugurt's body worked incredibly as a foundation for nurturing his mechanical diligence. In a position where no guards could be assigned to him, Yugurt had trained himself in order to protect himself, having been granted talent, as well as a body that could fully utilize that talent. He continued to grow stronger beyond comparison. Since the curse of thorns had made Yugurt stronger, this was a meaningless supposition, but his strength and ability with the sword were such that even if the curse of thorns had been absent, he still would have been able to wipe out the 9 divine generals of that era. Of course, Yugurt's battles in reality almost always consisted of him beheading an opponent who was suffering from the effects of the curse of thorns, and his battles against the 9 divine generals went mostly the same. For Yugurt, battles were not a contest of strength, but rather a situation in which he must perform the duty of executioner. Aigori besto me in the place. This was not a widely known fact, but among the Valachian emperors throughout history, Yugurt Wallachia was the emperor who spoke those words the most. Precisely because they stood not on the same base, precisely because he understood he had been granted a position that differed to that of others, Yugurt was generous in his praise towards others. Therefore, this was quite the ironic encounter. The ironic fact that the Emperor of the Briar, who had given the most praise to others in the history of the empire, and the Wolfman, who took that way of being upon himself in the modern day, naming himself the Admirer, were clashing here like separated by life and death. But within this chance encounter, there yet remained another irony that ought to be called a twist of fate. As mentioned previously, battles were always a one-sided affair for Yugurd. As the Curse of Thorns ate into his target, Yugurd would face off against enemies that could by no means be said to be imperfect or usual. Conditioned and he would behead them, he never attained victory by any other means. That general conception Yugurd Valakia held of battles began to change. Through his fierce clash against the admirer Halibel, a wolfman, who did not receive the curse, that change was yielded. Yugurd as a breath leaked out from his slightly open mouth, a flash of Yugurd's blade dyed the world in crimson. The fiery flash of the sword diagonally cut through the air, yet within the path it carved the figure of the tall wolfman was nowhere to be found. His opponent had ceased producing clones at random, and had altered his movements toward a thorough evasive maneuver. His objective was not to buy time, but rather to ascertain Yugurd's swordsmanship. Yugurd, a fine decision. Honest praise complimenting that the correct choice had been made filled Yugurd's heart. This resurrected body was in great shape, despite the poor quality of its skin, and Yugurd even harbored the misapprehension that he could move inexhaustibly. Of course, that was not the case in reality. This body was not something that could surpass his strength and life, and he ought not to desire anything more excessive than the restoration capabilities whenever the body was broken. Even the bodies of the undead still felt pain all the same. Ergo, Yugurd stood here alone as a guardian of this location. Even if the others were undead, so long as they entered the range of the curse, they would still be tormented by the binding. For even if they were undead, Yugurd had no intention of indiscriminately inflicting pain upon the peoples of his country. And above all, Yugurd, I do not wish to allow any personage to disturb mine battle against thee. A battle? This was indeed a battle. Contesting his skills against Halibel's while altering the very form of the imperial capital, Yugurd funneled all his might into the arm-wielding, the Yong's sword, and absorbed himself in his rendezvous with an enemy who refused to die. Since his birth, since his death, this was the very first time he felt his spirit surge within himself while swinging his sword at another. The first time Yugurd had fatally wounded a person was when an assassin, having broken into the mansion where he lived in isolation from his family, writhed in agony in the courtyard as they held their chests begging for Yugurd to kill them. Ever since taking his first life at the age of 7, as far as Yugurd was concerned, drawing a sword was tantamount to performing an execution. Though how was that? The sensation of wielding his trained swordsmanship to the fullest, yet still only pursuing a life, it could not reach what a luscious and esteemed sensation it was. Yugurd, his thrust-out arm was caught from above and below by his opponent's karate chop, a knee pulverizing his elbow. The Yong's sword, which had parted from his hand, vanished into the air, and transferring it to his intact right hand, it flashed with a horizontal strike. His opponent evaded it by slipping into the ground and brushing Yugurd's left hip with his fingertips as he slipped through a hole around the size of a fist was gouged into his hips. As he turned around, he made an attempt to reach the distant back with the Yong's sword, but he was thwarted by the outstretched arm of a clone from another direction, simultaneously unleashing kicks at the chest of the other. He was furiously blown away. Yugurd half a step. Next time he would take half a step further. Even though Yugurd's swordsmanship had failed to do so just 10-odd seconds prior, he was confident that he would be able to do so the next time around was a feat he had never performed during his lifetime or after his death. However, he could envision innumerable derivative techniques. That was the growth of an undead greedy to the point of desperation, forced into solitude by the Curse of Thorns, and with his notion of battles having been altered to that of executions, Yugurd Valakia had never had the opportunity to improve his strength as a warrior. For the purpose of self-defense, his sword could be trained as much as was necessary due to his unique circumstance, but not more than that had been required. That swordsmanship of Yugurd's was now rapidly gaining a vast amount of experience, becoming greatly polished. Yugurd was completely unaware that the being he was facing off against was the strongest being of the Karaji city-states, namely, a being among the top 5 most powerful individuals within the current world. But absorbing such enormous amounts of combat experience through this confrontation of which he was ignorant as an undead, Yugurd was allowed to grow into a being that greedily became stronger to an extent much greater than he had been during his lifetime. Yugurd, I bestow praise, nay, I thank thee. Therefore, what spilled from Yugurd's mouth was not commendation, but rather gratitude. A descendant of the abhorrent wolf people had brought about a powerful emotion which Yugurd had never felt during his lifetime. Since that was not a displeasing sensation, there ought to have been an appropriate evaluation of the one who had presented it. That was something that had come from the bottom of Yugurd's heart. Halibel, you don't got to thank me, 'cause, after all, I'm going to win. As ever, Halibel's quick comebacks were irreverent, but even that irreverence was refreshing. When he thought back on it, Yugurd had scarcely experienced being talked back to, perhaps because people did not want to oppose the Curse of Thorns, excluding those who had chosen to betray him. It was essentially only Iris who had ever expressed her opinions to Yugurt. Yugurt, oh star of mine, in front of Yugurt as he muttered. So the figure of the wolfman faded like mist, combining a peculiar walking technique with an unbelievable movement, speed, and optical illusion, occurred in a form differing from that of the clones at the sensation of afterimages being left in his consciousness. Yugurt could not help but admire that versatility. However, there was no need for him to be deluded by such a cheap trick. The approaching presences were from directly above and from his. Left and right at the signs that lethal strikes were furiously closing, and Yugurt turned the other way utterly undaunted. Then, going half a step further than last time, he stepped towards a rear. Yugurt, thou plainly scatterest thy presence, ergo the direction. Bereft of any presence is where thou truly residest, Halibel Guh. His angle of turning around had been insufficient, but still the bottom of the Yang sword's hilt sunk into Halibel's side the moment he received the sensation of his opponent's bones shattering. Yugurt immediately channeled heat into the Yang sword's blade. The yielded explosion allowed the bottom of the hilt to bury itself even deeper, crushing Halibel's insides. Yugurt, ohhhhhh. With an impact so powerful that it broke his own wrist, Yugurt blew Halibel away. Realizing that he had involuntarily roared as he blew his opponent away, Yugurt gained a slight shock. Within Yugurt's vision of blown away, Halibel crashed into the rampart, and the wall violently fissured. The tall wolfman threw out his legs and lowered his head. That had been all of Yugurt's might. He had unleashed a tremendous blow, the most polished blow he had ever fired off in all his time, both alive and post-mortem. That sensation was being updated again and again during his fight against Halibel. Half a step. He had taken half a step further next time. He might even go half a step further, and then half a step further again. Or even further beyond to where scenery the likes of which Yugurt had never before seen was stretched out. If Halibel stood back up and continued to fight, he might be able to grasp that henceforth rise, and do battle, as Yugurt recognized that he was thinking this from the bottom of his heart. Yugurt, I must hasten to the side of mine, star. I am finished with thee. Taking the upsurge of spirits approaching their peak and his strong emotions as a warrior, he twisted them into love towards Iris. Halibel, he shall admit to it, his battle against Halibel had indeed raised his spirits. In every conceivable meaning, this had been a stimulus which he had never experienced in either his lifetime or his time after death. He had gained the perspective that upon that path of enhancing himself which he had not gone down before in his life, such scenery existed. He did not know whether he would ever be able to have an experience as significant as this in the future. However, even so, no matter what, Yugurt, it doth not compare to having mind star within mind sight, even if that is for but a blink of an eye. That was Yugurt's sense of value, something that had never changed in both his lifetime or after his death. No matter the unknown stimuli or elevation of spirits, they would not be able to reach Yugurt, who knew Iris. Despite having understood that he ought to relinquish it, that he ought to give up on it, the reason Yugurt had desired the imperial throne was because he understood that without it, he would not be able to keep the time he had with Iris for even a second longer. Since he had obtained the imperial throne in exchange for that selfishness, even though the time after he had lost Iris was far longer than the time he had spent with her, he continued to fulfill his duties as emperor. Yugurt Valakia was the emperor who had spent the least amount of time in the Crystal Palace of the imperial capital during his reign. After losing Iris, Yugurt spent most of his life as emperor by his lonesome. He even concluded the objective of producing successors with minimal amount of contact and had dedicated his life to the empire. Everything else in his life he used for the sake of Iris, therefore. Yugurt, I slay the old sable wolfman. Declaring that any further time was unnecessary, Yugurt took the Yang sword in his hand and turned his feet towards the rampart. Then he aimed to burn the collapsed Halibel to a crisp with a flash of the sword, had been unable to do so, having just attempted to swing the Yang sword. Yugurt's right arm burst open at the shoulder. Yugurt, what? At the impact that gave him no sensation of being pierced, Yugurt raised his eyebrows, but the pinnacle of his shock lay at what occurred right after the arm of the undead did not begin to regenerate, having been shattered like ceramic fragments of his right arm scattered, and the Yang sword was thrust into the ground. And then, Halibel finally found the dead spot. Akin to an exhale, Halibel spoke in a low voice as he stood up from the rampart. The wolfman, leaning his back against the fissured wall, as he stood up, placed his kizaroo in his mouth once again. Slowly he placed tobacco into the bowl, snapped his fingers to set it alight, and breathed the smoke into his lungs. While beholding that action, Yugurt placed his hand over the injury of his right arm, which was not recovering. The arm that had disappeared from his right shoulder onwards showed no signs of starting to regenerate. He clearly understood Yugurt's right arm had been the first part of his resurrected body to die anew. The one who had done that was Halibel, who stood before his eyes, and it seemed to be the result of the dead spot of which he had spoken. Yogurt there yet remaineth an abundance of things of which I am unaware. Halibel ain't that right? It's fantastic that I was able to teach you that. The wolf people were about to be wiped out just before I could do so. Clearing his throat with a smile, Halibel nodded as smoke escaped his nostrils. The versatility of this wolfman had impressed him repeatedly, but this was the highest grade to think he was even equipped with a technique to kill the undead. His skills and expertise were terrifying. Yogurt in the same manner, as thou hadst rend mine arm, shalt thou take even mine life. Halibel, that was my intention for observing you. After all, seems like Idolo be a little tough, but well, I think Emma be able to do it, don't you agree? Yogurt, thy boasting is irreverent, however, as it is refreshing, I shall forgive it. Drawing the Yong sword out of the ground with his remaining left hand, he faced Halibel, though he could not read the expression of Halibel, who stood with a loose posture. That statement and demeanor were audacious, and they were no bluff. Yogurt's opponent had also made preparations to slay him as the bugging passion within his chest, something he had become aware of for first time, surged once again. He immediately trampled it. Feeling an unknown avarice within himself, he could clearly state this. There existed no radiance in this world that could satisfy Yogurt more than Iris. That was why Yogurt's 61st Emperor, Yogurt Wallachia Halibel Admira Halibel. They gave their introductions, and in the next moment the figures of both Yogurt and Halibel disappeared as time itself vanished. Yogurt, behind each of them as they plunged forth, the kick ground exploded, and clouds of smoke immediately erupted, using those explosions as a propelling force. The dozens of meters between Yogurt and Halibel had disappeared. With such extreme speed that it appeared as if the world had shrunk, Yogurt's blade sliced through the air in anticipation. The unleashed slash of red dyed its diagonal path a deep crimson, and releasing heat a moment belayed a scorching temperature capable of melting even stone, and turning into liquid was produced. However, Halibel slightly inclined his body to evade that slash, and only suffering the flesh of his back, being slightly singed red at his right shoulder, he pressed forth. Then towards Yogurt, who lacked an arm, Halibel sprang his front leg up and kicked Yogurt, raised up his knee, and caught the blow, and a shock wave exploded between the two of them. The shock wave blew the flames and rubble around them away, and at a distance where they could feel each other's breaths, they furiously traded blows between karate chops, and the treasured sword crimson between kicks, and elbows ramming and grappling techniques interlaced, and the blink of close combat chipped away at Yogurt's body piece by piece. But his opponent had also sustained damage. Strangely enough, despite having an arm missing, the degree of wear and tear on both sides was around the same. Therefore, in order to secure victory, Yogurt took half a step further mentally. Yogurt, the Yong sword Wallachia. In the midst of their rally, the treasured sword, its name having been called out, vanished from Yogurt's hand, sheathed into the sky. It was supreme treasured sword that could be freely drawn again, having relinquished at the left hand that had become empty, caught Halibel's knee, and he crossed gazes with his opponent's thread-like eyes. As irony would have it, the eyes of the wolfman and the undead were both of golden hue. Just what did those eyes see, putting strength into his jaw enough to bite through the mouthpiece of his kizaru? Halibel's body greatly bent backwards. Above his head, the Yong sword, which was unsheathed from the sky, nearly grazed him. The Yong sword that had been sheathed in the sky was drawn again from the sheath that was the sky by utilizing that mechanism of sheathing. And unsheathing the sword, Yogurt performed a deadly strike, though the first time he'd used it had been magnificently dodged. However, with his stance broken, Halibel used his momentum from bending backwards to place his hands on the ground and furiously performed backward somersaults to avoid the successive slashes. As Halibel escaped from him, Yogurt took a moment to charge up his next sword, slash, and notice something. Yogurt. Beyond the backward somersaulting Halibel, there was a crater in the ground which Yogurt had made, and towards that cavity a small figure from outside the battlefield leaped. It was Groovy Gumlet, who ought to have withdrawn from the war front, leapt whilst coughing up blood. In the direction he was headed, the fiend's sword was lodged within the crater, and reaching his hand towards it. Yogurt magnificent coordination, however. He did not call the sudden intrusion an act of cowardice. He had been aware of Groovy's existence from the outset. For Groovy to assist Halibel in the 11th hour was only natural, since they were allies, or rather anything else would not have made sense. But he would not allow that action, overcoming even that Yogurt would be victorious. Yogurt, I shan't allow thee to take the fiend's sword. Holding the Yong sword aloft, Yogurt threw it at Groovy as the latter leapt toward the cavity. That instant the speed of the treasured sword accelerated as it spewed fire, and becoming a ray of crimson light, it went past Halibel's flank and made a mad dash towards Groovy. Even if he had let go of it, the forte of the Yong sword was such that he could return it to his hand at any given moment. After the treasured sword skewered Groovy, he would recall the Yong sword in his hand and challenge Halibel rather at this moment. It was a delightful miscalculation that his body was now lighter without the Yong sword as he pursued Halibel. Of course, he had also considered the possibility that Halibel had aimed for this and would counterattack, so he readied himself and... Groovy HK. The thrown Yong sword flew in a straight path and skewered Groovy's small body. Even though Groovy twisted his body, the treasured sword Crimson still pierced his right side as the blade bored deep into his body. Groovy widened his eyes and coughed up a blood clot at that impact, and then an ear-splitting screech. Groovy we got you fuckface had not been let out. Instead, Groovy's blood-stained mouth smiled, and he stretched out his finger to point at Ugard. There was disrespect, but surpassing, even that there was a shock that occurred within Ugard's vision. With just one more step to go ahead of him, Groovy's hand did not reach the fiend's sword, but even though he had not touched it, it snapped out of the crater, as if to escape from his hand, and flew away. Groovy, just so you know, this bitch-ass katana fucking loathes me. It was reasoning beyond his comprehension. However, such strange idiosyncrasies were an unavoidable part of enchanted and treasured swords. Snapping out, the fiend's sword fled from the cavity, while revolving, and caught by a hand covered in black fur, the bewitching luster of the blade flickered. With the fiend's sword in hand, Halibel readied himself before Ugard. For a brief moment of combat, Ugard immediately recalled the Yong sword with the treasured sword no longer inside of him. Groovy's abdomen spilled a vast amount of blood. But Ugard had certainly taken up a weapon and brandished it toward Halibel, who shouldered the fiend's sword. Then as a flash of crimson swung down from overhead, it was unleashed as a blow that updated the most supreme swordsmanship in all Ugard's time, both alive and after death. Halibel, really now, that's just so darn praiseworthy. If it were me, that would have completely destroyed anyone on the receiving end. Ugard, with an arrogant manner of speech, however, taking that preeminent feat into consideration, I shall forgive it. As Halibel made that statement at such a close distance, Ugard drew his chin back without altering his expression, suffering a conclusive blow from the fiend's sword that surpassed even the finest brandish of Ugard Valakia. Ugard's body was severed obliquely. Halibel had been the one to perform that feat, and around the left side of his chest the curse of thorns was coiled. The fact that Ugard Valakia truly felt admiration from the bottom of his heart in regards to the admirer Halibel was something that, without a single word needing to be said, was exceedingly obvious between the two who had crossed swords. Chapter 51. Tennyson 1. Through the strategy devised by Natsuki Saburo, the rescue the Valakian Empire from Destruction Squad had dispersed to various places in the imperial capital. It was a strategy that aimed to have them all coordinated and to not interfere with each other as they each accomplished their respective roles. But the most important part of it was not actually any of the faces fighting in the imperial capital. The key to this strategy was decisively all the strength of the empire that had been left behind in the fortified city of Garkla. With the military forces deployed throughout on a mass scale, it was a large city carrying personnel equivalent to the brains and heart of Valakia. For how long would they have to hold back the hosts of undead marching on the city in order to seize it? That was undoubtedly the time limit imposed on the ultimate decisive battle, on which the survival of the Valakian Empire was staked. Not only that, but in addition to the empire, the destiny of the entire world would be defined by this important point. By gathering as many of the undead to the fortified city as they could, it would become easier for the rescue from Destruction Squad to take action in the imperial capital. But at the same time, if the fortified city were to fall, even supposing the imperial capital side were to succeed, it would likely be impossible for the empire to rebuild in the aftermath. That was to say, undoubtedly this shall be as decisive as Tennyson. Wielding a knight's sword while speaking words that were not very familiar to his ears, Julius Jaculius ran across a rampart of the fortified city with his tall stature and gallantly fluttered through the air. The elegant knight directed the tip of his sword toward a horde of undead clinging to the rampart, trying to invade the city, thrusting their weapons into the wall. The enemies climbed up while making improvised footholds, spinning. As he swooped down upon them, Julius' sword flashed unrelentingly. Julius, I would not allow it. The arms and backs of the undead clinging to the wall were showered in slashes as they were felled to the ground. And as Julius jumped upon one of the blades they had been using as a foothold, he turned his eyes to the countless weapons that had been thrust into the wall and, Julius, arrow, I wish to borrow your wind. After calling that out, a green wind burst forth, and as if coiling around them, it pulled all the weapons out from the wall they had been lodged into, and the toils of the undead that had been building up those footholds were reduced to naught in a single stroke. Finally breaking the sword, he stood upon with a jump. Julius returned to the top of the rampart. While tickling the green light of his contracted spirit, Julius took a slight breather. He had succeeded in hindering the enemies that had been clinging to this wall, but he could not afford to be careless. Even if they broke past the city's utmost outer wall, there was still a secondmost and thirdmost outer bulwark, and even more sturdy fortresses, but nevertheless, it is faster than we had expected for them to have already gotten this close. Julius, Mr. Ritter, Standing atop the rampart, calling out to Julius as he caught his breath, was a dark-skinned woman with part of her black hair dyed blue, the female warrior, who commanded the people of Shadrach Tarita. Since every member of the tribe wielded bows, the Shadrachian warriors could attack the undead from afar, and they were one of the primary forces in holding the fortified city against the siege Tarita Hus. Skill with the bow especially stood out even among the excellent archery of the Shadrach, was one of the cornerstones of the current defensive battle. In fact, just like Julius, who had just removed the weapons that had been thrust into the rampart, she was obstructing the undead from surmounting the wall by firing arrows from atop the rampart. He admired how truly reliable her skills were, but her words were a cruel reality that could not be ignored. Julius, in such a short period of time, the front line, has been pushed back to this extent. As he said that, Julius turned his gaze to the outside of the ramparts and stroked the scar underneath his left eye. Ahead of Julius' intrepid gaze ahead to the advancing host of undead could be seen swaying all the way to the horizon, so it was visually apparent that an extraordinarily large army was approaching. The line of defense that had originally been deployed outside the ramparts was broken through, and the Imperial soldiers fighting on the outside were forced to draw the war front back and downsize, though of course, when considering the enormous number of enemies, there was no doubt that they had foreseen that this would happen eventually. To rid of the occasional formidable undead among them are quite difficult to deal with, aren't they? Julius, I concur. As soon as they are found, there is no choice but to have a capable individual in close vicinity deal with them, but indeed it happened right as Julius uttered those words. HK. On the battlefield below them, the group that had been fighting together as one single mass were blown away all in one go. Looking down, what flew through the air whilst raising thick screams were members of the Pleiades battalion, whom Subaru had hastened to the Imperial capital with as reinforcements. Through some perplexing strategy, it was a battalion composed of individuals who each boasted bizarre strength, having blown away its members, scattering them, with someone holding large swords in both of their arms. No, with both of her arms entirely transformed into large swords, was a female undead of a dreadful, heinous appearance. Fuck, now you've really gone and done it. Wait, don't go rushing in. Without a plan, Brawl need to shoulder the burden. Fall back, we'll have everyone surround her, and then take her down. Before the heinous, undead, the group that should have been done for stoutly stood back up. Without incurring any casualties, their undeterred fighting spirit was worthy of praise. But even from Julia's perspective, the strength of that female warrior was unmistakably first class. Thinking that he must rush there at once, Julius was about to leave the rampart to Tarita and jump down below. Now Lion Nightcun is already there. Striking upon Julia's eardrums was a voice disproportionately cheerful for the battlefield. The information brought about by that voice did in fact give rise to change on the battlefield beneath them. Having rushed over to the warrior, who dual-wielded large swords, golden mace in hand, was Gaz. Gaz, I have never had the opportunity to face you, but neither is there a chance that I can mistake you. So you have been resurrected, Gladiator Empress. As Gaz roared his mace and the female warrior's large swords collided, and a shockwave blew violently across the battlefield. Between the two of them, extremely heavyweight weaponry, which an ordinary person would never be able to lift, traded blows, and the ensuing violence scattered the surrounding Imperial soldiers and undead, tossing them around like a storm. It was a skirmish where one must stand their ground, but he had ceased advancing towards it. It was best to entrust that place to Gaz. Julius, I thank you for stopping me, Flop Dono. Flop, ha. No problem, it's just because I had to let Feinskun and Terizen focus on the battle right in front of them. This is about all that my powerless self can do to be useful. Smiling without getting worked up was Flop, whose bright attitude remained unchanged even on the battlefield. As a non-combatant and brother to a candidate for Empress Consort, he should have been ordered to be on standby within the fortress he had. Shown up on a rampart, which could have even been called the front line. So Tarita was shocked. Tarita, Flop, why are you here? Flop, it's because the situation appears to be an all-out war. Providing aid to the wounded, repairing equipment. There's tons of stuff like that for people who can't fight to do naturally. I'm also one of those people. Patting his slim chest, Flop held out a quiver to Tarita. Tarita accepted it without a second thought. She already carried a quiver on her back, but the remaining number of arrows was not an amount she could depend on, so Flop's resupply was just what she needed. So then it probably also walked along the rampart, distributing quivers to the other Shadrachians, including the non-combatants. Everybody was taking part in this battle. His attitude embodied those words. Flop, how's the war situation? Tarita, everybody is fighting hard. If we keep up the defensive battle, we will be able to defend the wall for some time, but also, Julius, it would be a different story if a flying dragon rider were to appear among our opponents. Tarita responded to Flop's question, and as she hesitated to continue, Julius provided a conclusion in her stead At that reply, Flop's expression earnestly stiffened. Given that he was a young man who was always cheerfully smiling, that slight action was strangely impactful, but it was only natural for his expression to become severe. The people of the Valachian Empire were more than aware how incredible flying dragon riders were. Flop, right after the battle had begun through a simultaneous attack by Julius and the people of Shadrach, the deceased flying dragons had closed in as the first wave of the undead flying dragons had been deterred thereafter all the threats from the sky that sporadically came flying and were reliably dealt with by the Shadrachians, who had been granted the duty of undead flying dragon hunting. However, that was only possible because there were no undead serving as flying dragon riders among their opponents. The ability of untamed flying dragons was incomparable to that of flying dragons that were united with flying dragon rider. Just a single pair of flying dragon and rider would likely be able to overpower even a flock of 100 flying dragons in a clash. That was how exceptional flying dragon riders who tactically utilized the sky were. In the past, Julius had once crossed blades with a flying dragon rider. Back then, he had miraculously seized victory thanks to the assistance of Ferris, who was traveling with him. But if Julius had been by himself, the positions of winner and loser would have surely been flipped. There would likely never be another flying dragon rider to that caliber within the Empire, but if rather than just undead flying dragons appearing on this war front against the undead, there would appear an undead flying dragon rider mounted upon one, the situation would completely change. Flop, of course, a deceased flying dragon rider and their beloved dragon being revived together, because the precedent of that is extremely rare. It's conceivable that the city skies has still yet to be taken. That opinion of Flop's was likely correct when inspecting the current siege situation. Flying dragon riders were a threat, but it took a long time for riders and their flying dragons to build trust, and without man and dragon undoubtedly becoming one, their true value could not be displayed. That rule was something that could not be ignored, even supposing they were dead, people being resurrected via principles beyond the realm of reason. Without an undead rider and undead flying dragon that had been together since they were alive, the phenomenon of undead flying dragon riding could not be actualized. At present, that was likely the reason why there were no undead flying dragon riders seen in the skies of the fortified city. Julius, but it is ironic that the one rare instance of it occurring happened to be the most formidable flying dragon rider. Denying that faint relief was the existence of the undead flying dragon rider, which Julius had ascertained with his own eyes. The undead who had appeared in the midst of the battle on the coupled dragon carriage's Balrog Temiglyph, sitting astride the deceased beloved dragon with whom he had been together since his lifetime, had plunged into the midst of the enemy with his overwhelming mobility. If he were participating in this battlefield, it was quite likely that he would destroy the fortified city's war front as a single rider. Even if he had not yet shown up at this moment, that possibility could not be excluded. Flop, I don't think you need to worry about that Julius Flopdono. Flop would be different if there were other flying dragon riders who were being resurrected, but I don't think you need to worry about Balrog showing up. With a tone and expression of extreme conviction, Flop denied Julius vigilance. Julius knit his brows at that statement, and while firing arrows at the undead clinging to the wall, ascertaining that she had hit the opponent's knee, Tarita spoke. Tarita, how can you say that definitively? Flop, because Balrog knows that Medium and I were on the coupled dragon. Carriages naturally had also be thinking that we're in this fortified city. It'd be hard for him to come and lay waste to this place, right? Tarita, that's... Flop replied with a single eye closed, to which Tarita was at a loss for words. Julius was in agreement with Tarita's reaction. It was impossible to say that Flop's point had any persuasive power to it if he had hopes for the undead Balrog's emotions and compassion then. Julius, unfortunately, there is likely no hope for the humanity that they possess during their lifetimes. The thoughts of zombies of the undead are being twisted. If not for that, it would be impossible for so many of the dead to participate in the ruin of their own country. In fact, there was such an enormous number of undead mobilizing that they had blanketed the plains all the way to the horizon. It was difficult to imagine that all of these undead had truly resented the Valachian Empire since their lifetimes, and were all trying to carry out their long-cherished desire as soon as they were revived. It was natural to think that the caster who had resurrected them was manipulating the undead for their own benefit. As Julius pointed that out, Flop scratched his cheek with a yeah as he nodded. Flop, I have the same opinion as Feinskun. In the first place, the thoughts of all the dead people are being changed, but still I've seen that there are parts that haven't changed. Julius, so are you saying that only Balrog Dono still retains his emotions and compassion? Flop, that would be a great shock to my feelings, but that's not at Feinskun, though. I think that you and Taritizm would have an easier time noticing it than I did. Tarita, we would. Without having any idea, Julius and Tarita exchanged glances, something that not Flop would share a relationship with Balrog during his lifetime, but rather Julius, whose blade had clashed with his spear, and Tarita, who had never even seen his face, could notice that was. Flop, it's their fighting style, Julius. Flop, even if their thoughts have changed from when they were alive to dispossess them of their fighting style, would make it meaningless to resurrect the person in question. That's why all the dead people have the same fighting style, as they did during their lives. Am I mistaken? Julius, I cannot say anything for certain, but that possibility seems high. It was not as if he was deeply aware of the forms that the undead he fought took during their lifetimes, but Flop's conjecture should have been right on the mark. At Julius and Tarita's affirmative reaction, Flop smiled, with some traces of nostalgia, and sorrow. It was a terribly melancholic smile. Flop, supposing Balor would have come here, he would have come here at the outset, before anybody else shooting out the vital points of the city. The magical sharpshooter Baloroid Temiglyph didn't serve as the vanguard. That's my basis for thinking that Baloroid isn't coming to this battlefield. 2. Baloroid Temiglyph was a man of principle who hated letting his subordinates recklessly die in vain. However, that did not mean he hated the law of iron and blood employed by Valakia, nor did that mean he was a philanthropist who stood in opposition to imperialism. The imperial way of thinking, which esteemed the strong and oppressed the weak, was something rather convenient for Baloroid, who had been born into a humble commoner household. It would not make sense for one to use that construction society to rise in the world and then flip-flop when they gained status. But then again, Baloroid himself had not thought so deeply about it, and he was not particularly committed to imperialism. He had just been lucky that what was already there was compatible with his nature and talents. Ergo, Baloroid's hatred for his soldiers dying in vain was ultimately unrelated to imperialism. This was a way of thinking that Baloroid had acquired from teachings given to him by others. In the formation of Baloroid's character, there were two primary individuals who had imparted a great influence. The first had found promise in his talents and picked him out, granting him opportunities, such as receiving education and meeting his beloved dragon, his benefactor, Serena Dracroy. The other had used an undiscerning Baloroid, still a young boy, to successfully deal with pursuers who were after him for stealing. Having met the embodiment of mischief itself, he was someone like a big brother to him, Miles. Through his encounters and days spent with those two people who possessed a mix of qualities that were both befitting and unbefitting of the Empire, the character of the individual known as Baloroid Temiglyph was constructed. And having been constructed, Baloroid's humanity very much hated for his subordinates to die in vain. Subordinates were individuals who were within his reach. They were his people. He hated for his people to be sacrificed. That was why, with the odds of victory having been decided beforehand when he took part in the rebellion devised for the Emperor's convenience, Baloroid had not taken any of his subordinates with him, and instead joined by his lonesome. In the end, he had lost his life because of that, so Baloroid's decision had been mistakenly correct. If one were to fight the deaths of enemies and allies alike, would be unavoidable. He would also take the lives of others. He could not say that he wanted for that rule to only not apply for his people. But if he was to try to have things go that way, he could not rely on outside help for it. Could only be fulfilled by his own strength. Therefore, the conclusion Baloroid Temiglyph had arrived at was that of the fastest sniper. As the wings of his beloved dragon raced through the sky, he would create an ideal opening and would shoot out the beings that were the vitals and heart of the opposing side. That was the best method for his desires to be granted. Baloroid was a man of the Empire. No matter how many of his enemies died, his chest would not ache in the slightest. But he did not want his own people to die. That was why Baloroid's sniping desired the fastest conclusion. Without regard to enemies or allies, he was confident that this was the best method of preventing casualties among his people. Hence, Baloroid, I got you, Caroline, responding to the call of his deceased beloved dragon Baloroid, stood up from the side of the bed. In the bed before them, an unconscious Madeline was silently asleep. Currently, her consciousness was back inside the dragon husk Mesoria. Needless to say, the violent force of a dragon was far too dangerous, an excessive force to wield in the imperial capital. But it was frightening that when considering the enemies that could potentially face off against it, excessive was not a term that could be employed with certainty. Baloroid, I know him, someone who once served, but you guys are absolutely nuts, you Empire folk. A dragon was supposed to have been the toughest life form in this world. So it was a strange notion to have an idea of monsters that could not only compete with but surpass one. With his title, he had also been ranked among those individuals, but Baloroid himself did not think that his skills were on par with those who towered above all else like that. Only it was just that there was absolutely no correlation between being strong and seizing victory. Stroking the sky-blue hair on Madeline's forehead, Baloroid began to head toward the balcony where his beloved dragon awaited midway. Through he grabbed a spear that was leaning against the wall, and Caroline directed its back toward him, wings folded as it stood on the white balcony. As he stroked the base of one of its wings, his beloved dragon nuzzled against Baloroid's shoulder with its long neck. That was exactly the relationship they had shared since Caroline had hatched from its egg. Caroline's habits had not changed from the time when it was still small and weak, a baby flying dragon. Balleroy habits and preferences won't change even if you die, though I guess I can't speak for others. Saying that in a self-deriding tone, he flicked up the hand that had been stroking and gave a firm pat to back as Caroline lowered its posture. At that signal, Balleroy gallantly jumped upon its back and faced the four. Taking in a sweeping view of the vast imperial capital just outside of the Crystal Palace's balcony, the beautifully organized cityscape was devastated, destroyed, and engulfed in the air of a battlefield all throughout. This atmosphere was not just present in the imperial capital, but throughout the entire empire. It was especially potent around the fortified city of Garkla, where great hosts of undead were being sent. The fortified city had received the refugees and imperial soldiers who had evacuated from the imperial capital, and a vehement battle was now unfolding there. Originally, Balleroy also should have been an attacker in the siege of that city. However, the sensation of losing your nerve, I am also in the process of understanding it. Since there is fear that you may be unable to perform to your usual ability, it cannot be said to be appropriate command required. The caster who had revived Balleroy, which who called herself Sphinx, spoke thus as she decided to keep Balleroy in the imperial capital. Rather than concern for Balleroy, it felt more like she wanted to ascertain the unknown flavor of the sensation that was budding within herself for the first time. Of course, there was also no doubt that there were expectations for Balleroy to control Madeline, who had defected to this side in order to secure the cloud dragon Mezaria as an ally. He had several reservations about the duty that was expected from him, but even without that, it was convenient for Balleroy to remain in the imperial capital, because then things would end without him needing to encounter his siblings who had likely entered the fortified city. Was not the reason. This was something Sphinx had judged, and it was also something Balleroy himself had intuited, but Balleroy, if it were his excellency had come, for sure wouldn't he the Vincent of Wallachia that Balleroy knew was a cool-headed stern emperor. Even if the castle lord would never move during times of peace, they would always try to stand with their own legs in the location of the ultimate conclusion that was not just limited to Vincent, as it was customary for all Wallachian emperors. This could also be said to be the influence of the law of iron and blood, which was considered to be the imperial way. Thus, while he hated the Wallachian Empire more than anybody else, Vincent would try to faithfully fulfill the duty of Wallachian emperor. So, he would be coming to the imperial capital no matter what. In order to destroy the ringleader of the Great Disaster Sphinx, he would come with Yang's sword in hand. Balleroy, I sure got completely fooled by Chi-Sha. At the genesis of the Great Disaster, in a situation where he had not yet grasped the existence of the undead, or of himself, despite there being no opportunity more ideal than that Balleroy's surprise attack had not reached Vincent. Chi-Sha's meddling had saved Vincent, and the Great Disaster's fastest victory had been deterred. However, Balleroy next time nobody is going to serve as His Excellency's shield. He would absolutely not miss his next opportunity. If Vincent himself was coming to the imperial capital, Balleroy would shoot him through the heart with certainty once he accomplished that. The hope of the Wallachian Empire would be severed, and then the threat of the Great Disaster would head north, and then even the kingdom of Lagunica would. Caroline Kirurara. That instant the neighing of his beloved dragon drew Balleroy's attention towards that. Balleroy, looking up as he felt a tingle on his neck, Balleroy doubted his own eyes. Riding on Caroline's back, Balleroy had been seeking his target, the figure of Vincent, with a bird's-eye view over the battlefield turned imperial capital. So he had been straining his eyes to see every detail and to not miss any changes on the battlefield. From somewhere outside of Balleroy's vigilance, something had boldly taken aim for the Crystal Palace. Directly above the most beautiful palace in the world, blazing balls of flame rained down one after the other. Balleroy Caroline. At his sharp call, his beloved dragon instantly spread its wings, and with the lift generated from their flapping its large body, soared up into the skies of the imperial capital, with each powerful flap of its wings at speed and altitude. Swiftly climbed, and taking Balleroy up along with it, the undead flying dragon ascended the sky. As if to obstruct the ascending Balleroy's flight path, the flaming spheres around the size of a human relentlessly fell towards him, and towards him he aimed his spear. Balleroy ain't gonna let ya. The tip of the spear within Balleroy's hand contained a faint light as he pointed it toward the sky, and in that instant the fired bullet of light collided with the descending blaze, and as an explosion occurred midair, the sky was dyed red. It was not a single shot, 2 shots, 3 shots, firing successively until 13 total light orbs shot down the flaming spheres with thunderous sound enveloping the skies of the imperial capital. Balleroy and Caroline pushed through the swelling flames of the explosion. Balleroy, what kind of stuff do I think you're doing passing above the clouds like that? He had swept away the fiery rain. Yet Balleroy was amazed by the skill of his opponent. If the balls of flame had come straight for the palace, or if they had flown in parabola like an arrow or a stone, they would have easily been detected from the crystal palace. The reason why Balleroy's eyes had been unable to do so was obvious. The flaming spheres had come from far away, flying above the thick clouds in the sky of the imperial capital, and then went straight downwards when they were directly above the crystal palace. When putting it into words, what had been done was plain and simple. But when compared to actually performing it, there was a difference between heaven and earth. The divine feat of throwing a stone above the clouds and hitting a target from a place several kilometers away. This was a deed more dreadfully difficult than accomplishing that without even using one's hands. But Balleroy was in a position that, while seldom seen within the Empire, was capable of using magic, even if it was only specialized in one trick. Balleroy and Emma have to return the favor. Having finished dealing with the flaming spheres that had pierced the clouds and fell from the sky, Caroline soared to the heavens, firmly holding onto its back. Balleroy's attention shifted to the far south of the imperial capital. Due south of the Crystal Palace, the area around the gate of the imperial capital was being safeguarded by Mesoria from the distance and angle of the unleashed balls of flame. He judged that the enemy in question was a little to the west from there. Balleroy's undead left eye dyed black, with a golden iris looming within the vicinity around it subtly wavered. That was not due to any change yielded in Balleroy's face, but due to a change yielded in the atmosphere surrounding his left eye. Using magic to bend light, Balleroy created a scope in order to see far into the distance. Looking through it with his left eye, imposingly aimed a spearhead in that direction. Securing the sniping angle and distance from his flying dragon speed, he specialized in the one trick of firing bullets of light to achieve ultra-long range sniping, and in combination with a scope of light that prevented him from losing sight of his target, Balleroy would fight. Supposing it was an open plain with no obstacles, Balleroy's light orbs could hit a moving target from several kilometers away. This time, too, Balleroy closed his right eye with the intention of doing so and focused his attention to his left eye. The non-existent scope created from the bending of light leapt across the cityscape of the imperial capital, and going even further beyond, grasped the figure of the enemy who had thrown those flaming spheres towards the crystal palace. Balleroy Medi, muttering out in a husky breath, Balleroy Temaglyph scope clearly projected that figure. Golden hair glistening in a manner akin to the rays of the sun fluttered, and having risen to the sky, while being held in the arms of a man in a long cloak. The girl's blue eyes were trained on Balleroy, whom she should not have been able to see. And then, clearly perceiving the inaudible words spoken by those lips, a chord was struck within Balleroy's heart. Medium G's, I won't let you go off wherever you please anymore. Come and talk to me properly, Belibro. Chapter 52. Medium O'Connell. 1. Serena, such unskillful command. Standing by the window of the command center within the fortified city of Garkla, Serena, Dracroy muttered, so whilst gazing through the sole gap in the towering walls that defended the city. Among the soldiers of the Valachian Empire, there were none who did not grasp the importance of controlling the skies. It was to the extent that even in this besiegement the greatest concern was the allocation of air defenses. The people of Shadrach, powerful masters of archery, had exceptionally numerous opportunities to play an active role. The reason why so many of those women were being instructed to keep watch on the sky was because the opposition's potential aerial assets required that level of vigilance. And yet with sporadic attacks from the deployed undead flying dragons, which had hardly be called successful, the scorching lady herself, owner of the foremost flying dragon squadron in all of Wallachia, even felt a sense of irritation toward the enemy. Serena, though, if I was the enemy's commanding officer, I'd be able to bring down the city far more efficiently. At the height of this decisive battle, could you please not say such frightening things? Serena had clicked her tongue with dissatisfaction toward the opponent's tactics, and interjecting upon having heard that was a delicate man occupying the same command center. Otto. He was a man who had guts despite his gentle appearance, and Serena also had a high evaluation of his character, but regrettably he had a tendency to not let others take risks. Serena, you only let yourself take risks that'd be fine for a subordinate, but you'd be a boring man to have as a lover. Otto, if you were to say that you had taken a fancy to me, Countess Dracroy, I would feel as if I was being told there was a flaw in my personality. So I do not object to your assessment, but... Serena, I see, so you don't like a woman with a scar on her face. Otto, I can say with confidence that my attitude does not change based on one's appearance. It is far more important to be able to converse and come to a mutual understanding with each other. And even with your scar, I do find you to be quite beautiful, High Countess. What you two talking about? Get your acts together. Serena folded her arms as she stood near the window, and Otto had responded to her with a look of dumbfoundment, and having been dumbfounded by his response was the emissary from Kararaji, Anastasia. Opposite to the dumbfounded Anastasia Brstets, paying no concern to what the rest of them were going on about, looked over a laid-out map as he restlessly exchanged words with a soldier who served the role of dispatching orders. For some time now, the war situation was being reported without interruption, and orders were being shouted back and forth loudly. The hectically changing situation, and the bursting of blood, and live-sit was the fragrant scent of the battlefield. Serena, this is precisely what it means to be in the Empire. My sense of smell for battle has grown dull under the reign of His Excellency. I, of all people, have forgotten that war is a part of everyday life. Anastasia, if you try and say that's what the Empire is, you ain't properly repaying the Emperor Sen, who tried to rule in peace. Serena, what am a poor loser if I was discontent with His Excellency's rule. I ought to have done something about it through my own strength, since I have not done. So the likes of my words are nothing more than just he attempted to impose a reign that was contrary to imperialism, and the method he used to implement it was imperialism. Sadly, His Excellency is symbolic of the Empire. While the person in question would likely not desire sympathy, she could not help but pity how he walked the path of solitude. Though it was true that Vincent shunned battle, if he twisted the tenets of others for that purpose, then that would fall into the realm of the law of iron and blood. Only in the midst of conflict and struggle could precious things be born. Regardless of whether the Valachian law of iron and blood declared so or not, that was Serena's own interpretation of the imperial way, and she had accepted those values. She understood that it was ephemeral to love things that could only be born amidst that, but it was in her nature. Therefore, Serena, so you haven't come, Balleroy. Staring at the vast, desolate sky, Serena muttered, as if she still had one final regret. The battle had been ongoing for quite some time, and the armies of both sides had suffered no small amount of casualties. The first wave and vanguard of this battlefield had been completely finished off. That was to say, the magical sharpshooter, who followed the principle of concluding battles with minimal casualties, was not flying in the skies of this battlefield. If he had come, Serena's heart would have been shot out a long time ago. Serena, tracing the vertical scar that ran across the left side of her face, Serena closed her eyes for a few seconds. Emerging on the back of her eyelids was a slightly dirty boy she had found during her younger days, the figure of him growing up, losing his life, and in the end revived as an undead, pointing his spear towards her. Serena, that last one, is merely my own delusion. With pallid skin and lifeless golden eyes, the undead form of Balleroy was something that Serena had never seen. In the battle for the imperial capital, he had aimed for Vincent in the Crystal Palace, and at the coupled dragon carriages, he had carried Lamia away with her shattered soul. However, during both of those opportunities, Serena had been unable to meet Balleroy. And Balleroy was not here at the fortified city either. That was reality. Serena, it would probably be fine for you to hate me. Muttering so, Serena stood by the window while picturing the undead Balleroy, who had not appeared. While standing there, she had no choice but to admit to her unforeseen state of mind. She would not have minded being killed if it was by Balleroy. That was why she had gone out of her way to expose herself via the window and had been awaiting the sniping of the magical sharpshooter. Anastasia, I thought you'd already settled your feelings, Serena. Closing one eye, Anastasia was examining Serena's expression from the side. As Anastasia looked at Serena with her round turquoise, it seemed as if that gaze was seeing to her inner thoughts along with Otto Merchant's proved to be quite shrewd. It must have been under unthinkable fortune that Flop and Medium had been able to survive in the cunning world of commerce. Thus, to the extent that she was mentally dodging it with useless thoughts, the bullseye that had been struck was not shallow by any means. Anastasia, if the enemies, I mean for the command and officer first, that'd be the same as targeting the people in this command center. So you've gone in and put yourself right in the firing line, Kuncha. At least consult with us first before doing that. Serena's sorry. I had thought it would have been easier to deal with a situation in which it was obvious who was going to be targeted instead of a situation where it was unknown who would be shot. With all the wise people present here, you guys would be able to calmly deal with things if my head was suddenly blown apart, wouldn't you? Even supposing that were the case, I think it would be best to search for a route where it is not blown apart, and I am not confident that Anna or I could remain so composed. We are not like Otacon. Otto, though even I would jump bolt upright if you were to suddenly die. Otto raised his voice upon receiving an unexpected evaluation, but Anastasia exchanged glances with the spirit accompanying her echidna and shrugged her shoulders. Serena would generally be in agreement with them, but in any case, Serena's expectations had been off the mark. Serena, with Balleroy's absence, considering that no flying dragon squadron composed of undead has emerged of value in retaining my living flying dragon squadron, has fallen. If there are any fronts of the battle with unfavorable prospects, have them be deployed there. They'll overturn any disadvantage in the blink of an eye. Anastasia, that's right, a foolish plan to deploy assets one by one. But it's just sloppy gambling to be pushed back while keeping the units with high offensive capability in reserve I agree that it's fine to use them. Only, Otto, it is concerning that it seems as if the opponent does not have a flying dragon squadron. Anastasia furrowed her thin eyebrows in concern, and Otto muttered the following words in her stead in response to their concern. Serena slightly exhaled a command. Serena, there's not a high probability that any undead flying dragon riders have successfully paired up with their deceased flying dragon, be that as it may, it's certainly unnatural that there have been absolutely none in that case. Otto, rather than the usual application of a flying dragon squadron, there is a high possibility that one is being used in an unorthodox manner. Correct. Serena, unorthodox, that's. And it happened right as she was about to reach the heart of the matter. With such force as if to break the door of the command center, somebody had come rushing in with a report. Out of breath, the messenger made an urgent expression as they shouted, "Excuse me," in a quavering voice, receiving that Brestetz, who had been looking down at the map, raised his head. Brestetz to the point. Messenger, yes sir, a target requiring caution. Has appeared enemy flying dragon squadron confirmed. Serena, have they come? Hearing the messenger's report, Serena's expression grew severe, as if to say that someone who ought to come had finally arrived. Then Serena looked closely out the window, searching for signs of the enemy in the sky. But she could not find the enemy flying dragon squadron behind the suspectful Serena. The messenger proceeded with the continuation of the report. That was... Messenger, the enemy flying dragon squadron has passed over the large mountain behind the great fortress and has invaded the airspace above the fortifications. They are deploying enemy soldiers. The undead have breached the city. 2. Medium O'Connell possessed the divine protection of morale. To speak plainly, the divine protection of morale was something that would boost the physical capabilities of one's body in concert with how roused her spirits and determination were. Medium was unaware of her own divine protection, and even her older brother Flop did not know that his younger sister was a possessor of divine protection. Only at times when she had to persevere, power would surge within her as she thought, "I gotta do my best." And as her brother would tell her, "Do your best," she felt the sensation of power surging within her. Hence, with the specifics unknown to them, the siblings' relationship of supporting each other had always remained the optimal solution, and that rare precedent was also the secret behind the strength of the O'Connell siblings. But the troublesome aspect of the divine protection of morale was undoubtedly that fluctuations in one's mood influenced their ability, while the elevation of one's feelings would enhance their abilities. It was a double-edged sword to the extent that their feelings were down, they would become unable to display their capabilities. Ergo, it could be called the most suitable divine protection for the bright positive medium, but it had backfired when events sorrowful to the greatest degree had occurred within her life. There were 3 times in the past when medium, who was like the personification of a positive attitude, had been depressed. The first was when a member of her family, Miles, had died. The second was when another member of her family, Balleroy, had died. And the third was when she found out that Balleroy, who should have been dead, had been turned into an undead. During the first and second time, she thoroughly wept and cried, and it took her several days to recover. The impact from the third time was not something inferior to those past 2 times, but there was no time for her to spend a few days crying due to the grievous event. If so did medium participate in the battle with a face stained with tears, disheartened as it was. Certainly that had not been the case. Medium O'Connell had stopped crying in a true sense. It was not as if the sorrowful event of the third time had not resonated as much as the first and second times as an impact of the greatest degree in her life, until now it ripped her chest, her mind, and surely her heart to shreds. However, as medium hugged her knees, and coward Flop did not leave her alone. "Flop, dear sister, I'm sorry I hadn't said anything. It was a situation in which people who had died were being resurrected one after another. It was not as if I hadn't considered the possibility that Ballard was revived." The coupled dragon carriages had arrived at the fortified city, and medium continued to shut herself away in the room allocated to her. Having come to her side, Flop spoke. So regarding their encounter with the undead Balleroy. When she heard her brother's words, medium felt the sentiment as expected of Big Bro, but she had been unable to say it aloud like usual. Contrary to having feelings of wanting to condemn her brother for having not told her, she questioned why she had been unable to notice, and hated her own stupidity for never thinking about anything. By nature, she was not very good at thinking. That was why she always left that duty up to Flop. That was why, in exchange, it was her job to rampage. She was happy with it being divided up that way, and yet it was weird for her to now lament her own slow brain. No, that was not it. Medium, I really love you, Big Bro. Flop, thank you. That makes me happy. I love you too, of course. Medium, I also really love Cicerina, and I really love Big Bro Miles too. Flop, I know I've never doubted that, of course, I also love those two. Medium, I really love Belibro as well, Flop, yeah. While burying her head into her knees, Medium sniffled as she falteringly spoke, kneeling down on one knee. Flop listened to her with a calm look on his face. She was grateful that for the last one, when she had spoken about Balleroy, he had just responded with a short nod of his head. She was grateful, but she was also frustrated. Medium, even though I really love them, I haven't been thinking about the people I love. The possibility that the deceased Ballards would be resurrected as an undead. Flop had said that he had been unable to say it, but he had still thought about it. On the other hand, Medium had not even considered it. That was not because Medium was slow in the head, but because she had been averting her eyes. Even though she loved her family, even though it was a family she loved, she had not realized it, because she had been averting her eyes, even though Medium had once regretted that very act to the point of death once before. Medium when Big Bro Miles died, and then after that Belibro went and did that thing, and also died. I was so frustrated with myself. She thought it would have been better if she had been by his side back, then even if he would have hated her or kept her away. It would have been better for his sibling to make a noisy, loud, annoying racket by his side, and make it so Balleroy could not polish his plan to swoop down on Abel. Because she had not done that, she had ended up letting Balleroy die, even though Medium should have been aware. She should have been aware that after Miles died, Ballards would start to worry himself with those sorts of thoughts. After all, Ballards was... Flop Medium, I want to be going to the Imperial Capital. My wounds haven't finished healing, and I don't have any fighting ability ID. Certainly be a burden, but you're a different Medium, Big Bro. Flop, I think Balleroy will be in the Imperial Capital being this backed into a corner. The only chance our side has to turn the tables is to defeat the opposition's leader, who's likely in the Imperial Capital, and the opposition can predict that His Excellency the Emperorkin will be going there then. Medium, yeah. She knew what Flop was trying to say, even if he did not say everything. When fighting, Balleroy would always choose the method with the fastest conclusion. That did not change when he became a soldier, and it did not change when he became a divine general. It was a fundamental part of Balleroy's personality. Balleroy would undoubtedly target Abel, therefore he was in the Imperial Capital. Therefore she went to the Imperial Capital. She would meet him. Flop, it seems like you've cheered up a little having you Medium as expected. A Big Bro, you really know me well. Flop, ha. That's because I've been Medium's big brother for a long time now. Well then, as a brother who can't go to the Imperial Capital, I'll exhaust all means necessary for the sake of my sister. Medium means. Wiping her teary face, Medium tilted her head with bloodshot eyes, seeing his sister's state. Flop placed his hands on his hip, and while smiling, Flop, you know, even if you say you want to go, we don't know if His Excellency the Emperorkin will accept, so in order to make him accept, we should think hard about the flow of persuasion. Right? You don't need to worry. I know His Excellency the Emperorkin's weak point. Medium incredible, as expected. A Big Bro, what's Abel Chin's weak point? Flop, decidedly it's love. Raising a single finger, Flop spoke with full confidence. If the one hearing that was anyone other than Medium, they would have all tilted their heads, not understanding what those words meant, and may have made a peculiar face. But no matter what Medium was told by Flop, she would give a broad smile and answer. Medium, as expected. A Big Bro, am counting on you. 3. Thus Medium O'Connell had obtained the qualification to participate in the ultimate decisive battle for the Imperial Capital. Thinking back on it, it seemed like a miracle that so many coincidences had piled up for her to finally reach this point. The first was at the fortress city of Garo, ever since she and Flop had noticed Subaru Rem and Spica trying to enter that city. The strange course of events had begun. Medium, thank you for meeting me, and Big Bro back then Subaru Chin. Along the way, as the dragon carriage headed for the Imperial Capital, Medium had expressed her gratitude, to which Subaru was surprised. With his body still in a smaller state, Subaru's profile looked like he was thinking about something with the utmost effort, and a frightfully sharp look in his eyes, but only when he was told this did his eyes widen. At once Subaru became gentle, and with the tender face he would always face Rem and Spica with. Subaru, what are you talking about, Medium-san? If we're giving thanks, then I'm the one who should be grateful to you. Thinking about what things would be like if I hadn't met Medium-san and Flopson back there, it makes me shudder. And amid his bashfulness, he had provided the opportunity for Medium's selfishness to be granted. A settlement with the undead-turned-magical sharpshooter Balleroy Temeglyph. For that purpose, he had sent a tremendously reliable backer with her. Medium, thank you for supporting me, Roastin. Feeling her hair sway in the wind, Medium spoke these words of gratitude in the midst of the air. The person she spoke them to was a being who was carrying her horizontally, while floating in the sky, a companion of Subaru, and Amelia, the person lending Medium's strength in her battle, Roswell. At Medium's thanks, he smiled with a no. Roswell, I am the one who ought to show gratitude to you for letting me accompany you. As a matter of fact, the person you desire to face off against is an exceedingly formidable enemy. I wish to have as many cards in my hand as possible, even if only by a single card more. Medium am not a card, I'm a woman, you know. Roswell, I blundered, you're the same type as Emily Osama. As Roswell spoke, that with a soft, wry smile, a question mark floated over Medium's head. Perhaps he had meant it in the sense that she was not as heavy as she looked. In reality, Medium was quite tall for a woman, and she stood at around the same height as the tall Roswell. Even so, he was easily carrying her. But Roswell's speciality did not seem to be in his physical strength, but rather in his aptitude for magic. That was also the truth of how he was carrying Medium and flying in the sky like this. When Medium had been at Serena's place, she had experienced flight many times, but all of those occasions were riding on flying dragons. This was her first time flying while being carried by a person. However, Medium, the trick to flying in the sky is to believe in the person lending you flight and to entrust everything to them. The experience she had once learned from a flying dragon rider she trusted would now support Medium in this moment. Whether that partner was a flying dragon or Roswell, the method to gain wings was to believe. Roswell, I'd like to tell Otacon and Petricon about your courage and trick, as they aren't quite accustomed to flight. Medium is that. So, well then, Roastchin, wouldn't it be better for you to get along with the two of them more? Roswell, ha, that's painful to my EARs. Deepening his smile at her straightforward opinion, Roswell slowly shook his head. Seeing that reaction, Medium sensed that Roswell was not really smiling deep down, and that it was a smile that attempted to deceive. He was probably not very good at getting along with people. Medium had recently come to the realization that such people existed. Abel was also like that. She did not understand why they would go out of their way to distance themselves from others. No, she was beginning to understand a little now, by doing so one could try to ensure that they would not be hurt. Medium, but if you always do that, you'll end up regretting it, Roswell. Medium, that's why I'll make myself a role model for Roastchin and Abelchin. Right after Medium spoke, a fierce thundering roar echoed beyond the flying duo. It was to the east of Medium and Roswell, in that place where thick clouds were accumulating one by one. There was present the form of a dragon so fearsome that it caused the very world to tremble. In accordance with what had been decided beforehand, Garfield was the one who would fight the dragon, and while Garfield was subduing the dragon, everyone else would begin to move. One grouping among them was a combination of Medium and Roswell. Medium, she deeply inhaled and deeply exhaled. Once it began, there would be no going back, but she was fine with that. Medium, Roastchin. Roswell, shall we get started? There's no need to get worked up. After all, I'm the strongest magician in the world. Right after Roswell declared so, for a moment Medium felt goosebumps over her entire body. That was at the moment Roswell had suddenly unleashed magic that was supernatural beyond anything Medium was capable of imagining, causing flames to be sent above the thick clouds that blanketed the imperial capital, targeting the Crystal Palace from directly above. While using such an ultra-high-class magic technique, Roswell progressed his flying magic with Medium still in his arms. It was an intricate feat akin to one using their right arm to draw and their left arm to compose a song, while also using their mouth to recite verses of poetry, and using their eyes and brain to decipher an unknown language. But for Medium, who did not understand its value, she had no valid reason to praise it as being amazing. Therefore, Medium did not voice praise with her mouth, but instead demonstrated it through her actions. Medium, staring into the distant sky, a chain of bright red flames exploding could be seen above the Crystal Palace, within the deepest part of the imperial capital, cutting past the blossoming crimson balls of flame one after the other. A flying dragon soared at a high altitude. Far, far away, many kilometers in the distance, as a small speck in the sky, it had been clearly seen by the current Medium as somebody whom she wished to see, with whom she wished to converse, and whom she wished to touch. Medium O'Connell possessed the divine protection of morale. The divine protection of morale boosted one's physical abilities in concert with how roused their spirits were, and it was the most suitable divine protection for the bright, positive Medium. And now that Medium was before a person whom she had wanted to meet, to an absolutely unbearable extent, the performance of her divine protection was manifesting its greatest, most powerful effects in all the time since she had been born. The things she wanted to do and the things she must do coincided, and smashing through her regrets of the past, she clutched what her older brother had entrusted to her. Within her chest together, with a reliable ally, she would challenge a beloved visage. Ergo Medium spoke to Balleroy, who had likely seen her from far off in the distance. Medium, geez, I won't let you go off wherever you please anymore. Come and talk to me properly, Belibro. The next moment a bullet of light had been fired after a beat had passed, and Medium cut it down with her unsheathed barbarian sword. Medium, though the impact tore through her entire body, both Medium and Roswell, who was carrying her, were uninjured. and thus separated by an ultra-long distance, the curtain rose on the fiercest bout of aerial combat in the history of the Empire. Chapter 53. The Magical Sharpshooter. 1. Roswell L. Mathers was a premier magician in the kingdom and in the world. If one would inquire about this to said person, he would mix in a fearless smile and a certain confidence, and affirm the notion with a condition that for the present day, I guess that's the cause. As Roswell would note that it was the case in the current era, there would be no chagrin harbored in his expression. Instead, what would dwell within his heterochromatic eyes would be a deep love and a feeling of loneliness which would appear to be yearning for something. When he spoke of matters regarding magic, that was the ephemeral longing that would never disappear from inside of Roswell, which none were aware save for Ram and Beatrice. Even he himself was not aware of it. Based on that, Roswell's position as the current greatest magician would not waver. Declaring that to Medium O'Connell as she challenged a decisive battle, he soared to the sky with her in his arms and confronted the magical sharpshooter who had ascended to high altitudes far in the distance. Considering that Roswell had confidence and pride in his own magic, he estimated the chances of victory here to be low. Roswell, having infiltrated the skies of the imperial capital from the southwest of the city, Roswell's vision beheld the sight of the sky above the northernmost crystal palace, being dyed a bright red, and many explosions of flame bloomed. Roswell was the one who had sent in that fiery rain, but it was a pair of flying dragon and rider flying up from the palace that had transformed it into flaming explosions, or so it seemed. The reason for the phrasing of seemed was because Roswell's eyes were incapable of locking on to a target moving at rapid speeds from a position several kilometers away. That was not an issue of Roswell's eyesight. It was simply a matter of the human eye being unable to do so. However, Medium and the opposing magical sharpshooter were both overcoming that limitation to the power of a divine protection, and through some sort of other technique respectively, and had visually identified each other. As proof of that, Medium Yu Kayan, together with an adorable war cry, Medium swung her barbarian sword while being carried in his arms. She was flying in a state where she was completely depending on another. By no means could her balance have been good, but Medium's barbarian sword still caught the approaching bullet of light, and with a sound akin to a splash of water, she cut it down. Stuck by the impact, and feeling the severed light bullet pass behind them and dissipate to Mana, Roswell could not help but shudder at the speed and precision of that attack. That was a magical technique designed to kill, perfected to an unbelievable extent at the very height of expertise. He could surmise that the fired light bullet was a kind of yang magic, but it was of a different lineage to that of Jawald, which fired a heated ray of light. The technique of shooting such a bullet of light could not be classified into any category, and was an original creation. He could not say anything for certain after only a brief moment of combat, but it likely involved preparing light in a similar form and nature to the icicles that Amelia would shoot out, and then piercing the opponent's vitals. One thing that ought to have been noted was how instead of bullet of ice or earth which retained a physical form, it was being done with light. By ensuring that physical bullets would not remain in the wound, it would be difficult for an opponent to discern the true nature of the attack, and furthermore the area around the wound would be scorched by the light, easily causing a serious wound to be sustained. Roswell's superb magic. Roswell praised as an attack undoubtedly worthy of being called magical bullets. If his opponent had devised this by himself, then he should have the talents to become a first-class magician. But then again, at this point, the person in question likely would not desire such prestige from the viewpoint of an imperial. He had already received the highest possible evaluation by being a divine general. Not to mention that it was difficult to imagine someone who was not living, but rather dead, to be wishing for such glory. Roswell, to begin with, even during his lifetime, he was not a person who clung to fame or prestige. I've heard about that from those who were close to him and from the one who had witnessed his final moments. For information about the magical sharpshooter Balroy Temaglyph, there was an unexpectedly large number of people who had known him during his lifetime, so Roswell's ears had gained more chances than he had initially been hoping for to learn about him. However, what he had heard from the O'Connell siblings was largely testimonials regarding his personality, and Serena had choked up with feelings of guilt that were uncharacteristic of her, so Roswell had been unable to obtain the tactical information he had desired from them, but there had been an unforeseen competitor. That was Roswell. I would have never thought that Julie Uskin was a talented individual who had defeated this divine general. Taking care so that Medium, who was boosting her concentration within his arms, would not hear Roswell organize his thoughts, as he recalled Julius, who had looked as if he was worrying himself with thought. As Anastasia's one and only knight, he possessed a strong sense of duty, so he had supported his lord all the way to the Valachian Empire. The finest of knights had brought quite the valuable information regarding the formidable enemy whom Roswell and Medium were challenging together. From the start, regardless of whether the battlefield was to be the imperial capital or the fortified city, it was established that Roswell would be the matchup for Balroy Temaglyph. that it was because ReZero was an old acquaintance of Serena Drackroy, and that he had been entrusted with the duty of performing the last rites over Balleroy, whom she had looked after since he was a child, was not the case. ReZero also had emotions, but he always eliminated decisions that were based on emotion. Naturally, the decision to have ReZero be Balleroy's opponent was the strategic one. It might be a little late to bring this up, but the Valachian Empire and the Kingdom of Lagunica had been enemies for a long time. There were treacherous relations between all of the four great countries, but the fact that they all mutually recognized which among those relations required the most vigilance could not be altered. Therefore, for the interval that the kingdom was holding its royal selection, it was a remarkable historical achievement that it had signed a non-aggression treaty with the empire, but that did not mean that the chilly relationship between the two countries had warmed up. To make a long story short, the kingdom of Lagunica had persisted with its vigilance of the potential enemy that was a Valachian empire, and it was always refining its countermeasures against a primary force that was a 9 divine generals and a lookout force that was a flying dragon squadron. Within those strategy meetings, it had been decided the kingdom's magic regiment would oppose the empire's flying dragon squadron, and its apex ReZero would clash with the most powerful flying dragon rider. ReZero be that as it may, I had never thought that I would be facing off against targets requiring such caution, like the vicious old man and the magical sharpshooter within the empire. When the counter-empire discussions were being held, those two individuals were recognized as the greatest threats. Of course, when it came to individual military assets, the Blue Lightning and the Spirit Eater were the big two, but concerning them the kingdom also had a sword saint who would not lose out. But when it came to war, the presence of leadership was vital. The best way to end a war would be to end the lives of the enemy's leaders, and for that what was feared more than the first, and the second was the vicious old man and the magical sharpshooter. Ergo ReZero had also surmised the techniques and capabilities of the magical sharpshooter from rumors. ReZero had heard that in the end he had risen up in rebellion and had lost his life without them ever having the chance to face off against each other. So his simulations had ended up becoming meaningless, but by some hapless twist of fate, this situation had been brought to fruition. And then upon ascertaining the skills of the real, not imagined Balleroy Temeglyph, the strongest magician in the world, ReZero was convinced. ReZero, as expected, I can't win this on my own. That was not in jest or sarcasm, nor was it that he had lost his nerve. ReZero merely recognized that as the plain truth. This was not a matter of his magic being inferior to military techniques, but that there was a difference in the playing field. First of all, there was a difference in their mobility. Able to use flying magic, ReZero was one of the world's leading individuals who was capable of solo flight, but his speed and maneuverability could not match that of Flying Dragon's experts in the field. If one were to challenge Balleroy Heaton in an air battle, the best they would be able to do would be get thrown off by his speed and get shot down while being tossed about by his three-dimensional movements. Secondly, there was a difference in precision and objective of their respective methods of attack. The magical bullets mastered by Balleroy were undoubtedly something that had been trained for the purpose of killing others, and it would be acceptable to say that their power and accuracy had been perfected. In order to become a magician, that his teacher would not be ashamed of ReZero aimed to master every possible magic, but he was still far off from the deep mysteries of magic, and even if his diversity overwhelmingly surpassed that of Balleroy, he could declare that he had nothing on the same level as this enemy, who specialized in the field of killing a target. And thirdly, there was a difference in their combat conditions. It was a vexing matter, but that was the greatest obstacle in this matchup. If one were to think about it, they would likely come to this conclusion, but if it was possible to do battle from a distant location and one-sidedly attack the opponent, it would be impossible to lose. That was naturally ReZero's fighting style, and fighting from the greatest range that was possible for himself could be said to be the fundamental tactic for certain victory as a magician. The problem was that even with his greatest attack range, it would still be a situation in which his opponent would have the upper hand. Naturally, his opponent would thus not permit the one-sided attacks he had come to use until now. In order to avoid that situation, he would need to close the distance so as to not lose out in range, and then in a situation where the range advantage had been eliminated, he would need to turn it into a contest of their individual abilities. But the combat conditions imposed upon ReZero would not allow for that prerequisite. Subaru, to be honest, having our allies taken out one by one from far away will be the most troubling thing. In order to not let the opponent perform that kind of rapid fire on us, do something to suppress him. For their assault on the Imperial capital, when dividing up the members of the rescue from Destruction Squad, that was the duty Subaru had entrusted to ReZero. In truth, that had been a logical decision disregarding Halibel, and Albert ReZero did not intend to claim that he was the most powerful asset, but there was no doubt that he was the one who possessed the greatest range. Emilia was also on the right track, but she lacked precision in her attacks, and she had no method of ascending to the sky where their opponent made their battlefield. it was a matter of course that this would be up to ReZero. As a result, in order to prevent the other allies from being targeted, ReZero was forced to attack from a distance that was overwhelmingly favorable for his opponent, declaring war while attracting his opponent's attention to himself. ReZero, as I had feared, even at this distance the opponent's attacks are delivered with precision. I have attracted his attention, but he'll have to close the distance from here. This act really could result in my death. The 3 aforementioned disadvantages should suffice to show just how troublesome that would be. Against such a formidable enemy, he would have no choice but to fight with tactics, and at a distance where the opponent would triumph. Furthermore, recognizing the difference in strength between them, ReZero was convinced that his opponent was above him. But there was neither lamentation nor despair dwelling within his heterochromatic eyes. That was because medium dia. Immediately after he thought he had seen a flash, the sound of water splashing, and an impact jolted both ReZero and medium. That was proof that medium had succeeded in defending against the impact of the second bullet. While admiring medium's skill in managing such a feat, ReZero deepened his smile. The reason for that smile was, ReZero mediumkin does it seem feasible. Medium, yeah. We can do it. It's like Roshin said, it seems like Belibro is only aiming for my arms and shoulders. 2. Balleroy TSK. Witnessing the second bullet he had fired being cut down by the barbarian's sword in the magnified vision of his left eye, Ballard bit down on his molars at the improvement in skill of the girl he recognized and at the viciousness of his opponent's objective. Within the scope he had created by bending light, he could grasp for certain that medium with her face brimming with motivation and the man flying the sky, while carrying her, were gradually getting closer. Their aim was obvious. It was a standard tactic in warfare, to close the distance on an opponent who specialized in long-distance attacks. The surprise attack of the flaming spheres from above the clouds, once it had failed, they had immediately shifted gears. That was not the case. If there was anybody who thought that such a bland attack would hit before being noticed, there was truly something wrong with them. The intention of that attack was for it to be taken down, though. He understood that it was an attack that he had no choice but to shoot down. Since his opponent had fired the opening attack of this battle, like that he would commence an ultra-long-range battle in his own overwhelming favor upon seeing medium Balleroy's fighting spirit was paralyzed. The reason why they had let the surprise attack be defended against and had commenced with a battle in which he was the one with the advantageous range was because their strategy built on the fact that Ballard would have to choose whom to shoot with his magical bullets. Balleroy Medi. The first and second shots medium had defended against both of the magical bullets that Balleroy had fired. She had always been that way. When medium was feeling down, she could be overpowered by even the unathletic flop, and yet, when she was filled with motivation, she would become an obstreperously rambunctious kid. Neither Flop nor Miles could do anything about it, and despite being her favorite, Balleroy also had difficulty in dealing with her. Serena was not one to rebuke, so medium's liveliness knew no bounds. Be that as it may, he had never expected for her to be able to deflect his magical bullets. Carolon Kiriorara Balleroy, I got you, Carolon. As Balleroy clenched his teeth, his beloved dragon flapped its wings and neighed an appeal to him. Through the art of flying dragon, taming Balleroy and Carolon were tied to each other's existences through their souls, to the merging of Od, with Od subjugating the innately ferocious flying dragons. Through that process was a secretive technique of flying dragon taming. Given that relationship, any wavering in Balleroy's thoughts and feelings was directly transmitted to Carolon. The inverse also held true, so Balleroy had also sensed Carolon's thoughts. He understood medium skill was not the only reason why the magical bullets had been defended against. Balleroy had laid eyes upon the figure of someone who was essentially a younger sister to him, making such an earnest expression, and that had been the reason why he had not shot through her with the ruthlessness of a warrior. Balleroy, her limbs, if he could just shoot one of them off medium, would certainly withdraw from the war front. The magician whom she was accompanying would also judge that there would be no benefit in flying with her if she were to suffer serious injury. If possible, it would be better for it to be an arm instead of leg. If it was an arm, there would be less difficulty in her life hereafter than there would be if it was a leg. It would be best if he caused medium to withdraw with a wound shot down the magician, and then requested Sphinx to spare her life. If he did, so his anguish would disappear. Anguish would disappear. Balleroy, let's go get him. With the face of an undead that had lost all complexion, there was a definite fighting spirit dwelling within Balleroy's golden eyes. It was not the expression of hesitating to attack medium, which he had worn until a moment earlier, but rather that of finding consensus between his disposition and his objective, and bringing it to fruition. It was the expression of the magical sharpshooter. Balleroy, while harboring a fighting spirit within his golden irises, the heat from Balleroy's body completely subsided. Closing his right eye, concentrating all of his attention into the scope with his left, he got up on his knees upon the back of his beloved dragon, fixed his spear in place, and created a sharply pointed bullet of light at its tip. Balleroy was an unorthodox magician, and he had not refined anything except this one technique. A single one of these shots consumed very little mana, and since it maximized the effect with a minimal number of required processes, it had a good affinity. With his nature to settle things reliably, it was an embodiment of that approach. While Balleroy was concentrating in that manner, Caroline similarly boosted its own concentration. The moment he peered through a scope and carefully observed the conduct of his target, he would have to neglect maintaining vigilance over the rest of his surroundings. So in Balleroy's stead, when he did so, Caroline would maintain a field of vision over their environs. His beloved dragon, who kept a lookout over their surroundings with the eyesight and instinctive alertness of a flying dragon, was absolutely indispensable to Balleroy as he established this tactic. Balleroy, if you're looking to throw down against me, then you're going to have to close the distance. But did you really think I'd let ya do that so easily while knowing that? He was surprised that something like flying magic existed, but the speed of their approach could not possibly be compared to that of a flying dragon rider. If he fell back by the same amount that his opponent was approaching, the distance between them would not close. Of course, since there was a limit to how much he could fall back, the method of maintaining distance was not just falling back, but also making full use of maneuvering and elevation, but that was not a problem. There existed no boundaries in the vast sky, hence the battle technique of the magical sharpshooter had been established. Balleroy hit. Weaving a word with lips devoid of moisture, the tip of his spear suddenly shone with intense brightness. The moment the magical bullet was fired, there was no recoil or emotion whatsoever on Balleroy's part. There was only a quick flash of light, and the result brought about the sniping in less than a second. Within his vision, magnified by the scope medium, had defended against a third magical bullet with her barbarian sword. Her movement suggested that she had realized that Balleroy was aiming for her limbs, whether that was her natural intuition or advice whispered into her ear by the magician behind her was unclear. While admiring that as quite the impressive feat, Balleroy spilled out a long breath. Balleroy hit. With that, he consecutively fired from a fourth shot to the eighth shot in a single breath. Balleroy's magical bullets had no recoil, therefore there was no impediment to shooting in rapid succession. If there was a limitation, it would be the speed at which the bullets of light were created to be fired, but Balleroy had poured all of his talents for magic into mastering this magical bullet attack. 5 shots per second light bullets that were fired at the same accuracy, without the slightest bit of deviation, that was the basis for Balleroy Temeglyph being called the magical sharpshooter, and the reason he had attained the position of General First Class. Balleroy hit. Fiercely swinging the barbarian swords in both of her hands, medium, frantically, continued to repel the magical bullets. That in itself was worthy of praise, but Balleroy's remaining strength had not decreased in the slightest. The time that had passed was 10 seconds at most, and if they continued for another 10 or 20 seconds, medium would definitely use up all her strength. If Balleroy indifferently approached that moment while firing his magical bullets, Balleroy, for a moment suspicion was yielded and composed Balleroy's thoughts. All the while he still continued creating bullets of light and engaging in a ceaseless chain of sniper fire via his magical bullets. But it was this very situation that Balleroy harbored suspicion about, bringing medium along with him for surprise attack. This was the opponent who had imposed a considerable limitation on Balleroy's magical bullets. Naturally, it was an enemy who had thrown down the gauntlet with the intention of facing Balleroy. So would they really implement such a half-hearted strategy, like letting him break through simply by persisting with his signature move? He could not help but find it strange and peculiar. That was this very situation in which he could fully display his true nature. Indeed, it happened right after Balleroy had finished contemplating Caroline Kiriorara. In Balleroy's stead, as he looked through his scope, Caroline gave a loud neigh as it kept vigilance over their surroundings. While flying at high speeds to the sky above the Crystal Palace, his beloved dragon, who had been maintaining a constant distance with the opponent, made an appeal, and Balleroy turned his attention to the cause of Caroline's neigh. From even higher than Balleroy and Caroline, who were high in the skies, above something was falling towards them. Balleroy, HK, you're really giving it to us, ain't ya? As Balleroy grit his teeth and howled what pierced the thick clouds and fell towards him was a threat even more direct than the balls of flame that had targeted the Crystal Palace earlier. An enormous mass of ice akin to the size of a small mountain ferociously hurtled down from the sky toward the imperial capital. 3. Julia's fighting against Balleroy Dono in a location with no cover will prove to be fatal. After all, he is the greatest flying dragon rider of the Empire, an astounding master of his craft with range in every conceivable direction. Following the advice that Julius had provided whilst he bore a grave look on his face, the aerial battle that Roswell had been challenged to was the poorest choice of battlefield against the Empire's finest flying dragon rider. After all, there was nothing in the sky that could serve as cover. Forwards, backwards, left, and right went without saying, but his opponent was even able to guarantee range on the vertical plane, allowing for every direction in 3 dimensions altogether. It was the worst possible environment. It was normal for a warrior to prepare the most disadvantageous situation for their opponent. So if one were to go out of their way to meet their opponent's conditions and choose to fight with a disadvantageous situation for themselves, then they would merely be an insane person. So then, although there was nothing that could have been done regarding the conditions, would that make Roswell an insane deviant who chose to allow his opponent to fight on a battlefield on which they excelled at a range at which they triumphed and with tactics which were their forte? Certainly that was not the case. Roswell would not say that he was normal, but he understood that he was not one to burn with a longing for victory, nor was he one to eccentrically enjoy the disadvantages of a war situation. He recognized his own abnormalities, but those abnormalities were not things he displayed in combat. Therefore, Roswell had not done anything so foolish as facing a battlefield on which he had no chance of winning. Within Roswell's arms, Medium panted as steam rose from her body. The high level of heat being transmitted into his palms was proof that the performance of her body was rising in response to her fighting spirit. At the same time, it was also proof that she had surpassed her limits several times in just 10 seconds. The dreadful rapid-fire ability of the magical bullets, even if it was clear that they were flying towards her in a manner that would avert a fatal wound. He was deeply impressed that Medium had successfully repelled 50 of the approaching bullets. But they did not have another 10 seconds hence. Roswell progressed the battle to the next stage. Breaking through the clouds that hung over the imperial capital, an enormous mass of ice was plummeting from the heavens towards the city's surface. A mass of ice so mighty that one could have easily mistaken it for a mountain. Roswell was naturally the one who had made it fall, however. If he produced a block of ice of that size, no matter how much pride Roswell had as being the world's greatest magician, he would barely have any mana remaining after the fact. Therefore, he had gotten Amelia, who possessed excessive amounts of mana, to create the block of ice. Roswell, she still had so much energy after creating something to that extent. Truly, it is an absurd notion. Having performed a marvel equivalent to creating an iceberg, Amelia calmly followed Subaru's orders and confronted a different battlefield, as reliable as that was where he considered the possibility that he might have confront her adversarially one day. It gave him quite the headache. However, in this moment, he would depend on that reliability and would proceed with the stratagem of bringing down the iceberg. It had been uncertain if all of Roswell's mana could be used to produce such an enormous iceberg, but it would not have been too much if he were to simply maintain that which Amelia had created and keep it afloat. He had been keeping it on standby since the balls of flame had been brought down, and now in this moment he released it from its yoke. Roswell. The attack had the same mass as if a mountain was falling from the sky, but its aim was not to flatten Balor from overhead as he flew around in the air. It would be a briefer story, if such a thing could be done, but it would likely not be very difficult for Balor to escape from the area of damage that the iceberg would inflict. Hence the reason for bringing the iceberg down was not to attack Balor, it was to serve as an obstacle. Roswell, if there's no cover, then I had better create some. Right after he muttered this, Roswell narrowed his eyes, and then cracks immediately began to form throughout the entirety of the iceberg. That moment, a high-pitched noise pierced the sky, just as if glass that filled the air had all shattered at once, and the subsequent phenomenon that occurred might have even appeared as if the sky was crumbling. The iceberg shattered, and as fragments scattered about chunks of ice chaotically fell towards the ground. Though the phrasing of shattered had been used, they were fragments of a mountain. Each individual fragment was around the size of a building or a dragon carriage, so it was identical to an avalanche of icebergs tumbling down from the sky. It was a sight akin to taking a box filled with small pebbles and sand and turning it upside down over a flower bed. Roswell, this is the true ability of a magician. If one could engage in a one-sided attack from a distance, at which they excelled, it would be impossible to lose. That such was a fundamental tactic for certain victory for a magician had been mentioned earlier. Therefore, Roswell preferred a fighting style that conformed to that fundamental, and thus he put it into practice. In order to perform one-sided attacks, it was crucial to reduce the opponent's options. A proficiency at a certain range was nothing more than an easily decipherable indicator to help in doing so. By reducing his opponent's options, he could pull the situation towards one that was advantageous for himself. That was the fighting style of the world's strongest magician, Roswell Medium Terrier. A light passed through the incessant rain of shards and chunks of ice, and Medium cut down the magical bullet that had approached. Medium had been ordered to not be fazed no matter what happened, but he was as grateful as he could have been that she was moving in accordance with that order. The magical sharpshooter should have also been adequately astounded, but it was commendable that he had magnificently shifted back to attacking right away. However, his rapid-fire capability and mobility had been reduced beyond compare, and above all else. Roswell, if you're the kind of person I've heard you want to target me directly with your magical bullets. After all, if I were to fall from this altitude, there would be no way of saving Mediumkin. For making an extraordinary war situation into a reality was an enemy akin to the devil. Faced with a magician who used medium as a shield in order to prevent his tactics, Balleroy recognized his opponent as such by means of a clear enmity. In the Valachian Empire, so-called magicians were exceedingly valuable. That was because fundamentally and ethnically a propensity to be unskilled in handling magic had been passed down, so ultimately the principles of the imperial people did not align with magic. At the roots of the imperial people, there was a reverence towards the strong, and that could also be expressed as an adoration for the talents and skills of outstanding warriors. An ideal warrior of the Valachian Empire would wield their own weapon and overcome their opponent, and in exchange of blows and battles that did not take such a form were shunned. There were deep-rooted preconceptions and biases regarding other types of fighting styles, and though it had improved under Vincent's reign, it would still take some time for such things to completely disappear. The fighting style of Balleroy, known as the magical sharpshooter, and the killing methods of the vicious old man Albert, the shinobi head honcho, did not have much fame within other countries contrary to the vigilance other nations had of them. Though since Balleroy and Albert did not fight for the sake of fame, neither of them really cared. Because he had possessed such rationale, Balleroy, unlike other imperial people, did not particularly detest magicians. He wished to overturn that evaluation from when he had been alive. Balleroy, I don't like your way of doing things one bit, Mr. Magician. He admired their skill of using absolutely everything at their disposal to produce their own battlefield, but with their poisonous fangs pointed towards him, going as far as facing him with a member of his own family, of all things fury surged within him. He truly wished to shoot through that person's head and heart, but Balleroy's Carillon Kirirara, spurring on his beloved dragon with a pat on the back, the flying dragon picked up speed with a flap of its wings as it neighed. As Balleroy and Carillon danced through the dark sky, soaring through the hailstorm of unbelievable scale, they focused on conquering the labyrinth of ice that had suddenly been created attempting to break through. In the past, there had been instances where people had tried to avoid Balleroy's magical bullets by escaping to a forest dense with trees, or by hiding away in a sturdy fortress. When those had happened, Balleroy had cleared the trees with a rapid fire of magical bullets to secure a line of sight, and in the second case, he had identified where the opponent was hiding, and then shot a magical bullet through the wall to kill the enemy. But he had never once attempted to conquer a method as absurd as this until now. And thus, naturally, he had never once overturned a strategy as absurd as this either. Balleroy, so that means if I get past this IDLO, be my win, ain't that right? While evading the fragments of the shattered iceberg, which would quite likely be able to end one's life with just a mere grazed Balleroy, imagine the figures of Medium and the Magician who had set this up. Aside from those two, there were no others who had ascended to the imperial capital sky. That was to say, the cards that would be played in the aerial battle against Balleroy consisted entirely of those two. It seemed like Serena had not sent out her flying dragon squad in her pride and joy to face Balleroy. Balleroy, as I expect the High Countess is fully aware. Even in aerial combat that utilized flying dragons, there existed a clear hierarchy. For example, wild flying dragons without a partner would never be able to contend with flying dragons that had a flying dragon rider, a single outstanding pair of flying dragon, and rider could exterminate a flock of 100 flying dragons. And thus, if a flying dragon rider were to clash with another flying dragon, rider of the superior party would always be victorious with no relation to the advantage or disadvantage of numbers. The side with the superior flying dragon rider would win. If there existed no flying dragon riders more capable than Balleroy, then no matter how many flying dragon squadrons were sent in, the only possible outcome would be for mountains of the corpses of valuable flying dragons and their riders alike to pile up. That was how valuable a superior flying dragon rider was. They were outstanding personnel. That was why Balleroy did not detest Serena. Her act of authorizing Miles to go on a secret mission to the kingdom of Lagunica had been necessary. Nothing could have been done about it. Balleroy even zoom gona, as he grit his teeth, the latter half of his mutter was something that even Balleroy himself had been unable to hear. That was because underneath Balleroy and Carillon shards of the shattered iceberg crashed into the imperial capital one after the other, and a thunderous sound reverberated as a tremendous amount of dust began to rise. The shards destroyed the cityscape, altering its very form. The miserable amount of damage to the imperial capital that had been brought about by magic the havoc, which ought to have been called a magic disaster, continued. It was a city that he had protected during his lifetime and had grown accustomed to seeing. It was not as if he did not have reservations about it being destroyed, but Balleroy's attention was more so focused on his enemy rather than the city that was falling into ruin. Balleroy. Amidst the shattered ice that was fluttering down like dust, there was an illusory sight caused by the light being diffused, and he became able to more clearly see the figure of Medium, who ought to have been further beyond. However, there was still distance between them, having brought down an iceberg from above the clouds and producing damage that heavily demolished the cityscape of the imperial capital. The distance they had gained was a negligible amount. Balleroy had hit. In order to force back the distance they had gained, Balleroy shortened the amount of time it took for his fired magical bullets to reach their target, and thus Medium would need an accordingly instantaneous reaction speed. Just how many more shots would the exhausted Medium be able to obstruct? Even if Balleroy were to reduce his mobility, restricting his line and angle of fire, he would still have the advantage. That was to say, the next move was coming. Balleroy, the same bundles of flame from earlier, no. There were signs of a change above the clouds, and knocking away an ice shard with his spear, clearing the line of fire. With a bullet of light, Balleroy looked up, furrowing his brow. Hurtling to the large hole in the thick clouds that had been created by the mountain of ice were numerous flaming spheres and icebergs. Though they were not as huge as the mountain of ice from earlier, they were still quite enormous. At the sight of those plummeting down, Balleroy thought that their purpose might have been to add to the obstacles in the sky, then perceive his opponent's true intention. They were falling down somewhere largely off the mark from the position in which Balleroy and Caroline, where they were drawing a trajectory headed for a direct hit to the Crystal Palace. Balleroy, what the hell do I think you're doing, deviant? He was witnessing ice and flame in descent without him, as their aim, however, Balleroy shouted, as if it was an attack directed towards none other than himself. They would not bring any direct damage to Balleroy. Instead, they would relentlessly crush Madeline's body, which remained in the palace, and the rest of the people residing within its walls. He could not afford to let that happen. He could not afford to let Sphinx die. Balleroy, spreading its wings and making a sharp turn, Caroline made a sudden break in a position where no chunks of ice would hit, raising his body, as if being flicked off of that very back. Balleroy pointed his spearhead toward the sky above the Crystal Palace, and fired his magical bullets. Since a rate of production of 5 shots per second would not be able to stop the attack in this moment, he surpassed a limit that he had never surpassed in his lifetime, and a barrage of Balleroy's magical bullets covered the sky. The rampaging bullets of light completely shot down the descending flaming spheres and chunks of ice, and it had successfully protected the Crystal Palace from the large-scale damage which would have caused it to come crumbling down. But at this moment, it was a self-evident truth that Balleroy's opponent would aim at him while his back was turned. Balleroy hit. Hence, while Balleroy was aiming his spearhead at the objects falling towards the Crystal Palace, he aimed the back of his spear at the enemy drawing near, and responded by firing magical bullets both forwards and backwards at the same time. Balleroy. He had fired only one magical bullet to his rear, but that had been enough. With his back turned, Balleroy had made it seem like he was presenting an opening, and a flame of magic had been directly approaching him, pierced, heated by the magical bullet. It, too, exploded midair. The light bullet that had pierced the opponent's magic continued in its trajectory, heading right for Medium and the magician, who had thought that they had taken advantage of an opening only to be met by a barbarian sword. Balleroy met him, a man who was once a divine general. When it came to the art of warfare, he would not fall behind his younger sister, regardless of her overflowing motivation. In order to take her by surprise, a magical bullet, which Balleroy had fired backwards, was a little bit larger than the bullets of light he had fired up until now, and thus its power excelled. Medium Yua. With a sound of water splashing, both barbarian swords were ripped from Medium's hands. Having immediately noticed something different instinctually, it was magnificent that she had intercepted it with 2 swords instead of 1. Though he had intended to blow off everything beneath her left elbow with that shot, it was thanks to that reaction that she had kept both her arms. However, the outcome would still be the same now that she had lost her means of defense. With the next shot, he would blow off that arm of hers and put an end to this. Balleroy hit. His spearhead flickered in tandem with his determination, and he finished dealing with the ice and flame that were about to flatten the Crystal Palace. Then he immediately ascended with Caroline, and while reopening the distance that had previously been closed, he would create a magical bullet that would force Medium to withdraw. Balleroy Wa. That instant, as if to fully obstruct Balleroy's field of view, the brilliance of a rainbow blanketed the sky. 5. In order to defeat Balleroy, Temaglyph Julius' advice had truly been useful. It was advice from a person who had already defeated him. Once not even Subaru could have provided information quite this useful. After all, Subaru was not a warrior, and he tended to give rather vague suggestions when it came to fighting styles. In any case, Julius, in my fight against Baleridono, I managed to defeat him. Of course, it was not a victory I could have attained without Ferris' assistance. Why a personage of Baleridono's caliber had participated in such a rebellion and had aimed for the venerable life of His Excellency Vincent, even in the future the reason for that will remain. Roswell, you saw his Book of the Dead, didn't you truly a hapless coincidence, Juliuskin? If possible, I'd like you to go over what you saw in great detail. Julius Margrave Mathers, the only information I shall be reporting is that of Baleridono's fighting style and the manner in which I fought against him. I want you to understand that the things I had witnessed without his permission, the feelings that Baleridono had harbored, are things I shall never disclose for the rest of my life. Identifying Julius' attitude whilst he spoke with a serious expression as an action that served the interests of the enemy, Roswell had some methods at his disposal prying into the information that had been gained from the Book of Dead. But Roswell did not choose to do so and opted to listen to the only information Julius had decided to report. Even he himself found that choice surprising. By nature, if Roswell had the means of obtaining information from someone, he would deem it acceptable to gain all the knowledge he could and formulate a plan, and then use it to confront a battle. And yet, why had he sympathized with Julius' emotions and respected his intentions? He had no definite answer concerning the reason for his change of heart, but that mattered not. Even if he did not know everything about Balleroy Temiglyph, Julius had given a valuable answer from Roswell's perspective that alone had been sufficient. Roswell, the fact that it was Juliuskin who killed you is a fact indeed. I wondered you not even remember the reason behind your own death, Balleroy Temiglyphkin. Through the authority of gluttony, Julius' name had been eaten. As a result, the people around Julius, save for the exemption of Subaru, had all forgotten about him. Roswell was no exception, and it was likely that the deceased were no exception either. Even Balleroy, who had been felled by the hand of none other than Julius, did not remember what it was that had caused his death. In other words, Roswell, with the same method that caused you to die the first time, I will kill you. It was truly a hapless coincidence and a miraculous happenstance. This was what Julius had employed to kill Balleroy, and it was a chance of seizing victory that could only be grasped because Julius' name had been eaten. It would be presumptuous of him to even try to imagine the anguish of Julius and Balleroy, who were directly involved, but as an outsider, Roswell was truly grateful for that happenstance from the bottom of his heart. The expansion of the rainbow barrier blocked the path of Balleroy and his flying dragon as they tried to ascend. A barrier brought about by an aurora. He had heard that such magic had been the decisive blow in Julius' defeat of Balleroy. It was an original magic that had been devised by Julius and his spirits, and reproducing it required an abnormally large amount of mana consumption even for Roswell. Roswell was capable of using several types of magic at the same time, but utilizing all 6 types simultaneously was an act devoid of sanity. While hearing the sound of his own gate screaming from within him, Roswell still recreated Julius' victory condition in order to raise his own chances of winning. The objective of this was not to be some sort of ridicule or harassment. Rather, it was a strategic choice. Of course, if his goal had simply been to block Balleroy's escape path, Roswell could have accomplished the same thing by making use of the flames and wind in which he was proficient, but the magic he was accustomed to using would have been detected as dangerous with a single glance. It was necessary to employ magic that Balleroy would be seeing for the very first time, robbing him of his discernment, even if for only a moment. Therefore, surmising that this aurora rainbow was also a part of what he had forgotten due to the authority of gluttony, Roswell purposely brought the situation to its final phase with a resolve to shoulder the burden. Medium HK. As Medium grit her teeth, though both of her barbarian swords had been ripped out of her hands, she still maintained her fighting spirit and clenched her fists. 1 or 2 shots of magical bullets perhaps could have been blocked by sacrificing both of her hands, but he had no intention of engaging in a fight that demanded such a high price. In the sense that the opponent had been robbed of his options, Medium had already done more than enough work. On the way to the Imperial capital, Medium had voiced gratitude towards Subaru, and then Subaru had also conveyed his own gratitude to Medium, but Roswell felt the exact same way. Subaru, what are you talking about, Medium-san? If we're giving thanks, then I'm the one who should be grateful to you, thinking about what things would be like if I hadn't met Medium-san, and flops him back there, it makes me shudder. The way Subaru had put on a bashful performance had made Roswell want to applaud him. Certainly without the assistance of the O'Connell siblings, this assault would not have been successful. Roswell, but, thwarted by the rainbow, they would begin to fall. Since that was a conclusion that approached the pinnacle of flying dragon riders within the Empire, Roswell narrowed his eyes. Roswell, that instant an impact pierced him diagonally from behind, and his consciousness was greatly rocked. 6. The moment the rainbow light stretched out before him, chills ran down Balleroy's entire body. Despite being an undead body, it was ironic that the fighting intuition known as survival instincts continued to work away. Following the appeals of those dead survival instincts, Balleroy faced the barrier that had been created by the Aurora and fired the hidden bullet, which had been quite literally kept hidden, which became the foundation for overcoming this obstacle. As Roswell had guessed, Balleroy could not remember the cause of his own death. Why had he ended up losing his life, even though he could remember the commotion that had served as its impetus, as well as his incentive and reason for a participant in the cause of his death, was the only thing that remained a blur. If possible, he thought that it would have been better if he had forgotten things other than the reason behind his death. But if he were to forget those things, he would definitely no longer remain himself. In any case, Balleroy could not recall the moment of his death. However, upon hearing accounts from the other undead, excluding the people who had died, without understanding what was going on, he could not find anybody else who had forgotten the details that had led up to their death. Because of that, Balleroy thought about why he had died, about why he could not think of an answer, and he had thought about how he must have died, considering as many options as possible. The possibility that his affiliation with the rebellion had been exposed, and someone like Cecilus had lopped off his head, or his fellow generals of the first class, like Groovy and Meguro, had purged him. But he had his reasons for carrying out their rebellion. Thinking that it might have been related to the people who had come from the kingdom of Lagunica, he had pondered what sort of battle it might have been. The method of being defeated by having his path obstructed mid-flight was a final candidate that he had considered. Balleroy had arrived at that idea after the battle of the coupled dragon carriages, where he had retrieved the body of Lamia Godwin, and had identified the presence of Flop and Medium. Back then, when Balleroy had fired a magical bullet to restrain the enemy, he had witnessed somebody inside the coupled dragon carriage defend against it by putting up a barrier of rainbow. It was after he had seen that rainbow. He could not be sure, but he had felt that it was a troublesome technique. That was why, no matter what sort of corner he was forced into, he had kept it in mind to prepare one spare magical bullet, such that he could instantaneously fire it at any moment. That had been useful in tearing through this rainbow barrier Carillon Kiriorara. Carillon roared as it pierced through the rainbow, and while sustaining wounds over its entire body, they escaped the enclosure. Maximizing the advantages of having become an undead flying dragon, his beloved dragon flew in a path toward survival as its painful wounds began to regenerate, grateful for that Balleroy charged his spear with magical bullet. And as he readied it diagonally, Balleroy hit. The bullet that had been fired flew straight in a direction that was off the mark from the enemy. However, in the line of fire, the bullet of light was some falling debris from the chunks of ice, and the light bullet slid diagonally across the surface of the ice. With that momentum, the light bullet bounced around the surrounding debris, bouncing around, then it pierced the back of the enemy, who had unleashed a rainbow upon him. Having been born, having died, he had succeeded in the ricocheting of light for the first time. Having quite literally flown over the boundary of death, Balleroy had evolved his magical technique even further. Unfortunately for Roswell, by attempting to select magic that was supposed to have been seen for the first time by Balleroy in order to delay his response, he had actually allowed for an instinctive reaction to the rainbow he was seeing for the second time. Roastjin, struck by a ricochet from an unexpected angle, the magician's flight had been hindered, and a scream called out for him. From within the arms of the magician Medium had been unable to do anything about an attack from a position she could not defend, and that scream sounded from her grievous voice. If he had aimed directly for the magician and shot them down, they would have fallen from quite a high elevation, and there was a danger that he would not have been able to save Medium. That had resulted in Balleroy being restricted to only targeting Medium, but the descent of the iceberg and the attack on the Crystal Palace had actually backfired on his opponent. Balleroy, at this distance, I can catch you before you fall. The long-distance battle of several kilometers between the southwest and northernmost point of the imperial capital had lost that distance in the midst of battle. It was now a distance such that he would be able to catch Medium before his opponent crashed into the ground. Balleroy patted Carillon's neck, and slipping past the chunks of ice, it faced its wings in that direction in order to retrieve Medium, while preparing himself to endure all the verbal abuse that Medium would throw at him. Medium Roastjin. Suddenly the audible voice was one of innocence, completely dissimilar to the shriek from just before. If something were to be said, then it had been a tone bereft of what was characteristic for Medium, but the strangeness of hearing that in the midst of this battle and the subsequent development stole Balleroy's attention. Balleroy Wa, an undead with black eyeballs and golden irises looming within with those eyes open wide, Balleroy was left speechless. Within Balleroy's vision, Medium parted from the arms of the magician who had been flying in the sky and began to fall towards the ground below. No, she was not falling, she had been thrown. Vigor having been applied to Medium's body, she had been thrown towards the surface with utmost strength. With a speed much faster than a free fall, she plummeted toward the ground. If he did not move to catch her right away, he would not make it in time. Right after he had thought that Balleroy understood what that devil was thinking. Balleroy, The moment before he chose to fly to medium Balleroy's gaze crossed with the magician's. At a distance where he could finally see his opponent's face, clearly even without the scope, it was a man with an exceedingly aggravating face. His back having been struck, while blood spilled from his mouth, the opponent was still smiling. Shooting a magical bullet at that smile, he immediately soared towards medium. He would not let things go in accordance with his opponent's intentions. Caroline Curiarara. At that moment, Caroline's neigh pulled Balleroy's attention toward medium. Having been thrown away, medium was plummeting toward the ground. The speed at which he fell was high, but it was likely that Balleroy and Caroline would be able to reach her in time. No, it would have been likely. What awaited medium at the end of her fall were spikes of ice from the wreckage of the shattered ice chunks. Balleroy, he hallucinated the vision of medium's body being torn to shreds by the blades of ice. From his opponent's perspective, medium should have been an ally. His reasoning cried out that such an obvious fact would not serve as insurance before an opponent like this. This opponent was a magician who would make full use of absolutely everything at his disposal as his own property. Balleroy, he had only a moment to think, and the result would appear immediately afterwards. There was a single magical bullet stored in Balleroy's spearhead, and he only had one chance to make his decision. That was whether he would shoot this magical bullet at the magician or at the ice spikes. Balleroy hated the deaths of his own people more than anything else. Balleroy, ain't that right, big bro Miles? Caroline Curiarara. As he whispered in appeal, his beloved dragon neighed, as if to express its approval. That instant the fired magical bullet flew straight, thoroughly destroying the ice spikes that were threatening to pierce the falling medium. And then, Roswell, the cause of your defeat was that you wavered when it came to what was most important. Together with the unfeeling voice of the man, a magical bullet, fired by his opponent, pierced Balleroy's chest along with the wing of his beloved dragon, bringing this battle of sky to its conclusion. Chapter 54. Sumatu. 1. Before he could even notice it, Garfield Tinsel found himself sitting in a dark place. Garfield. With his sharp eyes widened, Garfield glanced around. There was no familiarity to the place. In the dimly lit area, Garfield was sunk deep into a chair, resting his chin on his elbows with his knees. What in the world could have brought him to be in such a place? Garfield, where the fuck am I? Wrinkling his nose in suspicion, Garfield sniffed. Garfield's excellent sense of smell, though not as acute as that of a hyena person, was useful for assessing situations. Picking up information about his surroundings was more of an instinctive action, yet his sense of smell was not working well. It was not as if he could not sense any smell, but rather that it seemed elusive. Speaking of elusiveness, it was not just the smell. The surrounding situation was also the same. As previously mentioned, he found himself in a dimly lit area. The ceiling was high, and the chair Garfield was seated upon was not the only one, as there were rows of chairs arranged on both sides. Moreover, there seemed to be multiple rows of chairs both before and behind Garfield, with him occupying a seat in the middle of the space. Just as he was contemplating this, Garfield recalled something similar to this scene. Garfield, this must be some kind of theater where they do plays, or something. Once the idea of a theater was spoken, the image solidified in his mind, and it seemed clear-cut. Indeed, Garfield was in a theater, sitting in the middle of the auditorium. The dim lighting and high ceiling were all essential elements for theater performances. Just as Garfield came to this understanding of his situation, as if on cue, a loud resonant bell chimed throughout the theater, a signal for the beginning of the performance. Garfield. With widened eyes, Garfield froze in place, leaving his inner thoughts behind, as a change occurred in front of the audience's seating. The curtain rose, unveiling the previously hidden stage. And on that stage, bathed in the audience's gaze, was Garfield a cat. Garfield's muttered words, accompanied by a frown, succinctly captured the scene on the stage. In truth, awaiting the start of the performance, now that the curtain had been raised, was a small cat, a tiny gray cat, standing on two legs with its arms outstretched. Its small size, which was even tinier than the kitten people like Mimi that Garfield knew, was truly palm-sized. One such small cat, then two, then three, began the start of their performance on the stage. Each cat looked identical, and before Garfield, swept along by the situation, the three cats began to move. Each was adorned with different props. One wore a golden wig, another a red wig, and the last one a white cotton tuft on its head. Then, before Garfield's blinking eyes, the three cats moved to their respective positions on the stage, where they began to perform spectacular movements. The golden-haired cat and the cotton-tufted cat collided while the red-haired cat stood still watching. Quite the literal scuffle had broken out. Garfield, what the fuck's this? Stunned, Garfield watched as the cats became entangled on the stage. The props on the stage were quite elaborate, with a backdrop depicting a stone-hewn cityscape. The houses and kabuki paintings on the walls started to become broken, destroyed, and thrown around as the cats fought with each other. It was quite the flashy, intricate horseplay, such that one would think it to be almost charming. Garfield, that cat, now that I think about it, ain't I seen it somewhere before? Suddenly, as he focused on performing kittens, Garfield felt a tug in his memory, scratching at the lid of his nearly closed recollection. He gradually opened it, and understanding began to emerge. Those kittens, they looked just like the pictures that Subaru would draw at Amelia, and Beatrice's insistence depicting the Great Spirit, who was contracted to Amelia. Garfield, nah, I said, what the hell's up with that? Despite having an idea come to mind, Garfield was indignant because he could not grasp what it meant. He inadvertently raised his voice, causing the kittens on stage to stop their movements in surprise. Catching a glimpse of the three kittens peeking at him, Garfield felt mortified. He did not feel like there was a reason to apologize, nor did he want to insist that there was not one, but truly a fool. Sit down, Garfield. Oh. Watching quietly as the etiquette of theater, are you trying to disrupt the performance? Having been abruptly reprimanded, Garfield turned to the side with his eyes peeled. To his left, where there had been no one just moments before, sat a girl with pink hair. Ram. She pulled Garfield back by his waistband and sat him down, and then to the kittens who were looking at her with glazed-over eyes, she arrogantly said, "Continue." Following Ram's instructions, the kittens resumed their on-stage banter. However, Garfield found Ram's presence more significant than the stage performance. Garfield, Ram, what the hell are you doing here, and who the hell are those guys? Ram, Garfield, no, this ain't the time to be talking. Anyway, we gotta get out of here. I don't care where we are, it'll make sure to keep you safe. Ram, Garfield, right, let me know your thoughts, Ram. Honestly, it's probably better to think about things together with you than for my amazing self to think alone. Ram, haven't you realized? Driven by impatience, Garfield's tone of voice became more and more agitated, choking up at Ram's words. In front of the blinking Garfield, Ram kept her usual cool demeanor, fixing her eyes on the stage. Feeling frustrated by the one he loved not reciprocating the attention he was giving her, Garfield also glanced up at the stage to see what had caught her attention, and he saw the unchanged playful antics of the kittens. However, he soon realized that there was a hidden meaning beneath their continued playful interactions. The golden-haired kitten, the red-haired kitten, and the cotton-tufted kitten faced each other and flailed about, wreaking havoc on the cityscape backdrop, until finally the cotton-tufted kitten shoved the golden-haired kitten, causing it to tumble. The fallen golden-haired kitten ended up trapped beneath a fallen prop. What could this performance be about? Ram, Once again, called by Ram's quiet voice, Garfield turned around, and then the light crimson eyes that had been watching the stage up until now met his own, and their gazes collided, heating. He looked at Ram's face, which normally made his heart pound when he saw it up close. However, at this moment, what was throbbing inside Garfield was not love, but an instinctive warning bell. Sensing Garfield's realization, Ram let out a small sigh. Ram, you are dying. And so she declared that the theater he was witnessing was just a fleeting dream. 2. A kitten wearing a golden wig rolling onto the stage, which was his own appearance. When he watched it with that understanding, this entire program appeared to be like nothing but a bad joke. While confronting the enemy, the cotton-tufted kitten, he was the one protecting the red-haired kitten behind him. As he pondered upon it, little by little his memory became clearer. Garfield, that's right, my amazing self, right now in the middle of fighting with a dragon. That captain asked me, so that cotton-tufted one's the dragon, and the red-haired one's the old man. Ram, that one has become rather cute. Garfield, as much as I want to hear which one, this ain't the time for that. I gotta get back soon. Ram, wait, Garfield, Gua. Having understood the situation, Garfield promptly attempted to jump into action, but he could only cry out in pain as the string of his necklace was pulled tight. Ram had forcibly stopped Garfield and hastily turned him around to face her, and as Garfield bore his fangs and was about to yell at her, Wait, Garfield, stay right here, like Nisama said. Let's take a brief time out. Saying so, Natsuki Subaru, who occupied the other seat next to Ram, stopped Garfield. The appearance of the Subaru, it was one that had not been seen in a while, with long arms and legs long in comparison to present state, but not actually all that long. That is what his appearance was. Subaru, hey, right now, didn't you just think of something really hurtful? Garfield, don't you fret about a captain, ain't you always saying that you got short legs and a long torso? Subaru, saying it yourself versus having it said to you are entirely different kinds of damage. This must be the way of it, am I right, Biko Emiliatan? Beatrice, Subaru, right now, it's Bubby's moment to shine in the play, so stop interrupting. In fact, Emilia, sorry, Subaru, it'll make sure to listen to what you have to say later. Subaru, who was finally back to his previous eyes, was altogether brushed aside by both Beatrice, who was sitting on his lap, and Emilia, who was seated next to him. The girls were way too absorbed in each and every move of the kittens on stage to give Subaru even the slightest attention. Listening to the conversation between the disappointedly slumped-shouldered Subaru and the others, Garfield, meanwhile, recalled that the actual name of the kitten, whom he did not know personally, was Puck. Furthermore, this kind of interaction of Subaru with the rest of the group felt similar to ones he had witnessed in the past. You are correct, this is a memory of the original theater. That this space is based upon, you see, it looks just like the theater we were invited to when we all went to see the play about the subjugation of the white whale. Garfson was totally in love with that play. I had a lot of fun too, so I know how you feel. Garfield Otobro Petra. This time the voices came from behind him, and he turned around where his gaze was met with Petra, who was waving her hands in the air, and Otto, who was seated next to her and was shrugging his shoulders. Furthermore, besides Otto, he saw a woman with long golden hair, Garfield Gale. Frederica, that is quite the pathetic face you are making, Garf. Besides, Ram raises an unusually valid point this time. So sit and calm down. Garfield, oh, even if you tell me to calm down. Now, won't you lend an ear to what all these people around you are saying? Good grief, one would expect some growth after not seeing you for so long. But you're still wet behind the ears, aren't you, Garbo? Garfield, Gain and Granny. Ryuzu, why did you have to correct yourself to make it worse? Within the eyes of the astonished Garfield, the figures of his grandmother Ryuzu, together with his elder sister, were reflected. At that unexpected lineup, Garfield was left flabbergasted, and Ram, who was right next to him, once again pulled him by the waistband, forcing him to sit down. Ram, so have you calmed down a little? Garfield, just like Daggerham's encirclement, this ain't a situation to calm down. I just sat down because my knees felt a bit weak. What the hell's going on? Ram, for the time being, it seems like you're inclined to listen to what Ram has to say. Good. As expected of you, Nisama Garfield, whoa. Ram nodded with her usually cold expression, when suddenly an audience member seated in front of them turned around and interjected, realizing that it was Ram's light blue-haired younger sister. Garfield blinked. However, Rem essentially ignored Garfield and had turned back around to face forward again. Garfield, huh, what the? Subaru, that's how it is, Garfield. You don't have much of a mental image of Rem yet. So she's only going to react nebulously. It's completely within the scope of how I impersonated her. Garfield, at the rate people are popping up, ain't it going to get hella crowded in here, damn it. At Rem's vapidity with Beatrice seated on his lap, Subaru responded while playing with her hair. While this reasoning was somewhat convincing, if the person in question could not be recreated properly, then what was the point in keeping them in this theater in the first place? Such was his impression. Frederica, you have it all wrong, Garf. It is true that you do not know much about Rem yet, but that does not mean you do not care about her. That is the reason why she is here. I agree a person you're concerned about will continue to remain strongly in your heart. Familiarity with the person in question is not all that important. I think that's the crucial matter in this case. Garfield, this ain't good for my heart. Somehow, as he was beginning to understand the rules of the theater, the explanation that came from Frederica and Reinhard, who somehow came to be sitting in the rows behind, lacked a sense of reality. Since none of this was real, it seemed like lacking that sense of reality was apt in all likelihood. Frederica and Reinhard being in the same place and having a conversation like this had never happened before. However, Garfield, my impatience from earlier is starting to calm down. That being said, should I just stay quiet like Ram? Said him somehow starting to feel sleepy. Ram, what is this idiocy? I am hearing if you fall asleep you'll die. Garfield, so this place really is dangerous after all. Beatrice, Emilia, Petra, Schill. As soon as he raised his voice, Beatrice and Emilia put their fingers to their lips, and Petra admonished him. Being singled out made his lips quiver, and Garfield clicked his fangs and fell silent. He was told not to rush back, but then he was told not to be too calm, or else he would die. Just what did they want Garfield to do? It's about not returning empty-handed. Just do not try to overthink too much. Garfield even inside my amazing self said, you piss me off. Roswell, oya, I am so hated. Although blaming me would be absurd, so expressing my regret and apologizing would be an oddity. Seated one row behind with his long legs crossed, Roswell fanned the flames, looking towards him in frustration. As Garfield was about to complain, he was suddenly at a loss for words. He was aware that Reinhard, who had spoken out earlier, was seated next to Roswell. However, the problem was the other person sitting next to him. When the woman clad in black noticed Garfield's gaze, she smiled sweetly with an air. You're looking at me with quite the burning gaze, although it's in a place like this where you join me in slicing each other to our heart's content. Garfield doing that wouldn't be any fun. I'd also feel bad for Melee. So I ain't gonna do it. Oh, how disappointing. But I don't feel that bad knowing that you have a place for me inside of you. Since it is you, Elsa, it is because of your nasty personality. As a blood-colored smile appeared on Elsa's face, Melee took over the conversation from her, who was pincering Garfield by sitting in a row in front of him right next to Rem. Somehow he was beginning to understand the significance of seating arrangements. If he was right, then naturally next to Elsa, a giant blue-skinned man with 8 arms should have been present. The giant man kept a rock-like expression on his face, and glancing at Garfield, he remained silent. Exposed to that silent pressure, Garfield took a short breath, clenching his fist tighter and tighter, and then that was when Garfield's clenched fist was enveloped by the hand of a small shadow that had leaned over from the seat in front. "Mimi, Garf, are you okay? Can you do it?" Mimi is super worried. Garfield, Mimi. "Ram, that's right." Garf is a coward at heart. The round-eyed Mimi took hold of his right hand, and his left hand was taken by Ram, who was next to him. Garfield looked up, glanced around at their faces, and then let out a long, long sigh. This was not a scene out of reality. Garfield himself was about to die, despite that the companions within his mind stopped him from going back immediately, and them taking turns talking to him like this was like the Sumatu that he had once heard about from Subaru. But you know, Garfield, ordinarily for a Sumatu, all of your memories from birth to the current moment flash before your eyes in a jiff. It's not something where you get summoned to a theater. Garfield, so then what the hell is this supposed to be Captain Subaru? For that, you're going to have to find the answer yourself, Rem, as expected of Subaru and him impressed. Garfield, by myself. For a moment, despite the extra interjection in between, Garfield went deep into rumination. If this was not a Sumatu and the answer was instead to be found by himself, then was it not just a momentary respite until the dying Garfield could stand back up? If he did not stand up right away, he would fail to fulfill the role he had been entrusted with. Beatrice, I hope each of the bubbies do their best, I suppose. Amelia, that's right, no matter the outcome, let's properly see it through to the end. Indifferent to the anxious Garfield, Beatrice, and Amelia, who were watching the play, seemed to be getting more excited as the climax of the performance approached. In suspense and experiencing a whirlwind of emotions from what was occurring on the stage, the two held hands as the peculiar portrayal of Puck and Puck clashing with each other swayed their emotions tempestuously. On stage, the golden-haired Puck had fallen over, and the red-haired Puck was restraining the cotton-tufted Puck as he tried to move in the direction of the golden-haired Puck, an undoubtedly perilous predicament. Garfield, the red-haired one. The red-haired Puck, while protecting the golden-haired Puck, was facing the cotton-tufted Puck. The situation on the stage had changed while Garfield had not been looking, and fearing that it was a reflection of reality, Garfield's expression changed as he gnashed his fangs. As expected, he needed to get back. Right away, Ram, truly a fool. It was a familiar affront, but unlike the usual tone imbued with a bit of gentleness, the voice carried within it a more definite rebuke. Garfield's eyes widened at Ram's words, and she pointed to the stage with the hand opposite the one she had placed over Garfield's. Looking at the stage that had been directed, he found that the situation had continued to progress. The collapsed golden-haired Puck had arisen, and had pushed aside the red-haired Puck. It immediately began to head for the cotton-tufted Puck. With a single blow from the cotton-tufted Puck, the golden-haired Puck turned into light. Subaru 1 out. However, in life, you don't get 3 outs, 1 out is how it ends. Having turned the golden-haired Puck into light, the cotton-tufted Puck chased after the red-haired Puck as he turned around in an attempt to run away, and also turned him into light. Thus the cotton-tufted Puck alone remained on stage, and the play reached its curtain's close. Amid sparse applause, the stage curtain descended with the cotton-tufted Puck bowing deeply, and as the stage signaled the end of the performance. Mimi, that wasn't enjoyable at all. Mimi ain't satisfied. And so Mimi, who like Ram was also holding Garfield's hand, stretched out her tail and started to throw a tantrum like a misbehaving child. However, for a play that had already reached its conclusion, speaking out like that was pointless, but that had not been so. In the next moment, the opening bell resounded within the theater, and the curtain that had been lowered began to rise once more. And on the other side of the curtain, the golden-haired Puck and the red-haired Puck, who ought to have disappeared along with the cotton-tufted Puck, who ought to have made them disappear, were facing off. Protecting the collapsed golden-haired, the climactic scene, where red-haired confronted cotton-tufted, was being reenacted. Garfield the hell. Unsure when the world was unfolding, Garfield's throat quivered, and then to Garfield, whose thoughts had gone blank. Ram, just recklessly standing back up, didn't work. Now did it if. So then what will you do? So asked Ram calmly with one eye closed. To that question from Ram, Garfield gulped, and he looked upon the stage once again. Rem Nisama is wonderful. Truly that was so with the younger sister whom he was not yet too familiar with. Garfield wholeheartedly agreed. 3. On stage, the golden-haired Puck evaporated into light again and again. It seemed that a great deal of improvisation was allowed in this play, and the content was influenced to a great extent by the audience's opinions. However, Reinhardt, how about a serious kick to turn the entire imperial capital upside down? Elsa, how about pretending just once to be gravely injured and aiming at your opponent when they think you're dead? Roswell, even dragons seem to have some sort of attachment, for example, about using a friend of the dragon who may be in the imperial capital as a shield. Garfield, if all you can think of is impossible crap, or cowardly plans and shut up. Opinions that were not even adopted to the stage were shared one after another, and as Garfield barked back furiously at the people behind him, they all shut their mouths in unison. Simply since it was their words and actions as perceived by Garfield. He could not help but feel unproductive because he felt as if he was angry with himself. Otto, at the very least, he needs to take advantage of the terrain. The difference between a large and small body can be fatal, but on the other hand, there must be a gap that can be used by being small. Petra, yeah, that's right, Garf Sands. Body is smaller than the dragon's, and he might lose in a contest of strength, but that's why we should talk about what contest he can win in. Subaru in theory, yes, but in practice, how can we do it, Garfield aside? If it were me, I wouldn't be able to win a fight against a dragon, even if it was doing a handstand. Otto, the thought of Natsuki-san exterminating a dragon, I would not expect that from anyone but Garfield. On the other hand, he felt that his comrades beside him who were speaking constructively were speaking more wisely than Garfield, even though they were Garfield's perception of them. Of course, the real people would have conversations like this. But Subaru, Emilia, do you have any advice for Garfield? Emilia, well, I think that the part where he couldn't catch Meseria's tail before she hit him like that part wasn't good. He may have been in a difficult position, but instead of trying to catch it, couldn't he have dodged it? Subaru, you really responded better than I thought, Rem, as expected of Emilia-san. While she watched the pucks prance on stage, Emilia made an accurate point in Subaru, and Rem both responded to her. He didn't know if Rem's response was correct, but perhaps her statement was a direct reflection of Garfield's feelings. At any rate, he felt that things were gradually coming into view. However, when one piled something up and piled it up and piled it up, and then brought it back to reality, how likely was it that it would actually be useful? Reuse, you're worried, a Garbo. Garfield, honestly, my amazing self feels more shameful than worried. My amazing self was the one who was entrusted with the duty of dealing with that dragon. Ryuza looked at his face, and Garfield expressed his loathsome feelings. He jumped in with gusto, nearly died in the heat of battle. And when that wasn't enough, Garfield built a theater in his head that had a large group of his friends. Well, some weren't his friends, but he was comforted by them all. Ryuzu, and what is shameful about that, Garfield? Upon being asked that, Garfield furrowed his brow and raised his head. Lined up next to Ryuzu was Frederica, who was staring at Garfield. She squinted with the same emerald eyes as Garfield. Frederica, what is shameful about this, Garf? She piled on the same question. Garfield, shameful ain't it everyone else is fighting by themselves, and yet only my amazing self HK. Ryuzu, if you can't fight by yourself, then that's shameful. Is that what you're saying? Garfield, yeah, wait, no, that ain't right. I'm not saying it's shameful to work together, to fight. This is having my friends bustling together in my head. Frederica, seriously, that is impossible, Garf. Having been driven ragged, all he could do was rely on companions in his own mind. Towards Garfield, who was vigorously trying to break away from that attitude, Frederica spoke clearly. With her emerald green eyes narrowed, Frederica sighed at the stiffening Garfield and, Frederica, you really are quite dumb, Garf. Please take a look at your surroundings. Garfield, my surroundings. Being told this, Garfield looked around inside of the theater. His companions were lined up in the seats next to him. His enemies were in the seats behind. Those who he was hesitant to call his allies were in front of him, and before he knew it, there were no empty seats left in the theater. All of them were filled with faces that Garfield was familiar with. Garfield, Ram, Subaru, and some others were naturally there, and so were Roswell, Reinhard, Mimi Rem, and the others, and there were even more people beyond that. There were also the people of the Mather's domain, and there were also those that he had come to know over the course of his journey in the Empire. There were the companions he was fond of and other people who he could not get close with, but every single one of them had come into contact with Garfield's life in some way, and each had secured themselves a seat. Reusing my, oh my, the theater's jam-packed. Soon we won't all be able to fit in here anymore. Seeing the same thing as Garfield, Reusing let out a good-humored chuckle. As his grandmother had said, the theater was so full that some people had to stand. Everyone looked at the scene of the pucks atop the stage, watching how the puck that played the role of Garfield was losing. At that reality, his face began to heat up. What a pathetic, disgraceful manner of losing. Everyone was surely fed up with him. Ram, truly a fool. Mimi, you know, Garf, all of this is inside Garf's head, right? But Garf's head isn't very smart, just like Mimi. So that also goes for what everyone is saying, right? Being spoken to from both his left and right in quick succession, Garfield blinked his eyes. Then when he looked around again, everyone who had previously been looking at the stage had turned to face Garfield himself. Looking at each of their faces one by one, he thought back on the type of people that they were. Everyone had spoken as much as they pleased, losing their complaints towards the puck playing the role of Garfield that kept losing, but Garfield nobody's telling my amazing self anything that's convenient for me, or anything that I don't think they'd say. Ram's words were direct, and Mimi's were vague, but they were both saying the same thing. If this theater was in Garfield's head, and for the sake of comforting his beaten and dying self, he had gathered his family, friends, acquaintances, and even enemies, then that would be beyond pathetic. But Garfield was not smart. Getting people to think and say things that they would not normally say, or having them line up convenient words to comfort his heart, like he was playing with puppets, were the sort of complicated things he was unable to do. Subaru, as you thought, you can't put what we've discussed here to good use in the outside world. This is just consolation, a temporary peace of mind. But there's nothing wrong with resting, even if it's just your mind. Beatrice, even though it was Subaru who requested him to stop the dragon, that is quite the manner of speaking, in fact. Subaru, that's because of the me inside Garfield's head. Amelia, wait, so that means when it feels like you're about to say really difficult things, it's just because that's how it seems to Garfield, is that so? Amelia, with a puzzled look on her face, asked this, making Garfield let out an ah. He looked overhead, taking a moment to think, before lowering his gaze. Garfield, maybe since I'm fine with however much the captain asks of me, the captain, in my amazing self's head, can say things like that. Otto, even supposing that were the case, you should know that the people around you are giving you their honest advice. Really, I have no clue where you learned to think like this. Frederica Otto-sama would say that now, wouldn't he? Frederica gave a wry smile as Otto pointed at himself with a disappointed expression, seeing this Petra place a hand over her mouth, letting out an aha laughter, which began to spread throughout her surroundings. Before Garfield realized it, he had joined in the laughter in spite of himself. Garfield, well, like maybe I was being a bit stubborn, Rizu. Oh, Garbo. Garfield, 'cause Captain asked me to do it, and also 'cause the Empire was at risk sure my opponent's a dragon, and like always we can't afford to lose, but what the hell? Garfield slowly moved his hands apart from how they had been interlocked from left and right, and raised them up, then he clasped them strongly together before his chest, letting out a thunk. With that pose, the reverberating sound of his gnashing fangs and his rising fighting spirit. Garfield, this here is a job that was entrusted to my amazing self, but my amazing self ain't gonna be fighting alone. Magnificent. Inspired by Garfield's rising spirits, a low, solemn commendation hung over the room. It had come from a seat behind him, and Garfield did not need to confirm that this single word had been spoken by a giant with 4 pairs of crossed arms. Now there was just one thing that he wanted to ascertain. Garfield, I told you, Captain, it'll make that flying Bellyakin dragon drop to the ground. Subaru, yeah, like you said, go and get him, Garfield Hayu. With an energetic reply, Garfield stood up with verve. And unlike the other times when he stood up where she had pulled him back, Ram did not move. Garfield glanced at her, and as she looked at the stage while embracing her elbows. Ram, what? Garfield, how it's nothing seems like in my amazing self said you ain't that unswayable of a woman. Ram, there's no need to go all the way to say what's already obvious. That's what Garf is for. Garfield flashed a wry smile at Ram as she shrugged her dainty shoulders, not even turning her gaze over his way in her place. Mimi nimbly jumped on top of her seat. Mimi, then Mimi speaks, Garf. It would be so cool if you won this. Laughing at his declaration, Mimi slapped Garfield's back with all the strength she could muster. Then a beat later, just like Mimi had Subaru, Beatrice, Amelia, Petra, Frederica, and Rizu all clapped Garfield on the back. As he was being pushed out, Garfield was clapped on the back, and he faced towards the exit of the theater. Garfield, Otto, bro, give me some advice. Otto, let me see when it comes to dangerous behavior, like risking your life. I would not allow that for anyone other than for myself. Garfield, I don't want to just be told that by you, Otto, bro. His joking older brother gave him a slap on the back, forcing Garfield toward the exit of the theater. As he was forced toward the doorway, he saw his younger siblings, who he had thought could not be found in any of the seats, and towards them, and his mother, who held him by their shoulders, he directed a thumbs up, an encounter that filled the entirety of the theater. It was a good Sumatu. And so, in those final moments, he pointed his finger towards the pucks on stage, and Garfield, my amazing self, ain't a cat and the gorgeous tiger. For dragons were beings that were often likened to natural disasters and cataclysms, but the way the cloud dragon Mesoria was rampaging about left that judgment no room for objection whatsoever. It was the incarnation of destruction that had completely changed the scenery of the imperial capital from what it had been just a few minutes prior, and its fierce rampage was a sight utterly inconceivable for this world, witnessing that Heinkel's legs could not stop shaking as his heart shattered. There had also been someone who had altered Heinkel's destiny in a mere instant. However, they had suffered a crushing defeat in an exchange of blows against the dragon, and had been blown away by a roar, which split the very ground asunder. Debris had rained down upon them, and had buried them underneath. That was why there was no point, even though he had told them senselessly, mercilessly, the golden-haired boy had lost his life, and Heinkel had been unable to do anything but silently watch. I am the gorgeous tiger. The next moment, an explosion occurred from within a mountain of rubble, and an angry roar reverberated. At the event that had been far too abrupt, Heinkel's throat clogged up in shock, astonished by the person who had thrust their first upwards and had blown away the mountain of rubble. Garfield. Garfield, I shit, how long's my amazing self been sleeping for? Staggeringly shaking his head, Garfield ripped off his tattered vest and inquired, so at that question Heinkel blinked his eyes in surprise. Heinkel, since you were buried under the rubble, it's been about 5 seconds. Garfield, 5 seconds, huh? Almost got killed 10 times over, that was a fucking close one. Taking a long, deep breath, Garfield cracked the joints in his neck. Seeing that unthinkable figure right after he had thought that the attack had invariably killed Garfield, Heinkel was at a loss for words. But there was also someone even more shocked than Heinkel and could not conceal their surprise. Mezeria Wathk. Garfield, who had been bustling about with no cease to his motion, delivering unthinkable blows, as if there were no difference in size between them, should have finally been defeated. He had certainly been killed for that belief that had been shattered in merely 5 seconds. Heinkel sympathized. What did it matter if he sympathized against that ultimate life form, against the Cloud Dragon? Mezeria, why won't you friggin' die? Garfield, don't be an idiot. I really would have died. That is, if Pops didn't go and make those 5 seconds for me. Heinkel, I didn't do any. Garfield bared his teeth at the words of the astonished dragon, but Heinkel could only shake his head. It was true that right after Garfield was blown away and buried in the rubble, Heinkel had kept on holding his sword and had exchanged glances with Mezeria, but that was nothing more than him gazing at it, while understanding that if Garfield had been defeated, he would become the next prey. Mezeria HKE. Ignoring Heinkel's self-awareness, Mezeria's patience had reached its limit. The Cloud Dragon furiously closed in on the bolt upright Garfield, and raising up its thick long tail, it brought it down like a flash of lightning. The wind generated from the flap of its wings, which it had used to approach, was enough to make it feel as if the likes of Heinkel were about to be blown away. The extraordinary blow from the dragon aimed directly for Garfield. Akela! That instant, the Cloud Dragon's body blurred midair, and its entirety was slammed into the protective wall of the Imperial capital. Mezeria Eurowada. Turned upside down, Mezeria's back crashed into the wall, and it let out a disheveled exhale. Without understanding what had just happened, sharing that lack of understanding, Heinkel's jaw was left agape. It was not clear how it had been done, but it was clear who had done what. Garfield had parried the blow from Mezeria's tail and had thrown the dragon. Garfield, shit, now I've done it. Looking down at his hands, for some reason Garfield muttered so in discontent. Making an expression as if he was digging up an unpleasant memory, he repeatedly opened and closed the hands that had thrown the dragon, and then turned around. Those emerald green eyes directly clashed with the eyes of the upside-down Cloud Dragon. And then, Garfield, well, never mind, let's fucking do this round 2, sorry about this, but my amazing self's the only one who's got a mountain load of support. Indeed, using incomprehensible reasoning as fuel for his fighting spirit, Garfield's clash with the Cloud Dragon, after a momentary stoppage, began a new verse of a legend headed for its coda. Chapter 55. Madeline Eschart. 1. Madeline Eschart was the youngest dragonkin in existence. By nature, due to the mechanisms behind the Dragonkin's genesis, they possessed origins distinct from every other race. In order to precisely explain their ecology, the relationship between dragonkin and dragons must first be known. Nowadays, the number of individual dragons that could be identified on the surface had considerably decreased, but that was influenced in no small extent by the fact that in times of year the favorite food of the stick-swinger Reed Estria had been dragon meat. Reed killed dragons as he pleased and killed the dragons that had challenged him for retribution. Because of that, by doing that for several years, the already small number of dragons had decreased even more in the blink of an eye, and they had been brought to the verge of extinction. And in the background behind the downfall of the dragons, the ecology of dragons played a big part. First of all, dragons did not require copulation or mating in order to multiply. Even without a male and female pairing up, they were creatures capable of asexual reproduction. Their bodies were constructed with a large quantity of mana, and thus were fundamentally different from other races. And if comparison had to be made, the closest thing would probably be spirits. Only unlike spirits, which had levels such as micro-quasi, and great dragons were dragons by birth, and there was no doubt that their unparalleled might existed at the apex of all living things. Therefore, dragons possessed almost no sense of protecting other individuals of their race, or preserving the species. Since they were capable of parthenogenesis, they inevitably harbored little interest in other dragons. The ones that challenged Reed in the name of retribution for their species did not do so for the sake of the killed dragons, but because their pride deemed it unacceptable for the dragon race to be disdained. As a result, by the time the dragons realized how bad their situation was, they were already standing on the verge of extinction. Even the mighty dragon that was the leader of the flock filled Reed's stomach, and in another land their confrontation with the witch's sloth had proved to be fatal, so the time had come for them to make a decision. That decision was namely whether to follow the pride of a dragon or not. The dragons that followed their pride abandoned the land, and while not approving of the attacks led by individual specimens hostile against Reed or the witch's sloth, they had chosen to fly away over yonder. The dragons that did not follow their pride remained in the land, and without severing relations with those who arrogantly opposed dragons that were superior to themselves, they had made the unusual choice to continue feuding. From a human's intuition, it might seem like the explanations of the ones that had and had not followed their pride were reversed, but this was correct when considering the perception of the dragons. In the first place, dragons were the ultimate existence that could not possibly be compared with other races. There was no reason for them to go through the trouble of clashing with other species. To prove that point for dragons, doing battle was defined as vying for survival. So if one wished to compete for victory, they would do so through the act of surviving. Therefore, those who were capable of doing so would be known as superior specimens. The line of thinking went to the dragons who could not reach that thought, instead doing battle with humans to prove an unnecessary point, clinging to the land and risking their lives were causing dragons as a whole to be disdained, and thus were in the wrong. Therefore, the majority of the dragons departed from the land, and the dragons that yet remained were eccentrics, though, put it more directly, they were treated as deviants among the dragons. At the top of that list would be the divine dragon Volcanica, who was the most proactively friendly towards humans of the ones that had stayed behind, but the topic of that well-known dragon deviates from the matter at hand, and thus will be omitted. Thus at last we return to the subject of dragonkin. Going against the intentions of the dragon race, the dragons that remained in the land all acted independently. Some dragons died challenging Reed or the witch's sloth. Other dragons lived as hermits in regions that they had grown familiar with, and another portion of dragons had become humans. The decision of this final portion of dragons had served as the basis for the dragonkin. It was ironic, but the existence of Reedistria had played a large part in the creation of dragonkin. Whether the dragons followed their pride or not, there was a level of audacity in the man who had driven them to that decision, but it was a strength that had left a stronger impression on the pride of the dragons. As mentioned previously, dragons boasted that they were the apex of all living things, and they were well aware that they were the ultimate existence, just as they knew how to move their limbs, how to look at things, and how to hear sounds without the need to learn. That was an intuitive understanding. Therefore, being the ultimate existence was important to dragons, and if they indeed were, then there would be no need to fuss over the original form of a dragon. If they were superior, then even the form of a human would be fine. It was mentioned that the construction of the dragon's bodies was close to that of spirits, and that ecology would come into use here. Originally, the reason dragons took on the majestic form of large bodies that sprouted wings with sharp fangs and claws and tough scales was none other than because it easily displayed their abilities. As the ultimate existence, dragons had retained the same form for so long because there had never appeared a form that could display the power of a dragon more aptly. But with the trend of times and changes in the world, if there was a need to alter themselves into a more suitable form, the dragons would not shun the notion of discarding their majestic appearances and instead taking the same forms as humans. That was the origin of the dragonkin, their relationship with dragons. That was to say, the dragonkin were the evolved form of dragons the next generation spawned through parthenogenesis. While they were equipped with the same physical traits as humans, that was the reason why every dragonkin was capable of movements incomparable to those of humans, and why they possess extraordinary power as living things. However, in a long history of dragons, this was the first time there had been such a sudden and drastic evolution in form, and the birth of dragonkin caused many problems. Among those, the most serious flaw was that critical damage would be yielded in the soul of the dragon that served as a parent to a dragonkin, followed by them becoming an empty shell stripped of their mind, the phenomenon of the dragon husk. A dragon that had become a dragon husk was practically in the state of a living corpse, and save for the instinctual act of self-defense, they were transformed into a puppet that obeyed the will of their descended dragonkin with whom they bore a deep connection. Even so, the extraordinary power possessed by a dragon remained, and to an average human, they would be more than enough a threat, but it was definitely not a desired state. The dragons that remained in the land with their own bodies were few, and the dragons that had evolved into dragonkin were even fewer. From various perspectives, it was considered a disgusting example of failure for the dragons that had evolved into dragonkin. But while being aware of the failures of other dragons, the dragonkin continued to exist with a small overall population. And while understanding that their species would scorn it as the foolish struggles of deviants who had abandoned their pride as dragons and remained in the land unable to recognize the error in their decision, dragonkin still continued to be born, and as one of the Madeline as chart had come into this world. 2. An impact beyond comprehension beat Madeline down, who was occupying the dragon husk of the cloud dragon Mesorea. In her original body, that of a young girl in human form, Madeline knew what it felt like to be hurled. That was certainly infuriating, but at least she could comprehend it. But for this huge build of the cloud dragon to be tossed about by a being as small as the tip of its tail was an event completely detached from reason. How utterly nonsensical. It should have never come to pass. This sort of thing was entirely beyond the realm of imagination. Madeline Human, with his back slammed against the wall, what was reflected in her upside-down vision, was a bloodied boy beckoning to her from atop the smashed stone pavement. Golden hair and sharp fangs, she could tell. He was a beast demi-human from his ferocious, ghastly aura, but there was no doubt that he was human. There was no reason for Madeline's flame of indignation to disappear. In the first place, it was no joke to suffer a direct hit from a dragon's breath and live to tell the tale. Storing her own mind within the dragon husk of Mesorea, she controlled its movements as if it was her property. This was Madeline's privilege as a dragonkin, and with the number of years since she had come into this world as a dragonkin, still few it was a powerful technique she was able to employ because there remained a strong connection between her and Mesorea, the specimen that was her parent. The destructive impulses and power that were usually too much for that small body, she could now wield to her heart's content with this large body. She would proclaim in a loud voice that it was this mighty power that was the true Madeline. She had not wished to be born into such a small, frail, easily crushable, helpless body. If that had not been so, if it had not been that kind of body, Balor would not have left Madeline behind when he went to challenge his final battle. If Madeline had been a dragon with a scary face and a big, powerful body, even though she was. Boy Shield of Sanctuary Garfield Tinsel, gnashing his sharp fangs and firmly planting his feet on the smashed-up street, the boy Garfield gave his name, that held the significance of a warrior giving their introduction as they threw down the gauntlet. But unbeknownst to that, the dragonkin sharpened the glint in the cloud dragon's eyes and greatly swung its tail. Using that vigor to tear its upside-down body from the wall, she placed all four of its limbs on the ground and glared at the boy. She would not lose. Even her opponent was a being who had endured a breath she thought had certainly killed him, who had jumped out from under the rubble after a mere few seconds. Madeline would not lose. It was this very dragon husk of the cloud dragon that Madeline had desired as a bridal gown for Balroy's sake. Madeline, someone like you, isn't friggin' special. Its long white whiskers shaking the shadow rose from the cloud dragon's throat, despite being right before the dragon's roar. As it struck fear in the world, the half-dead, half-alive Garfield did not waver. His appearance almost looked as if he was being accompanied by a mountainous number of reliable allies. Garfield, I know. Madeline. Garfield calls in order to make sure my amazing self didn't get any mistaken ideas of woman I've fallen for and stopped me from rushing ahead by saying I was truly a fool. Joining his fist before his chest, his silver gauntlets powerfully clanged out, and Garfield roared. In front of a creature that was supposed to be fragile, yet did not show a hint of weakness, Madeline felt anger in addition to something else, that something she felt she denied, that which a dragon must never harbor towards a human. Madeline friggin' disappear. That next moment, responding to Madeline's outburst, the cloud dragon's roar shook the imperial capital once more. Until just before, Garfield had kept Madeline positioned inside the city, and he put in hard work to ensure that the direction in which she unleashed the breaths would be towards the outside of the city. With that, he had fought while maintaining vigilance over the length and width of the attack. Range of the dragon's breath, but here those hard efforts would be reduced to naught. Unleashed from the uttermost south of the city, the Crystal Palace, that was directly at the city's northernmost point, was captured within its range of rays of destruction that had been charged up within the dragon's body, scorched the street, reducing buildings to dust, destroying everything in its line of fire, and it was about to penetrate the north if Garfield had not been there. Garfield, He firmly planted both his feet on the ground, as if to pierce it, and raising both arms that were clad in silver gauntlets in front of himself, Garfield caught the cloud dragon's breath head-on. Even though putting up even a little bit of fight against that would be considered a miracle, the boy was not blown away, he was not blasted away, and he managed to endure as he protected the imperial capital from destruction. The mechanism that allowed for this extraordinary strife to be realized lay in his 2 feet that were thrusted into the ground. The eyes of the cloud dragon, retaining the form of a dragon husk, constructed with a large volume of mana, perceived that mana was flowing from the ground into Garfield with abnormal vigor. Garfield's abnormal recovery ability and stamina until now had likely been from absorbing power from the ground like that, but its scale and vigor had immediately skyrocketed. As proof of that, Garfield was not simply holding his ground, but while basking in the cloud dragon's breath, he advanced 1 step forward of all things. 1 step, and then another he steadily advanced, closing the distance on Madeline. Garfield, to make sure my amazing self doesn't chicken out, I gotta fuck ton of guys patting me on my back telling me to keep on going, as Madeline doubted her vision of voice could be heard amidst the destruction, where even sound had been scorched to naught. Impossible, but Garfield had declared so declaring, so he continued to advance against this cloud dragon's breath amidst destruction that would likely cause the maps to be redrawn. He advanced. One step, and then another, taking steps which should have never been possible. Madeline Rothwell, witnessing his advance, Madeline's exhale was greatly disheveled. The roar and the breath, to phrase another way, were none other than the destructive war cry of the dragon, having her mind thrown into disarray. If the breath ran out, the destruction would cease. Garfield's advance and resistance had been enough to conquer the cloud dragon's breath. Garfield Gara, with the sound of a crash as he broke through, Garfield swung both his arms up. By doing that, the final stretch of cloud dragon's breath shot up into the sky. The dragon was motionless, with eyes wide open, and as white steam emitted from all over his body, it saw, as Garfield's body burned a deep red to the extent that would make one want to avert their eyes, rapidly healing. Behind him was the cityscape of the imperial capital that he had protected with his two slender arms, and the figure of the red-haired man who had fallen down on his backside within that cityscape. Madeline, having been fully defended against, Madeline was struck by an impact. However, more so than the fact that the dragon's breath had not worked, the true shock that hit Madeline was in a more horrifying form. Making a loud gulping sound, the red-haired human looked at the cityscape that had not been blown away by the breath and said this. Red-haired man, you're not saying that breath was about to blast away the entire palace, and you just stopped it. Madeline, in regards to the reality before his eyes, those had been the words of the red-haired man. As he trembled with fear, there had even been some fear towards Garfield, who had resisted the dragon's breath and endured, but that was different from Madeline. For Madeline, malevolent blade stabbed into her as she reflected on her own actions. It was as a red-haired man had said, if Garfield had not stopped her roar, would have erased the imperial capital. Even though the Crystal Palace within the line of fire would have contained Madeline's body, as well as Balleroy and Caroline. Madeline, that's friggin' wrong, HK. Slowly, weakly shaking her head, she denied her own actions with gestures unbecoming of a dragon. With blood rushing to her head, her thoughts stained white, she became frantic to do something about the enemy in front of her, and as a result, Madeline had almost blown away anything and everything. To think that she had been saved by a small, weak, fragile, helpless human. Madeline, that's wrong, wrong. Garfield, what's with you? Madeline, this dragon, for the sake of Balleroy, everything was for friggin' sake of Balleroy. At her wits' end, Madeline piled on words of denial, to which Garfield made a dubious face, as if painting over Garfield's ode of voice. She did not want to hear the most. Madeline shouted. Raising a scream that even she herself did not fully comprehend, the cloud dragon thrashed its wings. Garfield HK. As a violent gale was spurred forth, Garfield immediately crouched down as his hair intensely flapped. The cloud dragon Mesoria ascended in one go and flew up into the heavenly skies. Thereupon existed thick dark clouds that were covering the entirety of the imperial capital of Lupagana. Madeline, someone like you isn't friggin' special. Following the beck and call of the cloud dragon, Mesoria clouds had gathered from across the entire empire of the mana that Mesoria could not keep store within itself. Sealed within them, they were a destructive impulse of white. She had brought them together in a single swoop. By no means were they something Madeline would be able to handle. Even so, she would be able to bring them down to the surface as a bundle of absurd power. Madeline, this dragon, isn't friggin' special. Once Madeline brought the clouds down to the surface, she would blast away Garfield and the red-haired human, and then she would kill anyone who knew about what she had done. By doing that, Madeline would. Madeline, the only one who's friggin' special is Balleroy. As the weeping voice of the dragon rained down from the heavens above, the puny humans below her looked up at the sky. While looking up, the boy, small yet not weak or fragile, gnashed his fangs. Garfield, this massive goddamn idiot. 3. Madeline, as chart, was born at the summit of Mount Palzoa, the mountain where the Cloud Sea city of Mesoria was located. That city, crowned with the name of the cloud dragon that had inhabited the empire for a long time, was a land where many who aspired to utilize the empire's original technique of flying dragon riding would make their way. Through the power of the dragon that had settled, their large clouds wound around the tall mountain surface all year round without ever disappearing, and the city had been built at a high elevation upon it. The mountain was a residence for wild, violent flying dragons, and the elevation of the Cloud Sea City was a place where humans could just barely survive. Those aiming to go even higher would either end up with a flying dragon's fangs gnawing into them, or return with a flying dragon egg and embark on the path of being a flying dragon rider. The likes of the mountain summit concealed by the thickest clouds had never once been seen by anybody. The untrodden summit of Mount Palzoa that was Madeline's birthplace. Wrapped in clouds of white in a place where, despite the presence of sky, one could not hope to behold its azure hue, Madeline had been born as one of the rarest beings in this world, a dragonkin, the new generation of dragons, the ultimate existence. And while she was acquiring an instinctual understanding, there was a tragedy that had awaited her. That was, I am Mesorea in accordance with the voice of mine dear child. I shall become the wind from the heavenly skies. Her biological parent, the cloud dragon Mesorea, had become a dragon husk upon birthing a dragonkin, and had welcomed Madeline's birth in a state where communication had become difficult. Hardly exchanging any words, yet only understanding that it was a dragon who was close to her, the newborn Madeline was not taught even a single thing, and she had earnestly spent her time in futility. While the cloud dragon, who ought to have lived for a long time being fully aware of the severe and absurd nature of the world, had chosen to engage in this cruel generational shift, was something that even now Madeline failed to understand. The one thing that could be said was that despite not being alone, Madeline had spent her days amidst the clouds in eternal solitude. And the one who had put an end to that solitude was somebody who had accomplished something that nobody in the history of the Empire had ever done before, and had reached the summit of the mountain engulfed by the clouds. See, it was Balleroy Temiglyph. Balleroy, really now, it's all fine and dandy that I wouldn't want to challenge my own abilities, but I never would have expected that there'd be a lovely young lass and a frightening dragon waiting for me at the top. Kiriarara. Within what was a world of dense clouds rather than dense fog, finding Madeline, the very young dragonkin, who had yet to bear that name Balleroy, scratched his cheek in a troubled manner. The flying dragon next to him, Caroline, was overwhelmed by the presence of the cloud dragon and the very young dragonkin, but still stood in a way to protect its companion Balleroy. Mesorea, I am Mesorea in accordance with the voice of mine dear child. I shall become the wind from the heavenly skies. The cloud dragon, unable to say anything but those words, and only providing clouds bundled with manna, as meals, had likely not rejected the sudden visitor, only due to the fact that he harbored no enmity. Before Balleroy and Caroline, the cloud dragon had instinctively rejected flying dragons that had carelessly strayed from the pack and got lost in the clouds, making them disappear before they could enter the vision of its young child. Therefore, this was the first time the young child was encountering life other than herself or the cloud dragon. Young child. The young child kept silent, or rather she did not know any words to speak. At the pairing of human and flying dragon that had appeared without warning, all she could do was shrink her body. The cloud dragon did not say anything at times like this, and kept its consciousness submerged in the depths of ambiguity. Of course, depending on the person's next action, the cloud dragon could forcibly remove Balleroy and Caroline in the same way it had done so for all the flying dragons that had appeared at the summit until now. However, before the overwhelming presence of a dragon and a dragonkin, Balleroy, without getting especially worked up, took off the coat he was wearing, and Balleroy, for now, put this on Lil Miss. It ain't good for a maiden to recklessly expose her skin like that. With that said, the young child, the girl whom Ballards would later go on to name Madeline, was given the first semblance of kindness and warmth she had ever experienced in her life. Two alternate portrayals of this scene can be found here, for Madeline's peculiar meetings with Balleroy always took place within the cloud sea. Balleroy Madeline. I've come again. Have you been a good girl, Madeline Balleroy? Balleroy Uwata. Tearing through the thick white clouds, Balleroy had showed up, and towards him the young child Madeline came running. Catching the body of the girl jumping towards him, that impact and vigor caused him to tumble down backwards together with Caroline after having just landed, and despite his dizziness, Balleroy stroked Madeline's head. Since their first meeting, Balleroy had made frequent appearances at the summit of Mount Palzoa. It was a summit that many flying dragon riders had risked their lives to challenge, yet nobody had ever reached before. Back then she had no idea how much hardship Balleroy had gone through to reach her, and how valuable an action it was. Only by frequently visiting the mountain and bringing Madeline a connection to the unknown outside world, Balleroy became an irreplaceable existence to her. The name Madeline was also something Balleroy had given to her. At a loss for what to call her, he asked for her name, and when the young child replied that she had no name, he earnestly racked his brain and decided on that name to give her. Balleroy back. When I was a kid around your age, that was the name of a person who treated me real. Well, she was the one who gave me my name. I'm much obliged to her. Madeline Balleroy. That human, was she friggin' precious to you? Balleroy, we had parted ways before I could properly think that, and yet to still remain within me after all these years, I guess that'd have to be the case. He gave a broad grin, yet he seemed somewhat lonely, so Madeline gently nuzzled her cheek against his chest. The name of someone precious to him, he had bestowed it upon Madeline in this manner. In other words, it was evidence that Madeline was precious to Balleroy. Being thought of like that by Balleroy caused Madeline to feel a deep, warm emotion. wishing for more of that much more that she eagerly anticipated her time together with Balleroy. Wanting to converse more with Balleroy, she diligently remembered the words of humans. In this regard, Balleroy was also surprised by Madeline's high learning ability, but that was in all likelihood a trait of the dragonkin that had been inherited from the nature of dragons. For some reason her dialect would not disappear no matter what, but that did not get in the way of her conversations with Balleroy. Balleroy, he looks like my judgment, was a mistaken suit you well, Madeline. Madeline eyes that friggin' so foo-foo. Placing his hand on his chin, Balleroy nodded in a satisfied manner, and as she did a twirl before him, Madeline ascertained the feeling of the fluttering cloth note of the clothes he had presented to her. The gentle color of the clothes seemed to be sky blue from what Balleroy had said it was the same color as Madeline's hair, and it was something that Balleroy had gone out of his way to prepare for her. In all honesty, as a dragonkin, Madeline felt annoyed by wearing clothes like this since they impeded her movement, but that feeling vanished when she looked at Balleroy. Giving her a name, giving her words, and giving her clothes, he had granted her happiness. Madeline counted the things Balleroy had granted her, and remembered them all. It was in the nature of dragons would absolutely never forget the treasures they had hoarded. The items and emotions Balleroy had brought her were all treasures to Madeline. Balleroy, well, then he'll come again before the moon is half full, Madeline. As the precious fragile time they spent together heart-rendingly came to a close, Balleroy mounted Caroline and flew away from the cloud dragon's nest. With the promise of their next meeting in her heart, Madeline endured the sad feelings and saw him off, leaving Madeline behind at the summit, just who could call Balleroy heartless as he flew away. In the dragon's nest enveloped in white clouds, it was not as if Balleroy had never attempted to take Madeline out, who had yet to see even the sky that was of the same hue as her hair. Only had been unable to do so, even if the cloud dragon who existed in a vague world had overlooked Balleroy and Caroline entering its nest, it would not allow them to attempt to take Madeline outside. Mezeria, I am Mezeria in accordance with the voice of mine dear child. I shall become the wind from the heavenly skies. Mezeria had accepted Balleroy and Caroline, as they bore no enmity, however. As soon as they tried to take Madeline out, it would follow its instincts baring its fangs. In a dragon's nest under the eye of a dragon that was its lord, there was no chance for a human to win. Therefore Balleroy did not take Madeline out. Madeline, too, did not wish for Balleroy to die. That was why Madeline had never once said that she wanted him to take her outside. Instead, just once she had made him an entreaty. Madeline, Balleroy, won't you friggin' stay here together with this dragon forever? Balleroy, seeing Balleroy's cheeks stiffen in response, as she made that entreaty, Madeline regretted it. The moment of silence that was created served as a faithful representation of Balleroy's answer in response to Madeline's entreaty. Balleroy would not stay here at the summit. Outside of this world, clouded in white, Balleroy still had many things that were precious to him. Just like how Madeline had nothing but this white world, Balleroy had nothing but the outside world. This was a world uninhabitable for Balleroy, for humans. Balleroy aimerait sauver Madeline. Apologizing to Madeline as she comprehended that Balleroy tried to stroke her head like he usually did for the first time, Madeline rejected Balleroy's palm and sent him away. As tears welled up in her eyes, she threw a tantrum and raised her voice and chasing Balleroy and Caroline away from the summit, as if blaming them. Madeline sobbed. Sobbing for 3 days and 3 nights, Madeline regretted her own actions. During that time, she succumbed to her emotions, wondering what she would do if Balleroy never showed up again. She lamented from the bottom of her heart to think that the last time she would ever have seen Balleroy was with him bearing a saddened expression Madeline absolutely hated, that she lamented with all her being. However, Madeline was young, and her thoughts and imagination were naively shallow. The greatest regret of Madeline's life came after 3 days and nights of sobbing. That day when the cloud dragon Mezeria had left her side, Madeline had not been especially worried. Even though it had left her side, the cloud dragon's wings would not fly far beyond this mountain. Engulfed in clouds, at most a range it would go was such that its thunderous roar could still be fully heard. Whether that was to hunt flying dragons that had carelessly entered the cloud dragon's nest, or if it was a reckless challenger who had set foot on the mountain path aiming for the summit, she had thought it was either one of those. Whatever the case, she had no doubt that with time Mezeria would return. More importantly, it was a regret that would not disappear no matter how many days passed, as well the method to control her emotions as she continued to weep her eyes out that had been much more of a problem. That was why she did not care about the fact that the cloud dragon Mezeria had returned bearing many wounds on its scales for the first time, nor did she care about what sort of challenger had inflicted those wounds. Balleroy aimerait sauver Madeline. Madeline came to discover that answer when she witnessed Balleroy, who had arrived at the summit again a few days after that worst possible parting, bearing wounds that would make one wish to avert their eyes all over his body. Balleroy's apology to the speechless Madeline, that was neither an apology for not showing up for a while, nor was an apology for being unable to meet Madeline's request. Balleroy, I had wanted to defeat the Cloud Dragon and bring it out of here, though, saying that with wounds that seemed to put him on the verge of death, while stroking the back of his equally battered beloved dragon Ballard, gave a pathetic smile, and tears streamed down Madeline's face. She had regretted it in all of Madeline's dragon life. That was the greatest regret that could not be erased. Dragons would cling to their treasure. It was in the nature of dragons. Thus, for the Cloud Dragon, having been submerged in a vague world after becoming a dragon husk that was a part of its nature, it would not forget even in such a state, and so Madeline was a treasure it could not bear to lose. Balleroy had tried to steal that away, risking his life in the process. Madeline, friggin' idiot. Balleroy, I had thought I'd be able to do it, but really even I myself was quite shocked. Madeline, wrong, friggin' wrong. It's not Balleroy. It's this dragon who's the friggin' idiot. Denying Balleroy as he engaged in pathetic self-deprecation, Madeline firmly bit down on her molars. Until this very moment, she had cursed herself for only ever receiving things from Balleroy, and now, without anybody telling her, she had finally figured out what she ought to do. These thick white clouds where Madeline had existed from birth were walls that Madeline needed to tear down with her own claws. Depending on Balleroy's kindness, Madeline had continued to let him breach through, and until he finally braved danger to the verge of death, she had not even made an attempt to realize that. Just how shameless was that uncouth way of being really befitting of a dragonkin and ultimate existence. Madeline, I the dragon, will friggin' do it myself, Balleroy Madeline. Madeline, this dragon, will friggin' go outside on her own, not being brought out, but on my own this time this dragon will friggin' go to meet Balleroy by herself if I do that. Firmly gripping the hem of the clothes she had been gifted by Balleroy with the words she had learned from Balleroy, she took the emotions she had been granted by Balleroy and would convey them to Balleroy, who had given her everything. As an ultimate existence, as a dragonkin, she would convey those emotions to the special human who had captivated her. Madeline, if I do that, will you make this dragon your bride, Balleroy? At Madeline's question, a moment of silence, similar to the one from earlier, was born. Balleroy's silence this time, however, was different from that which tormented the foolish, ignorant Madeline, who had ended up sobbing for 3 days and nights, and she knew that there was something concealed therein. At that time, Madeline could only see what she wanted to see. Even though she called out to Balleroy, all she wanted was for him to see her. That was why. Balleroy, I guess that be so. If you did that, I suppose it'd be a wonderful thing for both Madeline and myself. With Balleroy showing kindness to the utmost of his ability, he had made Madeline fully aware that she was not his number one, and thus a promise was exchanged. 5. There were likely some who would argue that these feelings of Madeline's were not real love. There may be some who would analyze it as something akin to a chick hatched from an egg imprinting on the first thing they saw to use it as support. That it was only that she wanted to believe that the first person she had come into contact with outside of the beings deeply close to her, the first being to show her kindness, the relationship that had given her so many firsts, was special. There may be some who would laugh off Balleroy's reply as he made a fleeting smile in response to Madeline's courting as the kind-hearted lie of a father designed not to hurt the feelings of a daughter who said that she would marry him in the future. There may be some who would sympathize with Balleroy who had feelings for somebody else as merely being very considerate of Madeline, since they were both in a similar situation of being unable to speak of their hidden feelings. But each and every one of those was nothing more than the measure of humans. Dragonkin, where even dragons had different values and ways of thinking to that of humans, supposing one were to deny that dragonkin and dragons were different, then it would be Madeline's values that were unique from the rest. From her heart, truly, from the deepest depths of her heart, Madeline desired Balleroy Temeglyph. If that was not romance or love, then Madeline would spend the rest of eternity never knowing what that was, to the extent of thinking that her soul was burning with an ardor willing to put her life on the line. Vowing to Balleroy, who had almost died for her sake, Madeline tore through the white clouds, challenging the cloud dragon that stood in her way as she tried to leave. As it used its dragon power to try to entirely discourage her wishes, she thrust her fangs into it and in the end subdued it. For the first time, she thrust herself out under the sky that shared the same color as her hair. For the first time, she accomplished something she had decided to do by herself. For the first time, she tried to head to the side of her beloved person of her own accord, and that was when she learned. Balleroy Temeglyph had fought against the Empire and lost his life. Madeline, what am I supposed to friggin' do? Right now, Madeline did not know that answer. Confronted with something too large to swallow, Madeline's feelings of love had lost their destination. And with the destinationless love being too much for her to handle, she even lost sight of her meaning to live. So not knowing what to do, Madeline, even thought about becoming one of the blight dragons that would be left in the history of the Empire. The one to find her then was Bristetz, who had been searching for somebody to fill the empty seat in the 9 Divine Generals. The location was Balleroy's residence that remained in the Imperial capital, which he had discovered by pursuing his scent. Balleroy had gone down in the records as a rebel, and the reason why Bristetz, who had been entrusted with the disposal of his residence, had not been killed by Madeline, who happened to be present there, was because within Bristetz's thread-like eyes was housed the same light of having lost something that was also in Madeline's eyes. Bristetz patiently listened as Madeline divulged her story with difficulty upon hearing that Madeline's identity was that of a dragonkin, and that she had possessed a relationship with Balleroy. He made 2 suggestions. The first was to act impulsively with her unmanageable emotions and follow the same path as Balleroy, who had been defeated as an enemy of the Empire. The other was to accept the endorsement of Bristetz, whom she had just met here, become a member of the 9 Divine Generals like Balleroy once was, and while tracing back his footsteps wait for an opportunity for retribution. She did not struggle long to make a decision. Why it had not taken her long, Madeline herself was unsure. Only it might have been that she wanted to find what Balleroy had left behind, even if only by a little bit more. Bristetz Madeline is Chart. It is an old family name of Wallachia that is no longer around, but it shall be passed down to you. Prestige is quite important after all. Madeline Prestige. Bristetz, the reason it is no longer around is because they fought against Empire and disappeared. This may just be the intuition of my old bones, but I sense that it is quite the match for your dearest wish. Following the advice Bristetz gave in a low-voiced Madeline, Eschart was born. Afterward, she accepted Bristetz's endorsement and progressed the situation in accordance with his intentions, taking the position that had once been occupied by Balleroy. Madeline set out on a journey to discover the him she did not know. It was a journey on which she was unsure of the destination she ought to be aiming for. Even when she stepped forth from that mountaintop, out from that narrow world enveloped by clouds, and into the world Balleroy had told her about, Madeline's heart remained stuck on that day, captured by the man who had come together with his flying dragon. Even so, she carried out the duties required of a divine general in Balleroy's stead. Even so, she demonstrated the prestige required of the Empire's generals in Balleroy's stead. Even so, she wielded the power required to defeat the Empire's enemies in Balleroy's stead. Bristetz had likely harbored good intentions when he advised Madeline to take her current position. Or perhaps Bristetz had a wish that still remained as he grew old, and in order to fulfill his wish, he calculated what pawns would be required and used Madeline. Either way, Madeline did not bear a grudge against Bristetz. That was not limited to just Bristetz. She simply did not have that kind of space in her heart. Acquiring the position of Divine General, she spent her time as general tracing back Balleroy's footsteps from Madeline. Those were days of unfathomable terror. Every time she fought hard, every time she thought of Balleroy, every time she tried to fill the hole of Balleroy, Madeline herself felt like she was killing Balleroy. Every time she compensated for Balleroy's absence, she was stealing his place in the world, the traces he left behind. In that case, if she handed over to somebody else, Madeline would likely feel that the person who received it was killing Balleroy, and she would surely kill that person with her own hands. She could at least understand that Balleroy would not want that, so Madeline continued to exhaust herself. Since she would not let anybody else do it, she would continue to kill Balleroy herself, and when she finally killed Balleroy, would her own heart also die? If so, she felt like that would be the best way to do it. That which Balleroy had given her, this heart, these emotions, when Balleroy had died at the time when she was not together with him in his most important moment, they ought to have perished. And yet, Madeline, why is a dragon's fong? Why is Carillon's fong friggin' hanging from your neck? At the height of the disturbance shaking the Empire, she encountered a man carrying the fong of the flying dragon who had died together with Balleroy. From a man who knew the Balleroy unknown to her, Madeline heard stories of a Balleroy from the time when he was not with her, when he was not a general, and a sense of love blossomed in her heart once again. And then as tremors beckoned further tremors, at the end of the successive tremors, it had happened. The great disaster had, without a doubt, resurrected what Madeline had lost. Complimenting her sky-blue hair, saying that it was his favorite color, he stroked her head. He gave a gentle, soft smile that caused her chest to tighten upon seeing her unfilled promise with him. She had wanted to embrace him under a clear sky in a place with no clouds in the way. Madeline had finally come into contact with Balleroy somewhere outside of that mountaintop. Even so, thick clouds still hung over the sky, and the world was still covered in darkness. Madeline, what am I supposed to friggin' do? Madeline had no idea what she should do anymore. She felt so much love, but for anything outside of that she knew nothing at all. She did not want to know either. 6. A vortex of dusky clouds gathered in the sky with the cloud dragon as its center. While looking up at that from the ground, all the hair on Garfield's body stood on end, and the blood flowing through his body boiled. An impulse from his instincts struck his brain. Having endured the dragon's breath, his body was in the process of rapidly healing from the heat wave that had scorched him. But the destructive black clouds acted to entirely veil the heavens, and within them was concealed such excess power that Garfield's regeneration, and even the waning cityscape of the imperial capital that he had desperately protected, would all be reduced to naught. Garfield, them huge clouds, a whole fucking lot of it's made out of the dragon's mana. It was a concealed trick that had not been detected until Mesoria stirred them about, causing them to change their nature. The trump card of the cloud dragon that had been audaciously hidden was currently baring its fangs against him like this. However, what was causing Garfield's heart to tremble was not the destruction that would be brought about by that cluster of mighty power, but rather the state of the cloud dragon controlling it. The cloud dragon Mesriano, he generally understood that there was a different being inside of it. For a dragon that had lived for however many centuries, soaring through the skies of this world over his long life, its words and actions were far too lacking in dignity. There was an intuition of a completely different type to that of strength, and it was something that Garfield understood since he knew Ryuzu, who, contrary to her youthful appearance, was of a personality that had lived for a very long time. At the same time, Garfield really felt how truly incredible Subaru's order was. Garfield, Captain, you really told my amazing self to go ahead and fell the dragon flying in the sky. Being pushed on the back to go and fight Hedon against a dragon, a being that was the strongest life form in the world, the fact that he was seen as reliable enough to be entrusted with that duty was absolutely tremendous. The power he was granted by that had provided enough energy for Garfield to return to reality from the incomprehensible theater he had seen while on the verge of death. But in a true sense, there was another meaning in Garfield being sent here. He did not know whether Subaru had aimed for that or not. Either way, it mattered not. This cloud dragon Mesoria needed to be faced by Garfield. That was the sort of enemy it was. The reason was, Garfield, you're straining yourself and crying out, begging for someone to protect your world. As Mesoria cried out, recklessly scrambling power together, it brought about a terribly unpleasant feeling of shame within Garfield. In the past, Garfield had erupted on his surroundings with the same rage and anguish that Mesoria currently harbored. Back then, his friends had stopped him through sheer force. So now Garfield had his current position and resolve, as well as a strong body with 2 legs to firmly stand upon. Naturally, Garfield and Mesoria were of different positions, circumstances, and even races. That was why Garfield could not necessarily use the same solution on Mesoria. But however, there was no basis that he could not use it. In order to ascertain that Garfield had no choice but to make it lower its fangs and talk much like what had been done for him. For that purpose, Garfield HK. Looking towards his hectic surroundings, Garfield forcefully gnashed his fangs. The protective wall was on the verge of collapse, and the previous breath of the dragon had scorched the imperial capital, bringing it to a state of partial destruction. Even if he wanted to reach Mesoria, Garfield could not reach all the way to the height of the clouds. That was why Garfield gave up on the idea of doing things by himself. Garfield pops. Heinkel, Garfield looked back with an altered expression on his face, and in his vision, he saw Heinkel dumbfoundedly looking up at the sky, his backside having fallen down smack on the ground. The blue eyes quivered, their focal point blurred, and as Garfield saw himself reflected within them, he grabbed both of Heinkel's shoulders. Garfield, lend me a hand. I need you to do something to send me flying all the way up there. Heinkel, flying. You say, what the hell are you saying? There's no way we could ever do something like that. Just how fucking high up do you think that is? As Garfield yelled requested him, Heinkel widened his eyes and also yelled back a reply. While trying to shake free from the hands grabbing his shoulders, Heinkel pointed overhead. The thunderously stirring clouds shifted in hue, as if swallowing the color of the sky that lay beyond the black. Clouds the color of the heavens was transformed into a purple tinged with azure. While Heinkel pointed at what could only be described as a natural disaster with his face pale. Heinkel, it's already over. Garfield, I ain't gonna let it be over, Heinkel HK. Garfield, I ain't gonna let anything end here. Both my amazing self and Pops we can't lose. Firmly grasping his shoulders so that he could not shake the hands off, Garfield made a powerful appeal to Heinkel. Gulping down a breath, Heinkel's cheeks stiffened as his trembling finger pointed to the sky. The man's opposite hand still remained gripped to his sword, and Garfield had decided to believe in him. Garfield, there ain't no sense of reality. Right now, I know that, Pops. It's just like it's the end of the world. Narrowing his eyes as he muttered with the ruin that had taken the form of a vortex of clouds high above him, Garfield stared at the skies of the different battlefields in the distance and nodded. It truly seemed that every single location was a denizen that Subaru had spoken of, Piercing the clouds in the north of the imperial capital, an iceberg plummeted downwards in the northeast. There were flashes of a sword severing the very world itself, reaching the ramparts, and even the mountains beyond them, the eastern heavens, and earth were composed of over 100 shades of red each, and every battlefield was trying to bring about a different doom to the Empire. But Garfield would not despair. Garfield ain't that right, Captain. Making a variety of faces, Subaru had chosen their method of battle against the impending doom. And thus, in order to deal with doom at this location, Subaru had selected none other than Garfield Tinzel as the strongest card to play. Not Amelia, not Beatrice, not Roswell, not Spica, not Halibel, not Albert, not Tanza, not Medium, not Jamal. He had chosen Garfield. Garfield, facing the dragon sword, St. Reed laughs and draws blade. Heinkel, don't lump me in with that crazy ancestor of mine, Garfield. There's no running from Reinhard. Heinkel, don't bring up that name him Garfield. Heinkelim. At that place where heaven and earth were about to meet their doom, Heinkel covered his face with a hand that had been pointed to the heavens and spilled that out in a feeble voice. The words that lay beyond Garfield did not know by some chance. Perhaps Heinkel himself had yet to discover what lay beyond those words. In that case, Garfield pops together with my amazing self. Let's go and unlock the following words that you can't seem to get out. 7. Would imagining it even be possible? The vast sky extended endlessly in all directions, and the clouds that blanketed it completely were all reduced into a hail of bullets, and a forest of blades. The sight of that pouring down would be as if it were the end of the world. Even now, that was what was on the verge of occurring. However different from the impression given by the phrasing of a hail of bullets and a forest of blades, the clouds of destruction bringing doom upon the world were not widely raining down across all the vast lands of the Empire, but rather, having been centralized in one swoop, they were about to all pierce one concentrated area. The vortex of black clouds twisted into a helix, forming an enormous cone that weaved into the heavenly skies. That mighty shape was warped and ominous. However, in the one aspect that it was intended for destruction, there indeed lay beauty. Spreading its white wings in the heavenly skies, the cloud dragon held its arms aloft, bringing about that structured demise contrary to its large bill. The dragon cried out like an infant as it unleashed that from its hands. Cloud dragon, friggin' disappear. That teary voice, whether it was directed to somebody on the surface where destruction rained down, or if it was directed to the surface itself, which would likely be unable to withstand it and would be blown apart, or if it was not aimed at anybody or the surface at all, and was instead of punishment, it was imposing upon itself, was unclear. No matter the case, the result would be the same. There were no means of defending against a trump card that had been prepared over a long period of time by a dragon. The ultimate existence, nearly the entirety of the southern half of the imperial capital would be blown away, incurring many casualties, and carrying out the intentions of the great disaster. The fall of the imperial capital in regards to disaster would signify the total defeat of the empire, and the unhalted host of undead would engulf the ruined land, heading for the remaining countries with their fervent vigor. Thus the world would be drawn into a chain of calamity that knew no bounds. That would be the unshakable conclusion for a world fallen into demise. It was an ending that none save for some with a manifestation of curiosity would be pleased with, and the only ones able to negate it would be the undersized yet courageous warriors that plunged towards their imminent demise. Courageous warrior, feeling the presence of the vast lands within his soul, before he took off, the courageous warrior gathered as much strength as he could and coursed it all throughout his body. His legs, having been firmly outstretched, rode atop a sword that remained in its sheath, and right after a moment of power, equilibrium, it ferociously swung upward at full strength. That had been an outstanding blow. It was not wielded against the dreadfully mighty dragon as an opponent. Neither was it something that cut deep into the cone attempting to bring ruination to the world, nor did it utilize any of the skills that had been used to train. Eye contact had not even been made with the enemy. However, it had been an outstanding blow. At the very least, that was the judgment of the courageous warrior who had received that blow with the soles of his feet. Whether that outstanding blow would go unrecorded, unremembered by anyone, was entirely up to him to prove, as he had been entrusted with the conclusion. Cloud Dragon. Beyond the incoming demise, he locked eyes with the dragon as he ascended to the heavens. Seeing those eyes tremble in a terribly frightened manner, a smile emerged on his face. That smile was out of place, troublingly so. That was immediately painted over by the smile of a belligerent, powerful, savage, ferocious tiger. Courageous warrior have a taste of these fists. Using all his strength, without holding back, he pummeled his fist into it. He pummeled it, and then, courageous warrior, let my amazing self hear your story, just like how Captain and the others once listened to mine. As stout arms of silver shot up, they crashed into the dark cone-shaped clouds of ruin. That instant the folded layers of the sky and the spiraling black clouds erupted in an explosion bereft of sound engulfing the world. Courageous warrior. The result of the collision was brought about to a world in which sound had vanished. Just what sort of conclusion had been incurred would likely take shape after a flicker of light. Only the sky that had been birthed beyond the collision, the sky from which the enshrouding black clouds had vanished, was blue. In the past, a flying dragon rider had bestowed a name upon a lonely dragonkin, and same as the color of the hair, he had lovingly, cherishingly stroked many a time sky blue stretched out above, and that was all. Chapter 56. Arakia. 1. Without being told by anyone, Arakia swallowed it down. Arakia, with great throbbing the sound of flowing blood, flooded in the form of pain. That heartbeat pounded faster than it had during the midst of battle, with each thump of the heart becoming a shock akin to a nail being driven directly into the soul, which surged throughout her entire body, yet it eased Arakia's mind. Knowing that the heart still pumped blood signified that she still retained her human form. Even if it had been just a minor comfort akin to margin of error, it was necessary for Arakia to keep herself from becoming stirred, to keep her soul from scattering. For the unique beings known as spirit eaters, none other than Arakia existed in this world. Born from the extreme delusions of individuals who could not be called researchers, but rather abhorrence of taboo existence that was a spirit eater named Arakia, had been kept alive as a soul being under a destiny shared with no one else in this world. In a daringly deluded ego, Arakia, who had clung only to the existence of the pillar that she deemed important to herself, had devoured spirits, acted as a formidable being, and fulfilled her role. She had thought that was enough. However, it was not, as she had realized upon losing said pillar. By the time she had realized it, it would have already been too late. She would have likely invited the original end of the spirit eater, the quick collapse of the ego, being consumed by the spirits she had taken in, and her soul being painted over. However, Arakia did not meet that fate, for that two factors could be considered. One was that the individual Arakia had deemed as her pillar was like a dazzling sun shining so brightly that even when they were separated, they could not lose sight of them. The other reason, and one that Arakia would never want to admit in the days after being separated from her pillar, the thunder that reminded Arakia of the fact that she was herself, shook her soul, incessantly evoking feelings of inferiority and stimulating her individuality. Bathed in the light of the dazzling sun, accompanied by the incessant thunder, Arakia had preserved her own soul. And that is a conclusion I have come to, but I would like to hear if you have any awareness of it. Arakia no. It was a year when Arakia surpassed Albert in rank and was promoted to second. Chisha's opinion based on a search relating to the remaining literature on the spirit eater had etched a stern expression on Arakia's face the first time ever in their long acquaintance. That was understandable. Chisha was intelligent and his explanations were clear, but his perspective had been difficult for Arakia to accept. Arakia herself only understood her existence as a spirit eater on a sensory level, yet she had wanted to believe that her entirety was made solely of Priska. She did not want that hopeful wish to be diluted by the least desirable components of all. To begin with, Arakia, why did you bring that up? As she questioned, it was surprising itself that Chisha had broached such a topic. Arakia's pillar Priska gave fact that she had exceptionally escaped from the imperial selection ceremony, having been allowed to leave the country alive was a closely guarded secret, even within the Valakian Empire. At the time, it was natural for Arakia and Chisha, who were involved in her exile, to know, but it had been a topic they had not spoken of for years, and something not to be mentioned to anyone else. So why at this moment had Chisha chosen to bring it up? Chisha, I want to know whether you are a fragile, ephemeral, and vanishing existence, or not whether I ought to count you among the numbers for the impending great battle. Arakia, it makes no sense in one of the 9 divine generals. It was only natural that they would be sent to put down the rebellion, or whatever that Chisha and Vincent were predicting. However, at Arakia's response, Chisha's eye twitched downwards, forming an unusual expression on his face. It was a smile seldom seen from Chisha, who had almost always wore an expression of either blankness or bewilderment. With that smile striking Arakia in a moment of vulnerability, Chisha continued. Chisha, it seems like this battle will end up being a little bigger than the battle you are thinking of. I am well aware that you do not truly serve His Excellency from the depth of your heart, nor do you consider me an ally. Arakia, Chisha, even though I know it be true, it still stings a bit not to be denied. Arakia, for the sake of the princess, I will not disappear without acknowledging Chisha's reaction as he touched his forehead. Arakia ran her hand over her eye patch. For the reason as to why she was herself the soul known as Arakia had a proper answer to the concerns Chisha and would not come to pass. So, although it was not to reassure Chisha, she declared, Arakia, also that has nothing to do with Cecilis. Chisha HM, Those are merely my deductions. If you really want to have me recognize that such is not the case, I would like for you to defeat Cecilus at least once. Cecilus, oh, weren't you talking about me just now? What's this? Is rather unkind for Anya and Chisha to treat me like an outsider. So I'd like you to stop with that, please. Could it be you're on about the slim chances of winning for Anya, who keeps extending her losing streak without learning her lesson? Avakia tsitsilusti. In the end, a clash with Cecilus began right after, and Chisha, who wanted to avoid being involved, fled. So the conversation did not progress further. Afterward, she had no recollection of ever continuing the conversation with Chisha. Arakia, just a vague thought crossed her mind. Just when would the impending great battle that Chisha was concerned about come, and when it did, would she be counted among his forces? If the opportunity ever arose, she would like to ask about it. Arakia had been acquainted with Chisha for a long time now, due to their relationship which stemmed from the imperial selection ceremony, where she had been separated from Prisca. Arakia harbored unforgiveness towards Chisha, who had been deeply involved in the reasons behind her separation with Prisca. However, Chisha had taught Arakia how to read, and right she owed him a debt for that favor. She was willing to participate in battles Chisha desired her to. Or perhaps was this, too, going to end up being attributed to reasons other than Prisca? She hated Cecilus Vincent was complicated, but she leaned towards not forgiving him due to what happened to Prisca. Albert was amusing with his jokes. Gaz had a comical face. Groovy had a foul mouth, but was actually very helpful while Megura would always listen to what she had to say without making unpleasant faces. Yorna was not her cup of tea, yet for some reason she was unable to hate her. Ballard would occasionally take her for a ride on his flying dragon, and she felt like Madeline and herself mutually tried to avoid seeing each other. To Todd, she was grateful. Would all of these also end up being attributed to reasons other than Prisca? Arakia, feeling as though she was about to fall apart, like she was about to be torn to shreds, as if losing every last part of herself that she could. Remember, Arakia gathered up the fragments of Arakia. If she did not do so, the existence known as herself would disappear. That was not the case. Arakia insists. Without doing so, she would be unable to restrain what was rampant within, on the verge of bursting out of her. It was tremendously colossal, unbelievably heavy, intolerably twisted. If left unchecked, it would destroy the Empire. If she could not keep it under control, her pillar Prisca would not be protected. That was why Arakia, without being told by anyone, swallowed it down into her own incomparably thin and small body. She took the stone muspel. The Empire must not be destroyed by the monster who called herself a witch, utilizing this great spirit for that purpose. I guess you probably ate something bad. You really are a handful. The noisy thunder felt like a hallucination, piecing together a torn-apart soul. While being tormented by the loss and pain akin to a thundercloud, Arakia continued to scramble together the fragments of Arakia, resisting against the dispersion of her turbulent existence. She continued to resist and endure, clinging to her soul. On the verge of destruction, she awaited the one and only hope. 2. The counting was growing tiresome, but it was their habit to do so. Daring to go into the details of numbers could trivialize the reality. One faced not to say that it would be a clever thing to do. Without such a mentality, it really was just a habit. The habit of counting. Continued. This was the 191st time. It's getting tiresome being way too ordinary of a dude. Al muttered to himself as he felt the heat build up inside his helmet, sweat soaking inside. On the stage of the melted second bastion, the vain struggles of the out-off-place actor with a minor role continued. The atmosphere wobbled unsteadily due to the effects of the heat wave that engulfed the surrounding area, clearly transforming the space into something from a different dimension. Humans would not be able to adapt to a world being remade into hell with every passing moment. Trees and buildings were set ablaze, and grit and pieces of the street had begun to melt. His palm, gripping the blue dragon's sword, made a sizzling sound, and he was unsure if even his clothing would ignite at any moment. The circumstances they found themselves in were such that by just standing there, it would not at all be strange to them to be turned into a ball of flames the next moment. In fact, more than once or twice that had been the case. And yet, in spite of these incredibly harsh circumstances, the leading actor furiously ran over the bubbling, boiling magma, maneuvering at a speed that could have been mistaken for a lightning bolt. With his disheveled, deep, dark blue hair dancing, running, with his bright pink kimono fluttering, was Cecilus Segmont, the flamboyant self-proclaimed leading actor of the world. His speed as he sprinted over the magma, his incredible leg strength that one would not expect from a slender child's legs, his seemingly inexhaustible stamina, and his courage to cross paths with an enemy that could remake the world in the blink of an eye, and the power of fate were all first class. Declaring the world to be a stage and placing himself in the role of leading actor Cecilus was conscious of his appearance to an unseen audience and fulfilled himself in a way that did not shy away from those grandiose claims. Who else could possibly mount a fight against such a powerful, extraordinary opponent? Cecilus Toe. With a high-pitched shout characteristic of a child, Cecilus' body flew at an angle. A moment after he left the ground where he had been just before swelled up and exploded from within, taking advantage of the blast, Cecilus twisted in midair as he was propelled. With that a lightning kick that could blow away even a stone pillar as thick as a giant tree trunk, flew toward the silver-haired dog-person Arakia, who floated in midair. Akiai! With her exposed brown skin, Arakia's jewel-like red eyes shed tears of blood. The saws of Cecilus' charred Zora flew straight at her torso. As she let out a cry, looming, ever closer at the moment of impact, a loud sound detonated in the sky. Cecilus H.K. Immediately afterwards, slamming down faster than when he had. Jumped up, Cecilus plunged to the ground and bounced violently on the street, squelching a cry of pain as he raised his head. A moment later, blood gushed from his pale forehead, turning the small child's face red. Cecilus, you finally got to the point where you're matching me perfectly, huh? Licking the blood that trickled down the well-shaped bridge of his nose, Cecilus commented on the fact that he had been successfully parried. There was no hint of surprise in that, because this was not the first time she had parried him. Already a dozen or so times Cecilus' lightning-swift attacks had been countered and continued to be shot down. As a result, the situation was rapidly becoming severely unfavorable. Our little Miss Arakia is in quite a sorry state. Looking for an opening to intervene, Al saw Arakia floating in the air, distorting the space around her. Arakia's appearance, it was even more bizarre than it had been just a few moments earlier, with magic crystals growing out of the thin girl's body, as if piercing from within. From a distance, the growths on Arakia's arms and back resembled the wings of an angel. However, in reality, Arakia had absorbed an exceedingly large entity, and it was attempting to devour through and spill out from the body of the girl in which it was trapped. Alfuck! As Arakia's choice gradually eroded her power and made her deviate from her human form, Al could do nothing but curse and vent his uncontrollable anger. He knew what it was like wanting to compensate for a lack of power, falling short of achieving one's own desires. Al could imagine that Arakia had the potential to reach much greater heights than himself, and that there were numerous possibilities within her reach. Nevertheless, by taking in something that did not mesh with her own capacity, Arakia's own brilliance would instead turn against herself, her surroundings, and the things she wanted to cherish. And so the simple answer that came in reciprocation was the current situation. Initially, Cecilus was the one who had possessed the upper hand in the fight against Arakia. In order to hold back Arakia, who had turned into something dangerous that could blow away the second bastion and erase the entire imperial capital in its entirety, Cecilus fanned his stinging hostility against her, setting the stage by continuing to provoke her intuitive sense of danger. To put it plainly, this was a battle of two transcendent beings who were not just 1 or 2 steps above his warriors, but rather 10. Al had stayed behind, but he retained little capacity to intervene. Still, out of close to 200 attempts, he had been able to prevent Cecilus' limbs from being blown off on 2 occasions. All the while, Arakia was like a glass of water being endlessly overflowing, and spewing water at random, greatly endangering the lives of both Al and Cecilus. But even if this all were to repeat itself, which would of course happen by Al using the cheetah's territory, it would never be possible to capture Cecilus as he jumped around as a being outside of reason. However, the situation had changed. This was due to the aforementioned increasing deformity of Arakia, which had immediately changed her fighting style. Cecilus, come to me. Raising a vigorous cry full of belligerence, Cecilus' eyes gleamed as he wiped away some blood. A moment later, the area around Cecilus distorted, and twisted pillars of stone burst forth from all directions like giant serpents, and attacked the boys. Cecilus crouched down, jumped away, and twisted to avoid the stone pillars that were furiously trying to snap at him, and the speed at which he leaped out of the way surged up to his top speed. But while shedding tears of blood, Arakia's onslaught did not let the lightning escape. As he kicked from the earth to ground, following Cecilus' path swelled as he accelerated, creating a series of huge arms of stone and earth that grabbed the boy as if to crush him. Cecilus, unfortunately, touching the actors on the stage is strictly prohibited. Saying so wittily, Cecilus used the constructed arms that swung down like fly swatters as a foothold to break through, running up into the sky like they were a staircase. He reversed direction when it secured altitude, and using the stone fists that were trying to strike him, he jumped toward Arakia again. But, Cecilus, I messed up. He received a strike from a huge stone fist that would have turned a normal person into a plume of blood with the soles of his Zora, killing the fatal impact by using his whole body as a spring, and Cecilus screamed as he flew away, using only the momentum he had received. As Cecilus surged toward Arakia with the force of a ballistic missile, a white light was created in his path of attack, and Cecilus, with nowhere to escape in the sky, dove toward Arakia himself. Allo! With a howl, Al raised the blue dragon sword, and he slammed the blade forth before Cecilus could jump into the light. Instantly, after receiving a direct hit from the blue dragon's sword, the light flashed strongly for a moment, engulfing and obliterating the bodies of the approaching Al and Cecilus. Cecilus, I messed up. Receiving the giant fist of rock with the bottom of his Zori, Cecilus, stealing only the momentum, shouted as he flew like a ballistic missile. Before his shout could be uttered, Al pointed the tip of his blue dragon sword into the empty air and Aldona. Compared to Arakia, the difference in their magic was like the difference between the moon and Snot, but the stone shards that he produced ran through the sky, crushing the jutting light of destruction that was about to be born. For a moment, a strong flash burned Aeolus' eyes even through his helmet, but it was not powerful enough to end Aeolus' life, much less Cecilus' speed. Cecilus Alson, let's do this. The burst of light was instantly recognizable as to whose work it was, and Cecilus, relieved that his life had been saved, instantly swallowed down his emotion and charged toward Arakia. He raised his right hand in the form of karate chop with sharpness that surpassed even a semi-famous sword that flashed through the air, striking Arakia, who had grown wings of magical crystals at an angle. Alechika! At that moment, Al had a vision, of, without exaggeration, a thunderclap, and the sky being torn asunder. In fact, it was not a vision, but rather the shockwave from Cecilus' karate chop that went out from behind him, tearing a clinching blow into a group of buildings that were on the verge of collapse, leading to the collapse of the entire area. But however Arakia had received that karate chop, in question Arakia, glaring her blood-red eyes, moved to look at Cecilus, who was just a few feet away. Despite receiving a powerful karate chop to the forehead, Arakia maintained her body in midair, without even showing the slightest tremor, and in return she raised her magic crystal wings. Arakia, immediately after those thin lips produced a faint sound, a blow fatally gouged Cecilus. 3. Moment by moment as time flowed, the lapse past, Arakia was disappearing. Gradually feeling her existence, the whereabouts of her soul being painted over amidst the pain and anguish, Arakia earnestly tried to recall the radiance of her son. An obstreperous existence she had been, despite having been created at the end of many sacrifices. She had been indifferent as to what would happen after she was created, and had been a dangerous object with nowhere to go. While not knowing how to make effective or proper use of such a frightening being, that girl had calmly lined Arakia up adjacent to life. She was leading, and had confidently told her to accompany herself. Just why had she been able to try to oppose that perfected magnificence? It should not have been possible for feelings of resistance or opposition to bud. That girl was a representation of everything Arakia believed to be correct, and her very existence was a meaning in Arakia's birth. In order to not let her lose that radiance, in order to not lose what she thought was beautiful about that radiance, she chose to leave her side, thinking it to be necessary, and somehow managed to endure the thought of being separated. The reason she had endured it all was because she believed that the sun would rise once more. So long as she could protect the new day's dawn, it would be fine, if she herself could not bask in the rays of the rising sun. Recklessly crying out, whining that she could not place her hands upon it, while eyes of disappointment were directed towards her by none other than her son, that was when she had finally arrived at this conclusion. She thought she had been forsaken by the sun. She thought the sun would no longer shine upon herself, however, facing off in a decisive battle for the imperial capital. Directing the Yang sword toward the sobbing Arakia, the sun Priska had not cut Arakia down with that treasured sword crimson. Afterwards, while surrounded by the servants of the great disaster that had appeared, she ought to have been able to flee. But in exchange for Arakia's safety, she had chosen to be captured. Those innermost feelings, that dazzling gleam, had not changed in the slightest. If Priska had remained unchanged, and Arakia also desired for her oath to remain invariant. Priska Benedict, the Valachian Empire's symbol of a sun that set, yet would rise again. When thinking of her, Arakia could remain as Arakia. Arakia could delay the limit for her soul growing hotter and bursting apart. However, even if her love and loyalty to Priska was eternal, that limit could not be extended forever. She was attaining a being that would engulf her and would fully overtake her presence. While Arakia continued to resist that disgrace to her mind, the being that was even now borrowing Arakia's body was amplifying its destruction in the real world, to which she did not have room to turn her attention. The destruction would only become more refined, the ruination would only gain more momentum, and it was only a matter of time before a full collapse. stagnating for a long period of however many centuries. The stone did not pay any mind, even if a part of its power was being utilized in conflicts between humans, nor if it was being used for the enrichment of human activities. When it had entered the fragile vessel known as Archaea, it had learned to resist against disappearing. The great spirit that had been taken in by Archaea was displaying defensive instincts that it likely would not have employed were it in its original form, and ironically enough, it was strengthening its level threat in order to protect the vessel of Archaea. Archaea. Somebody was fighting in order to stop Archaea. She could feel it. It seemed like because somebody was causing Archaea's power to be somewhat exhausted, the brakes were being pulled on Archaea, fading away. But it was insufficient, merely weakening. Her merely keeping her in check was insufficient. In order to interfere with the objective of the great disaster, Archaea had devoured it. The great spirit, which would resign itself to the will of others regardless of what was done to it upon being taken in by Archaea, had learned the fear known as losing oneself. Only one push was needed. After one more push, the great spirit would understand. In order to keep Archaea from disappearing, the sun was required. And in order for Archaea to fulfill her oath, something else was required. Thunder was. Somebody was fighting in order to stop Archaea. She could feel it. It was insufficient. That somebody was insufficient. Just who in particular was needed, she knew. That was why, while Archaea was on the verge of bursting apart, she waited in hope. For thunder, for reverberations of real thunder, she waited in hope. For Archaea, kill me, Cecilus. The moment he heard that of all the things that could happen, his thoughts came to a standstill. Having slammed a karate chop into his opponent with all his might, he received a stare back as if it had been utterly ineffective, and immediately after, as the beautiful girl sobbed out tears of blood, she made such an entreaty in a feeble voice. Cecilus. Then, faster than he could digest that muttering, Cecilus received a powerful blow to the chest. The girl's slender arms were essentially blades due to the sharpness of the magic crystals that densely grew on them, and alas, Cecilus' slim chest was mercilessly cut open, staining his favorite kimono with blood as he began to fall. Pain was present, awareness that he had blundered was present, signs of being in a huge pinch were more than present. However, more so than the wound that bore deep into him, more so than the blood that drew a trail through the air, he was unable to avert his gaze from the pitiful eyes and face of the girl from whom he was growing distant, unable to avert his gaze from the words that had been said. Cecilus, my sincerest apologies, but I beg you all to be quiet. In that moment, Cecilus made a firm appeal to the incessantly audible voices of the audience. Normally, Cecilus would never have done anything like silence the voices of the audience. He would use the incoming voices as a rousing basis to raise his own motivation, and at all times he would just calmly allow them to go in one ear and out the other as they spoke to him. That he had silence, quiet, even with the troublesome pain he wished for quiet. Cecilus, while plummeting, Cecilus continued to stare at the girl amidst the silence as the audience hushed their voices. Suffering as she shed tears of blood, the girl's sorrowful appeals took the form of destroying the world, and in the midst of groaning out cries that bore no meaning, she was finally able to interject her own desire. The fact that it had been none other than his own name could have undoubtedly been called the destiny of the leading actor. However, Cecilus, kill me, you said. Now that's something I can't let slide. More so than the pain or shock, he found it difficult to accept the way in which the words had been put together. So Cecilus clenched his teeth. That moment he bent his knees and rolled, as he fell headfirst toward the ground, and as he attempted to secure a safe landing, he evaded the chain of stone pillars that targeted his destination, leaping as his heels grazed the surface of the ground. And then he lifted his head. Cecilus, I don't think those words were meant for me. Of course, he did not think that there was anybody else present who was called Cecilus. However, he fully understood that the person whom the crying girl had called out, to whom she had entrusted her wish, was not himself. That was overwhelmingly aggravating. The most important about the gamble on which all will be staked, the decisive scene, the time to rise to the occasion, any phrasing would do fine. With such a moment, such a scene, such a climax, having been prepared, there was no way it would have been fine for the Cecilus Segmont, who had been called out there, to have been somebody other than himself. Therefore, Al Cecilus, you, that wound Cecilus, I've made up my mind, Alson. Having suffered a serious wound, Cecilus' figure was shedding blood, and seeing that Al uttered out a voice as he fastened his blue dragon sword his neck, for some reason responding to him, Cecilus tore off a strip from his ripped kimono, and using it as a string, he tied back his disarrayed blue hair. Then, giving a smile, he looked up at the weeping girl, at the heroine, and declared, Cecilus, bear witness, observers of the heavens, above witness, the choices the world shall make. Chapter 57. Cecilus Segmont. 1. Cecilus Segmont was a stargazer. This opening passage has already been used, and thus it is rejected. Cecilus Segmont was the leading actor of this world. This is a fact that continues to be proven through how he enthralled others with his actions rather than it simply being told, so it is rather unsophisticated. Cecilus Segmont was entirely unique within this world. This point is not limited to just Cecilus, and thus is headache-inducing. Cecilus Segmont was Cecilus Segmont. This is a most suitable definition, and thus it shall be used as the opening this time around. In that case, 2. Cecilus Segmont was Cecilus Segmont. Sworn to the Tenchi Shinmei, this fact served as the absolute unshakable foundation of Cecilus. No matter what had happened to his body, even if there used to be an adult version of himself, as the people around him were saying, who was a handsome young man with a blossoming appearance, and with limbs longer than he had now, that was already the before Cecilus, and in this current moment there existed no Cecilus Segmont other than his own individual self. Therefore he would prove it. Cecilus bear witness, observers of the heavens, above witness, the choices the world shall make. Having finished tightly tying up his hair with a strip from his clothes, he firmly slapped his cheeks with his empty hands. Cecilus rarely used this method of motivating himself, but it was very important in playwriting for a change in feelings to be easy for anybody to see by interposing this sort of depiction. The people watching would be made aware of the actor's feelings on the stage, and the fact that the play was progressing to the next scene. Then as Cecilus cocked his head, would it come to think of it, Cecilus, you guys are surprisingly reasonable. Everyone I wouldn't mind in the slightest if you resumed with your usual chatter. That instant the voices of the audience that had been forced into silence exploded, and while Cecilus nodded internally at their usual operations, he got back into his flow. Being glued to him at all times, their presence was something that continued to fulfill Cecilus' need for approval, and silencing them like that was the first time he had done. So it was an unthinkable action even for himself, but it was also certainly quite surprising that they would actually keep silent like that. He was quite pleased by that fact, and it served as a good sign of things to come. After all, Cecilus am about to go triumph over an opponent who underestimated me. Right after he stated, thus a flash of light bore into Cecilus' face Al-Sisi. Witnessing Cecilus' face being pierced right in the center of his broad smile, I'll raise his voice. As he rushed over, he was about to exert force onto his blue dragon sword that was fastened to his neck for some reason when he saw that figure of Cecilus, but he desisted. The image of Cecilus pierced by the light blurred, and he realized that what had died was an afterimage. And then, Cecilus, it'd be better for you to distance yourself a bit. Right after that reached Aeolus' eardrums, the afterimage of Cecilus flicked away, and a shockwave expanded. The sound that was delivered lagged behind a flash of light, causing the space to rupture, and as it expanded, as if to chase the expanding destruction, covering a distance of 10-odd meters, it blew open a round crater in the street, which no longer retained its original form. Alboa. As Al was caught up in the aftershock yielded by the attack, his scream trailed off, but that was not captured in the corner of Cecilus' vision as he headed forward, only he did not completely ignore ALS' presence either. Acquiring information of his surroundings, such as ALS conduct and physical ability, until now along with how his previous position and scream were getting further away as a natural result on stage derived from the nature of the opponent's attack, Cecilus envisioned the figure of the unseen Al in the theater of his mind. In all likelihood, that was exactly what had happened. That was because his current state was the best for putting on a show. Although actors would not be able to see every position on the stage at all times, it was absolutely crucial for them to constantly be aware of the happenings at every last corner of the stage. That sensation expandedno, the scope of the imaginary field of vision within his brain expanded. Cecilus established his own position as center stage and directed the stage effects as well as the performance of the actors, cast into roles to his own liking. That was to say, he was running at breakneck speed towards the actualization of the most shining developments throughout the entire world. Cecilus. As Cecilus ran on the border between life and death, the figure of the heroine floating above only grew more grotesque. Unperturbed even when suffering the full strength of Cecilus' karate chops, the heroine had many small magic crystals growing in her slender shoulders and arms, and her appearance had turned into one that gave the fantastical illusion of being clad with sparkling wings. What was particularly eye-catching about that figure, which could even be called beautiful, were the belts of light gently caressing the sky that floated around the heroine. Those were magic crystals of thin and flat construction. Due to some sort of principle, one of the belts of magical nature was illuminated and turned by the flaming cityscape swimming through the sky on a silky trajectory that could sway with the wind. That instant, it was fired towards Cecilus, cutting through the world. The same attack that had blown Al away earlier that approached Cecilus' face, once more his eyes gleaming and approaching. Cecilus licked. I see now this is a peculiar flavor. I guess it should be called gemstone flavor. That instant, Cecilus stuck out the tip of his tongue, and he ascertained the taste of the belt of light that was about to bore into his face right before evading at the sensation his tongue perceived was hard yet soft, and the flavor was, as stated, close to that of a gemstone. It was just like the flavor one would get if they were put a gemstone that resembled hard candy into their mouth, and the following disappointment, namely, those were the belts of jewels the heroine was clad in. Cecilus, come to think of it, you started off by sending light and fire flying, and then swapped the pillars of stone and limbs of earth along the way. Are these jewels the next progression of that? They're truly quite elegant. So I like it how splendid the feeling of climax is rising. Retracting the tongue that had licked the belt, Cecilus roared with laughter at his surge of morale. In this 11th hour, in this decisive bout, he was filled with awe that his opponent was a heavenly maiden clad in a feathered robe of gemstones, and in addition, he had gone and formulated his own understanding from the results of their earlier combat. The karate chops that Cecilus had unleashed at lightning speed, they had the might to split an iron castle in twain, let alone a wall of stone. But though he could not say for sure, he had heard that among gemstones there were some that were harder than even those materials. That was to say, the heroine whom Cecilus was opposing was Cecilus, the heavenly maiden of diamond. Right after he uttered those words, belts of diamond were fired from the feathered robe of the heavenly maiden. With a flash, the belts of light closed in. As they bisected the world, they numbered around 1211. If the one he had licked and evaded was excluded, but they surrounded Cecilus from 11 different directions as they assailed in an effort to kill him. It was a domain undoubtedly tessellating with death itself, and it was a kind of intense battle where one would have to dodge raindrops amidst a storm. Cecilus, if that's what's needed, whether it's drops of rain or grains of sand, let's dodge them. The 11 lines separating life and death ran amok. One more made its return, making it 12 lines, and evading. If one hit him, it would be fatal. If it was fatal, it would fall to ruin. If it fell to ruin, curtains close. The tips of his toes were whittled down as he stepped. The blood spilling from the wound on his chest evaporated, and he twisted his small build to the gaps in the lattice belts that blocked his way, rejecting the lowering of the curtain. Well, how about that? Have you ever seen anything like it? If this had been an adult's body, he would not have been able to slip through the gaps. So, after various deductions, it was the current Cecilus win. Having won, he decided he would keep on winning. So, in order to secure victory, he flashed his teeth in a smile. Cecilus, this is where imagination will spread its wings. With no room to stop moving as the fierce onslaught rained down upon him, he ignored everything as blood spurted from his deep wound. The acceleration of his thoughts in the midst of battle was spectacular, and up until now the fight had received great praise, applause, and loud cheers. However, at this rate, it would progressively become worse, boring, and hated by everyone. In order to devise the best directorial plan, he would need to put the functions of his body through a gear change to prioritize shining on the stage. First of all, he cut his ability to discern colors. The world was dyed black and white. The coloration of the world lost its vibrance, but a monochrome world had the advantage of displaying the true nature of things, which could only be displayed in a monochrome world. Next, he cut his ability to identify sounds of voices of the audience, and his own heartbeat. The delayed sound of bands of light cutting through the wind and of the stage being demolished were all entirely abandoned. A soundless world was dull, but there was a flavor that could only come from this refined taste of enjoying discomfort. It was in this environment where that flavor could be found, that a delight assailing one's chest upon witnessing the masterful performance within the faces and gestures of the actors. In addition, he also cut his senses of taste, smell, and pain. He fully wielded his body for the purpose of battle, fully concentrated his mind on the thoughts that flashed by, and raised the curtain on the theater that was the imaginary field of vision within his mind. Cecilus, well then. Thus, with that breath, interposed a world of black and whitey in the space where he continued to evade the fierce attacks from the belts of diamond. Cecilus was quite literally looking down upon himself as he earnestly struggled while putting on airs, expressing the acceleration of thoughts in a fantastical manner. It was a sensation akin to a single instant being prolonged. That having been said, it was not all-powerful. The leading actor might excel at preserving the scene, but there was a limit to how much they could captivate the audience. If the situation did not move, it was a progression of a story that swayed hearts. That diamond heroine had made an entreaty whilst crying, and though Cecilus had taken great offense to that, he had distorted the intentions of that appeal for his own convenience, and he had no choice but to gain the driving force necessary to propel the situation that was steadily progressing in slow-mo. Cecilus. Thinking by normal standards a girl was someone who was affiliated with Cecilus, there was also the possibility that she was a hardcore fan who one-sidedly knew the overly famous Cecilus. But even supposing that were the case, it would pose no problems in his thoughts from here on out. So it ought not be questioned whether or not that was true. What was important here was that the Cecilus Segmont she was familiar with was not his current self, but the annoying before Cecilus who often came up in conversation. Others would probably be astonished were they to hear about it, and Schwartz and Tanza had actually been astonished by it, but Cecilus had absolutely no interest whatsoever in that topic of the before Cecilus. No matter what he was told, it was a stranger's affairs. No matter what he did, it was an accidental resemblance. No matter what remained, it was someone else's achievements. That was Cecilus' perception, and hence the before and after within Cecilus were clearly differentiated. That was the same perception as the heroine, who seemed to be in a floundering state after having found something to eat. The heroine did not view the before Cecilus and the after Cecilus as the same being. Cecilus, that in itself is a welcome development, and since it's not progressing into something telling me to become big, I'm left with no choice but to progress things in the state they currently are. I wonder about that in spite of being grateful that in being considered a separate entity, I feel a clear discontent at the fact that I'm not the one who is required. As Cecilus pondered, another Cecilus suddenly appeared beside him. Even though he had just declared that the before and after Cecil uses were separate, it was quite confusing for another Cecilus to appear here, but it was true that a conversational partner being here meant that he was on the right track. Cecilus, well, let's perceive this as a result of my heightened concentration, making the acceleration of thoughts easier to understand through a visual metaphor. More importantly, is the topic of the current heroine. Cecilus, I think that rather than the topic of the heroine, the topic is more so that of her stance when it comes to me. Of course, if you look at Boss and Tanzazin, it's not difficult to imagine that the relationship between a key figure within a story and their heroine can produce a chemistry that hadn't existed up until then. Cecilus, so you're saying that such chemistry can also be produced between me and her. Cecilus, I wonder why did you decide to make her the heroine in the first place again? Cecilus was just going with the flow. Cecilus, with the flow, huh? Cecilus, but you know the thing that Boss called a live feeling isn't something to look down on. Swift decisions and spinal reflexes are essentially inspiration that relies on instinct, but isn't it the case that I've gotten through many scenes because I followed my instincts? Cecilus, true, now that you mention it. So you're saying that since your current state is the result of having followed your instincts, the best thing to do is to keep following your instincts. Cecilus, that's the kind of feeling I get, however. If that's what's going to happen, then, and know my current instincts are wondering why it's someone other than myself, Cecilus Segmont, who's being relied on. Cecilus, I see, but that a matter of her not wanting to current me. Isn't it the one being requested is the before Cecilus? But does that mean that the after Cecilus thinks he can't do what the before Cecilus would be able to do? Cecilus, in that case, the solution is for the current me to surpass the previous me. Cecilus knew objections. The two Cecil users nodded at each other, and having reached a mutual agreement, a dispute then occurred over which one of them would return to the real Cecilus whom they were looking down upon. An unproductive battle to decide which one of them was the true soul of Cecilus began, and then concluded immediately after time for the real Cecilus began to move as normal, and he resumed dealing with the 12 lines of death birthed from diamond being fired from the heavenly maiden's feathered robe. Cecilus, I've been looking at things slowly, so the speed of my sensations is fast, fast, fast. The 12 dancing light belts each acted independently with their own will, and drew irregular trajectories like living creatures differing from ordinary weapons. When he tried to knock one down with karate chop, the part which made contact was gouged out entirely, and became painful to look at. He perceived that they were even sharper than Rowan's treasured Onabami, so this was quite the hard enemy, only while he was being surrounded by the swarm of highly lethal, yet beautiful gemstones. Cecilus thought to himself, Cecilus, that phrasing of kill me, it means that she thinks the Cecilus within her head would be able to do so. In other words, that was an expression of trust, that if it were the Cecilus within her head, he would easily be able to break through this diamond besiegement and reach her, and then magnificently cause her heart to stop. Naturally, since Cecilus intended to surpass the previous Cecilus, it was an essential condition that he go above and beyond that. Cecilus, if it's something that the before me has never done before, then how about this? For the hurdle he had imposed to surpass his own self, there was a spark in Cecilus' thoughts. If it were the before Cecilus, he might have been able to entirely avoid the incoming attack. But if it were the perfect Cecilus that resulted from a unity of the after Cecilus and the another Cecilus, then he would create a climax that was more than merely evasion. A belt of light was aimed for above his neck, a glimmer approached his torso, a cleaving motion aimed to shave off his feet, rather than sweep him off them. He stepped with his left and right legs in sequence to evade, then bent himself backwards, crouched down, stretched out his knees, and jumped up in a complete evasion of all the shots, and as a result, Cecilus, this is a cat's cradle of light. He kept on evading the 12 independent light belts at a hair's breadth, and guiding them to become entangled midair, he magnificently knotted them into a web, which became the Tokyo Tower. During their journey from a Gladiator Island, Schwartz had displayed a pastime that involved playing with yarn, and since Tanza was unusually and openly impressed with that, it caused Schwartz to get seriously bashful. Such was what Cecilus had recreated. Of course, there was no meaning even if he did such a thing. The diamond belts were made from colossal mana, and there was no limit to their length. Once a knot was formed, it could be untied by breaking down and reconstructing itself. So it would be just as if nothing had happened. He had no such mistaken sense of triumph that he had contained the opponent's attacks by this. Only he had acquired something conviction. Cecilus, I will surpass myself. He had not seen the actual individual, neither could he actually draw a comparison with him. However, the before Cecilus that Cecilus pictured inside his head had never created this Tokyo Tower, because there was no Tokyo Tower inside of him. So even if the before Cecilus might have been able to successfully dodge when it came to triumphantly creating a climax that would go beyond simply evading the current Cecilus was in the lead by a step. Cecilus. Right after that conviction, the formation of the Tokyo Tower of Light beneath Cecilus came undone. Returning to mana, it reconstructed itself, as had been hypothesized. What had been slightly outside of the hypothesis was that during the moment of construction, a colorless explosion would be yielded. If it merely got erased, then she would have kept losing as they played, and that occurrence seemed like a rebellious spirit opposed to that. Cecilus, you are quite the sore loser. In a world that had no color, in which even his own voice was ignored by his eardrums, Cecilus was impressed by the heroine as he gazed at her from afar. After being impressed, a colorless beam of light gradually ascended from directly below. Him suffering a direct hit would cancel out his evasion of the belts, and the degree of freedom he had in the air was overwhelmingly lower than what he had on the ground. This was bad. He got fired up, expanding his imaginary field of vision once again. He carried out a gear change on the functions of his body. Sense of color maintained current status, sense of hearing maintained current status, sense of pain, and sense of touch reactivate, hiding the pain that instantly boiled up behind a smile with teeth bared. He searched for the key amidst the sensation of a single second being divided up into 100 parts. With that, he could search for the key that would turn the script over to the next page. Cecilus, there it is. Laying the nerves within his body bare, he engaged in a hyperdimensional act of savagery that was exposing him to wind, and as he ascended, Cecilus' outstretched leg hit something. It was neither a convenient wall, nor building what had been hit was from the cityscape being destroyed, as it was engulfed in the battle between Cecilus and a heroine, a fragment of the rubble that had been whirled up a single grain of gravel, that he used as a foothold. Cecilus Shui. Using the exceedingly faint sensation that had struck the sole of his foot as a foothold, Cecilus' body leapt through the air. To avoid the rising achromatic destruction from catching up to him, Cecilus stepped again onto blown-up splinters of wood and shattered fragments of window glass, and finally stepping onto a slightly larger cinder of ash, he escaped higher. Why was he able to do it? He could do it simply because he would make all those who saw him believe so. Disregarding various logical and general notions, Cecilus' action of fleeing to the sky was an outrage against common, since those who witnessed it might have called a miracle. But for Cecilus, this was only the beginning, nothing more than a handful of the miracles that arrived to color the world at various moments each and every day. And thus, if he continued to cause these miracles, Cecilus' impatient reality will bear its fangs. Cecilus escaped the beam of light thanks to his unreasonable ascension, and before right or wrong could come as a result from that escape, the reconstructed light belts ate into the colorless beam of light from within and began to chase Cecilus through the sky. As the 12 belt entangled in a helix, its tip radially expanded while pointing toward Cecilus, and just as a carnivorous plant would captivate bugs with its beautiful petals that bit at him, the flower petals closing like a bud, Cecilus would have no means to escape being swallowed by the diamond flower. That too surely would only have been if it were the Cecilus who was not the current Cecilus. Cecilus bang, and the sound of an atmospheric explosion, 100-fold the sound he had voiced, shook the battlefield. Unfortunately, although Cecilus himself had shut out all sounds, and thus could not hear it, he was sorry to the eardrums of the heroine and of Al, who were also present in this location. But then again, the thing that made him want to complain the most was probably the sky that Cecilus had kicked and had caused to explode. Cecilus, who could leave sound behind and run at lightning speed, was well aware that the atmosphere had walls. Kicking those walls was not an easy feat, but it would have been troubling to be disdained as a poor actor who had messed up the climax, even if he was performing without a rehearsal perfectly captivating the audience, was essential for the leading actor. As a result, together with the sound of the explosion, Cecilus' body shot straight downwards. He took a sharp nosedive, and faster than the diamond flowerbud could finish closing, he escaped the petals and fell to the ground. Cecilus directly pierced the ground and undoubtedly yielded an impact akin to a lightning strike. He had paid the price with his right leg, which was now in a horrid state from the knee down, but it was hard to determine whether a gallant figure seizing victory unscathed or the fierce figure sustaining injuries while felling the opponent would make for a better picture. It would be discourteous of the audience to go on and on about what should have been done after the fact. So he puffed out his chest with the sensation of receiving thunderous applause. and proceeded forward. Cecilus 10 steps. By eye, he measured the distance to the heroine in the sky and purposely stepped forward with his bloodied leg, aiming for Cecilus. As he broke out into a run, the once closed flower bud expanded anew, and as the diamond petals rained down on him, as if they were being scattered from spores, he left them in the dust with a single large step. Cecilus 9 steps. The space to Cecilus' left and right distorted, and as twisted pillars of stone appeared, methods of attack other than the belts of diamond light resumed here, and clenching his teeth at the detestable arrangement, he unreasonably overworked his right leg that was placed on the ground in a reckless manner, and gaining speed, he sacrificed some stray hairs. As he slipped to the gap in the pillars coming at him from left and right, the atmosphere ended up being the only thing that got pulverized. Cecilus 8 steps. Smashing the ground, there were several quadrilateral blocks around the size of houses. Masses of stone, in the shapes of cubes, emerged and were fired towards him like a barrage of throwing spears. Stretching out the knee of his left leg, he stepped on the tip of an approaching rock spear, and using that which was so fatal that it could have also functioned as a gravestone immediately after a direct hit, as a foothold, he plunged into the barrage. Cecilus 7 steps, 6 steps abridged the rest. Adapting to the unforeseen situation, he reset the count of steps, and slipping past a storm of stone pillars constructed to reject the after Cecilus, the distance that once seemed to be infinite now closed in on zero. The heroine exerted her fury to allow none other than the Cecilus. She accepted the Cecilus, who could reach her, to get close. At that stubborn, obstinate heroine, Cecilus was fired up to prove that even his current self could reach her. That was undoubtedly a world-leading destructive contest of obstinacy on a level of danger that would go down in the history of the Empire. Taking control of that struggle of obstinacy, Cecilus would accomplish. That it was not a matter of what he would do once he accomplished it. He simply wanted to accomplish it. And so he would. Cecilus 2 steps. With karate chops from both his hands, he blew away the obstructing stone pillars and inferring the distance until the heroine, who had been concealed from where he had jumped out, he spotted her around 10 meters in the sky above him. While giving a standing ovation to his instincts with his brain, he seized a range. Cecilus. Thereupon, through the process of breaking down and reconstructing themselves, the 12 belts of adamantine light blocked the way again. Escaping the storm of stone pillars, Cecilus looked up, and receiving that gaze, the heroine directed her belts of light towards him once more in that moment, while greatly capturing the range. The light belts spread out, and their tips faintly flickered. The ultra-thin articles divided themselves further, from 12 to 24, from 24 to 48, from 48 to 96, from 96 to 192, from 192 to 384, from 384 to Cecilus HK. As the light belts branched to an extent that became too absurd to enumerate, they beautifully glistened in the sky as they came falling down like a waterfall. Left, right, and behind, the directions which would have been a path of escape were filled with the pillars of stone. The stage had been transformed into an inescapable barrier. The only path was straight ahead, and even just a graze from the drops of falling light would have been a fatal, inevitable death, let alone getting struck heating. Fatal, inescapable, 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 fatal, inescapable. Cecilus, the world devoid of color and sound, was permeated with the probability of death. Before the destiny of an unavoidable death, he recalled all the miracles he had accumulated. It was a miracle that his right leg was still attached at the knee. It was a miracle that he could still move with an exceedingly deep wound in his chest that almost revealed his heart. It was a miracle that he still was overflowing with motivation at the figure of the heroine as she continued to cry. And then Cecilus. It was a miracle that within Cecilus' hand, as it reached toward the heavens, a prop had arrived with the best possible timing. 12,288 times. That was the number of times Al had spent figuring out his role on this stage. Immediately after Cecilus, with his hair in a bun, had changed his mind with a reasoning that Al did not understand the battle, accelerated further into the realm that laughed at the thought of ALS intervention. From the get-go, it was a battlefield where he knew there was little he could do. Within his defined territory, even after nearly 200 attempts, he only had 2 opportunities to intervene. Those 2 times had been undoubtedly meaningful, but in a battle that had kicked up a notch, there was not a single chance for Al to intervene. To begin with, Arakia herself was not even able to endure the aftermath of the attacks. She was aiming at Cecilus. Unlike the attacks from before, Arakia's transformation into her deformed state with the magical crystals, where she simply shot out the mana that welled up her current attacks, were clearly more sophisticated. The destructive power wielded by Arakia could have been called belts of light, had caused the entire area to become completely destroyed, and Al, who had been roped up by them, had been obliterated more than 2,000 times. What was the point of being in a battle in which one's mere presence would be fatal? However, he had no choice but to give up on any form of intervention and withdraw from the battlefield, for if he did, not Cecilus would be killed by a belt of light before he could reach Aricia. In order to change this unchangeable outcome, Al looked for an opening to intervene repeatedly, get himself roped up there. After many hundreds, thousands of times, he realized this. There were problems with ALS positioning, and there were times when he was obliterated by one of the belts, as if he were merely a bug to be swatted away. Still, if he managed to see Cecilus make it over before Aricia, he witnessed Cecilus' incomprehensible movements as he was subjected to an inevitable attack. Just before the belts of light that wrapped around Aricia branched out into a hopeless number and poured down, Cecilus reached out toward the heavens. At first, Al thought that Cecilus was about to unleash his full strength with his karate chop. However, Cecilus' right hand showed no sign of moving, even at the moment the light rained down. It was not until hundreds of times later that he realized that he was not performing a karate chop, but was rather extending his 5 fingers. It was not a karate chop or a fist, but an open palm facing the heavens. He had no idea what it meant. He did consider surprise of him suddenly using magic, but in any case, Cecilus, with his magic a dud, would end up being swallowed by the shimmering light, and Al would likewise be roped up and obliterated. After confirming this, attempts continued to be made in vain with no room for intervention. In the ultra-fast-paced battles, the results were as quick as the blink of an eye, and even before a situation was ascertained, the possibilities were examined, and the ideas were given shape, the amount of reversible defeats piling up at an accelerated rate. Even if he was not impatient with that fact, he was frustrated by the fact that he could not reach the destination. A tremendous sense of regret ate away at him, making him wonder if he had made a mistake by hesitating to withdraw when he should have leading him into a deadened route, only for him to be turned to cinders along with those feelings. Despite ALS' desperate attempts, Cecilus did not even look at him, and Aricia did not give him a second thought. It was really frustrating. It made him feel that this was their own private struggle, and that they had only been repeatedly telling him so endlessly thousands of times, and by violent and impulsive means. What if that was not the case? It was a possibility that had unexpectedly slipped into his mind, and Al quickly shook his head to deny it. Several times he had sensed an idea beginning to sprout, and had witnessed the signs of its development, but in each case there were no further results, and each time it disappeared swallowed by the light of doom. However, this time, uncharacteristically, that idea was brought past the end into the next restart. What if that was not the case? What if there was room for intervention? Thoroughly, Al decided to cling to the sprouting possibilities. Cecilus would avoid all of Aricia's attacks and arrive in front of her. The shimmering belts of light that clothed her would spread out into countless branches and pour down, ending with light engulfing the world. Over and over again, he kept trying to get a complete picture of what was going on up until this final act. During this, he had noticed Cecilus was underestimating the belt of light, taking him aback. During this, he had noticed Cecilus kicking off empty space and flying through it, taking him aback. During this, he had noticed that he was actually kicking off pebbles and scraps of ash, not empty space, taking him even more aback. And so he proceeded in furthering his understanding, furthering it, before then raising his head. Cecilus was perhaps, or maybe was more or less, reaching toward the heavens as part of constructing his spotlight. Al thought to himself in shock, what else could be expected of me? As he was obliterated, the hurdles of those demands were so high that thoughts like there's no way, and maybe it could began to dance through his mind, but then the realization hit him. He had been dragged into it. Right smack dab in the middle of the stage, not just on top of it, vacillating between getting off of it or not. It became a long struggle. From there, no one would understand, no one needed to. He must survive up to that moment, flounder over to that moment, reach that moment, and intervene in that moment. It would require a lot of struggling to achieve this, but this was fine, not as many as there were stars. Because of that, I'll go for its star actor. On the 12,288th time, the hilt of the blue dragon sword was thrown into Cecilus' hand, which he held up to the sky, gripping it ever so tightly. For, in the past, there was a building known as the Loot House. In the slums of the royal capital of Lagunica, the symbol of the kingdom's long-standing debt was a place shrouded in darkness where stolen goods were openly traded. Amidst battles over the crucial item that could determine the fate of the kingdom, the Loot House became the stage for confrontations, ultimately meeting its demise in a clash involving the current sword Saint Reinhard van Istria, who intervened to defeat the bow hunter Elsa Granhirt, resulting in its collapse. At that moment, the sword Reinhard wielded was a nameless mass-produced blade. It did not possess any extraordinary sharpness. It was merely a sword borrowed by Reinhard that happened to be in the Loot House and used for the battle. However, with that single swing in the hands of the sword St. Reinhard, it gained the opportunity to unleash a sword strike that even the most famous and treasured swords would never experience. Of course, no ordinary sword could withstand that single slash, and it instantly crumbled in Reinhard's hands, ending its life as a tangible object there. However, was a broken sword truly unfortunate? It was impossible for one to fathom the feelings of a tool, but between the sword gathering dust in the corner of the loot house rusting away for decades before being discarded or fulfilling its purpose as a tool which should be said to have better fulfilled its true purpose, one could say that the sword fulfilled in a single swing what it might have taken 1,000 or even 10,000 swings in the hands of an ordinary wielder to achieve. The story has begun to veer off its main point, so we shall get it back on track. Simply put, the reason for the collapse of the loot house was that an ordinary blunt blade had found a wielder who could fulfill its true purpose as a sword, and thus had it been swung. If that was the case, then, if the sword saint could achieve that, there was no reason why an equally skilled wielder could not do the same. Cecilus, you did a great job, Alson. Confirming the sensation in the outstretched hand with conviction, Cecilus praised a man who performed a miracle. And thus did he acknowledge, and thus did he assert Cecilus could not even begin to imagine the difficulties I'll face in handing over the Blue Dragon's sword to him right now. Human imagination was infinite, but even the rash idea of reaching infinity was presumptuous. It was like the peak of a mountain that was known to exist, but could not be reached, a fantastical dream akin to the heavenly sword that Cecilus continued to pursue. However, Al had made it in time. Through means unimaginable even to Cecilus, Al had overcome the mountain and delivered the miracle Cecilus desired into his hands. Bravo, bravo, nothing else but the sound of bravo and thunderous ovation to the sounds of blooming incredible. The rain of light became unavoidable death and poured down upon Cecilus. When one became an actor of Cecilus' caliber, one might understand that the audience often desired a beautiful star-studded ending rather than a mundane demise, and under certain circumstances, one might even consider it fitting, but now was not a good time. This was not the curtain call he had envisioned. Therefore, Cecilus, that ending needs a rewrite. Cecilus swung the slightly oversized Blue Dragon sword with the skill of a seasoned swordsman, as if he had swung it thousands, tens of thousands, or even hundreds of millions of times before. Even though it would have been the first time he wielded the weapon within Cecilus' ever so expansive imagination and theater of his mind, there existed a record of swinging this Blue Dragon sword throughout the mornings, afternoons, and nights, puking up blood and sweating profusely. However, depicting such scenes would be NG for Cecilus, so he simply plucked the fruits of his efforts. In an instant, a flash of lightning that transcended the limits of the Blue Dragon sword slashed away the pouring rain of light into nihil. It was not just the countless strands of light that were obliterated in that flash, the dense forest of stone pillars that covered Cecilus' left, right, and rear, attempting to seal off any escape routes, was blown to smithereens. At this moment, Cecilus Segmont's sword strike had surpassed the Spirit Eater Erikiano. It had surpassed the stone Muspel, which was said to be the very land of the Valachian Empire. Then beyond the rain of light, Cecilus and Erikia's gazes met Cecilus HK. Cecilus twisted his neck to evade the 13th strand of light released. It grazed his right cheek, with the lower half of his right ear being obliterated. Blood evaporated from his frayed neck and shoulder, but he successfully avoided the attack. He praised the fact she had yet managed to conceal an ace of hers behind the rain of light, and more so concealed it well. Cecilus one step. Resuming the count of steps remaining to cover the distance, he kicked the ground with his left foot and ascended into the air. From there, Cecilus' lightning-fast sprint closed in on Erikia in the sky. In an instant, the strands of light he had evaded gave rise to a colorless explosion, and Cecilus' head was struck with the force of the blast. 5. Cecilus Oya. Suddenly finding himself standing stock-still in an unfamiliar room thrust into twilight, Cecilus tilted his head. He looked around his surroundings, but it was a place he had no recollection of ever seeing. Cecilus had a reputation of being forgetful, but surprisingly he would never forget places and things once he had seen them. No matter the situation or prop, there might eventually be an opportunity to put to use the things known as stage effects were also occasionally born from unforeseen ideas. Cecilus, so it's a place that even I'm unaware of, or rather to begin with the fact that I'm present in this kind of place, is really putting my sense of discomfort to work. Even though he had no memory of this location, he was not so careless as to forget what he had been doing just before. In the imperial capital filled with undead begged by a sobbing heroine, to kill her, Cecilus took offense to that, and had resolved himself to surpass his past self, and ought to have pulverized ALS Blue Dragon sword. Cecilus, it sure seems like I'm escaping from reality because things ended there, and am worrying over having destroyed Alson's Blue Dragon sword. As expected, that's whoa, whoa, whoa. If he broke someone else's possession, even Cecilus would feel pain in his chest, but all things had a lifespan, and a destiny if the chance came around. There were things that ought not to be fretted about when destroyed. ALS Blue Dragon sort of fit into that category. After everything was settled, it would be fine if he relied on Schwartz to reimburse Al. When such a conclusion was about to be made, a change in the room had been yielded as light from the setting sun shone through the window. The door within the unfamiliar room was opened, and then, well, it's quite the nice thing, isn't it, to be summoned, even when I have no memory of being called for. Whenever I'm called, it's always because I'm being scolded for something, but I'm not worried about that today. Cecilis, I see. While giving a cackling laugh, the one who entered the room with light steps was a blue-haired, slender young man clad in a pink kimono. The person wearing Zora was someone Cecilis had never seen before, but he could guess who it was. With long limbs and a refined appearance that still contained a soft impression, there were many common features to his own which he checked in the mirror every day, so there was no longer even the slightest room for doubt. Cecilis is the adult me, which would mean these are the memories of the before me. Ascertaining the existence of his past self-off, Cecilis surmised the situation. Since the topic of the blue lightning had spread to so many people, it was unreasonable to suspect that he had not existed, but actually seeing the big version of himself like this was quite moving. Since he was aspiring to surpass himself, the Cecilis should have been someone like a rival to him, but Cecilis HM, isn't this great? The way I grew up was quite ideal indeed. The flowery beauty is fully intact, while sex appeal has risen and the handsomeness has gone through the roof. Witnessing the figure of Cecilis before him, he was utterly enchanted by how big of a deal it was. Since his frame of mind was likely the same as that of the current Cecilis, maintaining the spirit that he was the leading actor of this world, it was only natural that he had kept his mind and body in tip-top condition. That such a way of thinking had been diligently put into practice was in itself a very welcome sentiment. Cecilis, let's see, although it may be nice to be presented with a grown version of myself like this, I can't get a read on the next development. Perhaps in order to actualize the idea of me surpassing myself, I've been plunged into a sword battle against a former me, but considering that it seems like this me can't be seen by that me. Containing his excitement, Cecilis shifted doubt upon the current situation once again. Even when a hand was waved right in front of his eyes, Cecilis did not notice the presence of Cecilis here. If he could not interfere with this scene, then just what was the meaning to be had here? The answer to that would be clearly exhibited with the progression of the situation. Whether it is scolding or not, I think depends on whether you have self-awareness in a given case. But is it not premature to be relieved simply because you haven't a clue you? Subsequently, the voice heard was from the person who had entered the room a bit after Cecilis. That person closed the door with a hand behind their back, and glancing towards Cecilis, who had entered before him, he narrowed his long slitted eyes. What a terribly odd appearance that person had, with long white hair framing a white face, a form that was white throughout its entirety, even to its clothing, an equipped tactical fan, the figure that was slimmer and taller than even Cecilis looked like a shady goblin that would show up in a picture book. From that appearance, Cecilis received an impact that was truly to his liking. Cecilis by saying that, do you mean that I just didn't realize? And it actually is a scolding after all in that case. I really messed up by entering the room. First, it'll burst through the window and rush up the wall to escape Chisha that would stir up the soldiers of the palace. So I would prefer if you refrain from such eccentricities for the time, being it truly is not a scolding today. You do not have to be so on guard. Cecilis, please now don't frighten me like that. Geez, Chisha really is bad. With people, no matter how many years pass, that aspect sure doesn't change. Chisha, indeed, though it is unusual, I am in agreement. That white personage was called Chisha in an easy-going manner by Cecilis. In that case, the man's name was probably Chisha, and Cecilis was quite close with him. Currently, Cecilis had no acquaintance with Chisha, but he could tell from their interaction that they had known each other for a period of years. He also understood that it was no small amount of years from Cecilis' remarks. Cecilis HM. The age of Cecilis seemed to be around 20, with a margin for error of around 1 or 2 years. That meant there was a gap of around 10 years with Cecilis' current state. So he surmised that his relationship with Chisha was during that time. Considering how Cecilis' name of the Blue Lightning had spread, 10 years felt like quite a reasonable timeline. In other words, there was a high possibility that the scene of the past that Cecilis was watching was within 1 or 2 years of the present. Grasping that, Cecilis progressed his thoughts further and cocked his head at the same time. It was natural to get caught up on this, but the reason why this past could be seen, and why he was seeing this past regardless of the latter, he could generally comprehend the former. Cecilis, supposing it's true that I was shrunk, then I think the memories from before I became small were just sealed away and didn't actually disappear or anything. Since he had no memory of the time he was shrunk, he did not really understand the mechanism behind the shrinking. but it should not have been able to entirely erase 10 of the years Cecilus had lived, even so the reason he could not remember the memories from those 10 years was none other than because his body and mind mutually influenced each other. Just as how Cecilus' body would be able to implement whatever he believed possible, his mind would have no choice but to regress in tandem. If his body had certifiably shrunk, it was probably something like that. Therefore, Cecilus thought that his memories themselves had merely been dormant, while actually having been inside of himself this whole time since he thought. So there was no issue with the fact in itself that they could be seen. The issue was as before the reason why he was seeing them. Cecilus, this seems like the memory of the time I got shrunk. Indeed, the reason why Cecilus had muttered that with a bitter look on his face was because he had hit upon an unpleasant possibility. Cecilus had never experienced it for himself, but when people were on the verge of death, it seemed like they would seek a method to escape the approaching doom before them and would trace back through the memories of their life. It was a function of searching for an idea to refuse death amidst the life they had accumulated up until then. Thus, the reason for Cecilus' bitter-faced answer was undoubtedly the suspicion that this scene before his eyes might have been a spark from Cecilus' lifetime in order to save his life. In other words, if this was as Cecilus suspected and was a memory from the time he had been shrunk, then could it have been a scene where the opposite was also true? Cecilus, isn't this something like seeing the place where I was shrunk and then gaining a hint for the method of returning to my original form and breaking the deadlock of the situation? Isn't that like really, really lame? Despite declaring that he would surpass himself, having stepped towards a heroine with the resolve to die as she spilled tears, and Al having provided the greatest assist that went above and beyond his minor role, he would fail to carry out his original intention. As such an answer for his own failure lay before his eyes, Cecilus had unpleasant feelings in the depths of his heart. Cecilus don't like it. I don't like it. I don't like it one bit. Throwing himself down onto the floor of the room, he rambunctiously threw a tantrum and flailed his limbs around, but Cecilus' reluctance did not put a stop to the conversation between Cecilus and Chisha. Leaving Cecilus behind, as he sprawled himself out on the floor, the two people continued with their discussion. Cecilus, you're making a somewhat complex expression, Chisha. Chisha, my goodness, even though you usually do not pay much mind to countenances of others, you're only ever sharp at times like these. That is a reason I find you to be troublesome. Cecilus, ha ha ha, you sure are saying some funny things. I do regularly look at the faces of people in my surroundings. It's just that most of the time I just look at them and then ignore it without touching on the subject. Chisha, then for what reason have you touched upon it today? Cecilus, why wouldn't I be worried if my friend is tired? I think it's a rather normal thing. Chisha, it is ridiculous to hear a word such as normal coming from your mouth. With a face on which not even a hint of a smile emerged, Chisha replied, so to which Cecilus pouted his lips. At that state, Cecilus, unable to interfere with the memory, gave up on his whining, and looked up while sitting cross-legged. A friend, the fact that he said that word, and the fact that he had won were the height of surprise. Even if Schwartz and Tanza Gustav and the Pleas Battalion were his allies, they were not his friends or family to think that he would have a friend. However, leaving aside Cecilus' deep emotions, Chisha suddenly gave a distant look, and while calling Cecilus' name, Chisha, supposing the views of myself and His Excellency ran in opposition to each other, just how do you think events would play out? Cecilus, if His Excellency and Chisha did, if you can talk it out, then you should talk it out. But if there's no use in talking it out, then wouldn't the only option be to have a showdown? Chisha, when the time for that showdown comes, how would you proceed? Cecilus, naturally ID be His Excellency's ally. That goes without saying, doesn't it? Without reserve, without fervor, Cecilus plainly answered with a tone of voice unaltered, then hopping up and sitting his bum down on the desk in the inner part of the room, he suspended his legs and looked at Chisha. Resting his chin in his hands, Cecilus closed one of his blue eyes. And Cecilus, a roundabout, an enigmatic hypothetical story by some. Chance is Chisha perhaps plotting something. Chisha, I suppose that is so. It is absolutely necessary to prepare for a large battle. Cecilus, a large battle. Cecilus, a large battle. Reacting to Chisha's statement, both the past and the present Cecilus overlapped in their remarks. It was a matter that Cecilus seemed to not have a clue about, and Cecilus did not know Chisha well enough to declare that it was in reference to the current happenings. At those words, Chisha joined his hands together behind his back and walking up to the window. Chisha, it is a battle we must win no matter the cost. However, in regards to that great battle, His Excellency and I are of differing opinions. Even from the establishment of victory conditions, my view does not align with His Excellency's. I have found no room for us to come to a common ground. Cecilus, it's quite rare for Chisha to act independently from His Excellency. Or rather than rare, wouldn't this be the first time? Chisha, I do not think that is so. Often I will convey my own opinions to His Excellency. Cecilus, that's right, so this is the first time Chisha is giving up on trying to persuade His Excellency. Chisha, gazing at the scenery outside the window, Chisha kept silent. And behind him, Cecilus turned his head around. The fact that Chisha did not reply likely meant that Cecilus' point had hit the mark. They had known each other a long time, but that was entirely why Vincent always made unreasonable requests of Chisha's fame as the wisest emperor since the genesis of the empire had been built atop Chisha's blood, sweat, and tears. Cecilus, Upon thinking thus, Cecilus got the feeling that he really knew Chisha well in regards to His Excellency, who came up quite frequently in conversation. To a vague face came to mind for some reason. It was a face with wrinkles on its brow. The face was a haze, but the wrinkles on the brow were distinctive and seemed to be the essence of the face. He was not in a mental state where he could really welcome that sensation. However, Cecilus had a surge of interest in the conversation between Cecilus and Chisha, and he wished to see its developments through. Chisha was acting independently from His Excellency from Vincent, and from there, Chisha, I have no intention of clashing opinions with His Excellency on this matter. It is an absolute condition that His Excellency harbors not even a smidgen of doubt, and for that purpose, Cecilus, I guess him in the way. Quietly yet slightly cheerfully, Cecilus posed a question to Chisha's back. Receiving it, Chisha turned around, without uttering a word, and narrowed his eyes while his white body was dyed orange by the setting sun. Yet again he did not deny the lack of words of silence was proof of affirmation. Cecilus, if His Excellency and Chisha oppose each other with opinions divided, then ill follow His Excellency, no matter what. That is a major prerequisite for myself and my unyielding oath of the sword. Chisha, indeed, I accepted your answer, so at the same time, if you stand on His Excellency's side, then my prospect for victory are essentially non-existent, even were I to have Arakia or General First Class Albert. No, even were I to have all of the 9 divine generals other than you on my side, it would likely be no match for you. Cecilus, oh ho ho, now that is quite the captivating story. I've actually been thinking this since long ago. Even though the 9 divine generals are the Empire's strongest army, corps isn't 9 too many people. Cecilus, I think so too. Even if they were to cut 4 or 5 members, something like the 5 great summits or the 4 heavenly kings would not be too shabby. Cecilus had such perception, and Cecilus was in the process of gradually heightening his fighting spirit, basking directly in the gazes of the 2 Cecilus. Chisha's expression did not crumble. Whenever Chisha made a face like this, caution was required, as he would have some sort of unthinkable plan. Chisha, unfortunately, it is not as though I have actually persuaded the 9 divine generals. Cecilus, oh, is that so? Well, but that's how it is, isn't it? There's no way Gazan and Meguro would betray His Excellency, but in that case, what are you going to do? Chisha. Cecilus, Chisha's not going to give up there. That's the kind of face you're making, you know. A nostalgic emotion simmered up within him, but was pushed back for later by Cecilus' reaction. As Cecilus leaned his bum against the desk, he kept watch over Chisha's every move. No matter how Chisha tried to move, he could take complete control. But that was something Chisha was well aware of. Well now, just what would he try to do? Just how would he get the better of the Cecilus segment and shrink him into the current form of a small child? Chisha, Cecilus, I shall remove you from the board as His Excellency, and I engage in a bout of reading the others. Every move, no stage, shall be prepared for you to make. Your appearance, there is another role that shall be arranged for you. Cecilus, even if you say that to me, I can't just give an answer in good spirits like, ah, yes, that is indeed so. On the other hand, since you can't remove me through force, are you going to use the power of words, as I'm sure Chisha is aware and the general with the least ability to listen in the Empire? Saying that he got off the desk and landed on the ground and spinning around like he was dancing, Cecilus faced Chisha. Heating Chisha's figure was dazzling as he stood amidst the setting sun, and Cecilus tilted his body forward, looking up at him with upturned eyes. It was a relationship spanning a long time, one in which they mutually had full knowledge of the other's good and bad aspects, and looking into the expression of such a friend, Cecilus smiled. Smiling, he provoked Chisha to bring out the likes of the plan that he had prepared up his sleeve. Cecilus, let's see what kind of words, views, or reasoning will you use to convince me this will be quite the tough challenge, even for the wise man, who is second only to His Excellency Chisha Gold. At that cheap provocation from Cecilus, Chisha closed his eyes and let a beat pass. Then opening those eyes, and with Cecilus reflected in them, Chisha, Cecilus, please, I entrust His Excellency to you. Neither was it carelessness, nor was it persuasion. The fact that it was an entreaty filled him with awe. Cecilus, this isn't fair. Cecilus, perfect. 6. The impression of his red blood spraying out strongly overlapped with that of the red sunset within his memories. With the evening glow upon his back, Chisha Gold had defeated Cecilus inside his office. Neither had he been caught in a moment of vulnerability, nor had he earnestly been persuaded by the benefits he had been entrusted. That was the reason why Cecilus Segmont had become Cecilus Segmont. Cecilus HK. As a scorching heat assailed his senses, Cecilus' consciousness returned to reality. The pain to his head and half of his body was the result of being caught in the explosion of the light belt. He ought to have averted the time in which his consciousness had disappeared into the twilight of that day had been less than a half of a second. But that stagnation was more than enough for the heroine, for Arakia, who was blocking the way. Arakia, the blue dragon sword that crumbled within his hand, the full might of its blow ought to have erased the belts of light. But having been reconstructed through Arakia's power, 5-6 of them were restored. Even she would not have been able to instantly regain the power lost from that attack. The magic crystal wings that had been upon her back had fissured, and amidst the sparkling fragments, as they scattered about, Arakia was present. In the depths of that slender body was it the stone muspel whom she had devoured. To turn her fangs against the very land of the Valachian Empire, he was surprised by her indiscriminate nature, something like that not even Cecilus would think after having seen those tears. Having heard her utterance, he could not ridicule her with his usual tone. Cecilus, but since it was made with that kind of face, I'm going to have to decline your request. If she had wanted to inform Cecilus of her request, no matter what, she should have at least given her best smile. If she had made such a choice with no regrets and no falsehoods, and had told him with a smile on her face, then Cecilus would also have received it in earnest, just like that helpless friend who with a smile had ordered Cecilus to shrink. Cecilus, also, that's what it was. Even now, Cecilus' limbs were short, and his resuscitated memories were still only fragments of what had been lying dormant. He did not know how to return his shrunken body to its original form. The memory had ended before he could recall what concrete method Chisha had employed, and that the objective of the remembrance had been fulfilled. There was a phenomenon where people faced with death would search through their memories for a way to break the deadlock. What just happened was an unmistakable instance of that. Only the answer how to break through the deadlock was different of what he had anticipated. At the end of that recollection, Cecilus had thought that he would learn the method of how to return his body to that of an adult, but it had not been, so that it had not been so delighted him. People faced with death would search through their memories for a way to break the deadlock. He had seen that face of Chishas and heard his request for Cecilus Segmont. That was more than enough of a basis to believe that he could defy death. Cecilus, in the first place, there's no way I'd lose. He had confidence and pride in plenty. However, that was not to say that his strength was his sole basis for this. By Cecilus' own philosophy, there was an answer as to why he would not lose against Arakia here. The reason was because, in this place, Cecilus' boss isn't present. If I happen to die here, he would break our promise without batting an eyelid and come rushing over. Spilling that out, Cecilus gave a bitter smile with his blood-stained good looks. That was the kind of boy Natsuki Schwartz was having departed from the Gladiator Island in the midst of the eastward expedition of the Pleiades Battalion. Cecilus and Schwartz had exchanged a promise under the moon. That was, Schwartz would not use the power of his miraculous true sight to save Cecilus. It was a promise formed with mutual respect for each other, but Cecilus knew if push came to shove, Schwartz would break his promise. Without batting an eye, Cecilus himself would do so too. He was the same type as Schwartz. That was why he knew. If he had seen Cecilus die with his true sight, Schwartz would have come rushing here no matter what. That had not happened. To put in other words, that was faith from Schwartz. And that same thing was something that Cecilus directed toward Schwartz. Towards Cecilus, who had gained the logical conviction 6 belts of light furiously flickered in approach. While already airborne, yielding a subsequent movement would be difficult, and thus Cecilus would not be able to dodge. But even if he did not dodge, there was something he could do that was a trump card he had brought back from a momentary daydream. In Cecilus' hand, having lost the blue dragon sword, the hilt of another blade was gripped. Cecilus Massium. Its inscription called out the pattern on the blade of the enchanted sword shook like a rippling wave. Was a blade belonging to Cecilus Segmont, which possessed incredible power, the Dream Sword Massium. Much to the lament of Rowan, who was unaware of its whereabouts, it was a supernatural sword permitted to cut things beyond the logic of this world in a similar manner to the fiend's sword Murasame. It had been lost together with Cecilus' memories, so no wonder everybody had racked their brains over its whereabouts. The young sword Valakia used the sky as its sheath, thus the Dream Sword Massium used dreams as its sheath. Ergo Cecilus had borrowed Massium from the waist of Cecilus within the daydream. As Massium pulsated within his hand, it recognized the short Cecilus. As its owner, things would not have gone this easily with Murasame. He was thankful for this fortuitous encounter here. With his gratitude received, the blade flashed the 6 approaching belts of light, were slain and conquered. Tsetsilus im Aiming Fu. Arakithi center of her chest, at the large mass of power dwelling therein. He would exorcise it, never had he done so before, but believing that he would bring it to fruition. Such power existed within Cecilus. Massayum was reliable. Al was also present as an eyewitness. He would not fail, thus he fired himself up. What remained? Cecila's dreams are meant to be seen. When you're awake, they're meant to enchant you, Anya. As he spoke, so Cecilus looked into Arakia's eyes during his stretched-out super speed with tears of blood flowing from her left eye. Bereft of light, the emotions on the beautiful girl's face were harder to read than usual. Within her deeply emotional right eye, which he had grown accustomed to seeing a visible blue flame, had emerged. Cecilus, the person whom you treasure dearly, is someone who treasures you dearly too. Tenderly spinning those words, a flash unleashed by thunder put an end to her nightmare. In a manner as if to prove that dreams were something that the leading actor standing atop the stage would enchant the audience with. That was the answer given by Cecilus Segmont in response to the heroine's entreaty. Chapter 58. Proof of Existence. 1. Going behind a guard who was keeping watch, he struck the pressure points that ran along the central meridian of their body. Guard. That instant the posture of the opponent was broken, and they collapsed without raising their voice. The reason why he had propped up the body as it collapsed was not out of consideration, but rather because it would have caused problems if the sound of armor striking the ground had rung out. Good grief, it's darn tiring for an old fella like me to carry a large man with a single hand, even though their insides are hollow. They got some firm weight to him, which makes it annoying. Saying that the white-haired, white-eyebrowed old man Albert carried the collapsed enemy with his lone left arm lightly striking the defensive wall beside him with the tips of his toes. As he did so, he caused the surface of the wall to ripple as if it were water, and he forcefully stuffed the enemy's body into it. It was swallowed, and the wall's surface filled back in. Fortunately, it seemed like the undead were able to go without breathing, so he could bury them in the walls to settle things without having to kill. As their hearts did not beat, neither did blood flow where they'd be killed. It would have been fine to just sweep the fragments away with a broom. So it was fortunate that dealing with the cleanup was easy. Albert, but everything other than that aspect ain't good in the slightest. When you kill them, there are some that got the damn nerve to get up right after they die, so recklessly killing them will just make it more troublesome. Among the special traits of the opposing undead, the thing Albert viewed as the most dangerous was the revival of defeated enemies. When faced with enemies that would continue to be resurrected no matter how many times they were defeated, even the Imperial soldiers, overflowing with fighting spirit, would have their hearts broken. That was not Albert's reason, but rather the issue was that the undead that were killed and resurrected would inherit the memories from before they were killed. Through such means, the opponent could use replaceable lives in exchange for instantaneous sharing of all sorts of information. Albert, the head honcho of the shinobi, was more than aware of how important it was to have accurate and recent information within warfare. It was to the extent that the enemies Albert had killed the most within his lifetime were between scouts and messengers. Originally, killing would have been done to prevent the transmission of information, so the fact that there was danger of information being transmitted, even if they were killed, was nothing short of absurd. Albert, well, Shinobi Technoquest also got something that makes you self-destruct upon death, sending information to the color of the erupting smoke. So we're in the same boat, I tell you. Even though angering others was the principal domain of the shinobi, with this, they would surely go out of business. Through the investigation that was carried out amidst the combat to push back the enemy forces during the evacuation from the imperial capital, it was discovered that the undead possessed a vital point known as a core bug, and that seemed to be the source of their resurrection. There were also some undead that could regenerate even if their heads were sent flying, but that was because their core bug had not been destroyed. In the end, the source of the core bug's power was a great spirit known as a stone. So even if the undead were fully killed down to their core bugs, it would cause Muspel to lose strength, making it unable to support the vast lands of the Empire. Therefore, Albert was thoroughly putting an effort to enforce the policy of not killing the undead by precisely striking the weak spots of the human body that were known as pressure points. The body could be robbed of its freedom, becoming powerless like the undead that had been buried in the wall earlier. In that manner, the undead stuffed into the wall by Albert numbered about 50, even though the construction and interior of their bodies were as papier-mâché. He was relieved that their pressure points still functioned as weak spots. But then again, considering the enormous numbers of undead, this was not more than a meager resistance. Albert, for the Imperial people who specialize in the subject of killing or being killed, ain't it awfully harsh to tell him not to die and not to kill? That was an opinion that the Allied troops from the kingdom and the city-states who were engaged in a cooperative relationship in order to save the Empire would frown upon were they to hear it, but it was an opinion that relatively many of the Imperial peoples would likely agree with. As a result, with the enemy spearheading the great disaster being the worst possible matchup for the Valachian Empire, they were engaged in a defensive battle with the absolute condition of not killing. No, it was not as a result. Albert, the bad habit of old folk, to always imagine the worst in an opponent who's got the nerve to use all the blood that's soaked into the soil of the Empire, till now they're completely targeting our weakness. A battlefield where soldiers of yore were revived one after another. It was an environment that had come into being due to the fact that Wallachia was a place where conflict never petered out. Considering that even under the same conditions, it likely would not have amounted to such a disaster in any of the other countries. So in order to conquer Wallachia, the enemy had taken the most suitable measures. That was why this side also had to understand that this was a board that must not be misread. Albert, narrowing his eyes concealed by his white eyebrows, Albert held his breath in the Crystal Palace, which he was in the midst of independently infiltrating. Invisibility that eliminated one's presence as much as possible. It was something that lived up to the name of the shinobi's head honcho, including the fact that he had been picking off the guards without being noticed. There was no way his presence would be caught. If his presence were to be detected thereby, including him as a target of the Curse of Thorns, Albert would be made powerless. He was weak. To pain, the mere thought of Thorns stabbing into his heart made him want to toss in his sleep. In order to avoid that, Albert had been taking the utmost care in his movements. Invading the imperial capital with a select few, they would quickly defeat the ringleader of the enemy. This was a plan being employed in the final stage of the war against the Great Disaster, and while it was a given for Vincent, Albert also deemed it as the best possible method, without any objections. The numbers of undead exceeded the count of imperial soldiers, and even if they engaged in a war of attrition, the life force of the stone would be depleted, and the lifespan of the empire would diminish. That was how thoroughly they had been backed into a corner. The fact that they had no choice but to hasten to a conclusion was something that was utterly obvious to anybody's eyes. Albert Corsi opponents also going to be anticipating that, however, even if the opponent was aware if no other option existed, then there would be no choice but to take that one. What remained was how many things they had in their hand, which their tactics were already exposed, that could defy their opponent's expectations. Therefore, the select few were divided even further, and several decoys to attract the enemy's attention had been prepared. While those decoys were active, Albert only had to fulfill the duties assigned to him. Albert's role was to infiltrate the Crystal Palace and bring back intelligence regarding the uncertain interior of the palace. Of especially high importance were the whereabouts of the ringleader of the Great Disaster, the one known as Sphinx, and the liberation of the Steelman McGrew, Hagain, whose movements had likely been sealed within the palace. Additionally, if he had some leeway, there was a retrieval of Cecilis' beloved katanas, the Dream Sword and the Fiend Sword. Albert, though I probably won't be able to find Cece's katanas, the Fiend Sword tends to run away, and I ain't got any way of knowing where the Dream Sword been stored. Cecilis was always eager to babble on about anything, but even though he would talk about how incredible his beloved katanas were, he was not so foolish as to blather on about their special qualities. He would probably give an answer if questioned, but to inquire about an opponent's hand was tantamount to inviting suspicion that one had a reason to do so. Albert had not been so foolish as to carelessly provoke Cecilis. Anyhow, due to the improbability, Albert put off the retrieval of the katanas for later. Ideally, he would grasp Sphinx's location and secure her body if he could do so. Then, to the power of that commendable boy who, though in a shrunken state, did not want to return a normal Schwartz, and the girl he brought along, then the undead could be entirely wiped out down to their souls. Being able to implement that would be the most desirable conclusion in this battle against the Great Disaster. However, that would not be an easy feat. Albert, good grief, this one's another dead end. Contrary to his desire for a swift conclusion, Albert's feet often came to a halt. Being able to perfectly grasp a scene simply by looking at a map and absolutely never forgetting a location upon a single visit were fundamental skills of the shinobi, and for Albert, the Crystal Palace was a place of work that he visited frequently. In spite of that, the reason why Albert's search was not progressing favorably was because the interior of the Crystal Palace, which he ought to have been familiar, would have been completely reshaped from that which Albert knew. Albert, even though this kind of perplexity is originally meant to be our speciality, though Albert did not think there was any value in it, the Crystal Palace was a building known for being the world's most beautiful castle. Due to the decisive battle for the imperial capital, a part of its wall had been destroyed, but even so there was no large impact on its outward appearance when viewed from a distance. However, the interior of the palace was an incredibly different story. Various aspects such as construction of passageways, the positioning of rooms, and the size of doors had been altered, and it had been transformed into an entirely different palace, such that even Vincent, who had once lived here in the Crystal Palace, would become lost. The lack of change to its exterior was guaranteed to bewilder any who would charge in without a plan. Even if he returned with just this information, there would have been more than enough meaning in Albert's preceding infiltration, or perhaps Schwartz, who was serving the role of strategist, had already hypothesized the situation. If that were the case, his power of insight was promising, but at the same time it was a future threat. There were none who knew how the kingdom and the city-states, which were currently in a cooperative relationship with the empire, would deal with the latter after the great disaster of the undead was stopped. For when that time would come about, Chi-Sha would no longer be by Vincent's side. Albert, however, you really went and pulled that off, Cheshie. The flames were the winds of blood, and the atmosphere of death that was persistently fragrant from both the living and the dead. For those reasons his heart had not the time to mourn, but Albert appraised Chisha for having stolen his technique through his ability, and furthermore, for having replaced Vincent without Albert having noticed. Albert enjoyed stealing the techniques of others, but he was not fond of being stolen from himself. After all, growth was a privilege of the young. Even if they did not steal, there were unlimited possibilities of what they could produce by their own hands. Conversely, the old had no such room for growth. That was why Albert was not fond of being stolen from. What would happen if instead of producing something new young people stole, and then yearned for more? Would it not be that this world would cease to produce new things, thereby causing Albert to run out of things to steal? Albert, that bastard Cheshie, had some damn nerve to act. So cunningly, though, it ain't like I don't understand how he was feeling. Within a limited frame of time, Chisha had desired the best possible outcome. In other words, Chisha and Albert had the same choice. Albert was an old man who was nearing the end of his rope, and Chisha was a dead soldier who had established an opportunity to meet the end of his rope before long. Hence, it was a matter of not having selected the means that would have increased the cards in one's hand. Having entered the bout with limited cards in his hand, Chisha had seized victory in this situation. This situation in which Vincent had been kept alive and Albert had been enlisted as an ally. Albert Dunkelkin had an ambition. It was the final goal of his life to leave his name in the history of the Empire in a form of which none other could compare to engrave, to prove that the being known as himself had indeed existed as an individual life. Albert had been received as a shinobi, had been raised as a shinobi, and had lived as a shinobi, in a role where many would use and discard their lives, where it was natural to be unable to achieve a long life. Albert had lived to a point where the age of 100 was now close at hand. But in his long life as an imperial citizen, as a shinobi, Albert had spent the greater part of his days fulfilling the objectives of others. That could have been called the destiny of the shinobi way of life, but Albert had lived exceptionally long among the shinobi in that case. Then it would have also been fine for his end to be unbecoming a shinobi. If it was typical for a shinobi to silently disappear into the darkness of history without leaving their name behind, then would it not be fine for Albert to purposely aim for the complete inversion of that? Therefore, Albert had vigilantly awaited such an opportunity. In order to bloom at the end of his life, he had thought that the most effective measure would have been to take the head of the wise Emperor Vincent Wallachia, but Albert, if the opponent happens to be ruin itself, then there ain't no point in betrayal. The opponent was the great disaster of the host of undead, and because their objective was the total destruction of the Wallachian Empire, Albert's scheme was nothing more than a transient, brittle thing that would crumble away. Albert wanted to leave his name in the history of the Empire. If that empire were to be destroyed, then no matter what Albert's wish would not be granted. Therefore, Albert had to take off his hat to Chisha's acting, which had not hastened him until the current situation. Albert, though, after these hijinks are done and settled, to be nice, if there's still room for myself, do something my lifespan's going to imprudently run out before I know it. After the war, when the exhausted empire would be in the midst of reconstruction, he would augustly murder the emperor before the kingdom or the city-states could make a movie. It was not as though he did not have such thoughts, but he would not feel comfortable doing so, since he could not help but feel like he would be taking advantage of the great disaster. Regrettably unable to find an ideal opportunity, Albert concealed his ambition, as it would have been overly optimistic. So long as the great disaster remained undefeated, and he faced forward ahead of Albert's vision, was a large door that would have connected to the place that was the audience chamber in the original palace. Within Albert's mind as he remained silent, there were two conflicting senses that arose. The sensation that he ought not go beyond this door, and the sensation that he ought to go beyond this door. The former was rooted in his instincts, while the latter was based on his intuition developed over his long time as a shinobi. Normally, Albert's judgment would not have budged from the former option. However, Albert's intuition was speaking to him beyond this door, was undoubtedly the meaning in Albert's infiltration. He did not know whether it was Sphinx Meguro the katanas or something entirely different. But Albert, having stretched out my years an old man, without much time left, can't die, without getting the opportunity to overthrow the state. Good grief. Spilling that out in a hoarse voice, Albert decided on whether he would advance or retreat. If this was the location of the audience chamber, it should have been possible for him to examine its state to the hole in the wall without having to go through the door. So, going through the window of the corridor, Albert traveled along the outer wall to arrive at his destination. Without having opened the door, he peered into the room. Albert, not even I'd go this far. Within the completely altered hall, upon seeing the fruit of the witch's labor, the head honcho of the shinobi known as the vicious old man muttered, so unable to hide his discomfort. 2. The soul of that thing had already lost sight of its original way of being, having been ripped to shreds. Called down to the surface via unorthodox means pitiful souls were held prisoner, made to kneel in order to destroy the empire, that they ought to be subjects of. Such was the situation that the undead were placed in. More or less a process had been applied to alter the mental structure of the undead to differ from what it was during their lifetime, if not for that the resurrected dead would likely not all assist in the destruction of the empire. The degree to which that process had been applied varied from case to case, but there was a danger that inverse to the large load being imposed upon the original form and nature, in order to make them loyal to orders, they would become unable to perform at their original strength. Therefore, it was customary for the caster to want to lighten the load in proportion to how strong any given individual was during their lifetime. In reality, capable individuals, such as the Emperor of the Briar and the magical sharpshooter, would experience a considerable decline in strength due to the load on their minds, so the witch had shifted gears to allow them some of their free will in order to maintain their strength. If she had made these powerful individuals into subservient puppets, they would likely be exposed to the disgrace of being unable to display even half of their true strength. In any case, excluding such exceptionally strong individuals and Lamia Godwin, who displayed an attitude of taking initiative to cooperate with which the souls of the undead were cruelly being toyed with. During their lifetime, no matter what they might have wished for, no matter how noble of a warrior they might have been, no matter what it was that they had cherished, they were all being used in a way that trampled over all of that. Thus, they were forced to move as the vanguard of the disaster that was bringing destruction to the empire. There had been no exceptions among them. Dispossessed of their free will, becoming beings used and discarded as tools for the sake of battle, their souls would be called down again, even were they to repeatedly taste death, and the earthen vessels would be revived with a new anchor. Alas, that thing perfectly aligned with the conditions which had established for undead fabrication, with moderately high competency, being more than a little obsessed with battle, without any impediment to its strength. When made into a subservient puppet, it had vehement regret and hatred scorched into it during its final moments. For that reason, it ferociously rampaged in a ceaseless discharge of fury, torn to shreds in a form that stretched out its soul, as it was in the process of losing its original form, having forgotten that its body was ever in a humanoid form. It had been transformed into a repulsive, grotesque form, with large, long arms, an exceedingly increased number of legs, and a flimsy torso of skin and bone. Even if its appearance had completely changed, it could not escape the situation of being used by the witch. Even when killed over and over, its soul would stretch larger, and it would be revived as another monster. In order to put an end to that, there was no choice but to fulfill the witch's desires, to grant the witch's wish. There was no choice but to scorch the empire to naught as a harbinger of the great disaster. At present, having transformed into an unthinkable appearance, that was the wish of that thing, that was its only desire. That was its only. The giant Ismail suddenly mixed into the sounds of its eerie roar and the fierce battle that had been audible, even though there ought to be many other sounds plunging into its ears, which were no longer in the form of ears. That voice alone had been heard in an awfully clear, strangely firm, and oddly proper manner. Just what sort of meaning that held that thing did not know. It did not. Ismail, yea. Suspicion yielded stagnation in its thoughts, and its many arms and legs that were meant to kill all ceased their movement, as if weaving through that opening a hand reached out, and touching its thin torso, something was stolen away. It felt as if something had slipped out. It was not clear if that was something important or if it was something large, but the moment that it slipped out, the violent impulses that had filled its body had faded away in one fell swoop. Hollow it was hollow, its insides had become hollow. The many reasons of rampage that had been forcibly stuffed into it from outside all flowed back out, and as its interior became hollow, the only thing that remained was what had been there since the outset. That was its reason for fighting, that could even be called aspiration or ambition. Its reason for hastily joining the battle was for the sake of fighting. The reason it had fought was in order to leave its name in history. The purpose of that was for itself to prove that itself, the pride of its clan, had existed for certain. The being known as itself the giant Ismail, the purpose of that Ismail, has it been granted. Within the golden iris that loomed in a single large black eyeball, the face of that man was clearly reflected. Those handsome features of black hair and almond eyes, without even the slightest waver in the face of a blade that closed in on his life, imposingly stared at him and called out to the deformed Ismail. The apex of the Valachian Empire had recognized Ismail. That was, Ismail, it is the honor of a sword wolf, your excellency the emperor. 3. With the arm adjoined to his battle-axe, Jamal held back a blow, while the freedom to move about the streets, leveraging the mobility of their multiplied limbs, was restricted by Subaru and Beatrice with the use of magic. Meanwhile, the multiple attacks carrying lethal power that were being released were forcibly knocked away by the leaping and bouncing Spica, narrowly preventing her companions from injury. And then, Abel the Giant-Eye Ismail, with his sharp gaze fixed on the grotesquely transformed, undead, Abel called out his name. For a moment, Subaru had felt doubtful, but he had decided at the outset that if Abel called out the name of an undead in the Imperial capital, he would believe it wholeheartedly. In fact, not even once thus far had Abel made a mistake in naming the undead. Be that as it may, Subaru, Ismail, Spica, EA. In front of their linked hands, Spica thrust forth, swinging around, slamming her palm into the region that seemed to be the chest of the grotesque being called Ismail. Star eating, which was neither a punch nor a strike, was invoked, and Subaru and the others held their breath. Provided the conditions were met, even if his form had deviated from being human, he should meet the same end as the other undead. As expected, in front of Subaru and the others who were watching with bated breath, Ismail slowly shook his huge body and stared at Abel with his giant globular golden eye. And then Ismail, leaving final words behind in a soundless voice, all at once his grotesque, hulking body crumbed to dust. Ah, fuck, unbelievable. What the hell was that monster just now? Abel, a valiant warrior of the Cyclops tribe, Ismail, the one called the Giant, it is exactly as I called out at the end. The Cyclops tribe, it ain't just that they got a single eyeball, huh? They gotta be such monsters, as well as, oh, pardon me for the tone. With the fight against the undead having concluded, Jamal grumbled as he wiped the blood and sweat off of his chin. The remark from a man regretful of the coarse language he had used for getting the person he was addressing was Abel was off the mark. The person named Ismail had not possessed such an appearance in beginning. Subaru Biko. Beatrice, I know in fact that person is a victim of the sacrament of the immortal king. I suppose because of having been resurrected over and over again, he wasn't in a proper state, in fact. Spica. Beatrice gave a curt jerk of her chin, and Spica looked down at her own palms with a downcast expression. While liberally stroking Spica's head, Subaru inhaled deeply. He had also encountered Ismail while escaping with Rem and Flop during the decisive battle for the Imperial capital, but the change in his appearance was so gruesome that it was difficult to look at, perhaps because of being blown up and dying in the dust explosion, or because of being resurrected again. After that death, he had kept getting more and more deformed. But even that never-ending hell was sure to have ceased with Spica Star eating. Subaru, still you were able to know who the person was despite them looking like that. Abel, upon being resurrected as an undead, the countenance is affected to some extent. That being the case, the characteristics inherent in each become essential in distinguishing them. That person was an easy-to-understand type. Subaru, easy to understand, huh? There were only vestiges of a human form that remained, and because Subaru had already seen them lose their humanoid form and transform into that grotesque appearance, he could match it with the enemy he had encountered in the midst of the evacuation. But that was not the case for Abel. Despite that, to be able to make such accurate guesses rather than having a monstrous memory, it would be more fitting to suspect some kind of foul play. Abel is only natural to be cognizant of the powerful beings in the realm, whether they become enemies or allies. It is always preferable to have a multitude of bases for decision-making. However, the words that followed from Abel were not about simply discerning based on physical characteristics, but rather on his evaluation of other aspects of his opponent. Subaru, upon hearing that, Subaru recalled Ismail's final moments just before turning to dust. Although he had hardly uttered anything that resembled words with their meaning undecipherable, it seemed to carry not resentment or bitterness, but rather a solemn emotion. Perhaps it was reverence toward the Emperor, who had correctly identified his name. Either way, Subaru HK, things are getting intense here. Subaru murmured, gazing up at the sky where the incessant rumbling of thunder could be heard. In Subaru's field of vision, amidst the cloud-covered sky, he could see mountains of ice breaking through, falling towards the Crystal Palace. They were what Amelia had created, which Roswell had purposed for tactical use. Seen in the distant sky, there were swirling clouds turned into ominous weapons, thunderous roars reverberating from another direction, and the cityscape was tearing apart, collapsing under a serene sword strike. At each bastion, it was evident that Subaru's instructed conditions were being upheld, with each engaging in fierce battles. Beatrice, that blasted Roswell, is putting on quite a show, I suppose. He's really letting his enthusiasm show too much, in fact. Subaru, when I see that, it reminds me that he's a pretty dangerous guy. All Bartson is sneaking into the castle. He won't crush him, will he? Beatrice, if there's a need to crush it, then he will, I suppose. That's the kind of man he is, in fact. With a sound akin to the sky splitting, the shattered mountains of ice scattered countless sparkles into the sky. Roswell, alongside Medium, confronted the flying dragon rider enemy, one of the most challenging adversaries to deal with, so there was no choice but to trust in Roswell's victory. Of course, the existence of the Curse of Thorns and the Cloud Dragon also posed insurmountable threats. Subaru, all that's left now is whether Amelia Ann and Tanza can pull through. In the midst of the situation in the Imperial capital, which went beyond being described as fierce battles, Subaru, worried about Amelia and Tanza, whose outcomes remained uncertain among companions, he had dispatched throughout the city. Currently, he believed that he had allocated his forces optimally, but he hadn't clearly determined Amelia's placement, making it somewhat ambiguous. However, given a role she had been entrusted with, it should be the right decision to get her to work together with Tanza. Subaru, to be honest, when Ismail showed up, I thought we were in big trouble, but the fact that they had managed to restrain the transformed Ismail on their own, without Amelia as part of their forces, was undoubtedly due to concerted efforts of everyone. In particular, Jamal's contribution was significant, and his performance improved visibly with each passing moment. Perhaps he was leveling up at an incredible pace under such dire circumstances. That in itself was a welcome development. Jamal was extremely reliable, provided you ignored the mental reluctance he had toward his inclusion. Vincent: Jamal, orally, can you keep going? Jamal: yes, if your excellency commands that I can take on 100 or even 200 more. Vincent: so it seems you all too should strive for everything you have. Subaru: damn it, acting all high and mighty just because you're doing a job that no one else can. Swearing at Abel, who did not participate in the fight, and was the only one who looked cool. Subaru then observed Beatrice and Spica. It was a series of tightrope walks, but battling the undead was always an all-out war of the forces they had against them. As long as the expectation was to proceed with caution, it would not be wise to move forward with someone falling behind. Beatrice: Betty has no problem, I suppose. Spica: you. In response to Subaru's confirming glance, the two nodded back resolutely. At this rate, Subaru might have been the one physically with the most concerns. However, since Subaru was still connected to the Pleiades battalion, it was clear that Abel was the one to be most concerned about regarding physical safety. In any case, Subaru, the state of the battle should be changing soon, and if Halibelson is doing his part, we should have a way to get closer to the Crystal Palace, and from there, he would have liked to acquire information on the other battlefields and have material to consider for this loop, as well as how future events unfold. That was when he was about to call out to his companions. I see this as a strange phenomenon observation required. Suddenly, everyone turned around at the sound of a voice from outside their awareness. Subaru's eyes widened, and there was a third party who was not there before. A short, pale-skinned, undead figure crouched down, checking the dust on the ground with their fingers. A familiar undead with pink hair was playing with the dust of the destroyed star Eden Ismail. Subaru: HKU. From what it would appear, you have not directly interfered with the core bug. The bug has lost its parasitic target and died, or lost its soul. The deprivation, hijacking, and reclamation are very interesting. The one who said this, licking the dust that adhered to her fingertips with her tongue as a confirmation, was a being that looked exactly like one of Subaru's companion's relatives, but whose eyes bore no semblance of warmth. It was Sphinx. The mastermind of the great disaster, the very goal of this final battle, emerged here. Subaru's consciousness momentarily went blank at the sight of her imposing arrival. The presence of the Curse of Thorns and the magical sharpshooter made it difficult for Subaru and his companions, with their trump card Spica, to confront Sphinx, who was supposed to be in the Crystal Palace. Therefore, Albert, who was good at stealth, was sent in as a scout, and Subaru and his group hoped to continue hunting undead until a way was clear to reduce their enemy's strength and gain an advantage in the coming decisive battle. But to think that assumption could be so easily undermined, Subaru no. Subaru concealed his agitation by considering this a chance, and held Beatrice's hand tightly. Glancing at Beatrice, Subaru then joined hands with surprised Spica. In front of him was Sphinx, the mastermind behind the great disaster, and like the other undead, she had been revived with the power of the sacrament of the immortal king, so Spica's star eating should be effective. Against her, being undead would give her the advantage of escape by death, but at the same time she had one unavoidable weakness. Spica. Take away that the chance of resurrection, and the battle would be over. It would be possible to end the fight without knowledge of the opponent's intentions or aims. And so, Subaru: Sphinx, the requirement is a match between the name and the soul of the target. It is surprising that you even made use of the authority of gluttony countermeasures required. Subaru: HK. Sphinx's quiet analysis crushed any preemptive action. Subaru gasped at the fact that Sphinx had just mentioned the authority of gluttony and even recognized Spica's star eating at a glance. Even though his intentions were seen through, he was forgetting the strength of the authority, which by simply hitting the target would make her unable to escape. Therefore, he had to pay the price for it. You idiot! And like that, a foul-mouthed voice had cut between Subaru and Sphinx, pushing him away. Sphinx held up one slender finger, pointing its tip towards Subaru and his companions, before the ray of white heat emitted from that fingertip could penetrate Subaru, and Spica's heads of man jumped in. Jamal's sword was gouged out in the shape of the heat ray that he could not block, and it pierced through the torso of the daredevilish man. The fresh scent of scorched blood hit upon Subaru's nostrils very, very strongly. Chapter 59. Sphinx 1. Sphinx was a failed result of the Witch of Greed's research into immortality. With a young girl who sacrificed herself to become the core for the creation of the miniature garden known as the Sanctuary, with ReZero Meyer's body as the foundation, she was a replicant constructed with mana body, using the same structure as a spirit. The witch had thought that if a pre-existing soul could be adhered to the empty life of the replicant pseudo-mortality by means of soul duplication, could thus be achieved. However, this prospect easily crumbled before the fact that the size and form of the soul and the vessel of life individually differed. The soul of the Witch of Greed could not be contained within the replicant of ReZero Meyer. The result born from this outright mishap was the failure of the Witch of Greed, an existence that would mark the world with many misfortunes for years to come. Sphinx, that being bestowed the name of an impure monster Sphinx, was about to be disposed of due to its unsuitability for its original purpose, but by a twist of fate it survived. And just like how many other artificial lives would do so, Sphinx also commenced work in order to fulfill the purpose of her creation. The purpose for which the artificial which was created in order to be perfected, as the Witch of Greed Sphinx would go on to pile up many calamities. 2. Jamal, you idiot. And then, with blood pouring from his mouth, as he cursed, Jamal fell to the ground. The white light that was fired was supposed to have pierced the heads of Subaru and the others. Because of that, Jamal received a blow at a position around that of a child's head as he protected them. But even so, it was still undoubtedly a serious wound that had pierced one side of his torso. Subaru Jamal. Sphinx, the presumed target, has escaped harm, although it falls into the scope of what is able to be handled. Subaru responded after having been promptly pushed away and protected. Ignoring that response, Sphinx, who was responsible for that attack, was unconcerned of the fact that it had been unsuccessful. Subaru gnashed his molars at the words of the leader of the undead, who spoke in a calm and apathetic manner. It would have been difficult for Jamal to continue fighting after having collapsed, not to mention that his life would be in danger if not treated immediately. Beatrice Subaru, stay focused on what's in front of you. In fact, Subaru HK. That instant, Beatrice called out in a sharp voice as she pulled Subaru's arm, shifting his gaze away from Jamal. At that call, Subaru looked at Sphinx, likewise Beatrice Spica, and Abel also trained their gaze on her. The three were on high alert, their attention focused on their enemy Sphinx. Jamal's treatment would have to be postponed until later. That was right, absolutely, that was right. But even so, Sphinx, I had thought you to be the foreign entity that would derail my plans, but perhaps I was mistaken. Even if he averted his gaze, Subaru was unable to remove his attention from the fallen Jamal, and looking at him, Sphinx tilted her head and spoke. Subaru's mind fell into increasing disarray as he looked into those undead golden eyes. Beatrice HK, let's work together. I suppose Spica. Beatrice and Spica moved in unison in Subaru's stead. At Beatrice's call, Spica, her long blonde hair fluttering, flew towards Sphinx. As Spica leaped, Beatrice unleashed amethyst crystal arrows to the left, right, and rear of the Stockstill Sphinx, blocking her escape route and providing cover. As the coordination of the two blocked Sphinx on all sides, there was nothing she could do. Such was not the case. Sphinx said Hibal. Contrary to the meagerness of the incantation, the effect of subsequent destruction was tremendous. In response to the looming threat, Sphinx opened both of her empty hands, and just as she had done when she had attacked Jamal earlier, she emitted white rays of heat, this time from the fingers of her left and right hands. However, this time it was not a momentary beam of heat like that of a ray gun, but a sword of light that continued to be projected. Wielding 10 blades of light upon her 10 fingers blades with a long range larger than around half a great sword, Sphinx dominated the space around her with attacks that sliced in all directions. Bathed in the white light, each one of Beatrice's deployed purple arrows were sliced apart, and Spica, who had jumped forward towards her, was also assailed by their fury. Spica Yu. Just before the white light could cut Spica's thin body in two, she disappeared from everyone's vision. She had teleported, having activated her short-range teleport. Spica escaped from Sphinx's line of fire, emerging on top of the ruins of a building that was just off the street. And then, as if to follow Spica, Subaru and Beatrice, who were in the white light's line of fire, were. Vincent, fool, have you been befuddled by the sight of the enemy ringleader? With a bitter remark holding down the heads of Subaru, and Beatrice forcing them to crouch down in place, was Abel. Vincent, we cannot expect Jamal or Ali to get back up. Your contribution shall be essential. Beatrice, and no need to tell us that when we already know in fact. You'll be rewarded for your quick, thinking just now with our performance, so you better watch, I suppose. Beatrice, who'd been violently saved, puffed out her cheeks and brushed Abel off as she stood back up. Snorting his nose at Beatrice's stout-hearted rebuttal, Abel, who had also gotten back up, then looked down at Subaru, who was still lying on the ground, and, "Vincent, what is the matter? Your partner is in high spirits, but you, however, do not stand." Abel might have been trying to utter those provocative words, but he quickly broke off his speech, as if sensing something was wrong, and then frowned his shapely eyebrows. Beatrice, Subaru. Beatrice beside him blinked her eyes at the same strange occurrence as Abel. Subaru. Subaru still remained lying face down at the feet of Beatrice and Abel. Spica, who had teleported to a distant position, also noticed, and bewilderment emerged in her eyes. In the spur of the moment, the girls probably had no idea as to what had just happened. Therefore, instead of Beatrice, Spica, and Abel, who could not comprehend the events unfolding before their eyes, it was ironically their enemy Sphinx, who was the first to realize what had happened to Subaru. Sphinx, with the pale face of an undead, which had a considerable insufficiency to express emotions, but still with bewilderment and doubt in her eyes at having understood that. "Sphinx, for what reason did you ingest poison?" Explanation required. "Vincent HKU. Immediately after Sphinx's question, Abel's expression changed, and he hoisted Subaru up by the collar. It was a violent act. However, Subaru did not voice any complaints. The reason was that Subaru had already broken the package of poison behind his molar, and he was at the height of suffering through the hellish agony that led to death. Beatrice knew Subaru. "Spica, you." Upon seeing the figure of Subaru convulsing as blood frothed at his mouth, Beatrice and Spica screamed. Beatrice tried to cling to the trembling Subaru, but Abel pushed the girl away and inserted his finger in Subaru's mouth, and as he pulled out the package drug, his expression grew furious. "Vincent, you, what is the meaning of this? Have you lost your mind?" Subaru, boo. "Vincent, all that boasting about fighting against fate, yet this is what you do." Abel's enraged voice, Beatrice's tearful cries, Spica's sorrowful voice, as she desperately jumped back towards him amidst the sense of loss of his whole body, slowly melting. Subaru heard them all. To the angered voice, the crying voice, to the despairing voice, he could not answer with words. Even so, there was sufficient meaning in this. It was a necessary measure. This was the best course of action. In order to arrive at a future in which nobody would die, this was the best possible method. Subaru, boo. Sphinx explanation required. With that information unable to be transmitted to anyone, with the witch's question remaining unresolved, his breath ran out. Natsuki Subaru's life came to an end again, just as it had already done so many times in this final battle. 3. The first few years of Sphinx's journey, which ought to be called a quest, were a major difficulty. The body of ReZero, which served as the basis of the replicant, lacked the aptitude for surviving in this harsh world. Her life was often threatened by extremely bad weather changes in temperature and sometimes by witch beasts or malicious humans, and lacking the means to counteract that, there had been far too many deficiencies at the time this receptacle had been selected. Since concepts such as growth and training were also meaningless for a mana body, she could not even hope for things to improve. Though it was possible to acquire knowledge and skills that were not dependent on the body, there would be many opportunities for her life to be threatened along the path to learning them. So those days were always accompanied by danger. In addition, the base model of ReZero was a half-elf, and since Sphinx also inherited those physical features, she was often exposed to persecution and odd looks. However, she was hesitant to make any large alterations to the external features of the original form. Those were the first things that had been given to Sphinx, and she feared that if she altered the preconditions too much, she would become unable to fulfill her own purpose of creation. Therefore, Sphinx did not consider the idea of disguising herself to be acceptable, and instead sought a different way to survive. As long as she could remain alive, there were times when she had even degraded herself to being a spectacle and a slave, and since the appearance of ReZero was a refined one, there was also a time when she had been the servant of a lavish master. Greedy to know things, greedy to learn things, Sphinx had made her abilities useful no matter where she was. Once she understood just how good her memory was, utility value was born in a variety of situations in the process of doing, so Sphinx realized that it was a way to protect herself. In order to travel the world with a weak body lacking the power to survive, it was best to create value for oneself, to offer it to those who sought it, and to gain their protection. By doing so, Sphinx chose a means of continuing to live under the umbrella of others until she was able to protect herself on her own. Those days lasted for approximately 150 years. 4. What was the most common cause of death for Natsuki Subaru, since he was summoned to this other world? Were he to be asked this question, Subaru would be able to confidently answer suicide by poison. At the Crimson Lapis Castle of the Demon City of Chaos Flame, He had experienced a considerable amount of deaths in the game of tag against Albert, but so long as the cause of the death was not labeled Albert, the ways he had died there were of various sorts. Excluding exceptions like those 11 seconds of despair, the record for the most was undoubtedly held by poison. It was a terribly disgraceful thing to mention, but it could even be said that the person who had killed Subaru the most in this other world was Old Man Null, who had concocted the poison. In any case, the poison that he'd used so frequently during his lone struggle to escape the Gladiator Island gin and hive with 0 casualties in order to form the Pleiades Battalion still remained prepared within Subaru's mouth even now. Subaru, I'm going to get everyone back home safe and sound. That was the absolute condition that Subaru had established as he took on this final battle for the Imperial capital, and it was one on which he would not compromise. Originally, he had carried that attitude and mindset even before he had been sent to the Empire and had had his body shrunk, but amidst his days of the Empire up until now his resolve had been strengthened even further. That was a large part of the reason for Subaru's rebellious spirit towards the Valachian Empire, which was trying to impose a conclusion known as death upon them by every means possible. If the Empire forced death upon them, he would reject it no matter what it took. For that purpose, he would do absolutely everything in his power. No matter how many times, how many tens of times, how many hundreds of times it took, even if it meant he needed to go through the anguish of hell no matter what. Subaru Gage. His vision flickering bright red, Subaru's throat screamed in agony, as if all his blood, flesh, and bone, every individual blood vessel, and every single cell in his body had been put through a blender. But the lethal pain that he had experienced right up to the moment of his death, as well as the cries and angry voices that caused Subaru even more suffering than that pain vanished into beyond this, was Return by Death. Return by Death had been activated via the suicide by poison, and Natsuki Subaru turned back the clock. At that moment, Subaru was about to shift his state of awareness back to what ought to have been the scene right after he had washed his face at the final Imperial soldier encampment before he had entered the Imperial capital. Jamal, you idiot, Subaru. He felt the sensation of being shoved in the chest, and he heard the sound of cursing. Subaru was clearly being shown that the restart point for Return by Death had been updated. Sphinx, the presumed target, has escaped harm, although it falls into the scope of what is able to be handled. Spilling blood as he cursed, Jamal collapsed with the blade of the sword in his hand, having a round hole gouged into it. In the midst of the scene, the cold, indifferent voice of the perpetrator Sphinx analyzed the situation. Both this scene and those words were things that he had seen and heard only a few dozen seconds ago. Beatrice, Subaru, stay focused on what's in front of you. In fact, Subaru HK. Beatrice called out sharply to Subaru, whose thoughts were in disarray due to his understanding and grasp on the current reality. Her voice shattered the contents of his head, and the shock from pain of the previous poisoning and the update of the restart point slipped away with an exhale. He adapted to the new situation before him. The time to be dumbfounded he had not. There was far too much that could be lost in that period. The checkpoint of Return by Death had been updated. What this meant was that within this decisive final battle for the Imperial capital, which had now already begun, the members of the rescue from Destruction Squad assigned to each bastion could no longer be rearranged. As it was, he believed that the best possible personnel had been deployed to the best possible battlefields. But it was frustrating that he could not fully confirm conditions that would cause the minimum damage, in particular the fact that he had yet to verify the result of having paired Amelia and Tanza together was a major psychological blow. Of course, the safety of the other members was an inexhaustible source of his anxiety and worry, but Sphinx, I had thought you'd be the foreign entity that would derail my plans, but perhaps I was mistaken. As Sphinx tilted her head and posed a question, Subaru looked at the undead in front of him. The building blocks he had assembled within his head until here crumbled noisily. The building blocks of thought that he had built up through trial and error was something that he had aimed to make far more perfect. When viewed from a variety of angles, they crumbled away without leaving a trace. No, they were demolished. Beside the building blocks that he had mentally built up, the Natsuki Subaru within his mind appeared, and violently tearing it down, he thoroughly destroyed it all until not a single part remained. Until it became impossible to tell what the original form of those blocks were, until there would be nothing one could do about it, even if it concerned them. He demolished, demoled, relentlessly demolished. Then he would completely forget about those building blocks to which nothing more could possibly be done. Only after doing so could Natsuki Subaru finally set about a new sequence of trial and error. Subaru not in the slightest. After a beat that felt to be long as Subaru held both Beatrice and Spike's hands, just like Abel, as he narrowed his sable eyes, he stared down Sphinx as he gave his answer. He had yet to discover a way to break through this deadlock, nor did he know if his comrades were safe. Jamal was still continuing to bleed out. his determination to successfully deal with all that had not altered in the slightest. He would defeat the witch Sphinx and put an end to this great disaster. For that reason, Subaru, I am the one who's going to derail your plans, the natural enemy of disaster. 5. Sphinx was now known as a witch, but for the first few hundred years after her creation, she was not equipped with power that was appropriate for such a designation. This, too, was a revelation that came about with the creation of Sphinx, but there was a correlation between soul and receptacle, and if dissonance existed between the two, it would serve as a significant flaw that stood in the way. By nature, receptacles were optimized to match their souls. In short, the techniques and abilities of the Witch of Greed could only be adequately wielded by the body of the Witch of Greed, as a being with the incomplete soul of the Witch of Greed, filling the receptacle of Ryuza Meyer Sphinx, had been hindered from fulfilling the purpose of her creation ever since the very moment of her genesis. As a result, it had taken 150 years for Sphinx to attain power befitting her designation as a witch. For Sphinx, who harbored the flawed discrepancy between receptacle and soul, things like how to walk, how to breathe, and even how to beat her heart had required her to exert effort akin to relearning it anew. To become a magician, it would take her nearly 100 times longer than what it would take for someone of average ability. Furthermore, in this era, for Sphinx to fulfill the purpose of her creation, there were far too many factors that stood as obstacles to her activities. Being treated as a half-elf due to her physical features, she was used as a scapegoat for grievances and resentments towards the epitome of witches, the Witch of Envy. Suspecting the existence of Sphinx, the product of the Witch of Greed's research, the person who claimed to be her disciple pursued her tenaciously. While there were others as well, these were the two primary reasons that prevented her from staying in one place, forcing numerous setbacks in Sphinx's quest to fulfill the purpose of her creation. At the end of those days, when she first succeeded in casting magic on her own, seeing the small flame which flickered at her fingertips, Sphinx recalled feeling immense disappointment. Was this the extent of magic that the one who was supposed to succeed the Witch of Greed could use? 6. Jamal, you idiot. And with blood spilling from his lips as he spat out curses, once again Jamal collapsed. He had been pushed away by Jamal, and the moment he stepped back with Beatrice and Spica, who were holding his hands, Subaru confirmed the reactivation of Return by Death. Sphinx, the presumed target, has escaped harm, although it falls into the scope of what is able to be handled. As she missed her target, Sphinx did not worry too much over the result differing from her expectation. The objective of the witch was to eliminate Subaru and his companions, who were present here. In that sense, taking down Jamal, who was counted among their fighting strength, was deemed sufficient as the first strike. But Beatrice, Subaru, stay focused on what's in front of you. Subaru, Beatrice, heal Jamal. Beatrice HK understood, in fact. Anticipating Beatrice as she raised her voice, Subaru instructed her to heal Jamal. Hearing that, Beatrice's eyes widened and she immediately rushed to Jamal's side. Receiving Beatrice's swift response, Subaru exchanged a glance with Spica, who was holding his opposite hand. Subaru, Spica, I'm counting on you, Spica, AAU. Vigorously, Spica leaped towards Sphinx like a bouncing rubber ball. In order to intercept Spica, Sphinx would extend 10 beams of white light from her fingertips. Therefore, before that could happen, Subaru picked up the sword that Jamal had dropped and hurled at her. Sphinx el Jibal. Jamal's sword, spinning vertically, was cut down by the rays of heat that Sphinx wielded. The sword was sliced into 6 equal parts of midair by the sword of light, but it successfully bought enough time for Spica to teleport. Without the support, Spica's teleportation would not have made it in time. Spica UU. As Spica gave a short howl, her figure teleported on the debris at the side of the street, and the rays of heat that were originally aimed at Spica and Subaru, who was present behind her, had been dodged as an arm violently reached out from behind him, violently pushing him down. Having lunged forward, Abel's hand grabbed him by the back of his head and forcefully pushed him down. Vincent, fool, have you been befuddled by the sight of the enemy ringleader? Subaru, you're an emperor who has no other ideas but to instigate stuff no matter what the pattern is. Placing his hands on the ground to avoid being crushed, Subaru quickly stood back up and complained about Abel's loathsome words. Without saying anything in response to Subaru's rebuttal, as Abel maintained vigilance on Sphinx. Vincent, we cannot expect Jamal or Lee to get back up. We ought to ignore him. Subaru, I don't agree in the slightest. He's got a little sister waiting for him to return home. Vince and his bereaved family shall be granted sufficient compensation. Subaru, when one's family member dies, nothing can be done to fill the hole left in their heart. With her hands over the wounded Jamal, Beatrice began to cast healing magic on his wounds. Though it was frustrating, it was, as Abel said, even with the maximum effect of Beatrice's skilled healing magic, the chances of Jamal returning to this fight were close to 0. But if they could save Jamal from the brink of death, here it would erase one of Subaru's worries. that held immense psychological significance in advancing the battle against Sphinx. Therefore, Subaru Sphinx, I'm the one who's going to kill you, Sphinx. Sphinx, who had been glancing around to survey the situation, looked at Subaru upon his straightforward declaration. If her attention were to shift away from Beatrice and the others toward Subaru, then it would be a success. Subaru, as an undead, you may think that you've overcome death, but that'd be a huge misunderstanding, and a downright lie nobody can live forever. There are no exceptions. Sphinx, that is certainly persuasive. After all, it is a fact that you are painting over my sacrament of the immortal king, and are meddling with the souls of the dead. I suppose that I would be no exception. Only Subaru, only. Sphinx, no, there is no particular need to say it. Verification required. In response to Subaru's daring provocation, Sphinx shook her head slowly. However, Subaru's cheeks stiffened at Sphinx's response. The reason for that was not because there had been anything troublesome about Sphinx's response. It was because while giving such a response, Sphinx slightly relaxed her lips and smiled. Subaru, though it's not like ReZero, was ever very expressive either. The fact that she had been resurrected as an undead likely contributed to it, but Sphinx's smile gave an impression of being even more emotionally unexpressive than ReZero. Subaru felt a cold sense of dread at that. This feeling of dread, it seemed to stem from something more profound and fundamental than mere disgust at the being of a lovely appearance that had been turned into an undead. And it became even more clear with Sphinx's next words. Sphinx, for one matter, there was confirmation required you over there. Is it correct to believe that you are Emperor Vincent Valakia? Next, it was able to decide to whom Sphinx turned the brunt of her words. Subaru raised an eyebrow as the conversation's focus unexpectedly shifted towards Abel. Given his position, it was natural for Abel to become the center of attention, but Subaru had not expected Sphinx to take notice of him here. As someone lacking combat prowess, there was no reason to be wary of Abel given the circumstances. Sphinx, would that be all right? Response required. Vincent, to a lowly terrorist like you, I have no intention of falsifying my name or my position. Without a shred of doubt, I am Vincent Valakia, the emperor of this empire. Sphinx, your answer is appreciated. Now, there was another matter for which confirmation required. Despite Abel fixing his intimidating gaze upon her, Sphinx fearlessly continued to speak. Perhaps because he was aware of the great disaster destroying the empire, Subaru was at a loss as to how they would deal with Sphinx thereafter, who was confronting the Valakian Emperor Abel. If they could prolong the conversation, even slightly, it would provide Beatrice more time to heal Jamal's injuries. Recognizing the need to take advantage of this opportunity, Subaru refrained from interrupting their conversation. Thereupon, Vincent, I shan't promise any answer. Nevertheless, you may speak. Sphinx, Priscilla Barrio, or perhaps Prisca Benedict. Subaru, huh? Subaru was taken aback by the unexpected and sudden mention of Priscilla's name. Having participated in the decisive battle for the imperial capital amidst a retreat that had begun due to the emergence of the great disaster, Priscilla's whereabouts had become unknown as both her and Yorna had gone missing, their safety having confirmed by ascertaining the continuation of the soul marriage technique, which Priscilla could also use for some reason. The soul marriage technique that Yorna had cast upon Tanza and the residents of Chaos Flame, and that Priscilla had cast upon Schultz, were proof that they were still alive. Of course, this was about Yorna, one of the 9 divine generals, and that Priscilla. Given the circumstances of how had remained in the imperial capital for the purpose of rescuing her, he naturally assumed that she had survived tenaciously, but from the mouth of Sphinx, he did not expect her name to be brought up, especially in the form of a question to Abel. Certainly Priscilla had been involved in the fray since the fortress city of Geralt, indicating that she had some connection to the Valakian Empire, and Abel, due to the profound atmosphere, one might guess that there was trouble involving the husbands of Priscilla's past. That was Subaru. At the mention of the relationship between Abel and Priscilla, which Subaru had not ascertained, he briefly glanced over at Abel, who had been mentioned, and Subaru noticed him narrowing his black eyes. Subaru knew that this subtle reaction was actually proof of Abel's considerable agitation. Though it was uncertain whether she had noticed this, Sphinx faced the silent emperor. Sphinx, is it correct to believe that you are her brother? Conviction required. Thus she continued with a bombshell that betrayed all of Subaru's expectations. 7. Even though she had become capable of using magic by herself, there was no sudden change in Sphinx's way of life. By successfully invoking magic, once she was able to stabilize the method of utilizing the gate of ReZero Meyer's mana-based body, and succeeded in reproducing the majority of magic grasped by the Witch of Greed soul. However, that did not change the dangerous position that Sphinx was placed in, and as always she kept out of sight, continuing her days of not staying in a single place in order to avoid threats. Only compared to before, it had become easier to stay out of sight and to escape threats. Thanks to that, after 150 years had passed since her birth, Sphinx could finally get started on her investigation to replicate the Witch of Greed, the purpose of her creation. The first 100 years, she devoted her time to learning about the Witch of Greed. Despite her foundation being that of the same soul as the Witch of Greed, there were far too many things that Sphinx had lost from the Witch of Greed's soul, so the end goal she was supposed to be aiming for had become blurred. So in order to learn about the Witch of Greed, who had already been dead for a long time, she set out on a journey to follow the legends and books in various places. But there was an organization known as the Witch Cult that was attempting to erase the witches from history that did not seem to be the original objective of its founding, but their activities served as hindrances. So results were very slow to come by. As a result, changing the course of action, which had seen no progress over 100 years, Sphinx searched for a different method. For the next 100 years, she aimed to fill in the gaps of the Witch of Greed within herself. Due to the fact that she had gone around the world for 100 years and had made essentially no progress, Sphinx thought that perhaps the greatest clue to learning about the Witch of Greed was herself, who possessed the same soul. Unsuccessful in replicating the Witch of Greed, Sphinx had been born an insufficient failure. If she were to fill in the missing parts of her soul, restoring it to its original form, would that not then be fulfilling the purpose of her creation to replicate the Witch of Greed? However, after spending 100 years on this venture, as well became apparent that it was infeasible. So she was at a standstill. There was a development in her search for resources in order to learn about the Witch of Greed, which she had not abandoned even if she had altered her course of action, and this development caused Sphinx to lose sight of the mountaintop she ought to be aiming for. It seemed like the Witch of Greed was a possessor of an awfully complex human nature. According to the resource, she had discovered the Witch of Greed, exchanged words with many people, and granted them the knowledge or wisdom they desired, which for better or for worse often interfered with history. On the other hand, there was also the figure of the Witch of Greed within Sphinx's vague memories, and this version avoided contact with people as much as possible and seldom involved herself with the lives of others. Those conflicting images of the Witch of Greed birthed a hesitation in Sphinx's investigation. By this point, over 300 years had already passed since the birth of Sphinx, and with desire to progress her investigation. In order to fulfill the purpose of her creation, Sphinx approached the decision once again. And then Sphinx decided she would make a major alteration in the methods she had been using up until now. 8. Abel and Priscilla were brother and sister. It was an impactful fact brought about by Sphinx, however, it tied the seeds already within Subaru together in a way that made sense, and resolved many of the doubts he had harbored. The fact that Priscilla had intervened in the Empire's civil war, and the fact that she knew several people from the Empire, starting with Serena. Sometimes she would have conversations that insinuated that she had a significant history concerning the Empire, and she would occasionally act in a way that seemed like she had an unusual relationship with Abel. And just like Abel, she had the same bizarrely arrogant and self-important personality. He fathomed Abel's self-importance as being due to the fact that he was emperor. So then just why did Priscilla act so self-important? The solution to that answer was because she was also part of the imperial family. Nay, it was that she used to be part of the imperial family. Subaru to decide on who becomes emperor. Wasn't there that crazy rule about all the siblings needing to fight to the death? Vince and I have no intention of debating the ethics of the structure of the imperial selection ceremony with you. Subaru, with or without a debate, the moment you started acting as emperor and allowed Priscilla to live, I generally figured out how you two siblings thought about that rule. The more he heard about the blood relation between Abel and Priscilla, the more he could not help but accept it. But the more he learned about that current situation, the more he understood how impossible it was for the Empire. Originally, the rule was that everyone in the Valachian Empire who possessed the right to succeed the imperial throne would fight to the death, and until only one final person remained the emperor, would not be decided. Abel was in violation of this rule. In other words, Abel and Priscilla had conspired, and their current positions were ones that went against the imperial selection ceremony. Vince and we did not conspire. I made a decision, and I carried it out with the death of Prisca. Only Priscilla remained. That is the entirety of the matter. Subaru, that's all also. Doesn't that mean Priscilla was in a position that absolutely should have never returned to the Empire? Vincent, are you able to imagine the extent of worry I experienced at the Fortress City? To begin with, if we are on the subject, that has been the case ever since I heard about her becoming a candidate for the kingdom's royal selection. Subaru, as unusual as this is, I actually sympathize with you on that. As an outsider, Subaru could not imagine this, but in order to have his sister Priscilla escape, Abel ought to have crossed an equally dangerous bridge. Surely, even now, if this information were to be leaked outside, it would be a bombshell that would even threaten Abel's position as emperor. For that sister whom he had gone through so much trouble to let flee to be nominated as a candidate for the next king of the neighboring country, in the short time he had taken his eyes off her, and then to come back and fight in the Empire's civil war predicament as a foreign player, Abel must have been fighting against a hellish stomach ache behind the Oni mask that almost seemed like a practical joke. Anyhow, Subaru, regardless of you two being siblings, the news that Sphinx has an interest in Priscilla is not bad at all if Priscilla is being kept alive in the Crystal Palace. Then that's also corroborated by the soul marriage technique. Vincent, though I judge that the relationship between Priscilla and this damned, which cannot be declared an amiable one. Subaru, you may not be aware of this, but you two siblings are pretty hard to get along with, so you better fix that that's even the case with your allies, so isn't a bit too excessive for your enemies. Vincent, such disrespect, even if I happen to overlook it, that shall not be the case with Priscilla. As soon as the information about them being brother and sister was revealed, Abel did not hesitate to skip over the topic of their blood ties. In reality, it was true that he was more scared of angering Priscilla, who would unrelentingly cut down people whom she judged to be disagreeable, than he was of angering Abel, who did not possess the strength to strike down insolent individuals. Subaru, speaking of cutting down, that sword that Priscilla is always swinging around. Vincent, the young sword Wallachia. He had never gotten a good look at it up close, but he understood that the thing Priscilla often suddenly unsheathed from the air was a treasured sword that concealed tremendous power. When Subaru brought up that topic, Abel gave the best possible answer. Subaru, if I'm not mistaken, is that yang sword, something that gets passed down generation to generation in the Empire. Vincent, indeed. Subaru, then isn't it bad for her to wield it in the first place before her identity is hidden or not? Vincent, indeed. As Abel responded in a stiff voice, Subaru began to get a headache over Priscilla's audacious behavior. That was likely, so as a former member of the Wallachian imperial family, the fact that she was alive was a bombshell that could pose quite a threat to the reign of the emperor, and yet she boldly stood at center stage as a royal selection candidate of the kingdom, and on top of that lacked caution, as she often wielded the treasured sword of imperial origin. It was no wonder that whenever somebody who knew Priscilla before appeared, they would make moves that suggested they knew of her past. It was because the person in question had not kept anything hidden at all. Subaru, is she like Emiliatan, who thought she could get by with calling herself Emily? That, too, was because Amelia was a charming natural airhead, a beautiful girl, without peer, but in Priscilla's case, since she ought to have been fully aware of her own position, it was just her poor personality. In any case, Subaru, in truth, aren't you the one who's supposed to have the yang sword? Vincent. At Subaru's question, Abel maintained his silence. If that were incorrect, Abel would have responded, so with eloquent reasoning the fact that he did not do so meant that Subaru ought to think such was the case. That was why. 9. Jamal, you idiot. Now that he thought about it, just who was that cursing actually directed towards? Was it towards Subaru and the two girls whom he had suddenly jumped in protect, or was it perhaps Sphinx, who had mercilessly aimed for the children, or was it towards Jamal himself, who had reduced his own options for following events? Of course, it would have been one of the former options, as there was no way it was a final possibility. Certainly from Subaru's perspective, using return by death to try and break the deadlock, Jamal's act of protecting Subaru and the two girls was an interference that held no meaning. If Jamal had not protected him, Sphinx's surprise attack would have evaporated Subaru's head, and return by death would have activated, which would have allowed him to commence his response from an earlier state, where that would have been the same as now after contact had been made with Sphinx, or if it would have been from an earlier point he did not. No, only in that case Jamal would not have been injured, which would have expanded the possibilities for strategy in a situation in which a battle against Sphinx was unavoidable. As a result, when Jamal collapsed due to the magic, Jamal was subtracted from the fighting strength of Subaru's group, and Beatrice was restrained to using healing magic in order to save him from the verge of death. Looking at just the events that had occurred, Jamal's conduct had actually been a burden on Subaru's group. However, Subaru, taking pride in the fact that he was a sword wolf motivated to cut open a future for his sister with his sword, Jamal had sacrificed himself to protect Subaru, and the two girls. Subaru would not let that action be meaningless. After all, lives, instincts, and hearts were not those kinds of things Sphinx's presumed target has escaped harm. Although, Subaru, you made me eat your shoe, but now we're even. Sphinx, missing her target due to the collapse, Jamal, Sphinx was about to start saying something painting over the words of which Subaru spoke to Jamal in a loud voice. Subaru did not know whether that loud voice of his had reached Jamal or not, but at the campsite, immediately after he had been sent off to the Wallachian Empire, Subaru had received some terribly cruel treatment from Jamal. Just now, he forgave that Jamal, too, was unmistakably one of his comrades. Subaru Beatrice healed Jamal. Beatrice HK understood in fact. At Subaru's subsequent direction, Beatrice quickly hastened to Jamal. Feeling the sensation of her slender fingers drifting away, Subaru pulled Spica, who was holding the opposite hand, towards himself. Subaru, Spica, I'm counting on you, Spica, AAU. With an expression brimming with motivation, Spica kicked off the ground, and with the vigor of a bouncing rubber ball, she leapt towards Sphinx. Spike had jumped right towards her, causing her long blonde hair to flutter, and Sphinx ignored the fact that her speech had been canceled and raised both of her hands. She created 10 swords of light to Rupan Subaru through one of Jamal's swords. Sphinx archiva de Spika. The white light melted Jamal's rotating sword and also aimed for Spica, who was present beyond it, but before they could reach her, Spica's form teleported to the side of the street. At the same time, Subaru's head was forced to duck down by Abel's hand from behind, so they had succeeded in evading Sphinx's counterattack. Vincent, you did well to shift gears immediately, but there shall be no meaning if you cannot keep it up. Subaru, I know, will say this now, but don't abandon Jamal. Vince and his bereaved family shall be granted sufficient compensation. Subaru, in that case, he'll save the people who you want save. Talking back to the overly rational Abel, Subaru held his ground with his body that had been made to fall with that posture. He glared at Sphinx, whose attack he had evaded. Subaru, Sphinx, I'm the one who's going to kill you, Sphinx. Subaru, I'm going to kill the undead, you resurrection magic. Isn't all-powerful, you think I'm lying. Sphinx, that is certainly persuasive. After all, it is a fact that you are painting over my sacrament of the immortal king, and are meddling with the souls of the dead. I suppose that I would be no exception only. In order to draw attention to himself, Subaru tried to provoke her, to which Sphinx shook her head from side to side, having recognized that Subaru's claim was somewhat persuasive. Sphinx knows there is no particular need to say it verification required. Despite maintaining vigilance over her natural enemy Subaru, to be precise, Spica's star eating, she gave a smile that seemed to be the exact opposite of that mental image. The witch's smile, only the origin of it was unknown to him. Ultimately, there was no need to know either. Vincent, do not lose your nerve. Speaking to Subaru in a low voice for a moment, Abel stood next to him and furrowed his brow. The intention of those sable eyes requested an explanation, but Subaru would leave that up to the flow of events. With the aftertaste of her smile remaining, Sphinx looked towards Abel. Sphinx, for one matter, there was confirmation required you over there. Subaru, this guy is Vince of Wallachia, the emperor of this nation. That, and you are mistaken that he's Priscilla's older brother, Sphinx. Before Sphinx could finish asking her question, Subaru interrupted with the answer. The moment that was done to her, Sphinx moved her eyebrows with a level of clear surprise. For the first time, Abel, who had just given him a warning, was surprised to a similar extent, but that was a necessary expense. Spica you. Jumping at Sphinx, Spica took action that counterbalanced that sundry expense. With an agility that resembled the hunting style of a cat, Spica closed in on the witch, but rather than the claws of a cat swinging its paws, she had the might of swing from a lion or a tiger or perhaps even a bear. It was a kind of blow that, if received directly, would make a mess of even an undead warrior. In a single hit, without sparing any quarter, Spica had pummeled that into Sphinx's slender body. Sphinx, I am surprised. It seems that you have specialties that lie outside the realm of meddling with souls. Sphinx's quiet analysis overlapped with Spica's high-pitched voice of astonishment. Spica's astonishment was natural. The blow, containing all of her might, had indeed been delivered to Sphinx. However, with the single arm Sphinx had raised, she had skillfully parried it. With her blue eyes wide open, Spica stared into the golden eyes of the witch. Sphinx, were you taken aback? My defeat in the demi-human war was partly because of my inexperience in martial arts. Taking that into account, I began learning from square one, but then again. Spica you. Sphinx, there is a limit to the enhancement of abilities that can be yielded through the flow method for this replicant body. While speaking, Sphinx used a momentum from her parry and threw Spica down by her head. That elegant movement and technique were not something that had been acquired through half-hearted training. As the witch had confessed herself, she had used her former defeat as a resource to learn from. It would make anyone think that it was unnecessary to mention the person who had beat the witch in a fist fight in the past. Subaru Spica you. As Subaru raised his voice, Spica firmly clenched her teeth. That moment before her head hit the ground, Spica twisted her body around and used her body like a cat. Once more gently landing on her knees, Spica nimbly distanced herself from Sphinx. Spica. However, Spica's movements were stopped as she tried to fall back. Sphinx had caught the sleeve of Spica's right arm, preventing the latter's withdrawal immediately after the girl, and the witch exchanged glances, and in extremely close quarters, bout of combat commenced. Spica you. Each grappling with one-armed, Spica and Sphinx engaged in high-level combat with minimal movement. As Spica desperately swung around blows, Sphinx utilized smooth technique, as if to say the soft controls are hard, and sometimes she would interweave magic fire from her fingertips into her counteroffensive. Subaru Biko. Beatrice, just a little longer, I suppose. Witnessing the tempestuous battle, Subaru called out to Beatrice, and she responded with her hands glowing. Beatrice was pouring all her efforts into using healing magic on the collapsed Jamal. So then should he keep waiting for Beatrice, who was yet unable to return, and go without providing cover? Subaru, like I could ever do such a thing. Eliminating the option of doing nothing, Subaru suddenly drew the guilty whip from the back of his waist. Then as Subaru made that decision, Abel violently held back his shoulder. Vincent, wait, not Suki, Subaru. If you move carelessly, Subaru, you goddamn idiot. Is this the time to be saying that? Talking back to Abel's sharp complaint in a loud voice, Subaru shook free and began sprinting. He heard Abel clicking his tongue behind him, but without stopping, Subaru raised his whip overhead to provide cover to Spica, who was being toyed with by Sphinx's tactics of interweaving magic and martial arts. Subaru SH. The tip of the whip flew with a speed that could not be derided as the strength of a child. To be more accurate, it was not as good as when his body was at its original size, but he had put his concentration to good use in this extreme situation. Even if his shrunken body had forgotten the days of training, he spent to master the whip. His willpower produced a miracle. The whip tore through the air, and like a snake's fangs, it was absorbed into Sphinx's back. Subaru wa. Sphinx feelings of protectiveness and impatience amount to poison that causes lapses in judgment. Since I have a comprehension of what emotions are, albeit only slightly, I know their dreadfulness. As Sphinx indifferently responded, she caught the guilty whip with her right hand, but Sphinx had purposely reached out her right hand to do so. Sphinx's left hand was grasping Spica's right sleeve, and her right hand was fastened to Subaru's whip, so now both of her hands had been sealed. However, Spica Ayuk, spilling out pathetic cries of pain, Spica fell to her knees, as her left eye had been pierced by white light. Unable to use either of her hands had been done by a blow fired from Sphinx's undead golden right eye. Sphinx fingers and tools can be used to assist with the invocation of magic. It is a mistaken conception that those who are not versed in magic are prone to having. Subaru Spicawa. Spica groaned at the pain and Subaru screamed in her stead, but Sphinx pulled on the whip with a forceful movement, resolutely felling him to the ground before the witch. Clenching his teeth, Subaru endured the pain in the face of Spica on her knees right next to him, and the face of Sphinx looking down at him from above. He clearly saw both of them, meeting eyes with the golden irises in which no heat could be felt. Sphinx, for what reason are you smiling? Subaru, because everything until now has gone exactly as I had planned. Seeing Subaru's expression as he lay face up on the ground, Sphinx voiced a question. Answering it, Subaru let go of the whip that he had purposely been holding on to, and with the emptied hand, he directed a finger gun toward Sphinx. And then, Subaru Minya. The tip of Subaru's finger glowed, and immediately after a crystal arrow of amethyst hue was fired. Surprise, close-range negligence performance that deserved an Academy Award as various factors intertwined. Sphinx had no measures by which he could evade Subaru's preparations. Sphinx reflection required indeed. Sphinx tilted her head right away and muttered in a slightly cracked voice. Subaru's purple arrow made an impact on Sphinx's right eye and bore through it. The area around the impact began to crystallize, encroaching on Sphinx's pale skin. Originally, Een magic was supposed to display particular efficiency against the undead, but this was instantaneous. Subaru, did you think I was just an intelligent brat? It's a misconception that everyone tends to have. Subaru was a spiritual arts user who had contracted with the cute and talented Beatrice. Even if his body were shrunken, his connection with Beatrice would not be severed. Beatrice and Subaru were connected by their gates, and Beatrice would draw from Subaru's mana to utilize magic. The reverse was also true. Subaru could also borrow Beatrice's power to use magic. That was precisely how in first battle, after he had contracted with Beatrice, they used magic to mow down the hordes of the Great Rabbit. But then again, that first battle had used up all the mana that Beatrice had amassed over 400 years, and now the most Subaru could do was fire off a trump card limited to a single shot within Beatrice's range of sight. But the important things were the fact that he had a trump card, and the fact that he did not make a mistake when he used it. Subaru Spica, one final push. Spica UU. Sphinx was taken aback by the impact of the magic, so Subaru would rush her down there. Her leg battered, concealing her expression that was stiffened by the pain. With an unfaltering fighting spirit, Spica jumped up and grabbed Subaru's hand, and he firmly stood up on the spot. His wounds were painful, but no matter how many times he tried, they would not get any more minor than this. Therefore, this was the best development to move forward. With everybody remaining alive, Subaru acted in place of Spica's left leg, and together they headed toward Sphinx. By having Spica start eating reach its target, they would defeat Sphinx. Sphinx, you were at least able to see through Valga's stratagem. Admiration required. As the scope of the crystallization extended out from the right, Ice Sphinx praised Subaru. Then the hardening face of the witch took the shape of a smile, and she placed the index finger of her left hand right under her jaw. That finger was forming a finger gun as if to spite Subaru. Subaru HK. That instant Subaru intuited that her action was a preparation for escape by death. It was a plan to commit suicide by blowing off her own head and resetting the situation. If she committed suicide here and escaped with intelligence on Subaru's group, Sphinx would never appear before them again. The chance to have Star Eating reach its target would not come about again. Before he could move to put a stop to that, a faint light glowed in the tip of Sphinx's finger. "You idiot!" A slashing attack accompanied a cursing voice akin to coughing up blood, and Sphinx's left arm was cut off at the elbow. Sphinx. Seeing her arm spin as it flew away, Sphinx widened her eyes, throwing a sword which had a hole in its blade, severing that arm, and preventing the escape by death planned by Sphinx's eyes bloodshot with Jamal. Having sustained a serious injury, Jamal attacked, and it was Beatrice who supported his body while applying healing magic to his wound. Beatrice followed up on Jamal's sword throw. For a moment, Sphinx, who was gazing in wonder, and Beatrice, who had previously responded that the healing would take more time, cross gazes. Beatrice, that was a downright lying fact. Sticking out her tongue, Beatrice revealed that the miraculous comeback of Jamal was not actually a miracle. Be that as it may, even if she had lost one arm, Sphinx could do the same thing with her remaining right hand. No, she could have done so if not for the moment with Beatrice. Vincent, that sent shivers down my spine. Contrary to the contents of the words, the spun voice was as indifferent as always. But there might have very well been some real danger after all. Too much force had been applied to Jamal's sword to say it had been merely passed over. Sphinx admiration required Vincent. I require no such thing. As Sphinx widened her remaining left eye at the events that had transpired, Abel coldly responded. Then the black-haired emperor swinging the sword he had received severed Sphinx's right arm from its shoulder. Sphinx, her left hand was lost, her right arm was severed, the balance of her body crumbled as she attempted to escape, and Sphinx's back forcefully crashed into the street of the imperial capital without even bracing herself. Passing the witch on the ground, as she looked up, Subaru deeply exhaled as he looked down on her. In order to corner her like this, it had taken a multitude of tactics, and to a lesser extent some trial. An error finally having arrived at this point which had taken all of that, Subaru now stood before Sphinx. Subaru, it's our win. Sphinx, indeed, I shall admit it is my loss. A serious injury for Jamal, some injuries for Spike and Subaru, and no injuries for Beatrice, and Abel that was the result obtained in this domain, and fully understanding that Subaru made his declaration, to which Sphinx nodded. Even without her two arms, it was quite possible for her to shoot something from her. I, like she had done to attack Spike of the right half of her face, was already crystallized, but it was a maximum priority to not allow her to do anything else. Subaru, Sphinx. The fact that this was not an act of him calling out to her was something that even Sphinx herself understood. This was merely an indication that if Spike could get to work the path he had prepared for her authority, Star Eating, leaning on Subaru's shoulder, Spica reached her hand out towards Sphinx. By meddling with the soul of the undead, which they would finally put an end to this great disaster. Jawald. The next moment, right before Spica's fingers could make contact, the crystallizing face of Sphinx evaporated. The fired white light blew off the witch's cranium, crushing Subaru's plan. Everyone. Sphinx had been thoroughly killed from the side, and Subaru's group had their breaths taken away the Sphinx before their eyes crumbled and promptly turned to dust. And the one who had done that was... From how it appears, I have concluded that this was an exceedingly perilous scene respondents required. The effects of the sacrament of the immortal king are useful, but when that usefulness is experienced, it is irritating that information cannot be immediately shared on the spot. Improvement required. Before that, I suppose we ought to give priority to eliminating the counteroffensive required. At the bustling voices heard in quick succession, Subaru clearly felt Spica's body stiffen through his shoulder. Likely Spica also felt him do the same. It was only natural that they experienced that level of shock. Combat required. Combat required. Combat required. After all having disposed of the cornered Sphinx, several uninjured Sphinxes had gathered together. 10. For Sphinx intervention in the demi-human war was something exceedingly convenient. The feelings of antipathy between humans and demi-humans that had been on the rise within the dragon kingdom of Lagunica flared up into a large inferno with merely a small kindling, and the long-standing transient peace was destroyed. The environment that persecuted demi-humans regardless of their participation in the Civil War entirely eliminated the unnaturalness of Sphinx making contact with the demi-human alliance. If she introduced herself as a half-elf, she did not need any greater justification to join the alliance. There meeting the two principal leaders of the demi-human alliance, Valga Cromwell, and Liber Fermi, was quite the fortuitous happening for Sphinx. In particular, Valga, the giant tribe who, contrary to his fierce appearance, possessed an outstanding intellect, had realized the usefulness of the magic and knowledge in Sphinx's possession, and had daringly included her into their tactics, securing victories for the demi-human alliance on many battlefields. Sphinx, too, unveiled much of the Witch of Greed's knowledge that had never been revealed until then, and assisted in Valga's plans, or perhaps it was her who had gained assistance. The sacrament of the immortal king, too, was a forbidden art that had only been successfully reproduced thanks to the demi-human alliance. Even if she had knowledge of the technique itself, it was the research of the details needed to implement it and the strategic plans in which the technique was actually used that had allowed Valga to skillfully lead in the demi-human war. Sphinx had no interest in the victory of the demi-human alliance, and she had just been making use of that environment, but back then the presence of Valga and the others had helped her out immensely. But then again, Libra the Snakeman, who held the same position of leader alongside Valga, had misgivings about dealing with Sphinx, and they had not constructed a good relationship with each other. In any case, Sphinx had obtained many of the things she had desired with the demi-human war. Amongst them, that which she had wished to observe the most was Levine ordered to fulfill the purpose of her creation. It seemed to be the thing that the incomplete Sphinx was lacking the most, a sense of attachment that was generally defined as love. She had gained many opportunities to witness it up close, and that was a great result for her. Within Valga, within Libra, within many of the demi-humans and humans alike that was present, the actuality of its existence and the confidence that it was indeed missing from within herself were the greatest things Sphinx had gained. Only with a situation that had not moved for over 350 years, finally having moved, it ought to be said, that Sphinx had gotten a bit greedy with the threat she had forgotten about, she reunited. Knowing that Sphinx had been constructed with the purpose of replicating the Witch of Greed's soul-harboring and unbearable vindictiveness of desiring her existence to be erased, it was the Witch of Greed's disciple. Ultimately, Sphinx ended up being defeated by that disciple of the Witch of Greed. 11. The situation he had feared arrived precisely at the moment he had feared it. The sensation of cold fingers being thrust into his mouth, and the sensation of the drug package which he had grown accustomed to being in there being yanked out caused Subaru to recall that. I suppose this is poison for the purpose of suicide. It is an inexplicable preparation. Is it truly so inexplicable? When one heads to the battlefield, they have generally resolved themselves for death. Additionally, if one is captured by their enemy, it is effective in eliminating the room for having information extracted. What about a battlefield on which that general expression would be improper? They should also be aware that if they were to lose their life, here it would not necessarily mean their mouth would be sealed for certain. With the same voice, with the same manner of speech, with the same tone analyses piled up, and ultimately several pairs of eyes looked at Subaru. The witches, who all bore the same face, simultaneously peered into Subaru's black eyes. Which answer required, which answer required, which answer required. Then, having stolen Subaru's method of suicide, and binding his arms behind his back, they inquired so. The several newly appeared sphinxes had completely overpowered Subaru's group, which had a great deal of struggle to corner just a single sphinx in less than a minute. Spike UAUU. Pinned to the ground, Spike had desperately squirmed in an attempt to assist the captive Subaru. But even if given treatment, the wound on her leg was deep, and she could not shake free from the Sphinx who was pinning her down. It was not just Spike and Beatrice, and Jamal were also lying collapsed on the street in a battered state. In particular, since Jamal had continued to shower the Sphinxes with abusive language, he had ended up being scrupulously tormented until he had completely lost consciousness. And then, Vincent, from one indecision to the next, do you not tire of it all? Sphinx, even when you are cornered to this degree, I admire that your spirit still refuses to yield. I can sense the blood relation with your sister, with Priscilla Barrio. Vincent, did you think I would waver at the mention of Priscilla, in addition to mimicking Lamia, the one known as the witch engages in some terribly impudent actions? Abel trained a hostile gaze on Sphinx and spat those words out together with the blood in his mouth. Right now, the ones facing off against the Sphinxes were him standing on his own 2 feet, and Subaru, whose arms were bound behind his back, and with Subaru forced to kneel, Abel became the sole man standing. Present here were 3 Sphinxes. One of them was restraining Subaru, one of them was pinning Spica down, and the last one was free to move as she pleased. Facing them, Abel had sustained no small amount of wounds amidst the short resistance. His clothes were sullied and torn, and wiping the blood off his cheek with his sleeve by his feet was a sword he had discarded as it had lost its blade. But even with this much damage done to him, Abel had not sustained a fatal wound. In this 11th hour, that was thanks to Abel's remarkable swordsmanship. Blooming such a thing was not the case, for it was by the Sphinx's intentions that Abel had been kept alive. Sphinx Lamia Godwin. It is true that I have learned from her. She possessed a certain observative ability to see the true nature of things. She was much closer to the truth of souls than I am. Sphinx, thanks to her parallel reproduction of the sacrament of the immortal king, has succeeded. It slightly deviates from the desired result, but it is true that it has advanced us one level higher. Sphinx, without that it would have been infeasible to appear before you in this manner. The Sphinx's strung words together, the trick of producing several of the same undead at the same time, was an abuse of the sacrament of the immortal king used by Abel's sister when she had attacked the coupled dragon carriages used by Lamia Godwin. To be honest, if Spica's star eating was flawless, then the multiplication of undead was nothing more than an act of increasing the number of targets that could be hit, because she understood that Sphinx had separated Subaru and Spica and had restrained them. And then the reason that the Sphinxes had kept Abel alive by himself was: Sphinx is a member of the Valachian imperial family. Your yang sword was a threat. Vigilance required. Vincent, at the words of the empty-handed Sphinx, Abel slightly narrowed his sable eyes. That which Sphinx maintained vigilance over the yang sword Wallachia, great treasure of the empire, that concealed tremendous power. Subaru too had once personally witnessed the remarkable power of the yang sword. However, at that time the owner of the yang sword was not Abel, but Sphinx Priscilla Bariel, or perhaps Prisca Benedict Subaru Guh Abel. Sphinx, he ought to be the Wallachian Emperor Vincent Wallachia. The way you call him Abel, I thought it was improper to call him by a nickname or alias. Correction required. Pointing out such a trivial imperfection in his speech, she firmly pushed Subaru down into ground by his face, ignoring Subaru as he groaned with his face rubbing against the ground. Sphinx tilted her head at Abel. Sphinx, it seems that you truly do not possess the yang sword. Indeed, facing Vincent Wallachia, she plainly declared that he did not have ownership of the yang sword, the proof that one was the emperor. Subaru HK. At Sphinx's assertion, Abel maintained his silence, but Subaru's throat clogged up. Just how humiliating that would have been for the Wallachian emperor, Subaru did not know. But he knew that just like the fact that he had let the sister whom he ought to have killed in the imperial selection ceremony live, asking any more about the emperor's nature would not be tolerated. And then the act of ascertaining that was unmistakably the reason why Sphinx had kept Abel alive. Sphinx, would you accompany me, Emperor Vincent Wallachia? If it is all right with you, I would like to take you to meet your younger sister, Priscilla Bariel. Analysis required. Vincent, to meet Priscilla, you say. Were you plotting, Sphinx? I refuse to answer. Deliberation required. To Abel, who did not possess a decisive blow in order to resist Sphinx, made a peculiar offer. The true intent behind that offer had not been spoken, but if Abel agreed, he would be able to survive a little longer. Nevertheless, the apex of the empire had not the charm to carelessly follow such a proposal. Vincent, do not jest with me, which if there was need to converse with Priscilla, I would do so on my own, even without the likes of your permission. Just who do you think do you think I am? Sphinx, boldly answering, so Abel crossed his arms, rejecting the witch's proposal. Sullied, shedding blood, with even his life in the palm of his opponent. However, the figure of Abel maintaining his unwavering attitude was undoubtedly that of the very sword wolf held in great esteem by the Wallachian Empire. Sphinx reflection required. There was no change in her countenance or verbal expression, but Sphinx's voice housed a clear disappointment. As the reason for that had not been revealed, it remained unknown, but Sphinx found it unfortunate that she could not take Abel to where Priscilla was, and Sphinx, reflecting on the fact that it caused her such disappointment, as if rejecting it. Sphinx, what about in exchange for the lives of these individuals? Reanalysis required. The question was asked while pointing fingers at Subaru and Spica, who were pinned down. In order to bestow the question with more persuasive power, Sphinx increased the pressure of her bind on Subaru. Spica, Subaru Spica. Likely the same amount of pressure was being applied to Spica. Kicking and struggling Spica had a better shot of escaping the restraint than Subaru did, so she attempted to fight back against the Sphinx behind her, and before the resistance could take hold, Subaru Ga Jiawea. Sphinx reflection required. The dull creaking sound that reverberated was a destructive noise of a bone being painfully broken. That was a result of not Spica's, but Subaru's right elbow having been bent in the opposite direction. Sharp pain stabbed his brain, and the pain from all of his other bruises and scratches was momentarily blown away. Blood frothed up as he bit his lip, and the unbearable tears streamed down drop by drop. While making that example out of him, neither the Sphinx who had broken his arm, nor the Sphinx who was about to break Spica's arm, nor the Sphinx who had directed them to do so had shown even the slightest fluctuation in emotions. Only in order to grant her own desire, her gaze was that of a spectator wondering if the example that had been made would produce results. However, Vincent, tedious. Abel's reply, even though Subaru's arm had been broken, conceded no emotions whatsoever. Receiving that, Sphinx finally let out a short exhale, and, Sphinx, if possible, I would have liked to bring you back alive. But, Vincent, do not jest if you had wished to fulfill that no matter what. It would have been better to fashion me into an undead and bring me. along. Sphinx to say that would be difficult is a conclusion of all the materials of analysis until now. At Sphinx's answer, Abel closed one eye as if going into rumination. But before those thoughts yielded any progress, the Sphinxes began to take action. The Sphinxes pinning Subaru and Spica down each raised a single finger, holding Subaru and Spica up. The Sphinxes placed those fingers against the backs of each of their heads. Subaru and Abel, gasping and sweating at the pain of his broken arm, Subaru called out to Abel in the same situation. As Spica, who was struggling next to him, it was obvious what Sphinx's aim was. But it was for naught after all examples being made would not serve any use. Vincent, there is no meaning in taking hostages, or perhaps does the witch fail to understand such simple things? Sphinx, is that so, Vincent? What? Sphinx emotions or feelings of protection are difficult things to deal with. Even you, the apex of the empire, are no exception exertion required. Indeed, the soul-free Sphinx spoke to Abel and then slowly lifted her hand. Then raising a single finger, that raised hand, as she aimed it at Abel's chest. Sphinx, please do not move if you value their lives, Vincent menial. Abel's short words, which seemed as if he was gnashing his teeth, yielded a crooked smile on Sphinx's mouth. That moment Sphinx's fingertip glowed with light. It was not just the one aiming for Abel, but the fingers thrust against the backs of Subaru's and Spica's heads were also glowing. He had been waiting for the witch to make that vicious choice. Subaru leaped Spica. Sphinx, Right before the fatal light was fired, Subaru forgot about his pain and yelled out, receiving that one of the bewildered Sphinxes disappeared from there. She had been forcibly taken along by Spica's teleport. And with Spica's leap as a signal, there was also movement on Subaru's side. That was not movement from Subaru himself, but no matter how you look at it, you are pushing it way too far, I suppose. Speaking in an angered voice was Beatrice, who had been silently awaiting Subaru's signal in her collapsed state. Having patiently endured, she now poured the feelings of wanting to rush forth, which she had withstood from the moment when Subaru had his arm broken into the amethyst crystals and shot them into Sphinx, who had perpetrated that deed. Sphinx. The situation had hectically moved to turn the tables. The attack of the Sphinxes, who had been restraining Subaru and Spica, had ended in failure. The one who had been a hindrance on Subaru's side was Beatrice, but the one who had been a hindrance on Spica's side was none other than Sphinx herself. When Spica had teleported, she had intercepted the line of fire of the Sphinx, who had fired her magic at Abel, and had made the heat ray of light shoot down the Sphinx, who was restraining her. Sphinx, this is subject to an undesired friendly fire. The one remaining Sphinx widened her eyes. One was shot down and terminated by her own magic, and another was crystallized into an amethyst statue by a magic arrow. Still, this was about all that could be done with surprise attack Sphinx. I do not think that the final person will also stand back up Subaru with his arm broken. Spica, who had been restrained, and Beatrice, who had been thought to have been unconscious, had attempted a counterattack, but unfortunately Jamal, who had been thoroughly beaten down, did not stand up. Ascertaining that the final remaining Sphinx quickly readied both of her hands, produced 10 swords of light from each set of 5 fingers, and this time she attempted to mince up Subaru and his friend for sure. Because of that, she did not even realize that she had taken her eyes off of the one person whom she absolutely should not have taken her eyes off of. Vincent come forth, young Sword Valakia. A quiet yet dignified voice, one reliable to an aggravating extent, sounded upon Subaru's eardrums. No matter the tumult, no matter how many people were present, no matter how harsh a battle was unfolding on the battlefield, that man's voice would always unquestionably reach its desired target. That was the kingly caliber of the one who stood atop all others, shouldering the destiny of guiding their way, as if to prove that dazzling the eyes of all those present, providing a red illumination was. Sphinx, I thought you were not supposed to have that in your possession. Vincent, fool, never once have I said that I had relinquished the Yong's sword or any act of the like. Only the treasured blade of crimson, which he had not drawn once, no matter what hardship had stood in his path, merely for the purpose of drawing close to the opportunity for victory in this moment, he now drew out from the sheath of the sky. And then, Subaru, this battle of trickery is our win. Vincent, the stratagems of my 2 strategists, you have underestimated them. Bearing the pain, Subaru took pride in their victory, and able to pride in the victory of the capabilities of the strategist, who was not present here, the one who had devised a plan that had made even a witch firmly believe that Abel had lost his trump card. The next moment, with Yong's sword in hand, Abel kicked off the ground and leapt. That was a dash of one who possessed definite strength incomparable to Abel up until this point, as the owner chosen by the Yong sword itself. He was propelled to a dimension befitting that status. To be precise, as if the world was being illuminated by sunlight, Abel forcefully raised the treasured sword overhead. Vincent, the Yong sword cuts what I decide to cut, burns what I decide to burn. Sphinx. The flash of crimson ran diagonally, and without any resistance, it burned away Sphinx's 10 white lights that had immediately tried to intercept Abel. It was illogical for light to burst into flames, but the supernatural power that could make one believe it was natural was contained within the Yang sword's radiance, and therefore the following conclusion was inevitable. Sphinxa, and leaking out a hoarse breath, Sphinx, having taken a great leap backwards, looked down at herself. The witch had fallen back with agile movements. However, one tuft of her pink hair had been cut by the flash of the Yang sword. That instant, Sphinx's whole body ignited. And that was not just the Sphinx who had been cut. The fire also spread to the Sphinx whom she herself had shot and reduced to dust, as well as the Sphinx who had been turning into an amethyst crystal. The Yang sword of Wallachia had decided to burn the witch Sphinx to naught. The result of that was the burning figures of the Sphinx's Sphinx. Enveloped in a blaze, it probably would have been best to keep vigilance over Sphinx as she struggled in vain before she was reduced to ashes, but Vincent is unnecessary. Being scorched by the flame of the Yang sword is precisely that sort of thing. Subaru, I see him beginning to doubt your nerve for keeping that hidden until the 11th hour. With the Yang sword lowered in one hand, Abel indicated that Subaru's caution was a needless fear. Subaru talked back with some bad-mouthing, but he did not respond. Only being scorched in a rising blaze, he trained his gaze upon Sphinx present amidst a flame that would reach even her soul. Staring at her, able knave Vincent Wallachia spoke. Vincent, the proposal for this occasion. It was a great service, Chisha Gold. Chapter 60, which, 1. The Crystal Palace of the imperial capital of Lupagana, in the place that was formerly its audience chamber, the shinobi who had snuck in Albert Dunkelkin waved his right arm that was missing from the elbow down and frowned his white eyebrows. Albert finally stopped moving. Geez, that makes a geezer like me feel way too depressed. In front of Albert, as he slowly shrugged his shoulders and heaved a sigh, was a grotesque figure that caused the shinobi old man to become fed. Yupit's form had been altered in a repulsive manner to the extent that it would be ridiculous to even call it an undead. What remained of that grotesque thing's face was sprawled out across the floor. Albert considered his treatment of that bizarrely abhorrent thing to be an assistance. The undead were resurrected with their memories intact. In addition, in order to resurrect the undead, the mana of the stone muspel who dominated the vast lands of the Empire was being expended. Therefore, he had been ordered to keep the killing of the undead to a minimum. Albert, even so, was better to kill it. Is way too awful, if it makes me think that way. Valuing human life or having mercy towards the weak, that leeway that only people with such room in their hearts possessed, was something that Albert, who did not have much time left, had already discarded a long time ago. For Albert, the audience chamberno, this experimentation ground of souls, had gone too far. Albert reminds me of the bunch who made a Rocky this way of doing things, even though it wasn't for fun or for revenge. I couldn't bear to dispose of it, 'cause they nerve to do this kind of thing. They were dealt with, though. In Albert's mind, as he spilled those words, an unmatched, unorthodox group who he had dealt with in the past emerged. In order to produce the perfected spirit eater known as Arakia, those criminals had sacrificed an enormous amount of people, and had said that their actions were out of sense of duty, that it was for the sake of the Empire's future. This horrid scene inside the audience chamber, something had tampered with the souls of the undead resurrected in earthen vessels, something that had been mixed into their souls, something that had transfigured them. It was not for the sake of winning this war, but a barbaric act performed for an objective that completely disregarded the imminent victory or defeat within the details that had produced those grotesque forms. He could feel a curiosity that desired results utterly detached from emotion, similar to that of the unorthodox criminals. And the objective of that curiosity was understood by Albert with a single touch. Albert, you got some nerve to try and tamper with souls. Albert often used a shinobi technique that would interfere with the souls of others with their ODS and cause them to shrink. Chisha had also stolen and made use of it. However, that technique only touched upon the outer layer. But this inquisitive mind desired results that went beyond just that. What exactly those results were, Albert, who did not know the curious individual in question, had no way of knowing. But, Albert, I get a real bad feeling about this, Your Excellency. I guess there really is no room for my betrayal after all. 2. During the Demi-Human War, the Demi-Human Alliance was defeated, and the individual Sphinx was defeated. In regards to that defeat, Sphinx did not have many words to say. She had lived for over 350 years, but most of those days and months were spent hiding away, continuing to exhaust her. Everything just to survive. Sphinx was no match for the opponent who had resolved and trained themselves to kill her. If she were to speak of the events that had happened, that would be the entirety of the story. To be honest, within Sphinx's mind, as she was defeated by the disciple the which agreed faced with certain death, there were still no particular emotions. In the first place, she had no attachment to her own life. The many years she spent exhausting herself to prioritize her own survival were just because she thought that was rational in order to fulfill the purpose of her creation. And then when it seemed like she was going to disappear, without having fulfilled the purpose of her creation, what she had possessed until the end was the instinct to flee, as it was difficult to abandon that purpose. That was why she fled to the basement of the royal castle Lugunica, which had become the grounds for a decisive battle. The fact that she displayed the willpower to break away from the witch of greed's disciple, that was also a result of following her instincts. Only that escape sequence, in which she had no particular attachment to her life, altered Sphinx's fate. I have use for you, you shall serve me well in order to grant my wish. In that man's corrupted eyes, the intense flame of ambition could be seen flickering. 3. The flame of the young sword of Wallachia would burn anything it had decided to destroy to ashes. The plan of Vincent Wallachia and Natsuki Subaru was to make Sphinx firmly believe that for whatever reason the Emperor had relinquished the treasured sword of crimson. As a result, at the end of a grand wager of lives, Sphinx was scorched by the flame, having lost in the bout of deceit. The blade of the young sword that had reached the witch Sphinx delivered a scintillating flame to the bearer of the great disaster, who had been resurrected as an undead to several Sphinxes that were facing off against Vincent's group, the Sphinx waiting in the Crystal Palace. The Sphinxes observing each battlefield of the imperial capital, and the countless Sphinxes that ought to have been launching attacks all throughout the empire, all burst into flames simultaneously. Sphinx countermeasures required. While being scorched by the bright red flames, the Sphinx, who had been cut, muttered so. But even as she made use of the undead's advantage of meagerly feeling pain, she would not be able to hold out for long with herself being burnt to a crisp. In that case, would she abandon the several bodies that had already been scorched and proceed with the plan as a new Sphinx, having learned from this death no, that would be impossible. The flame of the young sword was burning Sphinx's very soul. Even as she tried to create a new undead version of herself, as long as the foundation that was her soul remained burning, it would be impossible to prevent the earthen body from burning as it was created. Sphinx. She had no countermeasures together with the sensation of a deadlock. The body of the Sphinx crumbled. Even if she died by burning and headed to the next iteration, while having learned from this death, the reconstructed Sphinx would merely come to the same conclusion, that she had no countermeasures as she met her end. Her end, this would be her end, having spent a long time going around the world, to which agreed failure. Sphinx's quest of investigation would have its curtains close here. She had exhausted every measure. She had sufficiently laid out traps, but it had not been enough. That was a similar defeat to what she had experienced in the past during the events of the demi-human war. At that time, too, Sphinx had exhausted every measure, yet it had still not been enough, and she was left with no choice but to perish in defeat. The reason that had not come to pass had not been because of Sphinx's own actions, but because of the interference of an outfielder. Thus, this time, she could not hope for the same thing to happen. After all, the owner of that ambition, who had saved Sphinx back, then was already gone. Late Bariel was dead. That was why there was no longer Sphinx analysis required. Suddenly engulfed in the fiery blaze, as she was Sphinx, who was supposed to be heading for her demise, took action. While the flame of the young sword kept her entire body alight, Sphinx placed a finger below her own jaw, blowing away the entirety of the core bug present within her cranium. She induced her own death. And then the Sphinxes present on the battlefield in the imperial capital and throughout the entire empire all carried out that same act in succession. Sphinx analysis required. It was not that she had given up on herself, nor was it that she had been dominated by suicidal thoughts. Only through dying all of Sphinx's memories could converge on her soul. If all the countless Sphinxes died simultaneously, and all the countless memories converged, the collective base of knowledge known as herself would accumulate. Of course, it was only a matter of time before the soul, where all those memories were gathering, would be scorched, thoroughly burned to naught. However, in the time before it was burned to naught, Sphinx naturally continued to construct her own burning selves, and by doing so, she was able to accrete countless analyses and debates about the situation and countermeasures. In the past, she had possessed no strong emotions whatsoever regarding death, but now things were different. Sphinx resistance required. Resisting, as she resisted, Sphinx scraped together every conceivable possibility and analyzed them. The conclusions of each bastion, the soul experiments at the Crystal Palace, the history of the Wallachian imperial family, the spirit eaters, the foreign entity, from the kingdom stargazers, commandments, the great disaster, every last possibility, the fragments of existence itself, she analyzed all of it. And then, bound to the prison, Priscilla's crimson eyes fully witnessed the entire chain of events befalling Sphinx before her eyes. The witch's body had suddenly burst into red flames, and with a single glance Priscilla understood that it was a scintillating flame brought about by the Yong sword which was passed down in the Valachian Empire. She also understood that the one who had delivered that scintillating flame to the witch was none other than Vincent Valachia. Priscilla, so you have finally revealed the card you had kept overturned. You are truly cunning to the bitter end, elder brother. As a member of the Valachian imperial family herself, the fact that Vincent had not drawn the Yong sword and instead preserved as a trump card was obvious to Priscilla. Of course, given the troublesome quality that came with wielding the Yong sword, it was no wonder that Vincent did not thoughtlessly rely on it. Anyhow, having been defeated in a bout of deceit, the witch was destroyed by the flame-eat. Least she should have been. Priscilla, what did you do? Sphinx analysis required. The Yong sword's flame would burn what it wished to burn, and the Yong sword's blade would cut what it wished to cut. That was a truth that could not be bent despite that the witch who ought to have been engulfed by bright red flames in front of Priscilla slowly broke free from that scintillating flame. The flames had ceased their scorching of the witch. The Yong sword's flame would burn what it wished to burn, and the Yong sword's blade would cut what it wished to cut. Ergo, the fate of the witch scorched and cut by Vincent's Yong sword was not something that could be altered. However, Priscilla, who are you? If the one who was burned, the one who was cut, became something else entirely, it would be a different story. In all likelihood, Vincent had killed the witch, had killed Sphinx with the Yong sword. But the form of the witch who had escaped the flame was not the witch that Priscilla knew. The cracked, pale-skinned, black eyeballs, endowed with irises of golden hue, and the youthful appearance of a little girl with all of those cast away that being stood before Priscilla. Long white hair that reached down to her back and black eyes that housed a clear, intellectual, and inquisitive spirit, white and black. If one tried to draw that being in those two colors would be fully capable of representing it. Priscilla, who are you? The witch of greed. At Priscilla's repeated question, there was a quiet response, yet one brimming with conviction. Having fulfilled the purpose of its creation, after a long time the being whose very soul had altered in nature the current incarnation of the witch of greed, having escaped the fate of being scorched by flame, spoke. Which the purpose of creation has been fulfilled, now I will proceed to fulfill my purpose in life. So she declared, Yendi, there you are, brother. Your arrival was long overdue. If you intend to bore me further, I shall have to consider walking away now. Quite the bravado, coming from one who is captive. Either way, you must not address me as. How else do you expect me to address you? Remember that you revealed our kinship to the comedy yourself, and once exposed it would be ludicrous to perpetuate the farce. I am unlike that half-devil with her puerile alias. Save your accusations, for I did not disclose it deliberately. Had the circumstances not hampered me, I would have protected that secret of the Empire until the very end. You insist upon keeping my existence a secret, brother mine. Your compassion. Despair is the Emperor's karma for the sword wolves to ignore that such an attribute constitutes their apex. You speak as if this affair did not implicate you. As well have you forgotten the position in which you stand. As if I could forget it has become part of my routine for a horde with wretched faces to scrimmage to their last breath in pursuit of my precious self. Hence reiterating, I find this boring. The Empire's destiny is at stake, and you are bored. Never mind, I would be a fool to waste my time attempting to unravel your mind. Fie, I dread the mere idea of your degenerating into a fool, brother. Well, how shall you relieve my tedium? Let us see, we should broach the matter of the next issue, volume 38. While every battle across the Empire reaches its zenith, looms a moment to fend off those whites who dare sink their fangs into us sword wolves, and I, your secret sister, am the captive princess. Publication of volume 38 is expected in June. Let us wait until then. Furthermore, regarding the major battle that occurred in the kingdom of Lagunica, a serialized adaptation in comic format is currently being published. Oh, a retelling of that egregious turmoil in the Watergate city of Priestella in said land. I met a songstress who, despite her boisterous attitude, managed to enthrall my delicate ears. Now I realize that the stage is set anew for criminals to receive their punishment. I have heard that the chain of events in that city wound up bringing that group into the Empire. All results, positive or negative, can prove convenient if one uses them right. That is only logical. Anyway, where can one view that? Enter Alive and search for the City of Water, and the hero's poem, Hero and for Hero, huh? What? Nothing. I just found the epithet amusing nonetheless. I do not disrelish heroic tales, be them from the past, from the present, or from the future. Your words deviate for what the role of the captive princess entails. Then set the example, and fulfill your role as the emperor by returning. To your palace my patience has been consumed already. Very well, I shall banish you with my own hands once more, Priscilla. Do you cherish me that much? Evidently, brother, you have compassion to spare. Bonus short stories. The Land of Wolves. Death unto the weak, mercy be none. 12. 1. The boy stood upon a battlefield riddled with corpses. Deep clouds enshrouded the sky, casting a dim and gloomy mood over the plain. Despite it being midday, the moisture in the air signaled an imminent risk of rain, too, and within the clouds, bolts of lightning were budding ready to be cast down to surface. However, even though the clouds were still waiting to pour down their rain, a passing drizzle had already befallen the plain, rain composed of vast amounts of crimson bloodshed. Gazing out toward the vast plain collapsed, there were those clad in mismatched armor that lacked any sense of unity. If anything, the non-uniformity of this diverse gathering of ages and races could be called its sense of unity. Each was equipped with unique weapons and armor, and as a whole the group's quality could not be said to be very high, though they might not have been regular soldiers, so to speak. Neither were they a group of bandits. They were Chishidono. It seems that none of the dissidents have survived. Giving that report was an aide-de-camp who had provided support during this operation. Upon receiving information from the soldiers who had returned from reconnaissance of the battlefield below, the commanding officer Chisha Gold narrowed his eyes. Chisha was a tall, slender build, and his side profile still appeared youthful in reality. He was still a greenhorn who had only just turned 18, though factoring age into appraisals was something that Chisha's liege openly detested. Anyhow, Chisha, to begin with, the idea was to make an example of the dissidents by our hand. So the fact that they've been felled cannot be labeled as a setback in itself, however. Aide-de-camp, the prey caught in the net, is a problem, correct. Chisha, judging from the details thus far, I had anticipated the perpetrators to be few in number, but for it to have been carried out by a lone person was rather exceedingly unforeseen. Chisha caressed his slender jaw as he spoke, to which the senior aide nodded with a bitter face. Chisha, the aide-de-camp, and the rest of the soldiers deployed to the plain were the regular soldiers of the Abelux domain, belonging to Chisha's liege Vince and Abelux. The soldiers all wore matching equipment, and bearing expressions that displayed their drive, they were dispatched on this mission that was the subjugation of dissidents. At 16, as a member of the imperial family, Vincent possessed preeminent intelligence, and not only was he politically adept, but he also demonstrated outstanding wisdom. As a feudal lord, 5 years had elapsed since he became a feudal lord, and since then public order within the domain had dramatically improved, and it was appraised as a miraculous state of peace in an empire where conflict was ceaseless. Of course, behind such stability was the apt removal of factors that aimed to disturb at this occasion, in which Chisha had been dispatched with around 1,000 soldiers under his command, was just another link in that chain of reception. However, anticipating the dispatch of Chisha and the soldiers, the dissidents hastily took up arms and had tried to make preparations to intercept them. At the very least, they had displayed those movements. Before that could bear any fruit, they were annihilated by the hand of somebody. Report we have encircled the perpetrator. In question, aide-de-camp, did you get him? Amidst the speculations, good news was delivered from an out-of-breath messenger. As the aide-de-camp raised his voice to ascertain the situation, the messenger pointed to the east side of the plain. Chisha, lend me the monocular. As Chisha issued that order, the soldier beside him presented the monocular tool, inlaid with a curved piece of glass for the purpose of seeing far into the distance. Receiving the tool, Chisha pointed the monocular to the east. As the messenger had reported, the soldiers deployed upon the plain were in a formation to oust something, and present in the center was a target being pursued. Focusing on the person in question with the monocular, aide-de-camp say not such foolish things reports ought to be accurate. Behind Chisha, as he peered through the monocular, an angry bellow from the aide-de-camp reverberated through the encampment. His roar was directed at the messenger soldier, but as that person adjusted his posture. Messenger, forgive me, however, matters are exactly as reported. Aide-de-camp, in that case, are you telling me to believe this ludicrous affair that the opponent is a child? As the aide-de-camp flared up in anger once again at the messenger, Chisha, the superior officer, would have given a calm and composed comment. But given this was a former member of the imperial army, he was exceptionally strict with disciplining his underlings. Usually that was reliable, but just for this instance the messenger had erred not. Chisha Ludgerdono, he is giving a valid report. Certainly the opponent is a child, however. As Chisha gazed over the battlefield with a monocular, his words seemed to cause the aide-de-camp to gulp. However, at the current moment, Chisha did not have the freedom to turn his attention toward the aide-de-camp. That was because Chisha, naturally, this cannot be labeled as any mere child. After all, towards Chisha, as he looked at him through the monocular, the boy was waving his hand with a smile. 2. The boy stood upon a battlefield riddled with corpses. Beneath a cloudy sky, a boy around 11 or 12 years old stood with his blue hair appearing darker than its original shade tied at the back of his head, and clad in a vividly bright pink kimono. Unbecoming of a battlefield, such words did not exist in the empire. Even if strength and weakness existed among warriors, it was the Empire's law of iron and blood that none were labeled as unfit to be a warrior based on age, sex, or race regardless of whether he liked or disliked those customs of the empire and evaluation criteria, founded in an imperial way, was also present within Chi-Sha. And without even needing to compare him with that criteria, the boy was exceptional. Chi-Sha 4 times. Surrounded by 1,000 soldiers, Chi-Sha took a step into the encirclement. Of course, the aide-de-camp and the other soldiers had tried to prevent Chi-Sha from stepping out to front, but having met eyes with the boy through the heavens, Chi-Sha was clearly being called for. Even if something were to happen to him, his experienced aide-de-camp would likely pass the correct judgment in an instant. Against the small monster before them, they absolutely must not take up arms. Chi-Sha 4 times have you gone around subjugating those who brandish rebellious intent towards His Excellency Vincent Abelux. I wonder, have you no objections to our perception of him? Boy, oh incredible, you've even properly counted the first instance, haven't you now, for that one idea yet to reach the idea of doing it in a consistent way. So it was a bit of a vague method, but I'm glad that you still notice it besides. Chi-Sha besides. Boy, you are exceedingly superb coming out on your own in this situation. It's truly splendid. Crossing his arms, the boy nodded in good humor and affirmed both Chi-Sha's words and intent for dialogue. For a moment, Chi-Sha was taken aback by the energy-filled response, but he quickly regained his composure. As a matter of fact, this was not the first time that Chi-Sha and the other soldiers had been deployed to subjugate dissidents only for them to have already been annihilated before they could clash. It was a 4th instance of such an occurrence. Having uncovered the presence of dissidents within the Abelux domain, the troops dispatched to subjugate them were beaten to the punch that had happened on 3 occasions in the past 2 months, and this time marked the 4th instance. Boy, you guys laid a trap to people acting as an opposing force were something like former criminals this time. By deliberately giving criminals captured in the domain weapons and equipment and sending them out, you created a group of fugitives. Then you sent soldiers to subjugate the dissidents that you yourselves created. It was in order to lure me out. Chi-Sha, I certainly did not think you had read that far into the situation. Boy, it wasn't anything more than just reading the synopsis. Are you the one who wrote this? Or was it perhaps the miracle of Abelux's Excellency Vincent Abelux? Chi-Sha, on top of being a youth, his outspoken, smiling figure produced an inconceivably precise analysis. At the same time, Chi-Sha understood that this boy had taken action with his sights set on Vincent. That fact that this boy was of extraordinary caliber had already been proven. As the boy said, the annihilated dissidents on this occasion had been prepared by the Abelux domain, but even so, there were 200 people willing to rampage to survive. He had exterminated them all on his own. A boy who had killed 200 riotous people could not be declared unable to kill 1,000 regular soldiers. However, Chi-Sha, knowing that, may I ask what you intend to do? Boy, ho-ho, I think it's somewhat bad manners to respond to a question with another question, but I do really want to talk about my own feelings and objective. So I shall answer decidedly if His Excellency Vincent Abelux is everything he's cracked up to be. I wish to make him my new master. Chi-Sha, new master. Raising a single finger, the boy briskly responded, and Chi-Sha repeated his closing words. Then in response, the boy gave a bright "why indeed." Receiving that answer, Chi-Sha drew out his favorite steel fan from his clothing and placing it to his mouth. Chi-Sha, you mean to say that your attacks upon the dissidents until today were all to promote yourself to His Excellency Vincent? Boy, yes, even I don't think that directly marching into the manor and negotiating to please be hired is the right way to go about it. I had to capture his interest first and foremost. Chi-Sha, the boy who ought to have just given a somewhat decent analysis, suddenly became unhinged, leaving Chi-Sha at a loss for words. On the other hand, if the boy's objective had been to draw Vincent's attention and make a strong impression of the existence known as himself, he had undoubtedly succeeded. Chi-Sha, notoriety in favor of anonymity. I see, that is the way you are thinking. Boy, yes, precisely. And notoriety, why might that be? I think I've done a whole bunch of stuff to contribute to maintaining public order in the Abelux domain. Chi-Sha, there are 2 things that prove the contrary. Firstly, it is our mission to maintain the public order of the Abelux domain. Thus your actions are a usurpation of our work. Boy, but isn't it better for public order if the dissidents disappear as quickly as possible? Rather, isn't it a problem that you were so late to come there? I win the argument. Chi-Sha, while the second is an issue of public order, it is certainly desirable that the dissidents have disappeared. However, from the ruler's point of view, in the sense of beings who do not obey their feudal lord, just how much difference is there between a group of rebels and you, selfish as you are? Rather, in the sense of an uncontrollable power, this lone boy could be labeled a larger threat to disrupting public order than a group of dissidents who could be subjugated without issue. Hence the conversation returned to following the direction that Chi-Sha had initially stated. Chi-Sha, notoriety in favor of anonymity. At the very least you would be greatly mistaken if you thought you were spreading great renown for yourself. Boy goo 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 goo, gugugga chi-sha. Thrusting forth the steel fan in his hand, Chi-Sha realized that he had said far too much, judging from the reddened face of the other party. It was a bad habit of Chi-Sha's to talk his opponents into a corner. Rather, it was a bad habit of his to clearly explain everything that he was thinking if prompted. In reality, when he had first met Vincent, too, he had spoken quite impolitely during their conversation within the dragon carriage. It was to the extent that Chi-Sha himself thought he would have his head lopped off due to his irreverence. Ultimately, that did not come to pass, but he could not expect to meet the same conditions with this boy. As a result of this anger, Chi-Sha will be torn limb from limb. Chi-Sha, surprisingly, I have many things left undone, so I think it rather suffocating, but... Boy, then, please do your best to convince me, Chi-Sha me. Chi-Sha was about to lightly relinquish his own life. However, the boy presented a shocking offer. Perhaps the offer was more so audacious than shocking, but the boy's eyes sparkled, as if to say he thought it was a fantastic idea. Boy, regarding the two rebuttals you gave earlier, both of them would be completely resolved if you just enlisted me as an ally, because it would have been the commander of your shock corps defeating the dissidents before you guys. And if I make him into my new master, then there'd be no chance for me to disobey the feudal lord there. I win the argument. Chi-Sha, you will have to actually argue with me if you wish to win an argument. Shrugging his shoulders at the boy's spirited words, as Chi-Sha felt the devil's luck in this situation, where he had surprisingly not lost his head, he nonetheless endeavored to understand the boy's thinking. It was not simply a matter of making excuses or evading responsibility. To begin with, it was an issue of incentive. Chi-Sha, for what reason do you wish to make His Excellency your new master? I shall say this now, but with your abilities, you could choose whoever you please to be your master. Boy, of course, that's right. After all, I'm the leading actor of this world, because the world is centered around me, right? Chi-Sha, well then, and... Ignoring the rash remarks, Chi-Sha prompted the boy to continue, to which he spread his arms out and gestured to the sky. Boy, it's precisely as you say. In other words, I chose to come here. All the while firmly believing that if I serve Vincent Abelux, the man who brought about the miracle of Abelux, it'll get considerably closer to achieving my desire. Chi-Sha, and your desire would be, boy, to reach the heavenly sword. In that reply alone, no playfulness or leisure were mixed. Those words were pure. Within the declaration from the boy, who had erased a smile for just a moment, was held the power to make one believe in its truth. Before Chi-Sha, as he caught his breath, the boy immediately cracked a thoughtless smile. Boy, that's a long-cherished desire that I, as the leading actor of this world, must accomplish at all costs. It's not good enough to just swing katana around by myself deep in the mountains trying to accomplish that. My dad kind of wasted his whole life doing that, so he'll be going down a different path. Chi-Sha, a path different to that of your father's, is that you believe you will find that if you are together with His Excellency, for what reason do you place such expectations in His Excellency? Have you perhaps had the chance to exchange words with him once before? Boy, nope, not at all. I've never even seen His Excellency Vincent from a distance, but it just felt right to know, like a shaboom, when I first learned his name and deeds, in choosing to believe in that bolt of lightning that was born within me. In the boy's grandly recited words, there were no tricks designed to make Chi-Sha believe him. He ought to have prepared better sounding words, ought to have thrown in elements that would make Chi-Sha sympathize, ought to have incorporated reasons that would make Chi-Sha want to support him. And yet there was not a single fragment of that, without any clever tricks. He was in existence truly becoming of a natural disaster. A natural disaster that seemed to entirely be saying, just watch, and Leonardo, be precise, a natural disaster akin to a lightning bolt. Boy, but I've taken a liking to you with just a single glance. This is another thing that just feels right to me, but don't you think that we're going to get on absolutely swimmingly? Chi-Sha, boy. Clapping his hands before his chest, the boy spoke earnestly, causing Chi-Sha to involuntarily chuckle. Just when it thought the boy should at least employ some tricks to win his favor, what appeared were foolish prospects, such as having taken a liking to Chi-Sha and the outlook that they would get on splendidly. And Chi-Sha did not dislike those who spoke of such foolish prospects. Chi-Sha, by the way, what about myself suited your fancy? Boy, of course, first and foremost, no matter what anybody says, your appearance, a sexy guy with a lanky, tall figure, all the while growing out long, rare black hair. There's no better selection for a unique character to easily prove that the stage is heading to meet a new development. Smiling in satisfaction, the boy gave high praise to Chi-Sha's appearance. In all honesty, he had not expected his looks to be brought up here, so Chi-Sha had continued to be taken by surprise. Certainly this boy would also take Vincent by surprise. Chi-Sha Gold, that is my name. Spinning the steel fan in his hand, Chi-Sha returned it to his waistband and presented forth his hand. Looking down at that hand, the boy's eyes suddenly sparkled and... Boy Cecilis Segmont, the leading actor starring on the stage known as This World, pleased to make your acquaintance. Vigorously grabbing Chisha's hand, the boy Cecilis smiled from ear to ear, having killed 200 men. Without getting stained with a single drop of their blood, the boy smiled, and facing him, Chisha could also not help but grin. In actuality, it was unclear if Cecilis' words were delusions, or if he would have the power to bring them to fruition. However, this was not the first time that Chisha yielded to something he did not understand. Unexpectedly, Chisha had a hunch that, as Cecilis had said, this would end up becoming a long fellowship, and one that was not so bad. Yendi, Anastasia's search for her companions. Third Chronicle. 1. Halibel, allow me to take over the lookout duty. You should rest a bit. In the dead of night, opposite across the crackling bonfire, Julius called out to the tall wolfman, standing amidst the gloomy space. With black kinagashi overtop his black fur, his attire easily blended in with covered darkness that set a presence taller than 2 meters would typically not be easily missed, but as if to make one forget that normalcy his presence was so thin that it would cause one to doubt if he was really there, evidencing his high level of skill as a shinobi. If not for the golden kizaru in his mouth, reflecting the flame of the bonfire, it would be impossible to tell whether he was there or not even within an audible range. But then again, the person in question possessed no intention of hiding himself from Julius in reality. He responded to Julius' voice with a hum. Wolfman, though I don't particularly mind whether we alternate or not. You see, I'm perfectly fine going without sleeping for about a week. Being given a superhuman reply in such a calm manner caused Julius to smile. Wolfman, why you smiling? Did you maybe think I was joking? Julius, no. While there are many aspects to your statements that cause me to doubt my ears, I do not believe they are jokes. If you say that you can go a week without sleeping, then it must be true, however. Wolfman, however. Julius, we still have a long way ahead for the time being. We shall be traveling together in an equal relationship, and frankly speaking, I feel guilty foisting the duty of guarding the camp onto you alone in the midst of such a relationship. Wolfman, humfufufu, guess that's something you gotta be frank about. Giving a low chuckle to Julius, words of Wolfman Halibel narrowed his Loretta thread-like eyes even further and puffed the smoke from his kizaru out into the night sky. Currently, Julius and company were heading south through the Kararaji city-states and were en route to cross over the border with the Valachian Empire. The Empire had not only locked down traffic on the border with the city-states, but also with that of the Kingdom of Laginica. So while all interference from outside nations had been closed off, they were planning to ignore that. Behind that course of action lay circumstances on a national level and circumstances on a personal level to Julius and Anastasia. And since their plans aligned, Julius and Anastasia were being accompanied by Halibel, known as the Admirer. He was the strongest shinobi of the Kararaji city-states. Julius. In all honesty, Julius initially harbored intense precaution and nervousness in regards to Halibel. The name Admirer was known well throughout the world, and alongside the sword St. Reinhard, he was one of the 4 people in this world considered to be of the strongest caliber. The objective for which Julius and Anastasia had passed through the city-states was also not something that would have been looked at favorably by the mayors who organized Kararaji. Worst case scenario, they had entered the country with the resolve to face even Halibel. Halibel, but you got up and surprised when you met me fair real and saw that I was actually a good-natured uncle, ain't that right? Julius, it is true that I was quite surprised. However, it was not your temperament that had surprised me. Reinhard, with whom you are considered to be of equal rank, is a friend of mine, whom I can respect. I am also acquainted with Valachia's Blue Lightning, Cecilis Segment Dono, but he too is not somebody who cannot be conversed with. Halibel, you seem to be pretty darn well connected. Well, if you know Cecilis, then I guess you wouldn't be too surprised at him like this, yeah? Stifling a laugh, Halibel sought agreement for his impression towards the strongest of the Empire, but by closing his eyes and maintaining silence, Julius decided to protect the honor of his acquaintance. In any case, what surprised Julius about Halibel was not his personality, but rather, Halibel, it's about my relationship with Lil Anna, ain't it? Julius, yes indeed, originally Anastasia-sama was a representative for a large company in Kararaji based on that position. It would not have been strange for her to be acquainted with those in important positions within Kararaji, but that is an association that has gone on for a decade. Now I suspect it is a relationship unrelated to those positions. Halibel, that so Lil Anna ain't changed a bit. She's just as much of a rascal now as she was back then, you know. Julius, I do not doubt that she was also brilliant in those days. As Halibel bobbed the kizaru in his mouth up and down, Julius touched the scar under his left eye and nodded. The sound of the bonfire crackling between the two of them grew stronger, and as if taking that as a signal, Halibel threw the ashes from his kizaru onto the fire. Halibel, ain't that the truth? While there ain't no need ta change shifts fair lookout duty, I did give a big Oh, warm welcome. To anybody talk to Ann, since it seems like you also got interest, how about I tell you a bit of an old story? Julius, will you really tell me, I wonder? Halibel, golly, quite the unexpected reaction. You got there, ain't that the direction that this here conversation was heading? Julius, excuse me, I did not mean to pester you, however, if you would allow me to hear it. I do have interest, though, of course. If it is not something Anastasama would want me to hear, I will plug my ears. Halibel, quite faithful of you, but you know I ain't been forbidden from speaking on any of this so. Julius felt somewhat reluctant towards that logic, but on the other hand, it was difficult to imagine that Anastasia would not have been aware that such an exchange might have taken place, if it was truly something, which she did not wish for him to hear. She would have either forbade Halibel from speaking about in advance, or she would have given Julius a warning about it. In other words, Julius, if she is going to scold us, then let us be rebuked together. By all means, I would love to hear it. Halibel, fantastic, how gosh darn fantastic. I got a fondness for children who are frank like you already. Then you know Ricardo Dancha. He's the one who's together with Lil Anna and acts like her guardian or father. Julius, in matter of course, he is a reliable ally of our camp and a friend whom I respect. Halibel, you seem to have got lots of people that you respect, and how I lay everything out in the open the first time I met Lil Anna was linked to our Ricardo the time when I went to carry out Ricardo's assassination. Julius' assassination. As an unthinkable, unsettling word was raised, Julius furrowed his brow. Halibel gave a well-meaning smile to Julius' reaction. However, he continued, without declaring it a joke. Halibel on that day, too, the atmosphere was as dry as it is today, and it was a night upon which you could see the stars well. 2. There was fear that the hound Ricardo Welkin had disobeyed his oath. That was the reason for the mission that had been told to Halibel by the chief of the hidden village. In the northwestern region of the Karaji city-states, there was a precipitous cliff through which a large chasm tore between the vast land, and at the bottom of that ravine was a hidden village of Halibel's origin. In all likelihood, it was this world's only settlement of wolf people. As a result of what their ancestors had done in the Valachian Empire, the wolf people had lost their place in the world. They were hunted to extinction in the Empire, and in other nations they were hunted for the purpose of being sent off to the Empire, and because of that, wolf people could no longer live normally and had to live in hiding within this sole settlement. A village that amounted to not even 100 people. That was the birthplace of Halibel and of Ricardo. Halibel and Ricardo were from the same hometown, and on top of that, they were childhood friends of the same age. The easygoing Halibel and the lively Ricardo were contrasting personalities, but they had gotten along well since they were infants. However, unlike Halibel, who merely wished to live out his days peacefully, life in a narrow ravine was unsuited to Ricardo. Thus, on his 15th birthday, Ricardo left the village. Village chief, so that the whereabouts of this village and your own lineage remain unknown, you must renounce your identity as a wolfman. That was the oath Ricardo had made to the village chief. It was a reinforced version of the law they originally had for occasions, such as leaving the village to go shopping, but its effectiveness was absolute. After all, village chief, if you ever disobey this oath, Halibel will come to slay you. Even in those days, Halibel had possessed peerless strength within the wolf people settlement, and there was an arrangement such that he would personally take down those who disobeyed their oaths. Anyhow, Ricardo expressed no sorrow whatsoever at the fact that he would never be able to return to his hometown, and boldly departed from the hidden village back. Then, he did not invite Halibel to go together with him either, but that was probably because he understood Halibel's nature, and thus it evoked no particularly lonely emotions within him. Cheerfully differing in their paths, Halibel and Ricardo went on to lead distinct lives. As wolfman after 15, or so years had elapsed, he was passed down this mission. Halibel Ricardo, now you've really gone and done it. The first impression he harbored was that of shock toward the name of his childhood friend he was hearing for the first time in a long while. By this point in time, Halibel too had departed from a hidden village, but given that he was the sole person permitted to pronounce himself a wolfman by merit of his strength, he had the chance to return home from time to time, of course. He always took care of his surroundings to ensure the hidden village would not be found, but that was the mission he had been ordered to complete upon returning home this time. In all honesty, Halibel also had the choice to not carry out that mission. Trying to coerce Halibel through threats was likely something that nobody would be able to do to him. Nobody would think to do something so reckless and be the cause of bringing the wolf people closer to extinction. But on the other hand, if Ricardo had disobeyed his oath, then Halibel thought that the appropriate recompense would be necessary. Halibel, it's something you decided on your own. It just don't make no sense for you to not properly protect that. If he was going to twist logic and try to have it his own way, then he would have no choice but to pay the appropriate reparations. For this case, the reparations would be the long hand of death that Ricardo himself ought to have accepted when he left the village. Thus, in order to meet Ricardo for the first time in 15 years, Halibel headed to his location. And then, Fred-eyed UNC died no my Ricardo. with intelligent eyes and a lovely expression filled with charm, a girl called out to Halibel, while her body overflowed with an immense desire to monopolize. At an eatery in the second city of Banan, the girl who appeared before Halibel as he gnawed on a grilled skewer was greeted by an unusual sense of surprise from him. Over these past few days, Halibel had been monitoring Ricardo's movements, and he knew that the girl before him, Anastasia, her name worked at the Chuden Trading Company. She was quite close with Ricardo, and he had often witnessed the two of them together. Nonetheless, it was unexpected for her to call out to him here. Halibel, righty, yep, sure do know each other. Even so, how could you tell I was here? Given that Anastasia had directly challenged him to a confrontation like this, he did not want to trick or deceive her, and in truth, Halibel was interested in the reason why she had made contact. Halibel was a shinobi too. He knew how to not be seen through tailing or monitoring, and he had taken care, so that Ricardo, who possessed an excellent sense of smell, would not be able to detect his scent. Just how had Anastasia managed to overcome Halibel's vigilance? As Halibel voiced those doubts, Anastasia plopped herself down in the seat opposite him, and Anastasia, you see, having my own things getting stolen by other people is what I hate the darn most. That's why I'm extra vigilant about people who try to get close to Ricardo and Mimi and the others. Halibel, that's so, but y'all, you don't look like a child with such amazing eyes and ears. Anastasia. For a moment, Halibel's gaze turned to the fox scarf wrapped around Anastasia's neck. It seemed like something far beyond the position of a youthful girl working as a subordinate for a trading company to be carrying around, but Anastasia's exceedingly confident demeanor made it seem less. But then again, what had alerted Halibel to the scarf's presence was not an imbalance between it and Anastasia, but the fact that it was alive. In all likelihood, it was a spirit. However, the reason for Anastasia's confident attitude did not appear to be purely out of reliance on that spirit. Anastasia ain't that only natural, my feeble. Self ain't capable of doing the same things as people like you thread-eyed you can see, cause that I simply rely on the people of the town. Halibel, the people of the town. Anastasia, people who approach my Ricardo and the rest dubious behaviors, strange invitations, in order to make sure there ain't none of that among good terms with everyone in the town. And thus Anastasia's reply affirmed Halibel's conjecture, and on top of that greatly surpassed what he could have imagined. Halibel, I see ain't that truly something you're quite the incredible kid now, ain't you? Even Halibel could not conceal his surprise at Anastasia's response. Certainly Halibel had strived to not be found by Ricardo, but he had not gone as far as to avoid the eyes and ears of unrelated parties, such as the townspeople or dining hall employees indulging in alcohol, and meals like this he had been slowly investigating the people around Ricardo. Halibel, I ain't never thought that the whole town would be spying on those who are trying to spy on Ricardo and the people around him. Anastasia, thank you for your praise. So then why are you keeping an eye on Ricardo? Halibel, did you think I'd tell you just cause you asked? Anastasia, it's fine. Even if you don't talk, instead, just listen to what I gotta say. Is it something that can't be resolved with money? Halibel, boo. Choking up, he made a mess inside the sake bottle titled into his mouth. Wiping off the sake that had spilled onto the corner of his mouth with his finger, Halibel stared at Anastasia. She had an adorable face, but her expression was serious. To be precise, it was the gaze of a merchant of Kararaji. Halibel, keeping his silence for a while, Halibel received Anastasia's power of insight through the golden irises that lay within his thread-like eyes. She might not have known Halibel's identity, but she showed tremendous courage to act that way while understanding that he was no half-hearted opponent. He could tell that Ricardo had been looking after her. As ordered by the village, he had located Ricardo in Banan and had been spying on his movements for a few days. She could fathom a guess that the fact that he was working as a guard for the Chuden Trading Company was not because the company had gotten a collar on him, but for the purpose of watching over this here Anastasia. A capable mercenary by the name of the Hound had gained fame through various incidents that had occurred throughout the cities of Kararaji. The attitude of spreading his name was considered by the village to be a reason to fear that Ricardo had disobeyed his vow, but Halibel thought the true motive for that lay elsewhere. The reason that Ricardo was putting strength into the name of the Hound was in order to serve as the watchdog of this girl, who looked forward to the future, and to ensure she was an existence that nobody could lay their hands upon. Having come to this understanding, Halibel drew his kizaru from his pocket and... Halibel, how about you tell me all about it as I puff on this Anastasia? If you're willing to study for it, then sure. As Anastasia responded with nary a pause, Halibel gave a huge smile and lit the tobacco packed into his kizaru. 3. Halibel, and so it was quite a darn masterpiece after she wrapped up telling it Tommy, but then since me and Lil Anna shook hands, Ricardo caught on to my scent and he marched all the way back to the village. Julius, I wonder if it was truly all right to tell me about the village. Halibel, well, aside from its location, its existence in itself is kind of an open secret. Ever since I made a name for myself, there ain't nobody still trying to search for it. As Halibel spoke in an indifferent tone, Julius accepted it with a "so, it is that sort of thing." According to the story, Ricardo's act of spreading his name as a mercenary was in order to protect his employer Anastasia, and a similar thing could be said about Halibel. By making a name for himself, Halibel warded off trouble from befalling his village or other wolf people. Without a doubt, Halibel and Ricardo were childhood friends. Julius, nevertheless, I am surprised regarding the young Anastasia Sama's capacity of intelligence. Halibel, though, from my point of view, it was a matter of how incredible I found her attachment to those who she had gotten in her pockets. That's why you really ought to prepare yourself, Julius. Julius, I am prepared ever since the day I called Anastasia Sama to the kingdom and looked to her as my lord that I've been. Halibel spoke with a teasing tone. However, Julius responded honestly. There was neither lie nor falsehood present from the outset. That which they ought to strive for was the apex of the kingdom, no matter the trial and tribulation they faced along the way. He had no intention of halting his steps. Julius, but then again, far more than I can imagine the road will be steep, filled with undulations. Halibel, ain't that just the truth through Lagunica, Encoragia, and Valaquia? It must be tough Tatag, along with Lil Honest, desires really now Ricardo, was quite the fine he couldn't have asked to be found by anyone better. As Halibel calmly spoke those words, Julius quietly nodded in agreement. Then, after Julius gazed up at the night sky, while he resupplied firewood to the bonfire. Julius the Knight is still young, how about it? I am also interested in that story about Ricardo. Going back to the village, would you not tell it to me? Halibel, oh, why not in that case? I want you to tell me stories about Lil Anna in the kingdom too. Julius, most certainly my acquaintance with Anastasia might be short compared to yours, but I have many a tale to tell. As Halibel plopped himself down into a sitting position, Julius rectified the bottom of his kimono, and with a bonfire between them, he began speaking of his reminiscences of a lone girl. The flame of the bonfire that burned throughout the night was constantly replenished in turns until the early hours of the morning. Yendi, the Dragon Kingdom. Mei switch visto servicio record sesto. 1. The journey to the Pleiades watchtower to prove the efficacy of Melee Portrout's power to the top brass of the kingdom was successful. Consequently, the 5 members of the Felt Camp became the second group of people to reach the tower, preceded by Anastasia and Amelia. Although the group had engaged in skirmish against the divine dragon Volcanica right as they were about to reach the tower, they figured out a way around its attacks, making it seem as though everything was going well. But it seems like that really isn't the case at all, Felt muttered, confirming all the pages in one of the books she picked up off the floor were blank, frowning and scratching her head. The scattered books weren't limited to just the ones around her. Hundreds of them had been pulled from the shelves and strewn across the floor of the room. Since this wasn't the doing of the book-hating Felt or anyone from her camp, only one logical conclusion could be drawn from this. I wonder if someone came here after Amelia and I left the tower, pondered Melee. Whoever that is must have pretty bad manners, commented Felt, as she called her knight's name Reinhard. Yes, my lady. If I remember correctly, the Witch of Envy's shrine is around here, right? She asked in a slightly lowered voice. Reinhard's blue eyes shuddered at her question. I'll go check it out right away. Ezzo, please look after Lady Felt. Of course, leave it to me, Ezzo replied. You should be careful. As well, according to literature, the witch's shrine is shrouded in miasma, a toxic environment that can easily destroy a man's psyche. It'll be fine. I have the divine protection of anti-malignance. With that, Reinhard swiftly left the great library of Pleiades, seen off by Felt's nod. Melee looked puzzled as she also watched him run out with great urgency. Miss Melee, the young master, is suspecting the involvement of the witch cult, explained Flam. The young master always considers the worst case scenario added Gracies. The witch cult, I see that makes sense, Melee said, seemingly convinced she finally understood what Felt and the others were talking about in their short communication. There's a really good chance the person who snuck in here is someone from the witch cult who wants to release the Witch of Envy that's sealed in the shrine. The Pleiades watchtower was originally built to surveil the shrine that seals the Witch of Envy in the far eastern land sand time, and the Sage were also part of an effort to prevent anyone from reaching it. As a result, these mechanisms successfully kept the members of the witch cult away. However, nothing was stopping them anymore. The only thing that bothers me is how quickly they were able to take action, Felt thought. But then again, this is a chance of a lifetime for the witch cult. Besides, they're a bunch of loonies. Do anything, I wouldn't be surprised one bit if they had a member who watched the desert all day long just to check if the sandstorm ever dies down, albeit that thought creeps me out. I completely agree, Ezzo said. So, what should be our next move, Miss Felt? Are you a skin me whether we should investigate the matter or retreat? Felt asked with her arms crossed. Yes, Ezo nodded with an intruder, likely in the tower. Either one of the two options Felt suggested seemed like the natural courses of action they could take. Felt glanced at Meili as she considered her options. She wasn't looking for advice from her, but her eyes wandered towards a young girl as she considered her position in the bigger picture. As mentioned earlier, Meili had already proven her worth as soon as the party reached the tower. In other words, she no longer had any reason to stick around now that she had achieved her objective, but she also can't cross the desert alone. So I guess she has no choice but to follow our lead. While Felt concluded her thoughts, Meili felt something on her head. Ms. Mini Crimson Scorpion, she said, calling on the Mini Crimson Scorpion that had crawled out of her blue hair, clicking its pincers at something, as if to intimidate an imminent threat. Wondering what it was being so aggressive for, Meili turned her attention towards where the scorpion was looking. There, she saw a white bird perched quietly atop a bookshelf. She widened her eyes, gulping in surprise. Flam Grassies Felt quickly yelled, also noticing the bird. The girls reacted swiftly to their mistress' voice as one of them made a foothold with her hands, the other kicked off of it, darting toward the bookshelf. The whole movement was coordinated so smoothly despite having no time to discuss it that it was as if they were one entity. As the girl reached the bookshelf, she stretched out her arms to catch the bird right before she could, however, it spread its wings and flew away. The library was big, but was obviously less spacious than outside, so there weren't many places it could go. Despite this, it glided gracefully around the room after avoiding the girl. "It'll be a bit painful," Ezo said to the bird as it flew into a ball of water, headfirst causing to drown in midair. It looked as though the inside of a bucket full of water was floating in the middle of the room. This was the doing of Ezo, who had produced the water with magic after extending his hands. He then began moving his hands, reshaping the water, until only the bird's head emerged. A cage made of water was completed. "You took the good part, Master Ezo," said Flam Credit Stealing, Mage commented Grassies. "Stop whining. He wouldn't have been able to capture it if you two hadn't gotten away from the bookshelf." Felt interjected, "Good job, Teach." "No, the true praise should be given to Miss Meili for noticing in the first place." Ezo responded modestly, "I should have been more alert. I'm sorry." Meili wasn't listening to Ezo. Her attention was focused on the bird. She was obviously surprised to find a bird in the library, but that wasn't all, and Felt picked up on it. "What's wrong?" Meili asked Felt. "Do you recognize it?" "I saw them fly around the tower all the time," Meili said after pause. "I also saw a few of them on the balcony. I remember Subaru being really creeped out by Theme." "All the time," Felt muttered. "They looked like ordinary birds." In fact, Meili distinctly remembered her not being as creeped out as Subaru. However, she also had a feeling he must have had a good reason to be so. The captured bird made no movement or a single noise, as if it knew any resistance would be futile. "They are," Meili muttered without finishing her thought. The bird's dark eyes fixed on Meili, making her nervous. Its eyes were like a deep void ready to draw all who stared into them into their depths. They reminded her of the feeling she had when she looked down the spiral staircase. "Ah," Meili whimpered as a beam of light penetrated the head of the bird that was staring at her, causing it to explode right before her eyes. She needed some time to register what she had just witnessed. The beam had been fired by the Mini Crimson Scorpion that was still on top of Meili's head. It had shot the bird with a beam that came out of the tip of its tail, just like House Shawla would. "Wah, Miss Meili, why would you kill it?" Ezo cried, bemoaning her sudden tyrannical action. "IIT wasn't me," protested Meili. "Miss Mini Crimson Scorpion did it without my permissa." However, the Mini Crimson Scorpion started pulling her hair as she tried to explain herself. She didn't know what to make of its sudden insubordination. "Or could it be, is there something you want to tell me?" Meili asked, sensing that there was more to its actions than met the eye. Before she could figure out what that was, however, she suddenly heard Felt click her tongue. Meili Felt shouted, "You said you saw more of these birds, right?" "Where?" "Huh. Where are the other birds?" Felt repeated, closing in on Meili and shaking her by the shoulders. "I have a bad feeling about this." Meili looked dumbfounded. She pointed at the hallway that connected to the staircase, with Felt's desperate face inches away from hers, be beyond the wall that connects to the outside downstairs. Felt suddenly picked her up. "Give me direction," she demanded. As she started running, she rushed down the stairs at an unbelievable speed and arrived on the 4th floor. Ezo and her 2 retainers followed after her, but they were no match for her speed. "That why," Meili said. Felt ran like the wind in the direction Meili gave. They came to a wall that appeared to be a dead end, but upon closer look they could see that there was a hallway hidden beyond the outer wall. Meili pointed at the wall. Felt followed her direction and found herself jumping outside onto a balcony under a bright blue sky. There they found a flock of the very same white birds. The two were speechless. There were about 100 of them, all completely silent. This sight alone gave Meili an eerie feeling. But what made it worse was how they all simultaneously turned their heads to the 2 of them as they stormed onto the balcony. Meili felt a chill run down her spine. "Don't let them get away," Felt yelled sharply. In the next moment, Felt dropped Melee to the floor. She then pulled out her 2 daggers, held them in a reverse grip, and lunged at the birds. She began swinging them, aiming at the birds' wings to stop them from flying away. However, she was utterly outnumbered, and the birds didn't stay still for long. They spread their wings, and all simultaneously flew away from the balcony. She couldn't stop all of them from flying away with only her 2 daggers. El Huma, Ezo chanted as he arrived at the scene carried by Flam and Grassies. He quickly understood what Felt was intending to do and offered assistance with his magic. His magic froze the birds in midair, locking them each in pebbles of ice. However, he couldn't catch them all, only managing to get around half. Shit, I didn't want to resort to this, Felt yelled, gritting her teeth, sensing that they wouldn't be able to capture all the birds. She sheathed her daggers and took out a black object, and the next instant the divine dragon appeared in the sky above the balcony, causing a whirlwind around him. I am Volcanica, in accordance with the ancient covenant. The will of thee who hath reached the top shall be questioned. In awe of the sudden appearance of the divine dragon Melee, and the rest were at a loss for words. Felt pointed at the sky Volcanica. Don't let a single one of them escape. Volcanica said, nothing, please, Felt pleaded. Volcanica finally lifted his head, taking the sight of the tiny creatures flying all around now, who hath reached the top of the tower, stepped forth onto the first floor, almighty petitioner. After making a one-way statement, as usual, the dragon launched a breath attack all around his vicinity. Its devastating power was more than enough to incinerate all the poor birds. Unbelievable, Melee muttered slowly, opening her eyes, which she had shut due to the brightness of the breath attack. She looked up to see all the birds, and even the clouds gone, and only the clear sky, created by the divine dragon, spreading above her. 2. There was nothing wrong with the seal in the shrine, reported Reinhard, who had returned from surveying the Witch of Envy's shrine shortly after the flock of birds were exterminated. However, considering the abnormal number of birds you had to deal with, I believe the tower and shrine are in need of new management, my lady. No one disagreed with Reinhard. They all understood very well that the tower and the shrine could greatly affect the world if not managed properly. Why don't you try asking the divine dragon, lady? Felt suggested Flam. Lady Felt the divine dragon tamer, posited Grassies. I plan on to skin him to not let weirdos like members of the witch cult get near, Felt responded, but there'll always be things that'll slip by, like those birds. It's practically impossible to prevent those sort of intrusions. Why not just make him keep an eye on those as well, and not just the witch cult? Asked Flam. Make him stop everything, said Grassies. That's easier said than done, Felt retorted, shrugging her shoulders, as she frowned and know how forgetful that dragon is, don't ya? Meanwhile, Volcanica was back at the entrance. Contrary to responsive behavior he showed during the earlier emergency, he was back to his usual non-responsive self. Melee was curious if Felt also had the quality to communicate with a divine dragon like Emilia did, but she kept quiet as she thought this wasn't the right time to pursue this question. As you suspected, Miss Felt, these aren't your ordinary birds, said Ezo, who was inspecting the birds that were left on the balcony. He held the body of a bird that had one of its wings cut up by Felt, then placed his hand on its other wing. Suddenly, the bird's body started breaking down into glowing pieces and soon vanished. Was that Melee uttered, are you telling me all of these birds are made up of mana? Precisely, said Ezo. Their bodies are made up similarly to that of an artificial spirit high-level magic. To say the least, not something you can see in modern times. Even you can't do it, Teach, Felt asked. Ezo paused for a moment. It's a magic that's not passed down anymore. If given enough time, though, I can analyze it and figure out how it works. Unfortunately, we don't have that luxury, Reinhard said, then turned his attention to Felt, Lady Felt. Felt nodded at her knights, called there was someone watching us, but I'm pretty sure we prevented them from retrieving the birds, but we should keep someone by Melee's side for a while just to be safe. Melee said. Whoever was responsible for the birds is keen to learn about the tower. Reinhard explained they must also be interested in how to safely traverse the desert. Melee placed her hand on her chest as she listened to Reinhard, then the mini crimson scorpion began clicking its pincers vigorously on top of her head. Seeing the scorpion's behavior, Felt let out a little groan. We're not trying to scare you. As for our first objective, we gotta learn that we can cross the desert with you by our side, and that the dragon won't attack us if we have it alone. There were just as many good results from this trip as there were bad. That's a poor why to make me feel better, Melee said, showing a little smile. I'm such a shallow person. I came on this trip without expecting too much, and here I am scared and anxious that my mission is going to fail. It must mean that I'm so shallow that as soon as I even see a glimpse of a bright prospect, it makes me want to cling to it. Miss Felt, Sir Reinhard began Ezo about our next course of action. I know, Felt interjected, you want to say that we shouldn't leave the tower unsupervised, right? I wonder what we should do next, too. There's the option to leave me here for the time being, suggested Reinhard. Meili watched from the sidelines as Felt and the others discussed their next move. The sight of this reminded her of the Amelia camp, and that made her long for her friends who were not there at the moment. I really am shallow, Meili mumbled to herself, feeling the weight of the mini crimson scorpion on her head. And snapping out of her melancholic mood, she reminded herself that there were people by her side, no matter how she was feeling. 3. While Meili reflected on herself and Felt discussed their plan, an incident was taking place far away from the Augria sand dunes, the home of the Pleiades watchtower. Noticing that the poor lives of the birds had been snuffed out, a slender figure shuddered. Something must have happened to them. The figure said lower in her eyes that were framed with long lashes. The figure prayed for the souls of the lost lives. The fact that none of them came back must mean something must have happened that prevented them from returning. And it is extremely uncommon for such a thing to happen there, however. As to whether I should be happy about that or not, I do not know. But why would anyone do something so cruel? The birds, with their pure white wings and innocent eyes, epitomized purity. The idea that they were so mercilessly destroyed incredibly hurt the figure and caused her great anguish. But even so, a smooth, clear voice resonated from the figure's thin lips, vibrating the air around her and proving her existence in the world. I wish I could understand them, every single one of them. She prayed, adored, pitied, loved, and hopelessly longed for everything, and everyone, including what had been lost and those who lost them. Yendi,